The summoned hero and the preceding hero. If you were asked what is a hero, how would you answer? No, even if you don't say it. I know. I kind of know how you would. For now, you'd probably answer with a huh? Without skipping a beat, you'd answer this way. In general, heroes are omitted. What made heroes famous in Japan was the RPG game Dragon Quest, omitted. Lately, they've been coming up in the web novels, omitted. You could say that someone who answered with this with a straight face would be odd. Well then, why don't we change the question? Do you want to become a hero? So how about it? I would never want to do it again, at the very least. That is what I thought. Oh please, save this world. A dressed up, noble-looking young lady in a red dress was lowering her head very, very deeply, and behind the young lady, there were some imperial knight-like females down on one knee with their heads lowered. It wasn't just those girls. It would seem that even this country's leader-like elders had also taken a knee. They were looking this way with expressions of envy. They were standing in a line in this huge room, which had such magnificence that I wouldn't even be able to describe it properly with my limited vocabulary. Please vanquish the demon lord, Hiro-sama, that young lady, whose jade green eyes shook with tears and whose golden blonde hair. That was so beautiful it could be mistaken for golden thread, swaying, pleated. The boy was speechless. Was it because, on his way home from school with his closest friends, he was suddenly wrapped up in light only to be taken here? Was it because he was confused by the clothes worn by these people who looked like they made a time slip from the Middle Ages? No, that wasn't it. It was because the young lady right in front of him was crying in despair. If you're fine with me. If you looked closely, you could see him nod. That day, Hiro Amaji Kaito had been born in this country, no, in this world. Are you serious? Facing the opposite direction behind handsome Kuin. The new hero, Yoshiro Yu, muttered, I'm in another world, again. He let out a dry laugh. His expression was filled with despair. Chapter 02, the preceding hero got dragged in. Nice to meet you. This is Yoshiro Yu speaking. I'll say this beforehand, but I'm just an ordinary high school student without any particular similarity to those protagonists of the recent harem anime. I don't have anything like a childhood friend, I don't have anything like a cute little sister, and I haven't met anyone like a tsundere girl that I crashed into while she was eating a piece of bread. Whoops. After not being able to face up to reality, tears came out. Let's get back on topic. Yes, ordinary. I am ordinary. I have confidence that if I had a huge amount of money, I'd become a shut-in due to my doubt of other people. I also have confidence that if I were to fall into something like a harem, I'd run away in fear of it. Even the eki books I hide from my family members are hidden under my bed. And if a girl were to treat me kindly, I'd fall in love with them. I am that normal, ordinary, regular 3 times over male high school student. So why is such an ordinary me in a place like this? Looking closer at my surroundings, rather than a room, it's more of an altar. Around the thing that looks like a ceiling was a stairwell. The ceiling was being supported by 6 large pillars. There was even a mark of a 6-pointed star magic formation that was made from the ancient Ishriel language on the ceiling. It was even on the smooth rock floor, the 6-pointed star magic formation and the Ishriel language. It would seem that it was something like a time and space teleportation magic formation, aka summoning formation, meant to connect the real world and this magic world, Rainbow. But still, wasn't there supposed to be some stupidly difficult related activation condition of something like having the stars aligned or something? But as I thought, that light was the magical light of summoning. Is the conclusion that Yoshiro Yu came to by himself? That just now was obviously an abnormal explanation of magic. You say, I, myself, am an ordinary male school student, but, in the past, I have crossed over into a different world. That was when I was in 8th grade in the real world. A time when I played around in cool clothes and wearing a mantle, and when a sudden light wrapped up my surroundings, I was summoned to a similar altar, and then, after doing a couple of things, I vanquished the demon lord of chaos that was trying to conquer the world at the time and return peace to the world. In other words, I'm a hero. Ah, that's not it. To be precise, I was a hero. Now then, let's return to the main story. Just why was I called back to this different world, Is this really the same different world, you ask? About that, I can definitely guarantee it. The reason is the existence of the magic characters of the Ishriel language. Each and every character is endowed with a magic-like power, and when they are put together, it activates magic. It's that kind of thing. This is from the time when I was first came to this different world 3 years ago. When I was a hero, the 3 princesses had thoroughly beat this into me, so it isn't wrong. Wait, so this really is the different world, Rainbow, that I came to 3 years ago? I can make some sense of the summoning formation, but this really is the world that I was summoned to be a hero, huh? Isn't something a bit off here? Just why do you need a hero? I have a habit of talking to myself out loud. That goes the same for complaints and insults. Well, it's not like I always say everything that I am thinking, but my habit came out again today, huh? Were you properly listening to what the princess was saying? I was pierced with some very strong and provocative words, so, sorry. I was confused about various things. Don't go interrupting the conversation with something so stupid. With the princess who had pleaded to the Eichmann jerk at the beginning at the head of this meaninglessly gorgeous table, for men and women are looking at me. One of them was our Amaji Kaido. A violent red-haired twin tails. A cool beauty with a princess cut, and a lowly girl that was wearing a male uniform. They all seemed to have been summoned together. What an amazing arrangement. Are the three of them the Eichmann jerk's harem? Calm down, Akane. You was it? Yukuin wasn't called together with his close friends like we were, you know. The Eichmann jerk called Amaji Kaido chides the man dog of a woman that barked at me from the seat closest to the princess. What? What are you trying to say? At the very least, it's because you guys are here that I can calm down a bit. If you guys weren't here, I'm sure that I would be confused and be in no condition to properly listen to what anyone was saying. Ugh, so calm down. I get it, geez, you're so unfair. If you say it like that, The cheeks of the red-haired twin tails called Akane turned red at the Eichmann jerk's words. What as hell is up with this stereotypical tsundere? It was so tsundere-like that I was speechless. To become this tsundere, it's of the confession class. As usual, the important part of the words of that uptight girl didn't reach the Eichmann jerk, and so, my evaluation of this Eichmann jerk called Amaji Kaido changed greatly. This guy, he isn't just some Eichmann, he's an Eichmann that is both the charisma-having type and the troublesome type. I mean, the Eichmann hating me thought, this guy is a nice guy, you know. That was close. Well, maybe it's because of his harem, but his level of charisma isn't that high. I do have an acquaintance that is a charisma-type Eichmann, but that guy's dangerous. There have been times where I thought it'd be fine to embrace him, though I immediately feel like killing myself out of self-hatred afterwards. Sorry. Please continued. As the princess lowered her head, she made a small laugh and nodded. Then I will continue. The hero from 3 years ago did not defeat the demon lord and had finished with only repelling him. And so, having healed the wound inflicted upon him by the hero, once again, this world of Rainbulk is being conquered by the darkness. I didn't listen to too much of it. I had only listened to the beginning of it. However, I had a deeper understanding than the 4 people here from the real world. There's no mistake that this is Rainbulk and there's no mistake that the hero from 3 years ago is me, but it greatly disturbed me that there was such a huge difference from the conclusion that I know of. Repelled? Impossible. I certainly defeated the guy, but rather than defeating him, I sealed him after paying a huge price, yet the public is treating it like I repelled him, and that he has revived. There's no way. If the seal was lifted, they would have immediately called me back. Something is really suspicious here. You aren't going to call on that hero from 3 years or whatever? Just as I was getting submerged in a sea of thought, the cool beauty with a princess cut asked the princess, "Oh, nice on how her voice is also cool. It would really fit her if we're to wear a Miko uniform while carrying a Japanese sword. We would call upon him if we could, but the kingdom of Lizalian has concealed the summoning ceremony, so we are unable to call him." The princess disappointedly swung her head to the floor and answered, "No, I got dragged in, is what could be said, but you kind of did call me." Wait a minute, concealed the summoning ceremony? This place is different from the summoning ceremony of Lizalian. Forget about hiding it. The hero summoning is something that summons humans that hold the qualifications of a hero in the real world. Right? Then I can understand why I was called, but, yes. Lizalian's and our Luxuria's summoning ceremony are different. The Lizalian summoning ceremony uses Lizalian way of the ancient summoning formation, which is through the arrangement of things. They utilize the magic that is converged when the stars are aligned, create a local mass of magic, and then use that enormous magic to open a world door. Conversely, our Luxuria's summoning ceremony summons by pouring magic that was drawn from a dragon's pulse into a circle, creating a stable world door. So in other words, Lizalian, the country that called me 3 years ago, forcibly opened a door using something like a bomb, while Luxuria took their time to do something like picking. I guess you couldn't exactly call that safe. I can understand that the summoning formation is different, but knowing about Lizalian's summoning formation, shouldn't you have called on the preceding hero, me? That alignment of the stars or whatever, they've obviously matched the cycle from 3 years ago, right? Yes. We are unable to use Lizalian's summoning formation. However, there is a magic rite called a code that is able to specifically summon the preceding hero-sama that is within Lizalian's summoning ceremony. Since it is possible to also insert it into our luxurious system of summoning formations, if we had this code, it would be possible to aim to summon the preceding hero-sama. However, so you're saying that Lizalian won't divulge the summoning ceremony? No, well, that might actually be my fault. Just as I was thinking this, that Sundara Twin Tails barked, just what the heck is up with that kingdom of Lizalian? They should just hurry up and call the previous hero. If they did that, then we wouldn't have to come to this world. And more importantly, why do we have to defeat the thing that the previous hero failed to defeat? Arg, geez. I don't care who the previous hero was, but this is just a good nuisance, hitting the table and making a bang. Red Tails barked out what she wanted to say, making Eichmann chide her again to get her to take her seat. My ears hurt. No, but still, him reviving, so, by the way. In the end, what is it that we should be doing? Fidgeting, the cross-dressed girl spoke. That's true. We are amateurs after all. Even after being told all of this about the Demon Lord, we don't have any countermeasures. And following up was the cool beauty. Yup. My thoughts exactly. I could understand if they were a bearer of a holy sword like me, but there is only one holy sword in the world. Seeing as how I'm the one holding onto it, there shouldn't currently be one in this world, eh? Another new vocabulary appeared. You say, well, seeing as how I'll explain it in the near future, just stuff it to the back of your mind. Please do not worry about that. The princess smiled with a grin. The summoning formation only summons heroes that possess high levels of magic to our world. You all are possessors of an amount of magical power that we could never reach. Possessors of high levels of magic, is it alright to take that meaning literally? Eichmann-kun asked. Yes. I'm sure that we could get a specific number as soon as we measure it, but for now, I can tell you that we limited it to possessors that had 100 to 1000 Imperial Court magicians worth of magic to. Isn't that, like, cheating? I'm sure that you heard that they're kind of weak, but really, an Imperial Court magician is something like a den of monsters. You know. At the very least, the Imperial magicians in Lizalian are, so if you have 100 to 1000 people's worth, you're pretty much invincible. This is bad. Is there seriously a chance that I got dragged in? The reason is because magic doesn't exist in me, not a single ounce. Therefore, I can't use magic. Then, most important of all, my account of my condition at the time of the summoning. Right before I was summoned, I was carrying a photogravure collection home while letting out weird breathing and panting. It was of the recent rising star, Chihara-chan. Her charm starts off with her amazing busty breasts that boast a 95 along with her plump yet slender legs that get constricted right at her hips. And then, her sweet mask that captivates anyone, regardless of gender. Yup, she's a woman that fits the word aerocool. That girl's photo collection was in my bag and under a secure lock, tightened with string, and hugged by both my arms. At that time, I had noticed some lively voices coming from in front of me, and when I took a look, I saw the figures of an Eichmann being tended to by 3 of the cutest girls in the area. Just as I had directed my hatred towards the Eichmann, they had been caught by the stoplight and stopped. I, who had caught up to them, also stopped, just a bit separated from them. Then, the surroundings were suddenly enveloped by light. Man, I seriously did get dragged into the summoning. Didn't I? Chapter 03, The Preceding Hero's Medicinal Plant Collecting. The Preceding Hero's Medicinal Plant Collecting, troubling. This is really troubling, as the explanation of the world for the summoned newbies ended, the day had also ended and had become tomorrow. In other words, we're supposed to start taking actions as heroes from today on, but, troubling. This is really troubling. The Eichmann jerk, Amaji Kaido, and his Eichmann-led harem army were overflowing with an amazing motivation for some reason. No, I think I know. It's because their measurements for magic didn't range from 100 to 1000, even Eichmann-kun, who was the lowest, was at 7000. I mean, even someone like that Shota had struck out with being at 15,000. What crazy readings. It's already past tactical level and gone up to hazard level, eh? Who was the Shota, you ask? Man, even I was surprised. The cross-dressing girl that no matter how you look at her, all you could see was a girl. Actually that girl, no, he was a guy. I was enjoying their private bathing room that was as vast as a regular onsen together with Eichmann-kun. But, from the chest to the hips, covering all of the precious areas with a towel, he appeared. I was in a panic, but, after being told that he was a guy by the person himself and crying uncontrollably at the cruelty of the world after learning it, it became a good memory. You could pretty much say a young lady this cute couldn't possibly be a girl. Well, that's enough of that aside. The princess fainted in joy thanks to the astonishing numbers. She finally got up after receiving the report that the amount I had possessed was 0. That princess who had received applause from the imperial court magicians from the start had gotten carried away. It's not like I'm in a rotten mood because I was treated like I didn't happen or anything. Gusen, sniffle. Now then. In my current condition, my reason to be a hero has disappeared. Well, seeing as how I'm retired, I'll just leave the rest to successor Hirokoan. However, though the princess didn't explain it, I don't know the way to get back to the original world. Just as I was wondering about what I should do, I suddenly remembered, if I remember correctly, there should have been a mercenaries or adventurers guild in this world. One option available might be to join a guild, complete quests as I like, and live here peacefully. Now that it's been decided, I need quick and snap decision. Guess I should hurry up and ask the princess about it. I was chased out. What was up with this situation? As soon as I said that I wanted to live by myself, I was thrown outside of the castle without even exchanging parting words. Well, I know that I might be an annoyance since I don't have any magical power, but still. It's your fault that I got dragged into all of this. You know, I wasn't even given any consolation money. Well, whatever. Guess I'll go and enjoy the other world life that I didn't get to enjoy the last time. Let's go on positively. Even the second princess said so. Your good point is how idiotically positive you are, is what she said. Gusen, sniffle. Pulling myself together, the goal is the Adventurers Guild, aiming for a fortune all at once. I'm pushing forward. Hello there. Welcome to the guild. I was met with a smile by a busty beauty, Ma-en, with the reception girl being cute. The tension sure does rise. What is your business with us today? I want to join the guild. What do I have to do to join? Once you have cleared a quest that we have assigned you, your registration will be complete. The fees for the registration are not needed, so please don't worry about that. Will you take the quest? The reception girl took out a single sheet of paper from under the desk. If you don't mind, alright. First I'll need you to write down your name, age, and species on this paper please. Being handed the paper and a feather pen, I start writing by scribbling down some characters and then hand the paper back. Yuushiro-sama, is it? Well then, this will be your guild card. This guild card is green. It is the very first one, the color of the time of a temporary registration. The guild card responds to the guild's ranking of red, blue, purple, copper, silver, gold, platinum, and black. It will change color in that order. After finishing a certain number of quests, only after receiving a permission for a promotion, you will be able to take a promotion quest. And if you clear that, your rank will go up. Do you have any other questions? Taking the card that was handed to me, I shook my head. Alright. Then here is the guild registration quest. The quest is the Medicinal Plant Collection quest. The paper handed to me was something like a quest business paper where it mentioned, in detail, things like success conditions, in the forest of the fairies near the capital. There are a lot of medicinal plant growing. The forest of the fairies is a safe place where monsters don't appear, so please go and collect some without any fear. I, who smiled at the end of the explanation, left the guild in high spirits. The forest of the fairies. It is currently known as one of the few areas that have the low-ranked wind spirit, pixie, which has become a rare species. Since pixies favor humans, it is said that they have a characteristic of causing mischief on humans they particularly like. Ow, ow, ow. Hey, don't pull my ear high. Just where are you trying to go into? Damn it, Yushiro, in the middle of great mischief, at a height of about 20 centimeters and having transparent wings. These girls, the moment I entered the forest, started to play around with me by lightly pulling my hair and crawling into my clothes. If one didn't know that fairies only like to play pranks on people that they liked, this is where they'd start hitting them down. If you're wondering why I'm so liked, it's probably because they remember that I helped them once 3 years ago. I had once saved this forest that was being invaded by monsters. It's nice being liked and all, but I'm not making any progress in medicinal plant collecting. You guys. I'll play with you later, so get away from me a bit. It'll be bad if I don't collect these medicinal plants. Once I said that, the clustered together fairies completely stopped moving and then separated all at once. Hey, what's going on? The pixies scatter, looking like a spider's web as they scattered. It was then that I remembered one of the pixies' ecology. Since pixies are sensitive to the existence of monsters as a trait, once they sense a monster, they run away, which could only mean a monster, Though busty reception girl-chan said that there weren't any monsters, it's a fact that, 3 years ago, this forest was swarming with monsters. I put my right hand out in front of me. I was ready to pull it out whenever. The moment that I see the monster's appearance, I'll cut it into 3. As I got infuriated, a shadow comes into my vision. Is it coming? Just as I was beginning to draw, I lowered my hand. Yue, what I saw was the fairies carrying medicinal plants with both arms full. These guys are just way too cute. For these guys who went and collected the medicinal plants for my sake, I played with them until the sun set. It sure is an amazing amount, isn't it? Sorry about that. As I returned to the guild, carrying 2 arms full of medicinal plants that the fairies gave me, Busty-chan, aka Busty Reception Girl Nei-chan, answered with a cramped smile. Of course she would. It's because it was an amount that, when placed on top of the reception table, Busty-chan's field of vision would be obstructed. With this huge amount, I wonder how many potions you could make with it. It'll be 1 foreign copper coin for each medicinal plant bundle. With this amount, I believe that there will be too many copper coins for you to carry, so would it be alright to pay you in silver coins and mineral coins? That's fine. Also, do you guys have something like a coin bag that I can carry this money in? If I have to buy it, then I don't mind if you deduct it from the payout. Yes. Our guild will prepare you a tool bag for 1700 foreign. Will that be alright? If I remember correctly, a tool bag was a mysterious item that turns into a half-fourth dimensional pocket using spatial magic. Right, 1700, converting it into the real world, it'd be about 200,000 yen. I'll buy it, deduct it please. Right. Then please have a seat in the chair to your right while you wait. From what I saw, the guild staff began to hastily carry the mountain of medicinal plants to the back in several piles. Sorry for bringing back too much. I did as Busty-chan said and sat in the open chair at the round table. What's your name? I was called out to by a voice right at the same time that I took a seat. I took a look at where the voice came from. As I did, there was a brown-skinned healthy type beauty, big-boobed, standing there. Me, I'm you. Yu Yashiro. Fufu, I'm Trey. Looking forward to working with you, big-time newcomer. Saying that, Trey-san hit my shoulder and laughed. This other world really is awesome. Chapter 04, The Second Hero's First Fight. The Second Hero's First Fight. My name is Amaji Kaido, a second-year student at Takamagara High School. I'm a self-proclaimed normal male student, but, by some mistake, I came to a different world and became a hero. To be honest, I'm frightened by all this. Right after taking the position of hero, it's a bit odd to be saying this, but I wondered just why did I become something like a hero? No, I have a huge power that is even greater than that of the people of this world. Then, what's the point if I don't make that power useful? I know that we, who finished getting our mana measurements done, have enough mana that even if these people called Imperial Court magicians were to bunch together, they wouldn't stand a chance, and they seem to be proud of that. I've also heard that we'll need to learn how to use magic to become stronger than anyone else. That's why I'll fight. Because I have the power, Hirodano. Just as I was accidentally getting absorbed into my thoughts, I was stopped by a voice from behind me. Rish.san, right? Please just call me Rish. Are you moon gazing? Today certainly is a day with a good blue moon. Rish-san is a female knight used by the country that summoned us called Ruxeria. Being illuminated by the moon, her hair had a pallid shine to it, a blue moon. Just as Rish-san had said, in front of my eyes, a blue moon that lit up the dark night was shining with a glitter. It was something that wasn't in our world, a clear difference. It made me realize that this was a different world, whether I liked it or not. So you can't sleep, is it? How did you? From her words, I, who was caught up in a whirlpool of thoughts, was surprised. That certainly was the case. Akane and Sakuya, even Akira and Yashiro-kun are all probably asleep right now, but I couldn't sleep for some reason, so I was taking a stroll in the castle's courtyard. Could it be because after the mana measurement, I became able to feel the swirling magic within my body and that's why I'm not feeling so well? Or could it be, Yuri making eyes like that of a child who was restraining themselves on the day before their birthday? And, the knight who illuminated by the moonlit night showed me a smile. It would seem that I was correct. I felt embarrassed by her smile. Looks like it, being told because you have power, you need to fight had me infuriated. But, in the end, I'm just really excited about this. I mean, I'm a hero, you know. They're so cool. Something like this, I've always wanted to be one. That's right, I was excited. Sure, I was a bit confused about being called a hero, but today, after gaining this supernatural power called mana, I had thoughts of wanting to use it, becoming a hero, saving the world, something so immense, something that a normal human wouldn't be able to do. It's right before my very eyes. I'm just high-spirited just like a kid. Even though I'm a hero, I'm pretty lame, aren't I? I wonder if I've disappointed her. When I looked at this concerned girl, she laughed with a giggle. You aren't lame at all. When they are children, people will, without a doubt, hold the yearning to be a knight or a hero, pretty much those that show greatness. I'll become a knight, I'll be a hero, that's what they yell. While looking at the blue moon, she continued. But you can't become one just by yelling it out. By saying things like I was a kid at that time and denying your feelings from your past, from the time you were a child. You can't possibly become one. 3 years ago, I met the priestess Sama that had fought alongside Hiro-sama. Though I don't really remember much about Hiro-sama, I remember very well about priestess Sama. I wanted to do something for a kind and warm human like her. And so, I aimed to be an admirable knight and hero that could protect that warmth. She turned and faced me. While I am still a novice, I became a knight without forgetting or denying my feelings. That is why, Hirodano. Without denying the feelings you have now, please carry on and become a hero. That is what she said, and she smiled. Right behind her, something had become warped. Who's there? Her voice that was so kind up until then did a complete 180 and yelled out in an unbelievably cold voice, as if in response, out of nowhere, flames burst out. Fufufu, what a nasty greeting. Especially when I came here all alone and all. What had come out from inside of the flames was a long-haired girl who had crimson, incandescent hair that looked like flames. It would have been fine if that was all to it. The paleness of the girl's skin was increased after being illuminated by the blue moon. A demon. Rish drew the two-handed sword that she wore on her waist. Then, Rish's words left me speechless. So this is a demon. I was embraced by an overwhelming sick feeling the moment that I saw that crimson-haired woman. I understood that reason, humanity's enemy. The ones eating at this world, correct. I'm known as the War Princess of the Flame Axe, of the Demon Lord Army's 6-blade generals. Prepare yourself. Rish started running faster than the demon woman could finish what she was saying. Gathering light onto her silver sword, it became an aurora sword, and using that, she swung at the demon woman, kohaha. To come slashing at me while I'm in the middle of talking, you don't need to become so desperate, However, the demon woman made a halberd out of flames as if she just renamed it and stopped the swing with one hand, and, no way.my, magic-clad sword was. Risha's eyes were wide open from seeing her surekill technique being stopped so easily. Too easy, too easy. That guy's move was something much more terrifying, It's really different even though it's the same move. Jin as her sword is repelled back. Rish used that to create some distance. I don't feel like fighting to the death with other people right now. You should just be quiet. Her golden pupils shoot at me and Rish, and right when they did, my body's freedom was taken. Guh.th, this unseeable binding chain. You're Agnera the convicted, aren't you? Rish was boldly challenging her even while was in a condition where she couldn't freely move. That attitude wasn't good. Geez, they really are rude, these things called humans. I'd really like you to stop it with that name, or what? Do you have some kind of delusion that you're on the same level as me, Bon? Together with such a light sound, Risha's head, which was right in front of me, burst. There's only one person that I'll allow to call me that, you little shit. Geez, even though I thought I'd be able to fight him after so long. I feel terrible. As the demon woman grumbled irritated complaints, her gaze faced Kaido. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Tumbling down right in front of me was a corpse that only had its head cleanly gone. The gushing fresh blood told me that was alive up until just now. What the hell? What the hell? Saying, she'd become a warm person. Keep on carrying your feelings, boy. You know about the hero, right? If you want to stay alive, tell me where he is. I'll go to him myself. Hero, were you listening to me properly? Human, who is this hero? Who is this hero that defeated the demons, that defeated the demon lord? What's with that look? I see, you're also in the group that wants to die, aren't you? Geez, facing against Small Fry before having a deathmatch with him sure does kill my drive. In front of me was a dead woman. And the shaking human that I found suddenly glared at me with a really scary look. It's not like I was frightened or anything. A bloodthirst of this degree doesn't compare to that guy. It just pissed me off. Any humans other than him are trash. Small Fry, an inferior species. That Small Fry scowled at me, openly showing his anger. Well, I'll just kill this guy in a snap. I really want to hurry and see him. Thinking along those lines, my sight made a turn around. When I noticed, my vision expanded and the full starry sky and the blue moon were looking down at me. Just when my vision glanced to the side, there was my lower half and, just like his, that magic-clad sword. Was it the one who swung the luminous sword? Was the human from before? You're pretty good. My irritation from before was blown away, and the pleasure was making my body shake. This little Small Fry struck back at me. The human who surpassed her own imagination. Agnera became interested in him. the hero that you were talking about, was that about the previous hero, the Demon Lord, who stood at the top of the demons? A human was looking her, one of 6 blade generals that were the Demon Lord's strongest subordinates. I'm the current hero, Amaji Kaido, the one that will annihilate you demons. In that young boy's eyes, hatred was carved into them. A small fry like you is a hero, you say. The cut-down demon woman laughed like she was having fun. What's so funny? Forgetting himself in anger and controlled by his emotions, Kaido didn't notice the fact that not a single drop of blood flowed from the 2 halves of the body that was cut apart. It's too much for you. By the time he noticed, he heard the voice coming from behind him. Wah! In an instant, Agnera's body, which only had the upper half tumble down, was engulfed in flames, and in the next second, the flames were extinguished. We demons carry the trait of being immortal. If you hold back like you did just now, you'll die. You know, a burning like pain ran on the nape of his neck. No, it was burning. Ugh, how is it, my flame axe? Even though you haven't touched it yet, it's hot, isn't it? As the blade of flames drew closer to his neck, it singed his skin. At this rate, am I going to be killed? The heat that singed his skin gave a foreboding of death. He hallucinated a future where if the blade were to touch his body even by just a bit, his whole body would be surrounded by flames and be burned to death. No, I don't want to die. I'm just a student. I'm not a hero or Kohaha. You really are nothing like him. If I were to do something like this, I would have been the one to be killed. Saying that, Agnera pulled back the flame axe. He checked his burned nape. The pain-stretched it ran as if following after the blade. Hiro-sama, Kaido, you alright? Kaido-san. As I cringed from the pain, familiar voices called out to me. Luxurious Princess, Iris Claude Roe Luxurious-an, my childhood friend, Akane, my kendo mentor, Sakuya, and my best friend Akira. I'm alive. Hearing everyone's voices, I finally realized the pain I'm in. It hurts. Right now, hurt. I'm still living. How weak, but still, I came here thinking I'd be able to see him, but to think that the hero was a different person. Agnera rested the flame axe on her shoulder and looked down on the second hero that had fainted in front of her. Can he really be his substitute? No, that's impossible. There's no one that can replace that guy. Yuyad. Giggling a bit, Agnera dismissed the flame axe. Jayara. Oh, maybe they were aiming for the moment the equipment was removed. But out of nowhere, iron chains bound her body. This is the wedge of Sirius, Gleipnir. That reminds me, there was also someone in the humans' royalty that could use a powerful magic, wasn't there? Like this. It's possible for me to strangle you to death. Why don't I get some answers from you? First of all, give me your name. Then, tell me what a demon like you was doing here. The one that had stuck out their right hand was Luxurious Princess, Iris, who was giving Agnera a strong glare while her golden thread-like hair was fluttering around. To that princess's words, without an ounce of offense taken, Agnera happily answered, my name is Flam. I am called the War Princess of the Flame Axe. Don't worry, I have no intentions of starting a war. I just wanted to exchange blows with the hero. Impatience started to show on Iris's face as she heard Agnera's answers. Did you think I wouldn't notice the hero summoning? Well, I don't really care about that. The problem is the fact that Guy is a different person from the hero. The one that I wanted to fight was Yuya Shiro. That's about it. Whether she was finished or not, the wedge of Sirius that had bound Agnera further tightened around Agnera's body, and a part of the chain had tightened up until her neck, the top of the Demon Lord's army, the 6 blade generals. Right here, you will. The Princess of Luxuria planned to kill the demon Agnera right there. But, you sure are an idiot. I'm at the top because I'm so strong that I can't be killed. You know, the wedge of Sirius that could even bind up a god was burned off. Kohaha. Mind telling that second hero something for me? Tell him become strong. Kohaha. I'm looking forward to it. Saying that, Agnera disappeared in a cloak of flames and no one was able to stop her. Chapter 05, the preceding hero is inspired. It's been a while since I've seen one of those nightmare things. A battle maniac I fought 3 years ago when I was fighting as a hero appeared. It was a dream where she kept on pressing me and saying, fight me. Come on, fight me. It was a terrible dream. I got up from the bed in the room that I was offered by the guild and stretched my body. The guild offers a chance to rent simple rooms to low-ranked people, and that's why I have a room. Thanks to the bed that you could say was even harder than the floor. Even I who could deeply sleep even on top of rocks couldn't get to sleep. So it ended up being a light sleep. I just thought of this now, but I probably would have slept better if I'd tried sleeping on the side while sitting. It's too late now. If you're wondering why I was sleeping in an environment that was inferior to even a stable, well, about that, it's probably because I don't have a single coin, HM? Was it because the medicinal plants were cheap, you ask? Of course not. The medicinal plants were sold at a high price. The better medicinal plants that received the fairy's blessing seem to have made up most of the bundles of medicinal plants. As proof of that, I have the pouch-type fourth-dimensional tool bag at my waist. Then, even after buying the tool bag, I still had around 2000 F left over from the plants themselves. With that much earnings, it seems that it was an impossible amount to earn among the newbies of the lowest rank E. Naturally, I received the jealousy of the senpais. The muscular old men that surrounded me had such a manly stench that my body started shaking out of rejection of it, as if thinking you shuddering in fear. The senpais became even more arrogant. At the time when I didn't do much thinking and without thinking of the after effects and was about to beat down those old men, a goddess descended. Would you just stop it? Don't you think that it's shameful for you well-aged men to be taunting a newbie? Trey-san, you're seriously an angel. The men seemed to reluctantly retreat at Trey-san's words. Take that. I made fun at them a little in my heart, but those guys really aren't bad guys. You know. Well, they must have just been vexed by the topic of a guy that came fresh from the countryside. Please forgive them. When she said that, it was already as if I was granted the merciful words of a goddess. Yeah, if I were to think of those old men's position, I could see where they were coming from. I think even I would be vexed too. I am a guy after all. Well, if you have some extra money, try treating them a bit. Since men are egoistic, if you do that, I'm sure that their attitude will change to. I am also one of those men, but because they were Trey-san's words, I was half convinced, so I agreed to it. Should I really have done that? You hear that, men? Newbie said that he'd treat us all to some drink. In an instant, all of the mercenaries that were in the guild cheered. By the time I had realized what was going on, it was already after I was brought to the guild and annexed bar where I first met Trey-san, and the guild's female faction was pulling my wallet string to remove it because I had bought all of the bar's sake. As the men continued their feast in the corner of my eye, the female faction made womanly glances that seemed to want to say he'd be a good source of money aimed at me. Women are scary. With that proverb, that seems like it has lasted even to modern Japan. In my heart, today's the day that I head to the guild. No, well, that's a bit exaggerated since this is only the second day. Getting up out of bed, I pull out from the tool bag, not my uniform but a set of clothes and a pair of leather gloves and leg guards. These were the armor recommended by the guild for low rankers that I had bought on the side while I was getting the fourth dimensional bag. These blade protection types are a bit plain, but they're sturdy clothes that are hard to tear. Also, when you look at me wearing this leather armor, I completely look like a resident of a fantasy world. I don't want to hate how it looked brownish overall. It had a poverty look to it. Incidentally, I stuffed my uniform into the tool bag. Though there isn't a problem in space, if you don't fold it to its smallest, it won't go in. While I resolved myself to rent a stable the next time, I left the room that I stayed overnight at and walked for about 5 minutes to arrive at the guild. I wonder if Trey-san is gonna be there, but she is kinda scary. While my inner self was uneasy with these thoughts, when I entered the guild, the place was engulfed by a suffocating tense feeling. What's with this gloom? Going from yesterday's image, a guild had an image of being more frank, one where a television program would tell kids that they shouldn't imitate it by showing how you could immediately start a violent fight or have some sake while having a common conversation. Yet, when compared to the strict knighthood, a bit more frank, but this is, even the old men that charged at me yesterday were fully armed and had some meaninglessly serious faces on. Even the girls that were pulling on me yesterday had their bodies wrapped in some erotic equipment that seemed to bring up doubts on their defensive capabilities. From the way that everyone looked like how they would be before a raid, my curiosity was aroused. Wani-san, yes, good morning. What can I do for you? There was weird pause for a moment, but the reception's Busty-chan showed me a smile on her face as if trying to firmly resist the atmosphere that had enwrapped the guild. That pause was probably a pause where she was able to recognize me and think so it was the newbie that brought in a mountain of medicinal plants. It's scary to think that I might be given a nickname like the medicinal plant collector. Just what is with this view that the guild's compulsory draft was announced. Compulsory draft, yes. Limited to guild members that hold the rank of C or higher. It's possible that the guild side might draft them in half compulsion. Yushiro-san is an E rank. You aren't subject to the draft, so you have nothing to worry about. Busty-chan answered smilingly. I'm kind of getting a bad feeling about this. And these kind of feelings are usually on the mark, is that so? Well, I'll be going. Since today looked like an unlucky day, I tried to leave, but as I did, well, if it isn't Yuya Shiro. She made a voice that called me to a stop. But still, why do the people of this world go and subtly change a person's name like that? Is it really that hard to pronounce? As I turn around while thinking that, what it appeared there was Traysan that had erotic equipment that had pressed down all over her brown skin. Good morning. Like in a fantasy, her glossy, black leather-made equipment had, in leotard-type fashion, been completely open from her collarbone to her abdomen below her belly button. You could say that Traysan's equipment was able to pull out the charm of her cheeky rocket boobs very nicely. Her chest's valley was a wonderful gem that could be enjoyed from up top, in front, or down below. Then, along with that, probably made of the same material, she had glossy, black leather-made hiney socks that stretched up to her thighs. That is also very erotic. Fufu, what's wrong, Yuusha? You sure are looking me pretty earnestly, aren't you, Duck? Traysan laughed bewitchingly. And, not good, she found out that I was checking her out. You sure are precocious even though you're just a kid. Well, since I had some fun seeing your bright red face, I guess I'll take that as the payment. You were planning on charging me. I knew it. Women are scary. Wait, I'm already 16, you know. Come back after you've reached the age where you can drink sake. In this world, Rainbulk, you're generally seen as an adult once you've passed 18 years old. Gusen, Sab, Fufu. So, from the way you're acting, looks like you don't know anything. There's talk that, yesterday, a court-ranked demon appeared at the castle. Court-ranked. I was so surprised my voice turned inside out. What court-ranked means is that even among demons, they are found in the higher rankings. Hold abilities next to the demon lord, there's Duke rank, Marquis rank, Earl rank, Viscount rank, and Baron rank, 5 ranks in total. By the way, for anyone lower than Duke rank, it's fine to call them part of the masses. There's things like they're strong for a Baron rank or they're weak for an Earl rank. It's because this world is only for the great. But, in regards to the Duke ranked, even I who was a hero, I had to admit that their existence could only be monsters. I mean, I, who tied with the demon lord, was only able to keep just the 7 of them in check. Well, even if you say court ranked, there are various ones that are below Duke rank. I'm sure that it's either from Pin to Kiri, even if they are court ranked, if it's a small fry. Even the excellent first division knight should be able to repel them or something. Also, it was Duke rank, Agniara the convicted. It was a monster, And it was even that Flam, self-proclaimed, war princess of the flame axe. Even among those monsters, she's different. Without using magic, she's a demon woman that fights with her own skill and unique power. She's a genuine battle idiot, whose ability for battle is at the top, even among the Duke ranked. Well, on the other hand, she's a disappointment of a girl whose head is only filled with thoughts of fighting. Though, her boobs and butt are big and to my liking. On a related note, the one who came at me at the beginning was also her. This is on an even more related note, but this, Agniara the convicted, thing was an insult-filled nickname that the human side had selfishly called her. What was it? I think it had the meaning of unburned remains of ash or something. When called this, Flam goes berserk, so be careful. Though she is already snapped, however, having thought up to this point, I noticed a certain something. Why is this country still existing if such a monster appeared? That's right. If these Duke-ranked monsters were to go wild, they could easily blow away 1 or 2 countries. Just like how magician's power is expressed with tactical rank and hazard rank, our demon rivals are also ranked the same way. Agniara, no, Flam is one who, as expected, can't reach me or the demon lord who are transcendent rank, so she is essentially at hazard rank. This hazard rank is, as the name suggests, designated to those who possess power that rivals that of a calamity, but even among them, Flam, as her second name and the flames that seem attached to her suggest, is a demon who specializes in flames. With wide area attacks and blazing type attacks have a good affinity with each other, if that girl's special attack, I think it was called Gehenna Flame or something, were to be fired, I'm sure that this country would have become scorched earth in an instant. It should have been an instant with me, who was carelessly sleeping, included. As to why is it still here, alive, with me included, it seems that, in response to the princess's crisis, a hero that was summoned from a different world rushed in and repelled her, as expected of a hero. That power that had once eliminated the demon lord isn't just for show, is it? Now I get it, so that Pretty Boykuan had defeated her after awakening or something, huh? Pretty Boykuan's a bit too reliable. Thanks to him, we were able to avoid the necessary event of waking those that were sleeping with the heat. A new question seems to have come up, but why did Flam appear there alone? No, I just misunderstood Traysan's words and just thought that she went there alone. Wasn't she originally alone? Alone, hot temper, haha? Did I just say something good? TL note, joke lost in translation. Alone hot temper was, tanky na tanky, no, stop it. It's why did she appear? This is only a guess, but did that flam probably made the mistake of thinking that hero equals me, if the fact that the hero summoning happened was exposed to the Demon Lord army somehow. For that girl who loves battles more than a meal 3 times a day, it's totally possible, which would mean that the guild's situation is. So that means that the reason everyone in the guild is fully equipped is because the country is opposing the Demon Lord army that marched to Luxuria aiming for the hero, and the guild is to cooperate in the repelling or defeating of the Demon Lord army? Oh, that's right. You get it pretty well. It's because, after I was summoned 3 years ago, it immediately became that same situation. Not good, not good. My other world slow life will be completely wasted. Though I say that, if I were to stand on the battlefield, I'd physically stand out, well, you're still an E rank. You're not subject to the draft. If you're going to be an adventurer, you have the option of going to a different country. That's it. Chapter 06, the preceding hero saves the village. This makes the 70th orc. His one-handed torch making a crackling sound, the green-skinned pig fiend, an orc, kicked as if he were kicking a ball, making a dogakyu sound. The goblin's skull was smashed. From the darkness, the orcs appear with club in hand. Even though they've already kicked more than half of the nest to death, these slow-learning orcs are still boldly attacking. They numbered around 7, Dogakyu. By making his leg move like a whip, the accelerated kick made an instant kill. Even though you're weak, only your numbers are huge. Rather than defeating them, the preceding hero aimed for the deepest part of the nest while he kicked apart the amassed orcs' meat wall. If you're wondering why the newbie who had just finished collecting medicinal plants is now breaking into the lair of these monsters called orcs, there's a very profound reason for it. From Tresan's oracle, I decided to journey to the neighboring country, and in order to quickly gather travel expenses I worked vigorously, but, several weeks later, the guild's mood was like it's war. And the feeling of being so out of place for doing something like collecting medicinal plants was awful, so I took a low-rank subjugation quest. The monster's name was, one that everyone knows, a goblin. This weakling monster and the slime make up the matchless pair of being the weakest enemies of the fantasy world. Goblins don't attack people, they eat people's fields to ruin, so they're pretty much something like pests. If you attack them from your side, they'll get scared and won't come. There seemed to be a large amount of them gathered in the nearby farming village called Cowlot Village, so the guild put together a subjugation quest, and so, once I quickly go to see Cowlot Village, I immediately saw the figures of the villagers being attacked by a large amount of orcs. As I was about to beat down the orc forces that were at my fingertips, apparently the orcs had taken over the goblin nest, and this seemed to be the moment that they came to this village to kidnap some seedbeds. While there might be people here who have been taken care of by aerogames, the orc seedbed is human, or sometimes even subhuman species, females. At this rate, the women of this village will become the orc seedbeds. This makes the 70th orc. His one-handed torch making a crackling sound, the green-skinned pig fiend, an orc, kicked as if he were kicking a ball, making a dogakyu sound. The goblin's skull was smashed. From the darkness, the orcs appear with club in hand. Even though they've already kicked more than half of the nest to death, these slow-learning orcs are still boldly attacking. They numbered around 7, Dogakyu. By making his leg move like a whip, the accelerated kick made an instant kill. Even though you're weak, only your numbers are huge. Rather than defeating them, the preceding hero aimed for the deepest part of the nest while he kicked apart the amassed orcs' meat wall. If you're wondering why the newbie who had just finished collecting medicinal plants is now breaking into the lair of these monsters called orcs, there's a very profound reason for it. From Tresan's oracle, I decided to journey to the neighboring country, and in order to quickly gather travel expenses I worked vigorously, but several weeks later, the guild's mood was like it's war. And the feeling of being so out of place for doing something like collecting medicinal plants was awful, so I took a low-rank subjugation quest. The monster's name was, one that everyone knows, a goblin. This weakling monster and the slime make up the matchless pair of being the weakest enemies of the fantasy world. Goblins don't attack people, they eat people's fields to ruin, so they're pretty much something like pests. If you attack them from your side, they'll get scared and won't come. There seemed to be a large amount of them gathered in the nearby farming village called Cowlot Village, so the guild put together a subjugation quest, and so, once I quickly go to see Cowlot Village, I immediately saw the figures of the villagers being attacked by a large amount of orcs. As I was about to beat down the orc forces that were at my fingertips, apparently the orcs had taken over the goblin nest, and this seemed to be the moment that they came to this village to kidnap some seedbeds. While there might be people here who have been taken care of by aerogames, the orc seedbed is human, or sometimes even subhuman species, females. At this rate, the women of this village will become the orc seedbeds. So I made the decision to subjugate the orcs in order to save the village's women. It's definitely not because the village chief's granddaughter is pretty, if I save the village, she'll be my bride, is something I'm not thinking of, having been turned into an apostle of love and worldly desire and being unable to be stopped by these lowly orcs. I pleasantly charge onward to the deepest part where the orc king would probably be. There are way too many of them. It's gross how they keep on crawling out like cockroaches, though I pleasantly charged a bit too much and got surrounded. As I explosively continued on through the former goblin nest, I arrived at a huge open area. Like a place that was connected to various other places, the pigs flooded in from entrances from all directions. There really are too many of them. Should I draw it? Just as I was thrusting out my right hand and thinking that, which had possessed a large build that was several times bigger than the orcs, appeared in my view. Bohehe. You pitiful human. You should just die here and become our nourishment. Bohehe. Even more hideous than the hideous orc, a monster that had grown fat, the orc king, though possessing a high intelligence among orcs, it remains unchanged in being faithful to its lust. It's scum that is said to use women as a sexual outlet rather than as a seedbed. Bohehe. Bodhi, Zashu, the orc king's head, tumbled down, with fresh blood already pouring out. The orc king's subordinates were disorderly, making an unsightly uproar. Though I don't have any resentment against you guys, for the sake of Sherry-san's love, Daida. Sherry-san equals the beauty that is the village chief's granddaughter. Wow. This is the ultimate high. TL note, reference to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stardust Crusaders, the third part. Thanks to Okashira for pointing it out. With no chance of winning against me, who had become a slave of love, the orcs were slashed apart while they made their booty cries and shouts. Bohei, hey! Don't run away. As I was running to kick an escaping orc to death, I found a fairly large entrance. It looked like several adults riding piggyback on each other could easily enter it. It was as if it were a hole that was opened under the premise that the orc king would go through it. No. Someone, Enion. As I thought about it for several seconds, a woman's shriek resounded from the room. So that's it. If it was meant for the orc king to enter, it's a room for that purpose. Having arrived at that answer, I went and entered that hole without hesitation. Someone, what was there was, her worn clothes torn, the figure of a young girl that was about to be raped by several orcs. Bachi, the sound of something being torn off underground resounded in the room of this nest. Sole desire, as the light that could dim a torch was being emitted my left hand and gathering as an aurora in my right hand. That had manifested, in accordance with the ancient covenant, come forth. It was a one-swing sword. It was more than a long-standing friend, Alto Vreed, my oldest other half, for the hero that was me, the one that lived together with me since before I was born in this world. My lifetime friend, you scummy shitty bastards, the aurora, blew away the orcs. The storm of light that was caused just by swinging the sword had blown away the orcs that were there, along with the nest. By the time I realized it, it was too late. The former goblin nest collapsed as if it were the final dungeon of a game. Together with the rumbling sound raised by the collapsing nest, my shot was crushed. The villagers of Cowlot village were baffled. It had been half a day since the black-haired young man that was said to have come to subjugate the goblins had gone to hunt the orcs that had stolen said goblin's nest and made it their headquarters. The day was about to end and it was about time for the village to light their torches. The village chief and the villagers worried about the safety of the young man with an unusual hair color that had probably been born in a different country. At a time when they were looking in the direction of the orc nest out of worry, that happened. From the direction of the orc nest, a pillar of light had risen. The pillar of light that looked just like it had the light of the sun confined in it illuminated the sky that had been dyed black and wrapped the area in midday-like light. Just as that light had come to an end, this time, a violent rumbling of the ground happened. The villagers that made a clamor of was this the omen of a natural disaster were bewildered by fact that the rumbling of the ground had immediately stopped. From then on, with no one saying anything, they all remained standing there, and then, not knowing how much time had passed, at the village's entrance, a person's shadow could be seen. The villagers that had been lit by the torches, maybe due to their eyes getting used to the brightness, knew the identity of the shadow before it could be lit. It was the young man, it was that black-haired young man, looking closer, in his arms, covered in black clothing that was just like his. Hair and eyes that made you think it was just the night, was the figure of a girl. Someone, lend me a hand. From the voice that was reminiscent of youth and strong will, the villagers rushed over as if they were bursting out. She was on the verge of being raped in the orc nest. She might be frightened by the presence of men. If possible, I'd like her to be treated only by women. a young girl that was covered only by a single piece of black clothing on top of her naked body. She was an elf. Having light green hair that was like fresh leaves, that pointed-eared girl was smeared in mud. No, it wasn't just the young elf girl, the young man that seems to have saved her was also covered in mud. Village chief. Being called by the young man, the village's chief took a step forward to the front of the crowd. Sorry. I exterminated the orcs, but there wasn't a single goblin. I went and failed the quest. Chapter 07, the elf girl observes, and then, basking in the sun's light, I wake up, I, who takes pride in being one who was good with waking up, without being captured by the drowsiness of waking up, got up. At the time I get up, pain starts running all over my body. Just what I was thinking. Why? I remember the reason. I was, in the middle of my journey, surrounded by those hideous orcs, ganged up on and beaten, then was brought to their nest. Then, the moment it seemed like I was about to be raped, a light had completely enveloped me. That's right, just like this downpour of sunshine from the heavens, a warm light had. Just what in the world was that? Just when I was thinking that, the room's door was opened. Era? So you've woken up. The one that appeared from the open wooden door was a brown-haired woman. Is there anywhere that hurts? The woman asked that as she took a seat in the chair that was placed right next to me, who was sitting on the bed, a bit. However, there-ish no problem with the moving parts. It's clumsy-ish language. Even I know it. However, for someone who was in the elf village just a few years ago, I think that I've made some pretty good progress. Fufu, that certainly is good. She showed me a smile that was reminiscent of a flower. What-ish, your name? This woman was probably the one who saved me. I wanted to know her name. My name is Sherry. And what is your name? Me, Lilaluri. In old words, it means healing person. Not really. It certainly is a good name. It's wonderful to. She probably genuinely thinks that. She answered with a smile that even I, who was of the same gender, would be charmed by it. I've confirmed it. That this woman is the one that had saved me, Sherry-san. Are you the one that saved me? That's why I tried to tell her my gratitude, but she shook her head at my words and denied it. No. The one that saved you was a man from the guild called Yuusha. This person did? Yes, Fufu, he certainly does sleep well. Doesn't he? Yeah, just as I said that I'd like to thank the man who had saved me, she brought me to a different room in the same house. What was there was, Sherry-san is the type that looks thinner dressed up, aren't you, Iguko? While making a slovenly face, a sleeping man that was probably doing dirty things to Sherry-san in his dreams. I was unintentionally at a loss for words. I was saved by such an ill-natured man. The man that saved me was, as the people of this country say, a prince on a white horse-like person. I wanted to scold myself for visualizing such a naive imagination even for a second, and then, choo-choo-choo-choo. My loathing went running. He suddenly faced the sky, pushed out his lips, and started to pretend like he was kissing. No, he probably is. In his dream, facing Sherry-san, fufufu. He's so interesting, isn't he? Just as I was shuddering out of total disgust, Sherry-san that was next to me laughed. Interesting, this-ish, yes. He's different from how he normally is, isn't he? I see. Lilaluri doesn't know about it. Just watch, Kay. Just as I was pointing my finger as if I were looking at filth, she giggled and got close to him and whispered, would you like to eat? Would you like to have a bath? Or maybe, I'll have Sherry-san. What was I doing just now? Having been awoken all at once by her whispers, he got up and, probably because his mind just opened up, he tilted his head from how his dream had such a huge difference from the scene that was now before him. Fufu. Good morning, Yuusha-san. Breakfast is ready, thank you very much, Sherry-san. What is for breakfast today? As Sherry greeted him, who was now awake, he changed to something like a well-mannered young man with a refreshing attitude that wouldn't let you feel the perverseness that was there up until now. It's horn rabbit stew. I'm pretty confident in it, really? I love Sherry-san stew. Fufu, thank you very much. Could I have you go downstairs ahead of me? Sure. Saying that, he left refreshed. See? Isn't it cute? How even though he has perverted eyes, yet desperately tries to hide it. It looks like I've misunderstood Sherry. Sherry, you're probably one of those so-called devilish types. From then on, taking one day, I observed this man called Yuusha. The Yuusha that was helping with the field work at the village is staying at, while helping out with something he's not used to, or maybe field work is just fun, but how he brought down a hoe into the ground to his own humming, that figure somehow even made me start to enjoy it. But when Sherry appears, he openly looks at her body as if licking her all around. As I thought, he's a pervert, once again helping out. the Yuusha that helps with the woodcutting job. He showed the professional woodcutter such skill that it was enough to shock him. He smashed a large tree whose thickness surpassed that of a large adult in just one stroke, and on that large tree that was about to fall from being split in half, before it fell, you could see that it was finely chopped, because he did this with the axe that the woodcutter uses, which emphasized more on firmness rather than sharpness. It was tremendous, but when he was praised by Sherry, who had heard about it, at that moment, that manliness that was there up until then collapsed, and he began a weird laugh with a slovenly face. As I thought, he's a pervert. When it's past noon, the Yuusha that becomes the village's children's playmate. Once lunch was done, maybe having made a promise, he began playing with the village's children in a game called tag. When the role that was called it, basically only one person, touches one of the people running away, it changes to the one that was touched. It's a strange game that changes the chasers. When he becomes it, he chases after the runners at a speed that isn't how he is normally, but oppositely, when becomes a runner, he raises the fun by making movements that could be said to be slowly running away. Like he was restricted to a place. At times when I see that he was cornered to a wall, I also start to laugh, but the moment that Sherry enters his view, his movements change. He caught the children with inhuman-looking movements and began to run away. The children that saw those movements were screaming happily about it. I was enraged and thought, do you want to show your good points to Sherry enough to destroy the game's balance? He was a pervert after all, the Yuusha that practices swinging with a wooden sword, making a unanimous end to his games with the children. He headed back home while saying see you tomorrow and making a bitter smile to the children that were whining that they wanted to play more. I'm sure that he made the promise from today like this too, sending all of the children home. He got a wooden sword from Sherry's grandfather, who was also this village's chief, and began to practice swinging the wooden sword in the house's garden, swinging down the raised up wooden sword, swinging down when it was raised up. He repeated that monotonous action many, many times. At first I thought that it was boring, but, within those many repetitions, I eventually began to think of that movement as beautiful. I knew that that refined action had, even if it was that barbaric so-called swordsmanship, changed in a supreme art. As he repeated his swinging practice, he suddenly thrust the wooden sword into the ground and stripped his upper clothing. To be stripping his clothes outdoors. He really is a pervert. Was how I was panicking, but as he tossed his clothes, it made a sound that I wouldn't think fallen clothes would make. He had made an unusual amount of sweat, and he cast aside the clothes that had absorbed that sweat, which made it heavier. The muscles that appeared from under the clothes, they had also reached the utmost limits. Would it be fine to say that it didn't have any useless fat? His body possessed monster-like muscles that had been optimized to move at a speed that was like the wind. It's not like he was really muscular, and yet, those who caught sight of it wouldn't be able to look away, having stripped off the clothes of his upper half. He, not practicing swings this time, as if there were an enemy right before him, began swinging, bun. The wooden sword made a wind-cutting sound each time he swung. As he swung his sword, he glared at the empty space before him with a sharp gaze. I remember that I shuddered at the sharpness of that gaze. It was a gaze that said, I can't overlook any of the opponent's slightest movements. It felt like anyone exposed to that gaze that looked like it could kill would be filled with fear and become unable to fight, and then, I sure that he would, like a snake, slyly finish off that enemy whose movements had been dulled. There is no way that anyone could forget that fearfulness. What a calculated fight it must be. My thoughts that were thinking that way were betrayed in a good way, and I grin. He smiled, not a smile that looked like it ate people up, but just one that genuinely enjoyed the fight, that smile that looked just like a child's. Doken. I knew that my heart was throbbing. Just what stupid thing am I thinking of? He didn't do such a calculated fight at all. No, that's not right either. That's right, someone that would be unable to fight after taking in that gaze that could kill wouldn't even be an enemy for him. He had endured, acknowledged a first-rate swordsman that had come and fought him. Then, that someone who had made a smile surface on him. They must have been an opponent that he had recognized enough to have been fun. If that rival were here in front of him right now, the greatest battle of the century would have been burned into my eyes. I remembered the strange disappointment of not being able to see his rival that was floating in empty space. I wonder how much time has passed since he started practice swinging. As an especially large wind/resounded, the wooden sword that was swung stopped in mid-air, and as if time had stopped, his figure had become motionless. The outcome was determined. I'm sure that the blade that was stilled in mid-air was right at the rival's neck. Would anyone blame me for mistaking the wooden sword for a famed sword that was forged by a peerless mastersmith? Having been shown a supreme battle of warriors, I had applauded both warriors without thinking. He saw me, Doken. My chest had throbbed once again. His eyes were round with surprise. Rather, did he think that there weren't any onlookers? I worried. Did I destroy the world of those two? But, by the embarrassed smile that was suitable for his age that he showed me that next moment, my heart was stolen. Doken, Doken, Doken. It won't stop, the throbbing in my chest won't stop. What just happened? My chest is moving so intensely it hurts, my face is getting hot and it's so painful even breathing is hard. Just what is this? Just as I was panicking over my body's first abnormality that I could remember. Sherry-san appeared from out of the village chief's house, calling out to me and him saying dinner's ready. That gallant, keen-edged atmosphere that came from him up until then being blown away, he tossed aside the wooden sword that made you think it was his beloved sword that he had spent a lifetime with, and ran to Sherry-san with a slovenly face. Seeing that figure, for some reason, I thought with sorrow rather than disgust, different from before. My chest was attacked with a pain that seemed to burst, though I was about to shed tears from the pain, as I picked up the clothes that he had tossed aside. Strangely, it felt like the pain had softened just a bit. He's a pervert. Probably, having had dinner, I make a small sigh in the room that I was sleeping in when I had woken up early, just as I had sat on the bed. Kan, the door to the room was knocked on. Yes, come in, Fufu. The one that appeared behind the open door was Sherry-san. How was he? Was he really such a bad guy, just like this morning? She sat in the chair near the bed and kindly asked with a smile. No. Wasn't a bad human at all. I understood after observing him for the whole day today. Though he certainly is a human that seems to think about indecent things when he sees women, especially Sherry, he definitely isn't evil, rather. There are probably many that adore him. The personality that he has that makes you think that, continuing on, from his diligence in becoming someone else strength to the kindness that he showed the children. And then, from what he showed me with the wooden sword in his hand, that gallantry, the world being as it is, if he were to have some kind of ambition, wouldn't it be big enough to set him up as a hero? His actions were enough to make Lililuri think so. Really, well, isn't that great? For you to have been saved by such a guy. At her nonchalant words, I took enough of a shock to involuntarily stand up. Yes, that's right. I haven't said a single word of gratitude to him. What a foolish thing for me to do, to him who had saved me, whose dignity as a person, together with my body, was about to be raped and violated. I had not told him any words of gratitude. On top of that, I had tried to probe him, the one that saved me. Such an outrageous, how could I do such a thing? That would just be returning favor with enmity, wouldn't it? I dashed out. I wanted to meet him immediately, and tell him my thanks. Fufu. Seeing Sherry-san's smile that I saw just before I left the room, I also had a deep gratitude within my heart for her. Kan, I lightly knock on the door of the room that he is probably in. Yes. Together with the stretched voice, from the open door was the figure of him halfway out. He couldn't help but have a long pause. After all, without revealing my name to him, I went and observed him, looking down on him. That is, I want to say, gratitude. At this time, I terribly cursed my clumsy words. I can't convey it with such words. My appreciation, nor my apologies, I can't express them. Just as I was suffering, he changed that expression with a bitter smile into a grin. In that case, I'd like to know your name. Doken. In a sweet, whisper-like voice, the words he muttered, they were in the language of my hometown that I could use the best. You know the Alexelia language. I immediately respond in the Alexelia language, a peculiar language that had been handed down among the elves. Yeah. There was a male elf that was a good friend of mine, see. During my arguments with him, I learned it. Him saying that and closing one eye and winking, I made a small giggling laugh. I'm you. You Yashiro. The words that he suddenly said, I couldn't immediately understand them. Your name is, he had asked for my name. I'm sure that my actions were fast after understanding that, Lililuri. My name is Lililuri. To me that had pretty much reflexively answered, he, a healing person. That's a fine name. That's right, he smiled. Chapter 08, the preceding hero brings her along. I want to die, someone, please kill me, kill me. If it's this world that only filled with despair, just hurry up and kill me. Yeah, hey, hello. It's everyone's preceding hero, Yushiro. If you're wondering why I'm entering depression right from the very start, there's actually a very deep reason for that. It's absolutely deep, you know. Sherry-san was married, that's all, you dumbass gusen, sub. So this world was just hell after all. For me who was plunging down the path of carnage, women aren't needed. I want the mental strength to be able to reject them and say that right now. I'm refreshed after yelling. I was almost seriously about to enter depression, wasn't I? I mean, it's all because Sherry-san did give off that next-door neighbor college student like One-ichan that attracts men's scent, and, because of that, she pampered me, and she had big tits, and her butt looked like it would have a safe delivery, and she was a strike in my preferences. Well, I agree with that seductiveness of that which is called a married woman, but still, that NTR feeling is nothing to laugh at. From now on, I won't be reading those NTR-type pornos anymore. Ha, not good, not good. I was about to enter depression again out of distraction. It's been 5 days since I saved the little elf girl, Lililuri. Having kicked back and enjoying the slow life, HN? Why did you stand up? Yeah, you, the one in front of the screen, She was a little girl? You say? Yeah, that's right. She's a flat as a board little girl. I didn't say it before, well, that flat as a board part doesn't matter. I'm not interested after all, HN? What are you getting mad for? I mean, she's a kid, you know? There's no way I'd lust after a kid. If I did that, I'd be a pervert. Besides, I haven't one each on preference, okay. First of all, why don't you put down that raised fist you're swinging, then, let's stop this conversation and get back to the main story. At this rate, it looks like it'd start an inclination disclosure meeting and become her 18. Having leisurely spent those 5 days, I remembered the fact that I had failed the quest, and hurriedly left Cowlot Village. That's what I did, but, hishy, soft impact. Her clinging onto my leg, I wondered what I should do with this little elf girl that had buried her face into my leg. It'd help if someone could tell me, Lililuri, it'd really help if you let go of my leg, no. I definitely won't let go, even as I persuaded her in the Alexelia language, but Lililuri wouldn't listen. Someone, seriously, please help me. 12, image cleaned by Rupon, Yuyukuin, sh, Sherry-san. W, why are you in front of a heartbroken brat? C, could it be that Sherry-san really does like younger boys? Kaya Hawaii, if Yuyukuin is fine with it, I'd really like you to bring Lily-chan along. So it was nothing but a pipe dream. Sherry-san's husband is a brawny muscular macho after all. He was the I won't let you wait long type of husband. Gusen, sob. Wait, you mean, me? Remembering Sherry-san's words, I get confused. Yes, it looks like Lily-chan has taken a liking to Yuyukuin after all, and most of all, it's because I'd feel relieved if she's with Yuyukuin. Relieved, is it? Sherry-san's voice slightly shook with sorrow. Lily-chan is still a child, and yet, it seems that she was traveling all alone. I think she probably had an objective for going on a journey, but if she were to journey like this, it'll turn out the same way it did this time. But if she were together with Yuyukuin, that chance wouldn't happen, right? It's pointless for you to make such sweet gestures like that. The erotic one-ichan that I'd risk my life for if it were her request is married. In other words, even if you ask a plea that you could only ask your boyfriend, there's no merit in it for M. Please leave it to me. I'll protect her with my life. I'm so stupid. It's because I'm such an honest person, as I cringe at my own degree of naivety, when I look down at Lililuri who is clinging onto me. Ukyuen making an incomprehensible sound effect as if it were for a one-frame shot. Lililuri looked up at me. Why are your eyes sparkling? Why is your face all red? Why are you hugging me even tighter? Thus, the journey of the preceding hero and the little elf girl began. So, without further ado, today's the day that we go to the guild. Running through the distance from Cowlot Village to Luxuria's capital that would take 2 days walking or 1 day with a horse in 1 hour, I head to the central district that has the guild. You're really fast. Sitting on my shoulders was the overjoyed Lililuri. I came to think about whether this girl was a big shot or not. It was supposed to be a pretty serious running that wasn't at full power, and yet I was surprised at how she unfazed by it. Though I had once screwed around by being a hero express, the guys who carried me were ruined. For me who had been banned from riding after spewing out vomit at this girl who was laughing with no discomfort whatsoever. Lililuri, what a frightening girl. I trembled just remembering it. Well, we're about to reach there anyway. Israel language, at me. Who didn't use Alexelia language, the spoken language of the elves, and talked in the Israel language? Lililuri tilted her head and responded in the Israel language, but Alexelia language is rare around these parts. Since I don't want us to be looked at as weird, Alexelia language will only be used when it's basically just the two of us. Got it? I'll do that. Hearing the reason, Lililuri nodded in agreement, though there are better reasons than that. One of the reasons is that I want Lililuri to get used to using the Israel language. The Israel language is the most widely used spoken language in this world. It will definitely be useful to her, and were we arrived, just as I was talking to Lililuri, we arrive at the guild. This really is the first time in 5 days that I've reported in. When we entered in, from the established bar, it's the opposite going by appearance. Both men and women were making a ruckus while drinking sake. Though they were fully equipped like they were before, with most of the sharpened-like atmosphere, it was in a different state than it was in before. Hello. Thinking that, I put Lila Luri down and hand my guild card to the short-haired receptionist girl. It doesn't seem to be Bustich-on today. That's a bit disappointing. You did a no, Yuushiro-sama, correct? Congratulations. Since it has been determined that Yuushiro-sama possesses considerable ability, it would seem that you are now able to accept the promotion quest for C-ranked. Even in the noisy clamor of the bar, her words had clearly reached my ears. I was an E rank, right? So why would I suddenly be able to get to C rank? If I'm not mistaken, what comes after E should be D, right, huh? Am I mistaken? I'm not good with English, so I'm not so sure. Yuushiro-sama had single-handedly conquered and destroyed the orc nest which had been after Phase 3. The guild has not recognized this as an achievement by a semi-guild member, but as a promotion for a regular guild member. Therefore, Yuushiro-sama is currently rank D. Thus, it became a situation in which you possess the right to accept C-rank promotion quest. Oh, so that's it. In short, they want to pull me into the war. Well, since there's nothing that says that I have to take it right now, so I guess I'll take it easy and go. So, by the way, what D-rank quests are there right now? That reminds me, even though my objective is to go on a journey, or exactly should I go, a southern country resort might be nice. If I remember correctly, there's a free city that has a really huge arena in the middle of the continent. If I get the prize money from there, I'd be able to live in comfort. Yes, I would. And my ideas that I imagined after that had been blown away by the next few words that the receptionist Wani-san gave me. The case this time is a special case for the guild. The only quest that Yuushiro-sama can accept is the subjugation of a pair of basilisks, promotion quest. I'm sure that even the Wani-san understood that it was obviously ridiculous. Trembling, she said the name of the quest in a cracked voice. Oi, a basilisk, that's a dragon species that possesses the wicked eyes of petrification, you know? Chapter 09, the preceding hero is led, that's a dragon species that possesses the wicked eyes of petrification, you know? Now, although I showed a surprised body, Yushiro, was not that surprised. Yup, pretty much. It's kind of like, once a monster is below a certain degree, all of them are the same. Rather, enough to make me think there isn't much difference between them. It's that, that feeling when a mid-boss-like monster of an RPG appears in the last dungeon as one of the weaklings. Furthermore, for me, who has reached the counter-stop, I could pretty much defeat it getting 0 damage. TL note, counter-stop is the max value in the game, such as 99 or 255. Thanks to Rikaken, there's no way? It's true that I can't beat it in a single hit like with goblins or orcs, but I could basically win without having to draw the sacred sword. Well, if I had to say something, if I were unarmed, I'd get just poisoned if poked by a poisonous thorn and petrified if glared at by a basilisk. If I used a weapon, I wouldn't get poisoned and I'd be fine if I just beat it before I get glared at. Is a basilisk reasonable for a C rank? But, even if it's rotten, it's still a dragon species. There's no change in the fact that it's a monster that those lowly orcs couldn't defeat even if they attacked it as an army, and yet, for them to say it's okay to leave that kind of mission to a newbie that only destroyed an orc nest. Of course there are going to be some problems about it, so I tried asking, but that is, she was panicking in an amusing, pitiful way, tears gathering in her eyes. I thought, I sure did do something mean to this girl that's just become pale. However, this is something that I needed to ask. Seeing the Wani-san's reaction, the sixth sense within me whispered even more inquiries. Never and by no means was the pain-causing heart in me stimulated. Yuushiro, when I turn around to the voice that suddenly called out to me, there was, wearing her erotic equipment, the figure of my goddess, Trey-san. It certainly has been a while, I've heard. They say that you single-handedly crushed an orc nest. The endowed with a dynamite body. Trey-san came closer, her steady footsteps ringing. Amazing. Her rocket boobs are swinging side to side. Yeah, well, though unlike this, that pair of mounds that were raised to be big are restrained right in front of me. Boobs. Trey-san's brown brazen boobs are, right now, right in front of me. I, still in my growth period, am in the latter half of 160 centimeters. And right before my eyes was cleavage drawing near. If I were to take one step forward to the person's cleavage, I'd fall into that inviting ravine. However, I can't resist it. Right before my eyes. With such boobs right here, there shouldn't be any reason to retreat from them. I understand that my desire of wanting to charge right into these rocket boobs right from the front is taking control of my thought processes, throwing away my dignity as a human. My instincts, right here and now, are trying to become that of an animal's. Now, what should I do? First off, I'll start immediately by groping on top of her clothes. From there, I'll stuff my face in and get some puff action, and from there, cool. You know, regrettably, I think that it's unfair how, since you're a kid, even if you blare like that, you still look cute. Even the receptionist that had a tear-stained face until now had heart marks floating in her eyes from seeing Lila Luri. What's wrong? Though I haven't done anything to warrant a glare, I wonder if I did something wrong. Just as I ask for the reason before I apologize, Lila Luri went humph and turned away. That's a face I haven't seen. That child is, this girl is, Lila Luri. USH partnered. As I was about to give an answer to Trey-san's question, Lila Luri introduced herself in front of me. Just when exactly did you become my partner? Nice to meet you, Lila Luri. My name is Trey Valencia. I'm the only one in this guild that is an AA rank mercenary. The guild's ranks are split into 8. Starting from where the newbies that just registered with the guild E rank, D, C, B, A. Above that is AA, S, and finally SS. It becomes these 4. Normally, it's said that you can reach B rank with effort. However, from A on, it's said that talent is required, which would mean that Trey-san is someone with pretty good ability. Now I can understand how the old men that surrounded me the other day became obedient at her word. Trey-san. What would be a suitable rank for a basilisk subjugation? What's this? Coming out of the blue. It'd be around A. If it was a pair of basilisk, I guess it'd be around AA. What's wrong? Did you need some basilisk materials or something? I knew it. It looks like something obviously suspicious is involved in all of this. It would seem that the quest that I can take is the subjugation of a pair of basilisks. What was that? Trey-san, having made a perplexed expression at my words, grabbed the receptionist and discussed something with her in a small voice. Sorry, Yuya. This is something that was obviously intentional. However, this is the guild's decision. If this is impossible for you, you have no other choice but to quit the guild. Well, if you were to pull through even this. Even in other countries, you'd probably immediately be rolling in a large amount of money like it were an infection. Having talked with the receptionist that looked like she'd fade any time now, Trey-san came close to me while making a sigh and whispered into my ear, Trey-san is, sweetly, whispering, in my ear, you, bottom of nose, stretching dot. Not good, not good. I was about to be taken over by lust. Having been woken up by Lila Luri shaking me, I had a thought as I wiped my drool with my sleeve, but still, a basilisk, Though it's as easy can get, regrettably, the poison is a bit. Even I would be receiving the basilisk's poisonous thorns if I were to go barehanded. I wonder if I could get money for the costs of the weapon, Lila Luri's Western clothing, and the inn in advance. That's right, Lila Luri's Western clothing comes first. Lila Luri's clothes right now are fine, but since they are the plain kind, I want her to wear frilly Western clothing. She is a girl after all. She needs to be dressed up in cute Western clothing. It definitely isn't a service for the sake of all of the readers out there. However, when looking at the number of favorites added that sprang up after knowing that Lila Luri was a little girl, the thought of whether or not service should come in really does depend on, if it's to that degree, I can pay in advance for that. That is, if you really can kill a basilisk. Trey-san, are you a mind reader? You muttered it, though I was surprised that she had heard what I was thinking inside of my head. Now I see. So it was my usual habit. I was really close to having my surging hot feelings for Trey-san being revealed, so? How about it? Since it is a loan, if you can return it, I give it to you. Are you serious? Then, please cover the costs of 2 throwing spears, lodging charges, and Western clothing. That's right. I'd really appreciate it if there were a tool bag with a slightly large mouth. Are you seriously saying that? The ferociousness of the basilisk that move as a male and female pair is normally AA. You know, she's probably worrying a great deal over me. A Trey-san that has a perplexed expression floating up, QH. To be thought of by such an erotic woman, this is what it means to be glad to have been born a guy. That right, if I were to defeat the basilisk solo, it should be a brilliant achievement for normal humans. If I were to make a great achievement here, Trey-san's interest might even head towards me. If you were by my side, I'd even oppose God when fui. fwa fwao. Fififify, fwat fwats. Fwat fwiffy fwats. Ow ow. Lililuri, that hurts. That really hurts. In the middle of my speech of clinchers to turn Trey-san into jelly, I was stopped by Lililuri pulling on my cheeks. What are you doing all of a sudden, Lililuri? I might be able to become a Ryaju right now, you know, TL note, don't really know how to translate Ryaju into proper English. I honestly prefer it staying in Japanese, but that's because I prefer the sound of Japanese language more than the English language. A Ryaju is a person who has a fulfilling lifestyle in real life. It is often used by those that don't have a boyfriend or girlfriend to refer to those that do. Lililuri is here for you. That's why this woman not needed. I'm partner. What nonsense are you spouting out and now I'm mad? For such a bad girl, we do this. Stop, you. Once I started tickling her, Lililuri's body convulsed and she fainted in agony. For her to be hyperventilating faster than she could laugh, just how weak to tickling is she? For now, from now on, I guess I'll make the tickling punishment the capital punishment. This is the place, yeah. I use it often as well. It's the shop of a skilled dwarf. Taking the basilisk quest, Lililuri and I, who got alone, are preparing some equipment by going around to some equipment stores before going to the clothing stores, after being told that, Trey-san, saying that she knew a good place, brought us to the front of a certain equipment store, but man, as you'd expect. I had prepared myself to forfeit my virginity at the time she led us to the back alley, but, maybe because the good impression level hadn't been raised enough, there wasn't a speck of a hint of that happening. Gusen, sob, there's, mana. Hn? What's wrong? Sitting on my shoulders, Lililuri suddenly pointed at the shop right in front of us and muttered, mana. There's, mana flowing from inside of, there, mana, I wonder why. I half-heartedly agreed to Lililuri's words. As I did, Trey-san that was right next to us blew a whistle, as expected of an elf. That's right, this is a workshop that mainly does makins. TL note, this gave me a real headache in figuring out how to do this for you readers. Or maken is normally referred to as a demon sword or a demonic sword, whether it be in English or Japanese. Yes, you over there that interpreted maken equals bad sword, unfortunately for you, but in this world, that is a mistake. It's probably because the word sacred sword came up a couple of times. It can't be helped that you would be mistaken. I also made that mistake. Maken is a word that refers to a weapon that has been granted a special power through magic. Because of that, while there are also swords that go by that name, there are also axes that are called makens. Also, there are complaints on how spears are called mayaris but are clumped together with the makens. A magic-imbued sword, magic sword, maken, for short. And that is how it is, a workshop that set magic swords as the main product. I see, they certainly are skilled, aren't they? Glufufu, Yuya, I can't see you as a simple newbie anymore, now can I? Trey-san boldly laughed at my words. To be frank and saying it straight, there is no way to make a profit by making magic swords as the main product. That's how magic swords are, certainly. If it does have a special power, then that is good to have, but maybe it's a reaction from the magic applied. The core of that which is called a magic sword becomes worse, that and the strongest part of it become worse. I had seen a terrible one only once, but its ability was a cut above the rest. However, when I saw that it broke right in half under its own weight, I was seriously surprised. Though, an acquaintance imperial court magician of mine had kept a broken sword as it was on him just because it gave a rare skill called mana recovery just by possessing it, but, however, if the above mentioned were to be done by one that is known as skilled, which possess a high talent as a master blacksmith and as a magician, it would be possible to keep the deterioration to a minimum as well as granted a high ability. A magic sword forged by a skilled master blacksmith would have a high ability, and the magic sword's name would probably be talked about in the tales of this world. A famous magic sword would probably be something like a dragon-slaying magic sword, replenishing by using the materials from a killed dragon. It'd be called something like the Heavenly Dragon's Jaw. I guess I should return back to the story. In other words, if you want to make a practical business in selling magic swords, it wouldn't be possible unless there was a skilled master blacksmith. But it's expensive, isn't it? That's right. A sword struck by a skilled master blacksmith is absurdly expensive. Depending on the item, it might be enough to raise a castle. It only mainly handles them. Even those that aren't magic swords are first-rate goods. If you're going to do a method without a magic sword, then the things that you can get your hands on right now should be more than enough. I see. Well, as a last resort, I was just about ready to think that I'd be fine with a cypress stick, So just getting a quality spear in itself is pretty lucky. Well then, why don't we go on inside? Opening the door faster than I could answer, Trey-san entered the shop. Incidentally, the back of Trey-san's erotic equipment was a tea bag, as expected of Trey-san. You really do understand erotic equipment, mooned Yu, looking at Trey's but, ow. Don't pull on my hair. I plan on having it still growing until I turn 60, while enduring the somewhat strong pain, as if being lured in by Trey-san's brown butt. I enter inside the workshop. Chapter 10, The Preceding Hero and the Worthy Rival. Is Old Man Gold around? Trey-san hit her hand on her hip and called out. How should say this, it suited her too well. Hey there. It's everyone's preceding hero, Yuusha. Entering the weapon shop that was said to have magic swords as the main product, we weaved through the open path created by the mountains of piled, bundled, and placed arms that were scattered around and reached what seemed to be this workshop's reception counter. Trey-san's words from above were words from after we arrived at the counter. You, what, that, HN? Ah. That's a type of sword called a shotel. It's a weapon where if you block it normally, the tip of this warped sword will stab you with a gusari sound. TL note, here is a link to what a shotel is. I had no idea what it was until I looked it up. http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/shotel, and that ring is, I think that was called a chakram. It would go kuru and spin. It's a weapon that you throw at the opponent. TL note, just to be fair, here is what a chakram is. http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/chakram. As we followed after Inigo, or rather, Trey-san, I carried Lililuri on my shoulders. The unusual weapons that hung crammed on the wall were definitely rare for children. That's why is there a nurse outfit in a fantasy world? Actually, why is there a nurse outfit being hung up in a weapon store, rather than unusual? We saw something that definitely shouldn't be there. Old Man Gold. Are you here? As Inigo, or rather, Trey-san impatiently banged on the counter. From the back of the workshop, a staggering sound of what seemed like a mountain of iron being destroyed reverberated. If it's me you're looking fair, I'm here. Oh? Well, if it isn't Trey-san, appearing by kicking about a mountain of scrap iron, the one that sat up on the counter was a shaggy old man with a white beard whose height was no taller than 1 meter. Even with his low height, from above his clothes I knew. From his thick arms that looked like logs. I was informed that this old man wasn't an ordinary person. Have you finally felt like wearing it? That nurse outfit, this geezer. He knows his stuff, that plump brown-colored skinned body. By making that arrow one Isan Trey-san wear that, you're trying to transform it from a white-gowned angel to a white-gowned imp. I want to have a private nursing. This geezer, he isn't just anybody. Sharp look, you, thinking, perverted things, Adada. The eyelashes. The eyelashes are off limits. Why were my thoughts found out? Good grief, don't go saying your usual nonsense. That aside, I brought you some customers. As me and Lililuri were messing around. Noticing that the glances had gathered, Lililuri parted her fingers. Why, so these brats are Trey-chan said customers. EY blockhead, try comin' back after ya VE died once. Ya smell of milk, you numbskulled. Did ya not hear me, youngster? I'm talking about you, yeah you. You're soiling my Trey-chan in the head yours, ain't ya? Come back after ya VE been taught those contents, a sudden, thump, dot. You, stopping the shoulder riding and putting Lililuri down on the ground, I start walking to the counter that the geezer was sitting on, this shitty geezer that he's making fun of me, the one that once saved this world as a hero, no, more importantly. Who'd be the woman of a wrinkly geezer like you, my Trey-chan, you say? This shitty geezer, that is unforgivable, a weakling like you could never satisfy her, shitty lad, a senile geezer that's only stuffy like you that'd come early would never be able to satisfy Trey-san. What was the what? Want a fight at Gochi? Snap, it bring it. Would you stop it? Trey-san stopped the two of us that were butting heads. Some disgust was mixed into that voice. It's this guy's fault, Jayaman. It's this geezer's fault, Suman, the geezer, and I turn away from each other mutually. When we did, Lililuri rushed up to me. You, also, bad dot, gunu, the sound argument of a child's pure viewpoint. But, Lililuri, for a man, even if you have a sound argument, there are things you need to fight against. Even if it's wrong, there's a pride that won't overlook such a thing. The you, that makes excuses, right now, is uncool. Look, Gabby in. Show CK, it felt like that sound effect resounded. I'm sorry, and good boy. apologizing in a horse posture. I was gently patted. Wasn't I supposed to be Lililuri's guardian? Well, whatever. TL note, if you don't know what the yours posture is, try posing in it yourself, having my dignity as an adult crushed. Maybe because the figure of me being patted by a little child was funny, the shitty geezer let out a gara gara sounding laugh. Serves you right, you shitty trash. It's 'cause you went and put your hands on my trach on that. You, also, bad note, but if the referee of justice, Lililuri, had blamed me, there should be no way that she would forgive the geezer, Ganunu, but Missy. I'm a senile old man, see, so maybe you could forgive me, this bastard. He's trying to get away from Lililuri's pursuit with a sly escape route that seems to match his age, uncool, Gabien. Show CK, the geezer that had been concluded to be uncool tumbled down from the counter. And as he landed onto the ground, at the same time, he entered the yours posture. Only one, get patting, is you, Gabien. Show CK, he probably thought that if he fell into the yours posture, he'd also get a patting, but, however, even the heartless Lililuri cut him off and abandoned him. The geezer was rejected by the two-stage mental attack. Take that, so? What was all of this about again? Oh, that's right, it was about Tresan being in a sailor uniform, wasn't it? With a calm face, the shitty geezer tried to act like all of the stuff up until now didn't happen. However, for me, I couldn't forgive this geezer. As to why, you dumbass. It should be gym uniform bloomers. If you're limiting the aero course to school uniforms, it's usually the bloomers, you shitty brat. What a thing to think of. It'd be all transparent from the sweat. It'd get all wedged up, you shitty geezer. Even your sailor uniform would be see-through if it got wet by the rain. The underwear would be completely exposed. She'd be anxious to get home. The wails of our souls at each other enveloped the workshop. The geezer and I released our gazes at each other, and, you're pretty good, gone. We exchanged a hard handshake. Me and the geezer weren't mutually hated enemies, we were mutually respected rivals. Both of you, Eki, Idadid. That hurts. My ear hurts, Idada. The hurts. Stop it, wit de beard. The both of us took punishment from the referee, Lililuri, Yuya Shiro's weapon. We want you to make him throwing spears. Wanting to make the costume battle from before not happen, Tresan continued the conversation by telling him what we required. However, I didn't overlook the fact that her face had subtly turned red. Kufufu. We finally settled on the Tresan route, KTKR, TL note. I actually found the meaning of KTKR on Urban Dictionary. Check it out, http://www.urbandictionary.com/define.php term =KTKR. Make things worst. I'm sorry. As I was strongly rebuked by Lililuri, for some reason, I apologized, Fumu. I don't mind making it fair, the youngster, but alright, first off, strip, youngster. We'll talk after that. What? I don't have any interest in Gakimuchi, I'm sorry, I apologize, I'll strip immediately, so please don't shove that shotel up my nose, I'm begging you. TL note, Gakimuchi is a form of gay where a bigger muscular guy does it with a, I guess, skinner guy. Click the link and do a Google Translate on the page or something to get a better idea. http://dick.pixiv.net/a/ with a shotel glimmering right in front of my nose, I showed them an undressing technique that would even surprise the Phantom Thief. Lupin III, TL note, for those that don't know who Lupin III is, Google it. Hode youngster, it seems, you ain't your average expert. Hesitating over being completely naked, I got naked in a condition where I was still wearing the trunks that had a character picture drawn on it, aka pain trunks, that I continued to wear even after coming to this world. Because of that, I couldn't tell whether the contents of the geezer's praise was due to my trained body or due to being shown a contrast to the gentlemanly lifestyle I've had since I came to the other world. Well, since it became an obviously serious atmosphere, it's probably the former. Once you take it out, it's pretty amazing. Just going by appearance, there are some things you just don't know, hun. Every little thing you say is erotic, Tresan. And now, the precocious little girl over there, you might be intending to hide with your hands, but you shouldn't be glaring through the gaps of your fingers. Fumu, youngster, a magic spear, is it? After a small bit of time passed, the geezer asked, Oyaji. Tresan looked at the geezer like she were in a panic. Going by this surprise, the mood seemed to suggest that the geezer approved of me, but, no, a regular spear is enough, but I'm going to be using it to pierce the crown of the basilisk's head. It would be nice if it were disposable, but I want something along those lines. My original battle method is a sword, but if I'm going to take down 2 basilisks, a spear would be best. After all, if I smash only the head, the materials other than the cranium would wholly remain. Youngster, come by tomorrow. Until then, I'll make ya a couple of short spears that'll make you groan. As soon as he said that, the geezer climbed down from the counter and walked into the interior of the workshop. This is probably fine in regards to the weapon. It's because I thought that it would be enough to put my trust in that Ji-san. Chapter 11, the preceding hero gets angry. Yuusha, shake shake, ug. 0.5 more minutes, guko, snore, yasa. Shake shake, nn, 10 more minutes, gorin. Bang, dogosha. Crash, nuga. Whwh, what's going on? When I thought of the sudden pain running on my face, for some reason I went from the top of my bed to the floor. Degazaru, what just happened? Could it be I came to a new different world? As I fell into a panic from just waking up, she appears in my view. You, good morning. Come on, go wash your face. It would seem that this method of waking up was thanks to Lililuri-san. Actually, it's similar to my mom's way of waking me up. As I got up and my vision got wider, I was able to see the whole body of that one child. It was the figure of Lililuri wearing the adventure clothes that we bought yesterday, though the selling point was the ease of movement and the durability, with a coat that had a certain class that seemed to make the dress look cheap. In a knee-length skirt and wearing black knee socks, she looked very lovely, and then, she was carrying a bag that was a bit smaller than the modern ransel on her back. It would seem that Lililuri's preparations to leave were complete. Good morning. Wiping my face with the wet towel that Lililuri brought me, my awareness finally awakened. Thanks for waking me up. It's fine, it's because Lililuri is Yu's partner. My body was still heavy. Extending out my hand, as I pet Lililuri, she happily smiles. Yo-sh, I'm awake. What did the landlady say about the food? As I get up, I stretch, together with baki sound of my bones, I feel the sensation of my sleepiness flying away. She said that the food was almost ready. I see. Well then, go and give the landlady a hand. I'll be swinging in the backyard. This inn that we have been staying at for the past 2 days called the Puppy's Cry is the inn with the most normal price within the imperial capital, though the lodging facility is normal just like the price for it. In exchange, the food is delicious, and the amount is huge, cheap yet delicious, whether it be in the modern or different world, is supreme. Lililuri, who had become a real favorite of the landlady here, depended on the good-natured Obasan who had nerves of steel, and then took the initiative and got a job of helping her out. I'll make some delicious food for you, I'll be looking forward to it. Lililuri happily left the room. After seeing her off, my eyes faced the short spears that were leaning against the wall. The short spears that I received from Ji-san yesterday were, as Ji-san said, products that made me groan. There were 7 short spears with each one being about 120 centimeters. The story that Ji-san had was it isn't a loss, so take them, and handed them to me, but all of them, in my eyes, could be called supremely excellent goods without a single hindrance. The weight was also good and the adjusted center of gravity for throwing was also good. They weren't bending spears but rather, they were simply made to be hard. They were arms that I could satisfactorily go with, though they really aren't magic spears. To have made them into such excellent items, that Ji-san is, in the truest sense, not your normal guy. Taking one of them into my hand, I leave the room, the second floor of the 3-story inn. The innermost room that was located on that floor was the room that we were staying in. Gishi, as I descended the lightly creaking wooden staircase, I greet the Puppy's Cry's landlord and landlady. Morning. Sorry about that, having you look after Lililuri for me. That's something that I should be thanking you for. There aren't many good girls like her, isn't that right, darling? Yeah, a talkative landlady with a good physique and a large-built taciturn landlord. No matter how you look at it, they were well matched. Once the food is ready, have Lililuri call me. Mind if I borrow the backyard? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, and while you're there, it would really help if you could clip the weeds. You're telling me to do it with a short spear? Well, whatever. Leave it to me, Oba-chan. In exchange, can I ask that you make some delicious food? Turning my back to the landlady that returned with an IO, I went to the backyard of the Puppy's Cry, although the backyard wasn't all that big for wielding a sword or a spear. There wasn't any problem in swinging it as a warm-up exercise. A sky that still had the morning sunlight remaining. I inhaled a deep breath and, simultaneously with the exhale, I swung the spear. Hey everyone, it's the hero that crawls into your bed, Yushiro. TL note. I think that is a reference to Hyor, Nyoroko-san. From here on, it's been 2 days since the fierce battle of words with my arch-enemy that is also a worthy rival. That Ji-san, it's become the day that we depart to subjugate the basilisks. Today, with my luck for the day being good, if I moved my body even a little bit, I would be drenched with sweat. It's not that I am just simply moving my body, but because I am trying to understand my body's movements from the first-person point of view. It isn't so simple. From the movement of my body's joints to the expansion and contraction of the muscles from that movement, there was enough concentration that you could say I was paying attention to paying attention. Thanks to that, I perspired a large amount of sweat that was more than I would perspire from running around. I don't really like doing this since the clothes that I wear become drenched in sweat. However, if I don't do this once every day, I get restless. I'm in luck with such a habit. Thrusting the short spear into the ground and hanging my clothes on it, I look at the weeds that I cut. When I look at the weeds that I had cut at the root in an instant, I realize that, several years from now, this place will change into sterile earth, though it's really something for the locals. Since I've finished what the landlady asked me to do, I guess I'll go eat. Just as I was thinking that, I hear the sound of sand being kicked up behind me. Food's ready. Lilaluri, who had a bucket filled with water in her hand, rushed over. As you would expect, this water isn't the food she was talking about. This water is meant to be used to wash my body. Oh, thanks. As I thanked her, I take out the towel that was in there, wring out the water, and wipe my body. Cool. It's nice and cold. Tell me when you're done washing up, Kay? No. Actually, you're staring at me. And, no, I'm not. You baka. While she was covering her face with her hands from me wiping my body, Lilaluri was staring from in between the gaps of her fingers. When I pointed that out, the bucket of water was poured on me. Well, since it felt good, I don't really mind, but was that my fault? Though you could say I'm a splendidly dripping handsome man. For now, I guess I should change my clothes. TL note. Couldn't figure out how to express this joke. The line is where means splendidly handsome altogether, but when separated means dripping with water. Means handsome man, so it's basically a double meaning pun where he repeats that he is a handsome man but also literally saying that he is dripping with water. Taking off the clothes that became sopping wet, I returned to the puppy's cry. While the puppy's cry is an inn, the first floor, in the morning and afternoon, is a cheap restaurant, and at night it's open as a bar. It's a place that is restaurant in addition to being an inn. I've already said this, but this inn's food has a motto of being cheap yet delicious. And riffraff come lured in by that, but, Lilaluri chan. Face this way, so CUT, Lilaluri-chan is so charming, it's hard to keep on living. Lilaluri-chan is such a cutie. I want to take her home, as if I'd let you, dumbass, WH, what is with these rascals that are approaching Lilaluri? You. Food. While I experienced a shudder at the other male guests, as I sit at the counter seat, wearing an apron, Lilaluri rushes up to me with a pitter-patter with a tray with food placed on it. Oh, it looks delicious. Is there something in here that Lilaluri made? When I asked that, Lilaluri's face became red and she pointed to one of the side dishes that looked like pork fried with ginger. Hamo, glump, oh, this is delicious. This is, how should I say this, within the sourness there's a sweetness to it, or something. Well, either way, it's delicious. Thank you, Lilaluri. With a fork, as I try to eat that which Lilaluri said that she made, the sauce that had covered the meat made a really good match with the meat itself and was delicious. When I said my thanks, Lilaluri became even more red and, please, take your time, pretended to be a waitress and left with a pitter-patter. Oi, you guys, what are you looking at? The rascals that had released a bloodlust directed at me that was dense enough make me, who had a certain degree of resistance to bloodlust, lightly pull back, were sparingly eating the food that Lilaluri carried to them while muttering unforgivable, unforgivable. While shrinking back from the unexpected harmful effects of Lilaluri's popularity, I greedily consumed the food that Lilaluri had made, finishing breakfast, and after Lilaluri finished her job of helping out, we departed. I was told that the guild had rented one vehicle for us from a carriage rental shop that was said to be on this western main street of the town, so we went to go pick that up. If you're asking why we are using a carriage, of course it's because of Lilaluri's existence, though you could say that she is able to withstand the Hero Express. It's not like she doesn't get tired. I plan on using the carriage as a bed, and if you were asking why I'm bringing Lilaluri with me in the first place, it's because she said some selfishness that was mostly unsaid. Well, it's not like I can't protect her, so I gave her permission to accompany me. So this is it. There are lots of horses. Seeing a pretty huge building that had the sign Train Loan Barn hanging on it, I confirmed that this was the loan barn that the guild had recommended, having found various types of horses in the pretty wide stable that was next to the building. Lilaluri looked like an elementary school student that had come to the zoo, though it's a bit different. It's because of her carrying the bag that was like a ransel that I needlessly saw her like that. Come on, we're going in. And, recently, Lilaluri has had a tendency to finish with the minimum reply in the Israel language, mumyamu, should I scold at her or not, come on, going, in, sorry, that's right, coming to a stop while in deep thought isn't good, having been reminded that by Lilaluri. I pat her head while we entered the lone barn, huh? I feel like I'm forgetting something important, hello there. Welcome to Train Lone Barn. What business do you have with us today? I thought that I'd be able to remember something important. But I had even forgotten to think about that. Who could blame me for being unable to form words? Isn't this the first time I've experienced such a shock since I had drifted into this different world? Horse, San, that's right. What was beyond where Lilaluri had pointed was a male whose face was a horse standing there. But Lilaluri, you shouldn't point at people, I'll need to scold her afterwards. It's about my face, isn't it? Please don't worry. It's one of those being blessed with more than one deserves by the stable things. I don't know about being blessed with more than one deserves, but, for now, if this Asen is fine with it, then that's fine. I had heard that we'd be getting a rental from the guild. The guild's we've been waiting for you. Come now, right this way. The horse Asen, nodding with an IC, opened a door that connected the building to the outside and invited me and Lilaluri. For you customers, the horse that we will be lending you is this child. A famed horse that is said to also be loved in the Luxuria kingdom. A 3-year-old Lusterion species horse. The Lusterion species is used for a wide variety of uses, from a warhorse to an agricultural use horse. If you give it different training as a warhorse, with a high stamina it's fine. I'll hear the horse trivia another time. The horse Asen brought us to a splendid chestnut horse and, with an ecstasy-filled expression on his face, started talking about the horse. Is that so? When I stopped him, he made an extremely depressed sigh. That was close, real close. Probably, if I didn't stop him there, he would have probably kept on talking forever. This Asen, as for the carriage, since I had heard that 3 customers will be using it, it will be this smallish Conestoga over here. What the Asen pointed at was a 4-wheeled carriage with a linen roof attached. Would it be easier to understand if I said that it was a Drago Quest wagon? Isn't something a bit strange? Asen, did you say 3 people riding just now? That's right? He naturally said it, but he said 3 people, even though, with Lilaluri included, we were only 2 people. Yes, I was told by the guild that it was 3 people, but yeah. There's no mistake that it's 3 people. Interrupting the horse-faced Asen's words, a voice was raised, while also being reliable. This beautiful voice that could bewilder men anywhere was, Traysan, why are you turning your head before? No, you don't have to say another word. As she shouted out while turning her head away, that brown-skinned beauty made a bitter smile. It's because of love. I thought you'd say that, Yuya. I'd become this time's promotion quest's examiner. Ignoring my once-in-a-lifetime confession of love, Traysen continued on by saying that, examiner, yeah, I told the guild master, I told them at the very least, let me watch the examination. Though they were awfully docile in accepting it. Well, it's not like our relationship isn't known. I request you give me your best regards, Yuyid. Grasping the hand she held out, I, as if my heart's throbbing was chiseling beats that were enough to burn me out, left my body and mind to the high tension and jumped up, an arrow supervisor. KTKR. It was just like how the 10 or so year old boys that had continued to aim to be the monster master jumped to show off the times that they get a new comrade, and then I howled, TL note, reference to Pokemon. I mean, come on, though the trip to the Cortoalu mountain range that the basilisks are said to be at on a carriage seems to take 3 days, it'll be a total of 6 days of continuous shaking in the carriage going there and back, you know? Moreover, together with a child, TL note, not too sure on the name for. I'm not too good with coming up with cool-looking names. Open to suggestions, it's impossible, for me who is at the age where my attachment to things arrow is tremendous. To do something like not be able to come into contact with a big-breasted beauty for 6 days, isn't that exactly what hell is? And the one that appeared as if descending was Traysan. No, she is surely one that descended. For my sake, Eki is not allowed, gay. What made me raise a cry like a crushed frog was, as I was currently clinging to Traysan's captivating waist, the moment that I took a chance to bury my face into that body's legs. Oya, you sure are energetic. Lilaluri jumped on my shoulders and pinched my nose, though I did lower my posture for a moment. Something like jumping on someone's shoulders is a pretty difficult thing. Seeing that, Traysan made a small giggle. Fuga, hey, Lilaluri. Doing something like jumping on a person, that isn't proper behavior, you know, being Eki also, no good. When I thought that she had finally let go of my nose, this time she grabbed my hair, ada-da-da-da. It may be as Lila Luri-san says, but for a boy of appropriate age such a thing absolutely necessary. No, don't pull on it. My hair roots airy poochie poochie. Snap snap, this was supposed to be the arrow harem story of me bringing along both the recently only being ferocious in regards to me Kitty-chan, Lila Luri, and the arrow-equipped brown-skinned, big-breasted beauty, Trey-san, but, without even starting. Not meeting with any particular events, we reached the foot, actually, more like the entrance of the Cortiello mountain range, Yuusha, that sure is an amazing fully gray mountain. There are hardly any trees, aren't there? What covered my vision was a mountain and sky that was dyed in gray. If someone were to say that this place was connected to the demon fortress where the demon lord is, if it were me, I'd believe it. Well, in actuality, it isn't a gray place, but rather it was a blackish scenery. The monster army was lined up enough to cover the horizon, wriggling about. If this is Hell's third district, then I guess you could say that the demon fortress is the final hell? As I was gazing at the Cortiello mountain range and thinking that, from inside the carriage just like me, Lila Luri, who had been gazing at the mountain range, was surveying the area. What's wrong? Maybe Trey-san, who I had been alternating with in being the coachman of the carriage for these past 3 days, had also noticed, so she turned her head and called out from the coachman's seat, Lila Luri? While ignoring not only Trey-san but my voice as well, Lila Luri was looking from the stative outside of the carriage to the cracks of the carriage with a desperate face. Do you need to go pick some flowers or something? When I tried making fun at her. No matter how long I waited, the punishment never came. Thinking there was a problem, when I looked at Lila Luri's condition, her face had become pale. Why, Lila Luri, what's wrong? Of course not fooling around. I grabbed Lila Luri's shoulders, brought my face close to her and quietly asked, feeling a problem that caused you to take actions like you're being vigilant of your surroundings, could it be something that you don't want to be heard? That's what I thought it was. However, it was something completely different. Things like being vigilant of her surroundings or the composure to have a secret talk, she had none of that. Lila Luri clung onto you. Not embracing, being glued to the body. Weakened due to fear, the short, quick trembling of her shoulders, her terror had informed me of that. Lila Luri probably noticed something that could make a young girl like her tremble this much in fear. Could it be here in these surroundings? The answer to that momentary thought was, correct. Surrounded, amazing amount, scary. It's scary. Lila Luri, shedding tears from her eyes, was terrified. Faster than he could understand the true meaning of her words, Yushiro. You perceived it, Trey-san embracing her. When we escaped by piercing through the roof of the carriage that was made of linen, the carriage was smashed by something the next moment. You sure do have some nerve, you lizards. Shoulda getting down on the ground. What was waiting for us was dozens of freaks of monsters. Come on and bring it, scaring children, moreover, making them cry. You bastards, don't think that you'll be going home free of charge. While feeling the weight of the two's lives in both of his arms, the preceding hero roared at the lizards surrounding him. Chapter 12, the preceding hero took a blunder. The basilisk is a peculiar dragon species whose staple food is things like the minerals that sleep in your veins and is actually a type of two-legged wyvern. There is also an idea that it's not the minerals that they eat, but the minuscule amount of mana that is included within the minerals that they eat, but this idea hasn't been proven. Maybe due to eating things like minerals, the basilisk's body, on the surface of it, has grown hard. Crystals on it. It's said that by eating these minerals once again, they get purified into crystals of high purity within their bodies. You can tell the difference between male and female basilisks by the color of the body and characteristics of parts of the body. The ones that grow deep blue crystals on their bodies are female. Basilisk whose bodily crystals are bluish-violet and have a large crystal crest are male. With this, they are an unusual dragon species that are easy to tell by appearance. On the basilisk's body, in between the crystals, there exist fine thorns that look as if they were sewn in. It's been disputed over whether it's a variety of a kind of body hair, but when stabbed by it, the one that was stabbed gets ravished by poison, a poison that leads to death. That it is not, however, that poison is a strong, effective enough nerve poison that can even paralyze other dragon species, if it's a dragon species or a strong monster. It ends up at a level of being unable to move for several hours. If it's to run away, if they have around that amount of time, it would suffice. However, when it hits a powerless human or a weak monster, the carried effect stays activated from a couple days to several weeks, and then, the powerless ones get eaten by the basilisk. Though the poison and solid crystal armor are difficult opponents to handle, the battle ability of the basilisk itself is low when compared to monsters of the same level. While it is a dragon species, its wings have degenerated and become enveloped in minerals and it can't use the dragon species' characteristic breath. However, there is only one ability that exists that is way too troublesome. Glared at by the golden sable eye, it said that those who meet eyes with it become, as the name says, petrified. That name is Wicked Eye of Petrification. Being a type of charm demon eye, it said that it has an added effect of gathering others' interest to the wicked eye. Becoming unable to look away is a case that was also born from that. If one has a high mana resistance, the charm effect will disappear, and the petrification will also end up at a level of feeling tremendously heavy and dull. Due to these unique abilities, the basilisk had been recorded by the guild as an A rank monster. Hey everyone! The only one in the house, it's the strongest invincible preceding hero. Yuusha is what I would usually like to start off with, but the situation won't let me. We're surrounded by basilisk. This isn't anywhere like a pair. This is Trey-san, who I just put down, muttered as if groaning. That's right, this isn't anywhere like a pair. In the first place, the magnitude is different. Thinking there was going to be 1, 2, 3, there are 17 of them. Oh, isn't this different from what I was told? Wasn't it supposed to be a pair? But since the amount wasn't specified, wouldn't this make it not a mistake? At any rate, it was probably intentionally devised, this situation. But just for what reason and by whose suggestion? The Luxeria royal family, I wonder about that. I don't know what Luxeria is thinking, but there would be no meaning to going as far as using the guild to create this situation. If they knew I was the preceding hero, they'd probably use me as the hero after all. It would be a different story if me being the preceding hero was an inconvenience, but if it was just as the princess said, they should have called on me from the beginning. The Luxeria royal family, I wonder about that. I don't know what Luxeria is thinking, but there would be no meaning to going as far as using the guild to create this situation. If they knew I was the preceding hero, they'd probably use me as the hero after all. It would be a different story if me being the preceding hero was an inconvenience, but if it was just as the princess said, they should have called on me from the beginning. That would leave the guild, huh? This one, I know even less about. At first I thought that they made me take this promotion quest in order to secure war potential by throwing me into the war that was beginning nearby, but in this situation, that probably isn't the case. If I weren't the hero, in all certainty, I'd die by the first round. In other words, far from recruiting me, I see this as trying to kill me. Is it ineptitude on the guild's side? No, for argument's sake, if this situation was due to the guild's ineptitude, wouldn't the guild's creditability plummet? Something like a goblin nest being superseded by orcs or other monsters is an everyday occurrence, but a high-class monsters pair and group is a huge concern. I've heard that a high-class monsters quest undergoes careful examination, but can you really call this a careful examination? Furthermore, this place is a distance that can be reached in 3 days by carriage from the capital. Supposing this basilisk group sought food and headed for the capital, what would they do? They can't declare that it definitely wouldn't happen, seeing as how I've heard that the only AA rank around at Trey-san. What were they really planning to do? If I hadn't come here, not even the capital, not even the guild that took up residence in the capital would settle this without any damage. Thinking to this extent, my head stopped all thought. Ignore it. The need for it disappeared. Kachiri, clink. I guess you could say it was the sound of something gearing together with something else. Together with that small sound ringing, the inside of my Yuusha's head became clear to the point that even I was surprised by it, just like how a model is made on top of a desk, how the desk, when in the middle of making it is disorderly with the utensils and materials, is tidied up of the utensils and the remaining materials when the making of the model is done and only the cleared desk, my head, and the completed model, arrived at answer, remain. The inside of my head became clear. I see. If things are going just as Baba-chan said 3 years ago, this situation can be explained. She said she'd search for me in the war, and yet, before that, she'd make me exterminate lizards. Ah! Now that I get it, it's pretty simple. Damn it, how mortifying it. TL note, feels weird to translate as old bag or hag and then put a chan after it, so I will be leaving it as Baba-chan for now. Yuya, HN? Trey-sen is looking at me with eyes that look like they are worrying about a lover, a fufu. If you stare at me like that, you'll get burned, you know, eh? Ah, yes. Now I see, I just let my voice out. Excuse me, well, now that I know the answer, this make the story easy. I just beat these guys up and then I just have to file a complaint to Baba-chan. That's right, Trey-san. Could you hold on to her? It looks like she fainted. Having carried her under one arm, I hand the fainted Lililuri, whose face was still pale and her body trembling as if she were experiencing a scary nightmare, over to Traysan, who was facing the basilisk that were behind me and looked like she was about to start running. This isn't done, worry, Traysan. Because, for both these guys behind me and your slave of love, Yushiro, you will put things in order and finish everything up. Naya, smile. As I interrupt Traysan's words with a pretty boy face, inside myself, I stick my hand into the fourth dimension waist pocket and pull out the throwing spear. For now, this is about the punishment for scaring Lililuri, but half of you guys will be for Baba-chan, me shouldering the short spear and the group of basilisks coming to attack happened at the same time, Yuusha. Making a cracking cry that a human couldn't possibly imitate, the basilisk, despite having a body whose size surpassed that of a lightweight truck, ran with a speed that even the eye couldn't keep up with, jumped, and came attacking. From the large wings that are a characteristic of the wyvern species that had integrated with the arms extended large talons and in a large mouth that looked like it swallow a child whole with sharp teeth that made you think they were swords that could crunch. Even iron growing all close together. There were 17 of those monsters that had that appearance that looked like no ordinary human would be able to oppose it, and all of them rushed to a certain single place, in the bloodlust that was enough to make a young girl black out, in the picture of hell that made a skilled female warrior only think about how to let only herself survive. He had, Yushiro had, Cherio, together with energy-releasing voice, waved and threw a short spear, Dawn. Bam, making the sound of the atmosphere exploding. The next time that the short spear made impact, the ground, together with the 4 basilisks that were in the vicinity, was literally blown off. Asori, here we go. Cheerfully, he launched the second one, that which he had thrown had, for an instant, left behind the sound, and made impact with the vicinity before the 2 aimed at basilisk's feet. Dawn. Bam, the basilisk's arms, legs, tail, neck, head, all of it became cut up pieces and flew, taking a violent impact. The blue and purple crystal fragments that had been smashed up in an instant danced in midair. Aoisho, Eivo, turning around came the third thrown one. Faster than they could notice the strangeness of the matter, all at once, 3 basilisks were blown apart. Soya, take that, shifting from the line of fire fourth throw. Raising the question, was that really a thrown spear? The indispensable spear, in the moment that the tip shined with a sparkle, went and cut through right beside the basilisks at a tremendous speed. The moment he thought, did I miss? From the shot spear's shock wave, the bodies of 4 basilisks were smashed in an instant like they were minced meat and scattered into spots in the air altogether. Really close. Safe, that just now was safe, already, without a yell, was the 5th thrown one. He concentrated on the throw so that he wouldn't miss his aim like the last throw, and 2 basilisks were blown off together with the ground. There were 2 basilisks remaining. The 2 stood atop the collected blood that was created by their group of comrades that were blown away in an instant. The basilisk that were considered to be sly yet brutal had a high intelligence, though it did fall behind that of humans and superior dragon species. That basilisk stopped thinking and stood still. The basilisk that showed no sign of trying to run away, to him, was a suitable mark. I'll take it. With a relaxed attitude as if he were stealing the saved side dish of a friend, he jumped up and threw the spear, Dosu. The inhuman ominous style of the place up until now had concealed the sound, but the short spear properly pierced the basilisk's head and shot the basilisk into the rocks. If it were done in the same just up until now, it would have definitely become cut up pieces of meat. 2 remaining spears and 2 remaining bodies. Greed had come out, not only the originally planned quest reward, but we also obtained the monster materials. This is your change, hurry up and take it, together with a line that had entered his own deciding lines that I want to try saying at least once in my lifetime. Best 10. He flung the short spear high, the thrown spear that drew a parabola while spinning past over the place where the last remaining basilisk was and, suddenly appearing in the sky, the pommel was kicked by. You and the spear went right through the basilisk's crown, and just like that, it had sewn the basilisk into the ground, in instant. It was literally an instant. Not even 30 seconds passing, the 17 basilisks that were there, without a single one remaining, were exterminated by him, by the preceding hero. How was that? Whoops, I reflexively spoke out what I was thinking, but, how was that? How was it? Amazing, aren't I? Overwhelming, aren't I? Fallen for me, haven't you, Fufuen? This is that thing called my true ability. That's a cheat, you say? Of course it is, you blockhead. Even if it was temporary, I was a hero, you know? If I don't show you at least this much, I'm not a hero. We carried the world on our backs. We wouldn't lose even in spirit, though I say that to show off. I really do feel good. Ah, that was refreshing. while I was saving my strength in the real world, maybe because I was playing the part of a normal high school student for the past 3 years, but I probably built up something like stress. I also played around in the orc nest, so it was probably because of that. It isn't the collapse of my character, still, Ji-san's spears sure are amazing. Even though I threw them pretty seriously, without breaking to the point of being crushed, it kept its original shape. As I was being surprised by Ji-san's spears, at some point, Trey-san, who was sitting down, was unsteadily stood up. Trey-san. How was I cool just now? Though I thought it was immodest, it's decided that I'd get tenderly and erotically praised by Trey-san and lock arms with her while she gives me a flirtatious look. B.Nd. Sharan, long silence, a long silence. Trey-san, are you ignoring it? But, even as you act magnificently, you're still erotic. You, going Jaya, Trey-san could only hear footsteps. I get it. Trey-san, you feel like tenderly embracing me and inserting me into your chest and erotically praise me, don't you? If that's going to be how it is, please tell me beforehand, come on. You're welcome into my arms, behind you, you did. She must have mustered all of her strength. Simultaneous to when I saw Trey-san's pained face, I heard her feeble voice, shoot. What was projected in my vision when I turned around was a blood-like red crystal growing dragon's large snake eye. Chapter 13, The Woman Warrior Falls in Terror. Yuusha, a black-haired boy that one day suddenly appeared at the Luxuria Guild. If I remember correctly, he said that his age was 16. His height was a bit short for his age, and he had an unremarkable face. Though there wasn't anything bad about it, there wasn't anything good about it either, and yet, my interest in his nature was stronger than the rest. He was that kind of boy, having a rare item, high medicinal plant, that was said to have received the fairy's divine protection, mixed in the large amount of medicinal plants that he collected for the medicinal plant collecting quest, deriving an accurate answer only from the guild's atmosphere and a bit of information. Having annihilated an orc nest single-handedly, I thought that he wasn't just your average guy, but, within me, he was just a child that thought of erotic things as he pleased. However, how should I put it, more than feeling disgusted, he was in a position of a ticklish reminder of an arrowbrat that you just couldn't hate, thinking that since I'm superior and that it would be pitiable if he were to be crushed in a place like this, I thought I'd lend him various help in the basilisk subjugation. However, I didn't think that it would become this abnormal, a maelstrom of absolute despair. Yuya showed me that he cut through it with only some short spears. I, who predicted death from being surrounded by basilisks, tried to run away, deserting Yuya and the elf maiden. I tried to run away, how shameful. However, when I had fallen into such fear, I was called out by a gentle voice. In Yuya's arms, Lililuri was sleeping. Handing her over to me, I desperately tried to make excuses, but, in the next instant, I saw something that I had never seen before. It was a trampling. From Yuya. In regards to the basilisk, it was a one-sided trampling. A person that would normally be in the reversed position, with only 7 spears, was trampling down those monsters. It was an instant. He finished up in an instant. I had thought that my own head had gone mad. I had thought that I had seen an illusion. My waist had given out from the battle style that seemed like it were the return of a legendary or mythical hero, and then, from the person himself that had done such an incredible feat turned towards me, and came as if saying praise me like a spoiled child. Yeah, it was cool. I had thought of honestly laughing and saying that, but my voice wouldn't come out, an attacking overwhelming prediction of death. Having been glared at by that, I thought I had died there once, not having the usual color. It was a stupidly huge basilisk, the top of the harem, clad in a red crystal armor that looked like it were sucking up blood, a monster that was at Yuya's back. It opened its golden eye, the wicked eye of petrification. It's no good, I can't turn away. As I was about to be petrified, I froze in fear, but, not even throwing a glance of consideration towards me, it got closer to Yuya, slowly. Surprisingly, with a large build, it got closer while killing its presence. Though I had thought the question of how could it do such a thing with a large build that was several times bigger than the other basilisk, but I, not being able to even mutter the question, gazed at that appearance while trembling. I could do nothing but gaze at it. If I move, I'd immediately die. Such words spinning around in my head, my teeth chattered. My body shivered as if it were broken. From my mouth a small squeezed voice that even I myself couldn't catch, unable to move due to fear, a voice resounded in my head. It's going to be fine. Just watch. Yuya is a powerful enough person that could easily kill that thing. You could kill that? Are you an idiot? You aren't even worth worrying over. From that voice, I honestly felt relieved. Yeah, that's right. He's that strong. By acting like he was thinking of perverted things like a fool was just to deceive his surroundings. I was actually deceived. Even now, he's only pretending to have not noticed that thing that is coming up from behind him, in my head that had fixated on that idea. Someone shouted, "What if, this is only a what if case, what if Yuya really hasn't noticed it? Yuya will be eaten by that monster, yeah, that's right. What if he completely hasn't noticed it? What if, no matter how amazing he is, his body is still soft? What if his whole body was eaten, he'll die just like that time?" What I remember is, from several years ago, the figure of my brother, that was eaten by a monster. He was an idiot, and saw his actual sister as a woman, but, somewhere, I couldn't hate him like that. He was a brat that was just like Yuya. Am I again going to lose him, if Yuya is going to be killed? Thinking that, a feeling of nihility attacks my chest. Am I going to taste that empty sensation just like last time? I don't want that. Desperately standing up, I try to let Yuya know of the danger. "Yuya, please notice," my voice shaking, cracking. It can't reach him. The moment my strained voice finally reached him, Yuya was smashed to pieces, taking the wicked eye of petrification and petrifying in an instant. He was crunched by its fangs, having become like a stone statue. Only Yuya's lower half remained there. Why, you're kidding, right? Did Yuya just die? Hi, it looked over here. The wicked eye of petrification wasn't invoked. That itself conversely stirred up fear. It intends to eat me. It, which had turned Yuya into stone and definitely killed him, probably thought of eating us. We'd be torn apart by those fangs, chewed up, and die in the middle of the pain. I experienced a fear that the fear from before couldn't compare to. The legs that I barely stood on collapsed along with my waist. Desperately, I tried to stand and run away, but my waist had given out and I couldn't stand up. That thing, as if playing with its cornered prey, slowly came closer. No, the fear grew stronger. From my crotch, something hot was overflowing. But this wasn't the time to be ashamed by that. That thing is getting closer. I need to get away, desperately behind me. I desperately tried to draw back behind me. Maybe it enjoyed seeing that the basilisk would slow down and speed up its pace to add to the emergency and played as if enjoying my situation, and then, suddenly opening its large mouth, it came. I can't run away. The moment I thought that, I heard the maiden sleep talk. "Gan, you." Right away, I held her, Lililuri, in my arms, the young girl that was having a nightmare. At the very least, to let that child pass away in peace. As I remember the past where I was gently comforted by my mother, I tightly embrace her. Without being able to see the moment we would be eaten by the basilisk, I shut my eyes. The pain isn't coming? No matter how much time passes, the pain doesn't come. Just what is happening? Is the basilisk playing with me once again? Does it want to see my dread-stricken face? That's a complete low-life idea, right there. Within my heart that had been taken over by fear, I thought of such a thing. Unexpectedly, I experienced a shaking sensation at my feet. It felt similar to the times when some really large thing is defeated. The first thing that I saw when I opened my eyes was a head. Severed from the base of the head, the red basilisk's head, and then, what I saw next was, standing on top of the headless red basilisk's body, holding a one-swing aurora. The boy's figure, as if imprisoning the radiance of a star, a glimmering sword, and then, holding that, was Yuya's figure. Yuya, his clothes are probably torn apart. Naked from the waist up, he made a serious face that I had not seen until now. "I'm very sorry, Tracen." Yuya had, looking apologetic, looking unbelievably vexed, looking like he'd cry at any moment, like he was about to groan, came apologizing. Chapter 14, The Preceding Hero's Secret. The sacred sword that I grasped in my right hand seemed to blame me in some respects, and that it should. My naivety summoned this situation after all. If only I had not brought Lililuri, no matter what, she wouldn't have fainted. It would have been better if I had drawn the sacred sword from the beginning. If I did, it would have finished without Tracen becoming afraid. If I hadn't taken this basilisk quest, it wouldn't have become like this in the first place. Even I knew that my thoughts were going in a bad direction, but I just couldn't stop them. 13. Image cleaned by Rupon, coming down from the basilisk's corpse. I took out my uniform from the remaining waist pouch type tool bag that had narrowly avoided being destroyed after being petrified. All because I didn't fight seriously. I'm sorry that you got scared. I placed the uniform jacket on Tracen, who had tried to protect Lililuri by closely embracing her. I'm fine. It's thanks to you, to Yuya, that we survived. Though it was a bit scary. Saying that, Tracen clung onto me and, together with her weeping, shed tears. The last red basilisk was outside of the standard. It was so outside of the standard, knowing about their slyness from the beginning, That powerful Trace-san that would probably win against a basilisk if it were one-on-one had instinctively recognized her loss and visualized her own end, her self-confidence having been broken. She exposed herself to the point of showing such disgraceful behavior in front of a man like me. Her self-respect was heavily wounded, and then a feeling of relief together with fear was called in. It was scary, mortifying, and embarrassing. While spitting out a voice that she couldn't help but make, she cried within my arms. What do you mean within my arms? Keep the jokes down. What, are you messing around for me? Together with shamefulness, my anger at myself was rising. At that time, I heard her, Lililuri's voice, you. Lililuri woke up in Trace-san's arms. Sorry Lililuri, if I had done it seriously you wouldn't have gotten scared. As I tried to apologize, Lililuri ignored it and looked at my right hand. No, she looked at my right hand's sacred sword, that light from that time. And then, gently touching the sacred sword as if she were touching a fragile item, she smiled. Again, you saved me, disappointedly, but delightfully, the elf maiden smiled. Son, sniff, sniff, there's a weird smell of pee, and then, she came throwing a landmine. What, this isn't what? The usual Trace-san, with her face bright red, became fiercely flustered. I also do that sometimes, so it's fine. Don't put me together with some brat, Lililuri comforted her. But that had the opposite effect, you know? No, that's not it. That Lililuri, she's faintly laughing, but still, peeing, huh? In that erotic equipment, peeing, dripping from her butt, a golden, what, are you grinning for, Yuya? No, just that it was aero cute, kinda. That erotic Trace-san was, like a childish girl, embarrassedly closed her thighs and fidgeted. This is, basilisk, good job, right after saying stuff about being serious, you do this. Wah! How long are you going to be looking? If it's money, I'll pay, so, please, as I persistently crawled closer on the ground, Trace-san, relatively seriously, hurriedly tried to run away. But, too late. If I decide to fight, I decide to fight seriously. With all my power, and as I pointlessly get heated up, the weight on both my shoulders increase. Could it be, Eki things are not good? It was the little elf girl that hated Eki things, Lililuri. With her left hand grabbing my left ear and her right hand grabbing my hair, after gathering them in an instant, she pulled on them with all her strength. Ida-da-da-da. Cries of pain, my ear and hair, receiving damage in both places at the same time, I screamed. But, gada, rattle, my ears catching a loud audible sound in the distance, I faced the direction the sound was being made in. Still, making sure that I don't make the same indiscretion that happened a little while ago, my paying attention to the surroundings is probably a blessing. Though Lililuri was pulling on my hair and ear as usual, to be honest, it didn't hurt enough for me to scream. This amount of pain, for someone like me who has felt even more terrible pain up until now, is easily. It hurts, geez, I won't do anything perverted, so let go Lililuri san. As long as you understand, it's fine. Experiencing a number of wraths by Lililuri, who got down with a face that looked like she had just finished a job, I swore in my mind that I'd lightly pull on Lililuri's ear next time. Something is coming. Lililuri's pointed ears twitchingly moved. She'd probably finally noticed the audible sound coming from a distance. That's a carriage, isn't it? Standing up while keeping her crotch closed, in the direction that Trace-san pointed, though it was small, just as she said, a carriage could be seen. The fidgety Trace-san is seriously aero-cute, and yes, sorry. Lililuri made the action of spreading open her hand and grabbing something. Unable to go against Lililuri, who was obviously threatening me with I'll pull, you know? I apologized. A few minutes after that, 3 carriages stopped in front of us. In regards to one of them, you couldn't exactly call it a carriage. Pulled by a 6-headed horse, it was a vehicle that had 6 wooden wheels. This was a wagon that was used in case a large monster was pulling it. It's a bit too big for a regular basilisk to use. It was a correspondence that was as if they knew that an out-of-standard basilisk was going to appear. Thank you for waiting, Hiro Yashiro-sama. The Miko-clothed busty beauty that came down from the lead carriage bowed her head towards me. Hiro, I can understand that Trace-san held her breath. She was just told that someone like me was a hero. Normally, it's not unlikely that you'd stop thinking, but more importantly, both you coming here and you bringing a wagon. And also you calling me hero, is it all because of your higher-up, receptionist-san? It was the busty-chan that was the receptionist when I first came to the guild. I hadn't noticed at the beginning, but maybe because she wasn't being a receptionist, her sweet-looking expression had vanished and the other several Miko-sans that appeared from the carriage also had the same cold-hearted expression. Yes. We received Guildmaster Sama's command to go out and meet you as well as recover the subjugated basilisks. Hiro-sama and Lililuri-sama, please come this way first. Trey-sama, please come this way first for a change of clothes. Why do you know about that? Busty-chan brought Trey-san to the second carriage, immediately appearing after I defeated the basilisks. Correspondence that seemed to know that Trey-san had wed herself, from the flow of how it were as if the future had been read through. I made a sigh about how I was correct on figuring out who had devised this times case. This is Baba-chan after all. She probably knew it would turn out like this. So the one who got halved was me. While patting Lililuri's head, which had tilted in confusion, I got on board the first carriage. What could be said as Japanese clothing with a Western taste, having a Western style despite being Japanese clothing and despite being garments that had a standpoint of being unfinished. It was a certain type of elf costume that held a completed beauty. That excellent item was said to have been led to completion when an elf that originally wore Japanese clothes like garments had intermingled with the outside, having her body wrapped up in that costume's white yukata. Trey-san really was a goddess, her skin being subjected to the clothes, and then emphasizing Trey-san herself, her chest that was too much to be packaged pushed up the clothes and showed cleavage, together with the brown bare legs that peeked from the slit stimulated my lust. It didn't stimulate, okay. So not the hair. Lililuri raised her hand at me, who was fascinated by Trey-san. I also have same clothes. Thinking she was being ignored, Lililuri only raised her hand, maybe because they were originally clothes made for elves by elves. They suited Lililuri very well. Please wear that again after 10 years have passed. You. Why, is it always Trey-san who peed? Don't make me out be such a character. Lililuri stomped her feet and Trey-san shouted with her face turning red. After that, for 3 days, we shook in the carriage that the Micas had rode in on until we got to the capital, and then we were shown into a certain mansion in the capital. We had stayed the night there, and then, today, we were invited to the guildmaster's principal residence. It seems that the mansion we lodged at was a villa. Once we arrived at the principal residence that had boasted a size that was several times bigger than the villa, without much explanation, we were made to change clothes, and then were brought in front of a door of a section of the mansion's interior. Though I didn't have much of a change, Lililuri and Trey-san were wearing elven formal dresses. Incidentally, on the way here, even though I tried to ask various things from the Miko-sans, it seems that they were prohibited from having conversations with the opposite sex, in other words, men, and I was refused by Busty-chan, who seemed to be the most important one among the Miko-sans, by being told, please don't unnecessarily talk to us. The Miko clothes-wearing Busty-chan stood in front of the door, and just as she had raised her hand to try and knock, entered. A voice from inside the door was heard and Busty-chan opened the door without knocking, like a door of a wooden statue. The wood made a faint creaking sound together with the door opening. Naturally, if you opened the door and went through, you'd see the inside of the room, but the furniture within the room was only a large bed with a canopy attached, a bed attached with a canopy that was in the middle of a simply spacious room. Emphasizing that bed, there was a large magic formation drawn on the floor. Using spirit letters that began from the ancient Israel language, or maybe letters that don't have an existing name, it was a single magic formation that was drawn that had possessed more than 10 effects simultaneously. Originally, magic formations could only be used for one magic. It's because if you tried to invoke several magics in one magic formation, the effects would conflict and become halved, or maybe sometimes not even be invoked from the start. And yet, to invoke a magic formation that has more than 10 effects in one magic formation just because it's big, there's only one person among my acquaintances that would draw such an absurd magic formation. As I thought, my idea was correct. In the thin cloth hanging from the canopy, a shadow of a person could be seen. It certainly has been a while, Ajayanu, Yushiro. The shadow moved and a young lady's voice was heard. Come now, get closer. Being that far away makes it difficult to talk. Jayaruga, the shadow beckoned. In accordance with that, I stood in front of the thin cloth that hung like a curtain. How far do you know, Kaka? It certainly was that Jaya I had known up until your first tone with me. The young lady that was probably within the thin cloth laughed really pleasantly. I see it has been a while, Baba-chan. When I said that, the young lady inside the thin cloth extended her arm and showed that white skin from the thin cloth's gap. You imbecile disciple. I had told you to call me Norn, had I not? That white-skinned arm removed the thin cloth as if trying to say that it was in the way. What had appeared on the other side of the thin cloth was a young lady whose skin was so white and beautiful that it was abnormal and possessed eyes that were red like blood. Her white hair that looked transparent was long enough to hang down from the bed to the floor. Her long ears that were peeking from her beautiful hair made it known that she was an elf. Just as she said, 3 years ago, I studied how to use my strength by her side. and then, for Lizalian's former imperial court head of magic Norn, she had a second name that only she was allowed to be called. Witch of Time, Norn-sama, you say, Witch of Time, that's right, the devilish woman that is able to manipulate time. In accordance with that second name, Norn had stopped the flow of her own time. Also, not only is she able to manipulate time, but she is also able to know the future. It's the so-called future foresight thing. Even sending the carriages immediately after the basilisk subjugation was also due to that ability. This sequence of events, the person who set it up is without a doubt this woman. I also have an idea on what her reason was. The case this time, how far did you read it? You wanted to recruit me into the war, right? And so, in order to take advantage of my misfortune of having ridden on the mood of being engrossed with peace while at the same time subjugate the group of basilisks that no one knew when they would attack here. You sent me, you had approved Treysan's accompaniment because you had originally intended to do that, and that's because by bringing Treysan along, we would arrive at what you thought was the very best future, achieving several things simultaneously in one occasion. Something necessary to stand above others, was it? You're amazing as usual. As I said that, she pleasantly smiled. It would seem that I have been seen right through a Jaya no. That is exactly it, Jaya, Yushiro. As I thought, allowing you to die once was for the best. After all, since the olden days, you were not able to remember anything unless you were taught by letting your body meet with painful experiences. That's right, at that time, I died once. Not as a metaphor, I was petrified, broken, and died once. I died, but due to a certain reason, I revived in an instant. By me dying and letting Treysan and Lililuri face such danger, I finally became serious. Geez, the preceding hero really is deplorable. As I was self-deprecating myself, grabbing onto my cuff, Lililuri went up front. 14, image cleaned by Rupon. You died from looking at her. She looked up at me. HN, what is this? You had not told them on your way here that you were the preceding hero to, that, I told them. That's right. In the 3 days until we reached the capital, I told them that I was a hero. It's because Busty-chan had gave them spoilers earlier. Lililuri wasn't interested, but when I told Treysan, who unexpectedly came to grips with it, she said I can agree with that strength now. But, I had only told them that I was a hero, but I hadn't told them that I had died once. Treysan looked like she wanted to ask about it, but, reading the atmosphere, she kept quiet. Right now, I'll answer her. Treysan. I was petrified and smashed by the basilisk, right? Yet, when I asked, gulping, Treysan nodded. At that time, I had died once. However, the hero that is me instantly revived. Are you, okay? With a face that looked like it would cry at any time. Lililuri looked up at me. Yeah. Since I was petrified, there wasn't any pain, so I guess you could call it a good thing I was petrified. As I answered Lililuri while patting her, Treysan took one step closer to me. So those called heroes were immortal? Well, to be accurate, I'm not a hero. When I responded as such to Treysan's words, Treysan made a face that seemed to say that she didn't understand what was going on. Vikakaka, that certainly is just like you knew. Did you not want to be thought of as an immortal monster? Norn laughed. It was just as she said. That's why, I didn't tell them the detail that I was in existence called a hero. The hero is originally the one that they call when the people's hopes meet and take form to become the symbol of righteousness, sacred sword Alto Vreed, and then the one who handles it. The sacred sword's bearer are out together in Ojayad. Sacred sword? I can understand why Treysan tilted her head. Due to the efforts of the second imperial princess and Baba-chan, even though the name of hero had appeared in the world, things like my name and original official title were not well known. It seems that not even the Luxuria princess knew about that. The summoning formations code was the sacred sword that I hold, Alto Vreed S, true name after all. In order to defeat the demon lord that is its extreme opposite, the sacred sword does not allow the human that is worthy of being its bearer to die. And then, the moment that the bearer possesses the sacred sword, the bearer becomes a bearer that is not human. At least until they defeat the demon lord. The sacred sword is the people's hope, an aggregation of their prayers. And then, the demon lord is the people's hatred, an aggregation of their envy. The sacred sword's bearer that had a complete opposite position and the demon lord, until they are defeated by each other, they will not be defeated. The reason why we arrived at sealing the demon lord was because, unable to die from being killed just like me, the demon lord would revive no matter how many times he was defeated, and it was in order to put an end to this unending struggle, even if it had to be done forcibly, for that sake. We lost a very important person, therefore, do not worry, O daughter of the same village. That fellow won't die even if he does die. Kakaka, the Witch of Time laughed. Chapter 15, The Preceding Hero's Old Wound. That reminds me, I had something I wanted to ask Baba-chan. I thought I had told you not to call me Baba-chan. Well, it is fine. What is it? The secret to eternal beauty? That of course is unceasing diligence. You read just stopping your own time. That's not it, it's about the demon lord. When I said that, Baba-chan nodded with an IC and changed her posture, or perhaps I should say rolled over. Aren't your manners a bit too bad? Shut it, you imbecile disciple. Once you get to my age, the pain in the body's joints makes it a pain to even run or sit nano-jayayod. So the only thing you're sustaining is your appearance. Kaka, well, let us put the joke to the side for now. I am sure that you have already noticed, but the demon lord has not revived. In the first place, if the seal were to have become unfastened, you should have known Jaya. The linchpin that blocks him is connected to you after all that, while rolling around, Baba-chan spoke. So in the end she won't fix it. Why is it that it became that the demon lord was repelled once and not sealed? And also, why did it become that he appeared again? The Luxuria princess said it, but it's become that the demon lord has appeared again, he has not revived. But, the six-blade generals that his direct retainers are doing despicable acts for the demon lord's revival. Those activities have probably been mistaken for the demon lord's revival, Gyro. Then, this time's war was, the six-blade general's judgment? Of course it is, Gyro. It is mostly because the hero was summoned and they want to destroy him. After all, for those guys, he is the sworn enemy that had sealed their mastery. Jaya Karanada, as she said that, while scratching the back of her head with one hand, she began the extremely disappointing behavior of using one leg to scratch the thigh of the other leg. Although her appearance is a young lady, the inside is a middle-aged woman, going by the way that she acts. Therefore, here is the main subject, Jaya. You participate in the war. Could you please not decide such an important matter in that appearance? And also, what do you mean therefore? What the hell? The second name meant for lowbrows, the eternal fairy, would weep. Seriously, the present-day heroes are very diligent. They have shown growth that makes you want to praise how well they have done without the sacred sword. Well, unlike you, they do not have certain cuteness to them. What's with you, suddenly praising me like that? Actually, don't go calling a man cute. See, as cute as a dumb child. So you were speaking ill of me, so, when I asked while responding with whatever works. Baba-chan suddenly stood up from the bed. Their ability is still insufficient, Nano Jaya. They have just begun to master their massive mana, and it would seem that their absorption of combat skills is much faster when compared to you. Let me see, they might be able to be on par with you if you were without the sacred sword. That would be around where they are at. Without the sacred sword. Hell, that's enough to be at a monstrous level, isn't it? Having become the bearer of the sacred sword Alto Vreed, my body's structure went under a huge change. That's right, it was. Mostly enough to be able to slaughter monsters, but, at that degree, you still can't defeat the six-blade generals. To obtain the Transcendence class power that is on par with the Demon Lord, who greatly surpasses the generals, I can't go without the sacred sword. In the sacred sword itself, there are various divine protections and unique abilities attached, and one of them is a body-strengthening function. Even in magic, there is a body-strengthening magic, but there is a huge difference in how it raises the abilities. With the body strengthening with magic, it would be a level where a normal person would be able to break a rock. However, with the strengthening due to the sacred sword, they'd be able to smash a mountain, or split the ocean in two from the shockwave of the swing. It's at that kind of level. And then, when I, who is hugely separated from the ordinary person, uses the sacred sword, that is when you could literally say that the strongest power is obtained. Well, only to the point of stopping the demon lord, that is, getting back on topic, saying that they'd match me without the sacred sword. They must possess enough power to easily kick about the ordinary monsters. In the several weeks since coming to this different world, they must have rapidly leveled up. To be honest, you could say that is the highest level as a human, Wumu. In particular, Kaito Amaji is amazing. He is able to use Drago Roar, dragon language. Without the sacred sword, even you would not win. TL note, Kanji is dragon language, but read as Drago Roar. From now on, I will just use Drago Roar. When Baba-chan walked for a bit, the Miko-sans appeared and began working on things like placing a coat on top of her sleepwear and tying up her long hair. But, not worrying about that, I yelled, "Did you just say Drago Roar?" Seriously, Drago Roar. Just as the name says, it's the language that dragons use. Having power exist in every single word, magic spun with those words would allow you to wield power like that of a dragon. The ancient dragon that I had a hard fight with the sacred sword preferred to use magic, and that was pretty much Drago Roar. It's strong. But, it boasts an absurd mana consumption rate that a normal person would run out of mana in the middle of the aria. Even for Baba-chan, who is the highest level sorceress in mankind, to use one Drago Roar, she would need careful preparation and a super high-grade magic formation like the one that was spread out on floor in this room as a backup before she could start to use it. Pretty Boykuin's mana amount was that of 7,000 Imperial Court magicians, wasn't it? With that amount, he certainly might be able to use it. This is seriously amazing, but even with that, they're only at a level where they squarely compete with a section of the 6 Blade Generals. If Pretty Boykuin really can use Drago Roar, he is tremendously strong, but even that degree is only able up to a degree to rival the Duke class. If it were only one Duke class, they might be able to do something, but, however, if it is against several of them, it would be bad. The Miko-sans having left, Baba-chan began to walk. Baba-chan, follow me. You guys too, Jaya, Trey, and also, the one from the same village. That Baba-chan did not glance at us and faced a different direction, and we followed her. About the continuation of the conversation in Jaya. Beyond this, I do not know what will happen in Ojaya. Having left the room. When we went down a pointlessly long staircase and went down a pointlessly vast hall, Baba-chan informed us of such. Somehow, she looked insecure. What do you mean? You don't know what will happen, you say. Baba-chan, you know the future, right, Umu? Although several blinks ahead is in perfect form as usual, Jaya, in regards to the distant future from now, I have become unable to see it. And Ojaya. In the place that became the shadow of the staircase we had just came down from, there was a staircase that went even further underground, and Baba-chan, without showing any hesitant behavior, went down it. If I were to say it more accurately, I have become unable to see the future that is more than several months from now on Ojaya. While progressing down the staircase that led underground, Baba-chan continued, become unable to see it. Can it be cured? I do not know. It has been 1,000 and several hundred years since I had gained understanding of time magic, but this is the first time this has happened, Jaya. Even this war, although I can see the future, I do not hold any positive proof. Katsu, tap, tap. Continuing down the staircase, only footsteps resounded, and then, we arrived at the lowest level. What was there was several chains, clinging to the wall, and made the door behind it look unopenable. It was as if it were saying it must not be opened, it must not be opened. Therefore, I will have you fight. I also understand that you wish for a peaceful lifestyle. But however, only for the war this time. I will order you as your master. I am sorry. TL note, master in the meaning of teacher. What the heck? That sure is commendable coming from you, Baba-chan. Please just act all high and mighty as you usually do. As I said that while making a bitter smile, Baba-chan only showed her back. Those shoulders were faintly trembling, so that others would not know that you were the hero. We had made something that hid your face. However, I had committed a huge sin in Ojaya. When Baba-chan touched the chains made a sound and tumbled down. This may terribly torment your heart. Creak, the door opened, slowly. It opened very slowly. Your old wound. This may have been a deed that will gouge the old wound that you had finally recovered from. And then, the door having been opened, what was within the door was made known. Forgive this worthless master. What was there was. Chapter 16, The Second Hero's Return. In the Luxuria Castle courtyard, a gauntlet-wearing young lady was swinging her fist with violent movements that did not match her lovely appearance. As if chasing after her movements, the two waving tufts of red hair, similarly to those movements, violently fluttered about in the air. TL note, there was a typo in the web novel saying that the hair was black. I confirmed it with the light novel and it should be red hair, so this time we'll go according to the light novel. Together with her yell, her fist that she thrust out made a light explosive sound in the empty space. Continuing on, spinning her whole body and adding the maximum centrifugal force to it. Her spinning kick cut the air. Teria, from the palm of the hand that just drew a shape, a blue light leaked out, and simultaneous with it projecting out, the light exploded. The young lady that had separated her red hair into two tufts sprawled out on the ground while letting the clothes that she was wearing become transparent from being soaked with sweat. Every time she inhaled, the hot air that entered her lungs made her body hot and made it feel like even more sweat was coming out. Yuri, being pretty rough, aren't you, Akane? In the sight of the girl who was looking at the sky, a young lady that was about the same age as her and wearing a kimono and hakama that looked like Miko clothing had appeared. The young lady, whose black hair extended down to her waist and whose bangs were uniformly cut, handed a wet towel to the young lady that was sprawled out. The young lady called Akane wiped her face and base of her head with the wet towel she was handed, and finally felt refreshed. Is it about Kaido? Shut up, It's fine to hide it. I'm doing the same after all. Sakuya, could it be, you'd? Though I don't mean it like Akane's fallen in love. Shut up, as Akane snapped at her with her eyes. The young lady called Sakuya giggled, and then immediately dimmed her expression. As I thought, it was probably because of that time. That's when Kaido began to become strange to. Akane didn't deny Sakuya's words. He was shown a person's death in such a cruel form. That's the reason why he can't become the way he was before. It's already the 5th day since Kaido secluded himself in the labyrinth. But, right now, the reason that Kaido is training himself with that is in order to defeat the demon from that time. That's right. Ever since the matter of Agniara's raid, Amaji Kaido was training himself as if he were punishing himself, saying as I am now, I can't defeat the demons. He solicited the Imperial Court Sorcerer head and entered the Labyrinth of Time, where the flow of time was different. That place, starting with the ancient dragon, was a magic cavern that was infested with various ancient types, and then, it would seem that you could take the teachings of a special magic from the strongest dragon type, Elder Dragon, that was enshrined in the innermost area of the labyrinth. Kaido was suffering. At a time like that, you can't beat Kaido's strength. That's why you're doing unreasonable training like you were doing just now, right? No, rather than training, rampaging. Would it be correct to call it that? Sakuya's words, it was exactly that. Kaido changed ever since that time. The smile that suited his age that he had shown up until now showed gloom. And if he held a sword, his eyes would carry hatred. Akane sensed that the kind Kaido was disappearing and was becoming filled with only hatred for the demons. For the current him that was lamenting that if only he were stronger at that time, even the girls' voices couldn't reach him. That was what she felt. Feeling that was vexing and sorrowful, she rushed through wild, childish, self-injuring actions that couldn't be called training. If it's alright with you, but I would also like to rampage, could you assist me with it? Sakuya had, as if producing it out of nowhere, drew a katana out of its scabbard. The katana's summary was introduced at the magic sword workshop. It was something forged by that old blacksmith master. TL note, I had a hard time figuring out how this sentence was supposed to be. I think it is stating that the summary of the quality of the katana is the same as the short spears. Excellent, since it was the same old blacksmith master, Gold, who did it. That's fine with me. I've wanted to seriously go against Sakuya at least once after all. Seeing that katana, Akane, from the shape of, raised her legs and skillfully stood up with a kick, then struck her own fists against each other. The gloomy atmosphere that was just there up until then disappeared. It wasn't just her. She wasn't the only one to be bewildered by that change and feel impatient. Let's go, bring it. The young lady that held a katana and the young lady that took a stance with her fists ran towards each other. Oh body of mine, rage, divine arms. When the young ladies shouted, their bodies were wrapped in a faint light, body-strengthening magic divine arms. It's a complex technique that raises the body's abilities starting with its arm and leg strength and simultaneously develops a protective film-like barrier. The two whose body's abilities were strengthened clashed at a speed that was like the wind and a silver flash ran. The sword attack and fist attack whose speed could not be perceived by a normal person collided with each other and repelled each other. Fufu, a carrot aside, the Akane that had no martial arts or anything whatsoever has done well to become this strong. The young lady that swung the katana at Godspeed Sakuya saw through the fist that would have caught her if her reaction had been even a slightly bit duller, turned away using the base of the katana, and, while dodging with her movements, spoke her strong emotions that had been growing lately. Hey, don't talk to me. On the other hand, putting her body's abilities aside. Against Sakuya, who was an opponent with higher skill, Akane had absolutely no room to chat with her and swung her fists. As I thought, it's for Kaido's sake, is it? What? Unpreparedness is one's greatest enemy. Knowing about how Akane was bearing a loving heart for Kaido, Sakuya invited Akane's unease with lip service, and splendidly thrust at Akane's unguarded moment from falling for it. You little, ho, however, avoiding the thrust at her upper body by bending back, Akane stayed bent back and fired a somersault kick and repelled the katana upward. The arm that still held the katana faced up. I've got you. Landing on all fours, Akane took a huge step while pulling back her right hand. Light gathered in her right hand and, looking like it was going to scatter, Akane grasped it. Impact. Since that looks like it would hurt, I won't take it. The thrust-out fist was repelled up. Looking closely, the black scabbard that was carried at Sakuya's waist was now grasped. That's not fair, Sakuya. I didn't hear anything about the scabbard being used. It's Akane's fault for not deciding that a warrior could not use clever schemes of fufu. At present, I guess I'm still above you. The edge was thrust before Akane's throat. Akane gulped at the glimmer of the drawn sword. Akane San. Sakuya San. As the outcome for the two people was decided, from somewhere, they heard a girl's voice calling to them. Really, I can only hear him as a girl. Rather, isn't he already a woman? A girl's voice, however. The one that emitted this voice, concerning these girls, was a male of the opposite sex, tatata, step step step. Footsteps ringing, the one that ran in front of the two was a baggy black robe wearing and wooden staff that exceeded her height holding with both arms beautiful girl, that was all that you could see him as boy, what's wrong, Akira? You know that you can't do exercise that, Akane worried about the short boy, Akira, who, the moment he arrived, had a rough respiration as if he were out of breath. He's come back. Kaito-san has come back from the labyrinth. Without waiting for his words that he somehow managed to declare while out of breath, Kane started running. Please wait for me, Akane-san, now, wait, Akira. There's you to worry about as well. Let's go slowly. About to chase after Akane who started running, Akira also tried to run, but Sakuya grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. Kaito, at the place that Akane arrived at, there was a giant gate and, standing behind that gate, a black-haired young boy. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in wounds and dirt, but his eyes and the magic sword that he held in his hand were the only things that didn't lose their radiance. In front of the Luxuria princess and the imperial court sorcerer head that seemed to have come to welcome back Kaito, Akane ran up to Kaito and embraced him. Wah! Akane, Kaito was bewildered by the childhood friend that had suddenly embraced him. Shut up. Be quiet for a bit. It was 5 days for the girls. It was only 5 days, but for Kaito who was in the labyrinth of time, he was in a den of monsters for a time that was equivalent to a month. With him left in a place to fight every day for a month, there was no way that Akane wouldn't worry about him. Although she believed that he wouldn't die, Akane constantly worried about things like, did he get a large injury? Or is he suffering? They were separated for only 5 days, but at the fact that he returned in perfectly good health, Akane was delighted from the bottom of her heart. Having his childhood friend near him after a month, he expressed a smile that he hadn't made in a long while after coming to this world. Chapter 16b, The Glard Wasteland Battle 1, Glard Wasteland, in a place far to the west of Luxuria, this large prairie that spread out was a wasteland of crags and sand. Amazing, what is up with these numbers? Having descended from the carriage, Kane surveyed the vicinity. What Akane saw was the enormous army whose numbers surpassed 100,000. Everyone sure does look strong. Continuing to come down from the carriage was Akira. He was surprised by the figures of the soldiers that were spread out near the start of his vision. A wasteland, huh? I guess I should be thinking that it is good that it is not a desert where the footing is bad. But the field of vision is bad. The young lady that carried an ajanata that surpassed her height, Sakuya, sighed at the condition of the ground that she got down and stood on, just as she had said, with sun being hidden by clouds, it was darkened, with the wind being strong, the sand was dancing, the field of vision was bad enough that they could only faintly see the vicinity of the army corps. Those guys will come here. The young boy who was the last to come down hurled his eyes towards the direction that the enemies he needed to defeat would probably be coming from and muttered, these were the present-day heroes that were summoned to this world of Rainbrook. They all wore costumes that had white as the basic theme. Uniquely, only Amaji Kaito had a red mantle coiled around his neck. Thank you for waiting. The one that greeted them was a lovely beauty that possessed hair of gold thread and wore an extra lightweight armor made of a steel called white iron on top of a red battle dress. TL note. Could not figure out what was. If someone knows, please tell me. It was Luxuria's princess, Iris Claude Roe Luxuria. If you were wondering why she was waiting for Kaito's group, commanding the army corps of tens of thousands took precedence. This sure is an amazing amount of soldier sands. I didn't think that Luxuria had this many soldier sands. The young girl like young boy. Akira muttered, and at that doubt, the beautiful princess laughed. Did I say something odd? Take a look at that soldier over there, their armor is different. And more importantly, the hoisted flag is different. There are foreign countries' soldiers. Kaito answered Akira's question, as he looked at several of the armor-wearing army corps. There were differences on the armor and the hoisted flags were those of various countries. Just as Kaito-sama says, it isn't just our country's soldiers. Of the major powers, starting with the Valenchel Empire and the Lyzerian Empire's army corps, there's also others such as the Free City Galleries, GLRE, competition group that have come running no Disu. Valenchel? I've heard that Lyzelian is the country that called the previous hero, but what kind of country is Valenchel? Valenchel is, what was that about my country? Interrupting the beautiful princess's words, the man that suddenly appeared answered, the darkish-skinned, large-built man with red hair that looked like it was burning had a strange appearance that couldn't even be called lightweight equipment by wearing only black armor on his lower half, not wearing any clothes on his upper half, and only having something like gauntlets as equipment. His well-trained muscles were the armor itself. is what he seemed to want to say. Ha, what the hell is up with you? Stop it, Akane. Probably, this person is a person of Valenciennes royalty. Akane revealed her irritation at the man that had suddenly forced his way into the conversation, but Kaido had interrupted her again. It's a bit incorrect, but that's fine. My name is Ibsel Dora Gregoria Valenciennes. I'm still the crown prince, but well, in the end, I'll become emperor. The arrogant man that called himself crown prince folded his arms. Although the man had a good, well-featured face, maybe because those eyes seemed to lick people all over vulgarly, it gave people discomfort. Fumo, this is a pretty nice set of beauties. Alright, I've decided. You guys, come to my side. I'll give you everything. Ibsel's hand got close to Akane's face. Akane repelled that hand. Don't freaking mess with me, you pervert. Me, a pervert? Oh, good, you're really good, I like you. I don't mind letting you women into the harem. How about it? Maybe from hitting the bullseye at being called a pervert. Ibsel laughed. Not only Akane, he also turned to Sakuya and Akira. Akira is a guy, you know, as Kaido said that. Ibsel rolled up the white robe that Akira was wearing and pulled down his trousers along with his underwear. Phew, not knowing what was happening for a moment, Akira raised his voice. Oh, you really do have one. Oh, but don't worry. After all, I'm the type that can also do it with men if they are beautiful. Why don't you let me be affectionate with you? Phew, and then a yell was raised directed at the pervert that whispered close to his ear. What the hell are you doing, pervert? Kane fired a kick with all her might at Ibsel, who peeked at Akira's lower half, and Ibsel displayed a light block with his gauntlet-wearing left arm. Oh, you're pretty good. Makes me want to get serious, although he defended, having taken that powerful kick and catching a glimpse of Akane's true strength. Ibsel, while boldly laughing, extended his hand, and, would you stop that? Ibsel, from the cold, beautiful voice, he stopped. You sure are a beauty as always, aren't you? How about it? Won't you become my woman? If it's you, I could make you empress, you know, making an even sharper I want to make it mine smile on Ibsel's face. What was before his eyes was a peerless beauty with silver hair that glistened from the sun shining on it. I wouldn't marry a man like you. I wouldn't even want you as an in-law. You sure do know how to say it, don't you, Sylvia? Though Ibsel said that, the silver-haired woman called Sylvia ignored him and stood in front of Ellis and Kaido's group. Oh, Luxuria princess, it has been a long time. As Sylvia said that, the beautiful princess of Luxuria nodded. Yes, your majesty. It has been 2 years, Degozaimasu. And replied. Addressing her with a smile, the two replied, but, for both of them, only their eyes were not smiling. You guys are the present-day heroes? Sylvia averted her eyes and asked Kaido and the others. Yes. And you are? Kaido noticed that she had put emphasis on the present-day part. I see, I am Sylvia. Sylvia Lodo Shariato Lizirian. I am the former second imperial princess that had once run across the battlefield together with the preceding hero. Sylvia said as such, and she faintly smiled. Chapter 17, The Glard Wasteland Battle 2. It's time for war, but first, we need to bash the current heroes a bit and set the stage. And that is what we'll do in this chapter. Enjoy, The Glard Wasteland Battle 2, the preceding hero. Yeah, for certain reasons, I can't tell you his name, but I have wielded a sword together with him. At Kaido's muttered words, Sylvia answered him with a nod. Therefore, I'll take the chance to say this, you are not to fight. W.H. At the words that Sylvia suddenly fired at them, not only Kaido, but Akane, Sakuya, and Akira swallowed their breath. In a world without a demon lord, things like heroes are needless. Right now, in my country, repatriating magic is being investigated, and we have completed a basic theory. If you wish to return to your former world safely, you should sit and wait without fighting. TL note, repatriate sounded better than sending home or deportation magic. Having said that, Sylvia turned around. At the time that everyone was dumbfounded, Kaido took one step forward. The demon lord isn't here. What do you mean by that? By don't fight, the mustard voice that came out, quivered. What will come out of telling me that? At the provocation-like manner of speaking, Kaido flew into a rage and shouted, I'll defeat him. The demon lord. With these hands, it's impossible for you to. Answering him without opening a gap, Sylvia's eyes were disgusted at the shouting Kaido's words. Even your predecessor couldn't defeat the demon lord. And so, you wouldn't be able to defeat him either. Even I'd become strong. I can even use Drago Roar, I see. In that case, at most, you won't die. If you guys die once, it's over for you after all. Well then. She responded with that truth that would open a person's eyes from surprise if it were an ordinary person in an extremely uninterested manner and, just like that, left the area. Humph. It's a problem that comes before having or not having the sacred sword. There is no reason in defeating the demon lord, who is the embodiment of negative feelings, with one who is apprehended with revenge, is there? As she left, her words that she uttered as if she were spitting them out slipped into the wind and did not reach anyone's ears. The damned Luxuria, now she's done it. A hand that possessed slender fingers that were white like the Japanese icefish made a sound by slamming on the desk that the strategy map of the Glard wasteland was placed on. Inside of the tent of the Lezilian Empire that was built in the Glard wasteland, Sylvia showed her violent anger in front of the young knight that was her direct retainer, who had just returned to the tent. Just because they are built on top of a dragon vein, there are still things that should and should not do. Again, Sylvia slammed her hand. Your Highness, please take care of yourself. Your hand will get injured from striking with it so many times. The indigo blue armor wearing young man advised her as such, keeping his blonde hair altogether behind him and having blue eyes. He had a peerless, not at all inferior to Sylvia's description when put beside her, beautiful and well-featured face. If I don't do this, I won't be able to keep it in. You saw them as well. You understand, don't you, those guys? They're just ordinary people that only have high mana amounts. That were made out to be heroes, you know. The young knight couldn't answer to her bitter outcry, continually being by her side due to being the chief of the Imperial Guards. He had also been at the place of the chance meeting of the present-day heroes that was just a little while ago. Sylvia wholeheartedly apologized to her own knight that kept silent. The demon lord is sealed. Moreover, the six-blade generals can't even open the performed seal that Anu risked her life for. Remnant hunting is something that we of this world should be doing, yet, of all things, no, even if I complain about what has happened, nothing will start. TL note, for those that don't know or those that think that it looks weird. Anu is a term for older sister. A formal and respectful way of saying it. Pronounced Aneue, Sylvia restrained the impulse to slam her hand, and looked at the retainer. This current age that was established from Anu waging her life and to the point that you had to sacrifice that soul to the world, we cannot let it be threatened. The knight got down on his knee and waited for her words. Leonhardt, carry my sword in this war. In order to make them of the Japan people like you not fight, we will win this. TL note, Sylvia says Japanese and hiragana, not kanji. Therefore, I understood it as her not properly knowing what Japan was and made the sentence improper. Sylvia put on a red mantle that had become ragged. Yes, ma'am, they were the two knights that had once saved the world together with the hero and the holy woman. On one hand was the princess knight Sylvia. On the other hand was the young knight Leonhardt, both horse-riding heroes, with magic swords at their waists, headed for the sand-dancing battlefield. I believe that I must apologize to you. Our world has once again called upon those called heroes, and plotted a simple solution. The humans of this world that gave you anger, grief, and despair yet you still wish to save have, in response to you, performed a deed that repays kindness with evil, being unable to stop that. I am of the same offense. At the very least, I want to send the ones who were your kinsmen back to the world that you were probably in. Sylvia stopped her stride and looked up at the sky where the strong wind had suddenly stopped. I do not wish for your forgiveness with that, however. Please, I want you to not come to hate me, not just from thinking that you might have come to hate me. My chest pains terribly, that moment. Only for that one brief moment, the world certainly became soundless, as if the world desired for her words to properly reach him. Please, give peace to my beloved. She threw the words that were exchanged with him at the time of their separation at the sky. Wait, a wind as strong as that stopped. Seeing that the strong wind that was there until then had stopped, she noticed the strangeness of it. Could it be? It's the Demon Lord army. The Demon Lord army has appeared, with the nation's heads and the mercenary group's chiefs having finished up their combined conference and the army corps having nothing to do but adjust their arms and organize their units. Tensions ran high. The wind that had increased in intensity and turned into a sandstorm had vanished as if it were suddenly split open and, in front of their field of vision that had been robbed by the cloud of sand, the monster army corps that spread across the horizon had appeared. The distance to them from the human side's camp was approximately 7 kilometers. Each nation's soldiers keeping watch that promptly noticed began reporting the number of monsters simultaneously. The number of monsters is around 300,000. Among them, there is around tens of thousands of upper-class monsters. Hurry up on the composition of the upper-class monsters that stand out. Valenchel's veteran army general, Count Olgaro, shouted at the scout. The aging yet active veteran army general felt an unpleasant feeling coiling around his skin. The Demon Lord army's commanding monster, that commander's subordinate monsters, it would be mostly comprised of the commander's attribute. Since the high-class monster's subordinates would be under their direct control, if they knew their attribute they could know the commander's attribute. and then 300,000. For the ones commanding an army corps surpassing 100,000, they were naturally restricted in what they could do: a wind-high monster, storm eagle eye, and also, a great number of freezing-type monsters such as an ice kaiser have been we've confirmed the Demon Lord Army's commander. It's huge. That's a Marquis class DRA. No, that's a Duke class. Count Ulgaro groaned at the scout's report. We've confirmed an Ice and Lightning Duke class. Each of them are mounted on a Marquis class Ice Dragon and Wind Dragon. Duke. Ice Empress Glaciesta, Wind Crown Prince Wintos, 2 pillars of the 6-blade generals. You say, a disturbance within the army's soldiers happened from the entry of 2 pillars of the demon's prided summit. Look. Those guys are panicking. Placed like a lord on the head of the large, green-scaled dragon that possessed a huge frame that was like a mountain, the Wind Dragon, the child looked down at the human's army and convulsed with a crackling laughter, although I thought it was fine just the way that it was. In fact, if you increased its force with your power, standing on top of the head of the dragon of ice, Ice Dragon. That had a large frame that rivaled that of the Wind Dragon, the pale blue-skinned demon woman with light blue hair said that while looking at the child. Are you an idiot, Glaciesta? That wouldn't be any fun at all. The young boy that had his deep green hair arranged in a short hairstyle made a crackling laugh. I won't deny that. I don't like things like sandstorms. It gets in my eyes, it also gets in my hair, and above all, it's like a combining move with a sultry asin. I wouldn't want that. It seems like it would melt me. The demon woman and child looked down at the mass below them. There was a mixed core of monsters that had ice-type monsters and lightning-type monsters as the main shaft. Although they didn't stop to care about any monsters that were different from their own attribute, if those monsters were strong warriors, their utility value would show. Now then, I guess we should hurry and blow them away. The woman nodded at Winto's words. Yes, let's scatter them. Those frail little beings. The two raised their voices together. All troops, charge. 300,000 monsters were released. Chapter 18, The Glard Wasteland Battle 3, at the human side's encampment, Luxuria's princess, Valenchel's second imperial prince, and Sylvia, who was Lyzilian's empress, were mounted, standing in a row, with the 4 heroes at the top of the list, Knight Leonhardt. Thanks to releasing him as well as my foolish older brother in Ulgaro, the force has become no less considered to be 3 times the difference, even for the people of the Luxuria Guild. Their strangely dressed pairs of men and women soldiers seem to have raised the military gains that is in no way inferior to them. If it keeps going at this rate, our victory is most likely certain. The glasses-wearing intellectual red-haired man turned his eyes towards the princess that was straddling a grey horse and the empress of the large magic country. Mounted on a rare bird that runs on the ground, a kulkul that possessed pure white wings, Sylvia made a wry smile. Leonhardt aside, the heroes certainly are strong. Especially that young boy Amaji Kaido, traversing the labyrinth of time on foot that the Witch of Time had opened and grasping the Drago lore directly from the Elder Dragon. I hear that different from the preceding one that had no Marioku, this one possesses an enormous Marioku, but from hearing that military gain, it must be true. And also, your brother is called the Fist Emperor. Running through the battlefield while being the Crown Prince is gallant. I also wished to fight, but those other than Leonhardt had stopped me. Seeing the Empress make what looked like a forced smile, the Luxuria princess made a small giggle. Though you may be the Princess Knight-sama that ran through the battlefield with the preceding hero-sama, but, as I thought, we couldn't possibly allow Her Majesty the current emperor onto the battlefield. The country's top were speaking in a mild mood, or maybe the top were close people. However, within their minds, they were being cautious of the other two at the maximum level. The great magic country Lyzilian's current emperor Sylvia, being the empress that defeated the demon lord together with the hero, if she were to put her own power into the humans' categories, she would be in the higher positions. Luxuria's Princess Iris possessed the strongest war potential called the heroes, and she was a talented woman that comprehended a secret art that the former king, who had passed away due to an illness, had taken 10 years to master in only a few years. From being known as the country that summoned the heroes, it strengthened its rights to speak in regards to other countries. Being Valenchel's second imperial prince, Luzrashil was a remarkable character that could manage his unprecedented older brother. This little brother that surpassed the older brother as a government person called that older brother king while also calling him foolish. While being cautious in their speech and conduct with the people that would be difficult to deal with if they became enemies. They thought about the battlefield. Sylvia thought about Leonhardt, who was her retainer and her country's soldiers, as well as the 4 boys and girls that were probably of the same town as the preceding hero. Luzrashil struck his older brother with abusive language while being respectful, and Luxuria's princess thought about the hero's next stage. The war was happening in the Glard wasteland, and a few hours had already passed. Hesitating from having their total being approximately a 3 times difference at the beginning, the human side, seeing the figures of those fighting in the foremost line, greatly raised their morale. Amaji Kaido, who was a present-age hero, also was in the foremost line, crossing swords with many enemies. Vuon. If he swung his sword that was like a bundle of light, the monsters would get torn to pieces and spray blood. Firebolt. For the monsters that he didn't cut, he presented them a flaming shot and immediately tore the next monster to pieces. I can do it. I am fighting, with his enormous Marioku as a premise, while usually using the body-strengthening magic. Not only low-ranking monsters but even high-ranking monsters couldn't react in time to his high-speed fighting, and the monsters' corpses were building up. Magic-clad sword. This technique that makes an blade of Marioku on a sword and rapidly extends its sharpness and reach is a magic that the preceding hero was said to have come up with. Originally done by etching black magic letters onto the weapon and invoking it while taking in Marioku from the surroundings, he activated it with an aria and, by investing his own Marioku, he greatly increased the sharpness of it. Take this flaming sword, and then, in great difference to what was originally the magic-clad sword, he could grant an attribute to that blade of Marioku. Not striking them down, he dashed while making shallow cuts at the opponent's vitals. And then, at the time he cut the last body, from the slits of the shallow cuts that he made, flames rose and exploded. Not only was it the monsters that exploded, but also the other monsters that got dragged into that explosion. All at once, many monsters became corpses. Don't get in mind. Taking a stance with the red shining magic-clad sword, he once again started to run. In the path that he went through, the scattered monsters tumbled. Lightning swift sword. The flame sword showed a change in color in an instant. What was put on the swung sword was lightning. The purple lightning-clad sword cut through the enemies that possessed a solid defense and bisected them. The gigantic bear monster, whose whole body was ice, made a sound and collapsed. Don't think that you can stop me with something of this level, with there being no meaning in the small fries. He determined the landmark that was the big-framed dragon where the Duke class waited. Well then, let me show you that I can stop you. In the next moment that the voice was returned, shockwaves that were enough to be annoying to counterattacked Kaido. Dragon scale. What was invoked in an instant was a defense magic that Drago lore boasted of. The barrier that had a scale-like development took the impact. Fumu, can you show me that you can withstand my attack? When the shockwaves ended, a single figure of a person came and stood in front of Kaido. What are you? When Kaido shouted, that man smiled with a grin. As a Mizoku of the Count class, am called Dalameth, of the fist style. That man that possessed a large body that could be said to surpass 2 meters had bluish-white skin and possessed 4 arms. Mizoku Wuifufu. So you're a hero that violates manners for not naming yourself in return to an opponent that gave their name. Dalameth showed that he could offset the attack Kaido made from swinging his magic sword with an attack of his own. Fufu, however, you're not as much of a fiend as the preceding one. He was a barbarian that would attack up before we could name ourselves. The words of Dalameth, who had a gentlemanlike attitude that didn't match his large build, were interrupted by an explosion that suddenly attacked Dalameth. It is just as he said, there's no reason to answer to their reasoning. Besides, accommodating to something like their pride would only be a waste of time. When Kaido turned around, the figure of a young man clad in indigo blue knight armor and helmet straddling a black bird that looked like a chick that grew huge was there. I am called Leonhardt Clasian. Pleased to make your acquaintance. With the reins in one hand and a long sword in the other hand, he showed a smile that looked like it could even charm those of the same sex, and replied, I thought that he had severed them, but, your arms, Yuri Leonhardt, how dare you interfere with our duel? You attacked before you commenced with the duel. More importantly, what's with those arms? Did you grow them? I just regenerated them. The resentment that was once towards the hero, shall I overturn it towards you? That certainly is troublesome. Present one, Drago lore once more. Adisu, Yua. What are you doing? Seeing Dalameth raise 4 fists above his head, getting the bird to hold the nearby Kaido with its mouth, Leonhardt attacked. Demon General's 1,000 fierce fists. TL note, I'm not too good with technique names. Here is the original. If anyone has any better suggestions, feel free to mention them. Now Disu, Yuri just replacing me as a shield. Damn it, Dragon Scale, the countless fist attacks that were released by Dilemeth, who had an angered expression, were held back by the layered barrier. Rapid, the thrust from the long sword that was fired in a gap of the attack went through Dilemeth's heart. Guhu, and the hero, you damned, this is a present, you should hold on to it. Because Leonhardt was pursued attack at Dilemeth, who tried to get away in order to heal his wound, his swung sword lopped off Dilemeth's forearms. Bodo, plop. At the time the arms fell, Dilemeth's figure had disappeared. Food, those guys fundamentally won't die. But they will retreat in order to heal their wounds. Seeing as how we can't kill them anyway, it would be better to increase the time they need to heal their injuries. Even among the Duke class, only one portion of them possesses a complete immortal characteristic, so it's roughly effective against all of them. Midisud, those guys, they're undefeatable. That's not it, let me go. There is a way to defeat them, but it's a bit special. I don't mind letting you go, but you stand out too much by yourself. Let's understand the thing called cooperation. Leonhardt made the rare bird run while holding Kaido in its mouth. I would lose to that guy just now. But is that what you want to say? No, I do not think that at all. Even among the Count class, he is one of the superior ones, but even someone like me can defeat him like I did just now using wisdom and courage. However, as I thought, with all of them together, time is precious. Therefore, defeating them as fast as possible together with our surrounding comrades, we can bring out the best results. Disud. As Leonhardt lightly stroked the side of the bird's neck, the bird tossed Kaido up. Yuwa, if you expend time on something of that level, it would only expend it and there would be a lost soldiers. That is the only thing that we must avoid. Dosu, thud. Seeing Kaido fall on top of the bird over his shoulder, Leonhardt said this, look at the big picture, these are the words that were once said by the hero's master. If you're also a hero, please save many soldiers nations. At Leonhardt's earnest look and those words, Kaido silently nodded. Fufu, well then, let's go. You can relax, you won't feel as sick on a kulkul as you would on top of a person's shoulders, and it's fast. No, it's not like you'd get sick from a piggyback. You mustn't underestimate the piggyback. You'll die, no, you wouldn't die. Riding the bird, the kulkul, the two charged towards the enemy camp. Weiss. Can you make it quick? To where? It talked. The kulkul called Weiss answered Leonhardt in a meaninglessly dandy voice. Looking closely, there was a large cut on the right eye. This was also a meaningless style. TL note. This description reminds me of Masasan from Seto no Hanayon for some reason, even though he doesn't have a cut on his eye. If he's against Glaciesta, there's a chance of victory. Yash, in that case, no. It doesn't look like it will go that way, my friend. As the kulkul called Weiss said that, a squall attacked Kaido and Leonhardt. Shoot. So he got his eyes on us before we did. This wind. There's Marioka contained within it. Kaido jumped up from the black kulkul as if he were repelled, and swung the blade of Marioku. Ah. Glaciesta doesn't have any luck, does she? Looks like I'm the one who pulled the winning ticket. The sword of light was held back right in front of the Mizoko child's eyes. As if it were stopped by several piled-up layers, the blade of Marioku wouldn't go forward. You read the new hero that Agnero was talking about, right? Ah. Relax. I won't do something as terrible as burning you to death or encasing you in ice. I'll slice you to pieces. The Mizoku that was clad in wind, with ecstasy affixed on his face, appeared. What amazing power. This is Duke class. The staff-carrying young boy was defending against the attacking blizzard with a huge barrier. What the hell is up with her? Being strong in close combat, and her magic being as strong as Akira's. Even though I need to go after Kaido, inside the barrier that developed into something like a dome, with cuts made on her cheeks and arms as well as her clothes being torn in several places, Akane hatefully glared at Glaciesta. No, she's still not at full power. That's probably the appropriate way we should be thinking of it. Sakuya had abandoned her torn kimono. With a figure that could be called a black, sleeveless, turtleneck hakama, although she wasn't injured. Sakuya breathed with her shoulders. It's probably just as Sakuya-san says. This technique is probably something meant to shave down our Marioku, Akira responded while looking at the freezing monster that was floating in the sky. If we could at least get her to the ground, in one attack we could dut. Akane's regretful muttering and a giant man with red hair knocking Glaciesta down to the ground from the sky happened approximately simultaneously. Together with that, the blizzard that the three were in the middle of vanished, and Glaciesta blew away the cloud of sand with a shockwave, so a frail being had brought me to the ground, while taking a bloodlust that had even stopped Akane and the others in their tracks for a moment. The crown prince that landed making a thunderous roar fearlessly laughed. Something of that degree is naive. Duke class, among my friends, there's a guy that could send out a dreadful bloodlust that is several times that, Well, that might have been a level that could make a maid go eh. Chapter 19, The Glard Wasteland Battle 4, Tisk Dam, you seriously are strong, humphed. The Ice Duke class that avoided the red-haired crown princess fired energy bullet by diverting it with a closed ice folding fan. Opened that folding fan, and then fanned it. The crown prince promptly jumped into the sky. The place that he was standing on just a few blinks earlier was engulfed in a glacier. Impact, Akane fired off the Marioku that was concentrated on her fist. At the shell of Marioku that was closing in on her, Glaciesta responded by facing one hand towards it. Hyokyuka, Ice Mirror Flower, TL Note. Again, always looking for better technique names. Here's the original. Read as, on Glaciesta's entirety, a flower made of ice appeared. The flower of ice took the hit of the shell of Marioku and shattered. You certainly are fierce, however, slipping through the broken ice shards and sliding up to Glaciesta's bosom, drew a katana that was still stored in the scabbard at a speed that the eyes could not retain, being blocked by the folding fan of ice. At the time when Sakuya looked like she was going to get hit with a cold wave from a point-blank range, Glaciesta was engulfed in flames. I won't lose, I don't want to be Kaidokuin's burden. Carrying his staff, Akira began an aria. Flames of crimson worthy of being the bursting flames impulse, singe the sky, burn the earth to nothing, you will become the hellfire of scorching heat, as if I'd let you, as Glaciesta, who regarded Akira's aria as dangerous, prepared her folding fan. Valenchel's crown prince's strike at Glaciesta's abdomen with his flame-covered fist happened at the same time. Explosion. At Glaciesta, who was blown away from taking the crown prince's attack, scorching heat gathered, and in the next moment, a huge explosion that extended over a vast range happened. High-ranked magic, explosion. The powerful explosion that followed the name to the letter, swallowed up the surrounding monsters and made its detonation roar in the battlefield. Nice, Akira. Akane rushed over to Akira, who just finished invoking the magic. But, getting ahead of her, the red-haired, large-built man got close to him, and, I've seriously fallen for you, you're mine, Phew, sweetly whispered in his ear, you damned pervert. What, are you jealous of blocking Akane's serious kick with one hand? Ibsel smiled with a broad grin. Who'd be jealous for you? Would you calm down, Akane? That was a most spectacular victory, Akira. Nevertheless, so that was a six-blade general. She was strong. While all of them became worn out, they somehow defeated one pillar of the six-blade generals. Gazing at the rising black smoke, Sakuya made a great sigh. Now then, to the other one. When the large red-haired man was about to take his gaze off the black smoke, he wasn't able to. This is a joke, right? No way. When Akane and Akira saw that, they groaned. It can't be, for her to be uninjured. What appeared from the black smoke was a Mizoku that walked with a slow pace and an ice-folding fan in one hand, Glaciesta's figure. You frail beings, you've done well. But, you're one step short. On Glaciesta's expressionless face, joy was born. Moreover, there seems to be one more regrettable notification for you. Glaciesta looked northwest. The direction in which the human side's encampment was at, an earthquake. While riding on the Kulkul, Leonhardt yelled at the sudden large vibration. Tisk, so it happened while we were at it. Ah, what a pain. Carrying his scythe on his shoulder in the air, the Mizoku kid discontentedly muttered. Hearing that, although he was made to take a knee from being tripped up by the vibrations, Kaido shouted, damn it, is this your guys doing? And, well, something like that. At the half-hearted Winto's words, Leonhardt remembered, among the six-blade generals, there was someone that specialized in rocks and earth. Not good. Her Highness, as the vibrations settled. A huge something that looked like a mountain appeared from inside the underground. What is that? Valenchel's second imperial prince shouted, and, as if calling to that, a howl enveloped the area. This howl, an earth dragon. In other words, it's that guy, making the white Kulkul run, Sylvia groaned. To think that they'd come setting up an attack from underground. Following Sylvia's words, appearing from underground near their headquarters, what hurled tens of thousands of human high into the sky was a Marquis-class earth dragon. Withdraw. A six-blade general is coming. Withdraw, Sylvia shouted at the soldiers that had entered the height of disorder while running through the battlefield. Straddling her Kulkul, in that Sylvia's eyes, the shadow of a person jumping down from the earth dragon was projected. Schwaltz, it's him, yes. The Kulkul that answered in a gentle woman's voice ran to the direction that Sylvia wanted, kicking up a cloud of dust. Done, bam. The shadow of a person that got down from the earth dragon got down on the ground and stood, and a cloud of sand whirled up. That man showed the figure that blew up that cloud of sand. Oh, my name is Terakio. One corner of the six-blade generals, I am the war general of the Rockhammer. TL note, Terakio uses Wagahai to refer to himself. The way he speaks is similar to Norn's way except more arrogant. His height being out of people's common sense and easily surpassing 3 meters, the muscles that covered that body were thick as if they were like gigantic logs, his flesh that was tempered so thoroughly that it looked like rock was an ashen color that was rare among Mizoku, and on his hairless scalp were 2 small horns growing. Tereikyo, even among Mizoku, he was a Mizoku that was an anomaly for being born from an ogre, therefore, he had the horns that were the symbol of Oni. As soon as Tereikyo gave his name, he thrust his arm into the ground and grabbed and pulled up a colossal rock that surpassed the height of Tereikyo himself. Oh ha 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 ha. This truly is a battlefield. This truly is a war. Vun vun, vum vum, Tereikyo lightly swung the rock, smashing humans as if they were eggs. The surroundings changed into a sea of blood. Tereikyo, ho, you are from that time. It has been a while that Tereikyo, who had raised the rock above his head, expressed a smile at Sylvia's words and put the rock on his shoulder. I won't aim for something so high as defeating you. But I can do something to the extent of buying time. While jumping off from the Kulkul, Sylvia drew her magic sword. Oh, someone like you would not be a match for me, like I care. From the swung magic sword, a beheading attack flew, and Tereikyo dodged it just by slightly moving his head. If you had the Holy Woman's divine protection, you would have still been good. But for you who does not have that, you cannot stop me. Still in his dodged posture, Tereikyo brandished the huge rock. His arm that was like a log put some strength into it and raised, at a tremendous speed. The fired rock looked like it would capture Sylvia, but at the place where the rock made impact, Sylvia wasn't there. So it is that man's technique. Indeed it is. At the crown of Tereikyo's head, who had turned around in an instant, the magic sword ran through it. She had taken Tereikyo's back in an instant. Magic-clad sword, light gathered at the thrust magic sword and became a sword with a length long enough to bisect Tereikyo. Swinging with both hands, Sylvia bisected Tereikyo, but, rather than immersing herself in the lingering memory of victory, Sylvia quickly took some distance. Splendid. But, as I thought, you cannot reach me. Sylvia turned around, and what was there was the figure of Tereikyo that had the gigantic rock hammer raised overhead. In honor of landing a single hit on me, you should die. While Tereikyo was pleasantly laughing, the rock hammer was swung down. She didn't remember holding back on him. She didn't make light of him either. However, she was in a state that didn't reach them. Sylvia did not harbor fear of the closing in rock hammer. She harbored regret. Even if she was called the Princess Knight, in the end, it was a technique that didn't reach them. Even if she swore with her heart to him, she regrettably thought about her own weakness of not being able to establish peace. The rock hammer that was swung down at Sylvia, just before it was about to crush her, suddenly broke into pieces. Who did that? Seeing the rock hammer get smashed and picking up a crushed short spear, Tereikyo blared. I am Darkness Executioner. By my blade of conviction, sink. Ahead of where Tereikyo was glaring, there was a man covered by a hood that was worn low over his eyes and his body wrapped in a black overcoat. Chapter 20, the hero appears. Everyone, there exists bitter memories within people. I don't want to remember it. That kind of memory should exist. I also have one. 3 years ago, before I was summoned to this world, I was a composing member of a resistance, the sort of Twilight that fought against an organization that tried to control the world that used ability users. From the organization's ability users aiming for my life, my ability awakened and I was picked up by Sword of Twilight. Around the time I was genuinely fighting against the organization as a member of the Sword of Twilight, he appeared, wearing a black overcoat furnished with a hood. The completely black-clothed man whose hood concealed his eyes, Darkness Executioner, fighting with the man who was called the organization's strongest slaughterer. Although I was able to repel him, I then teetered between life and death. After safely returning alive, our countless battles continued, and at the time of our final conclusive battle, I discovered his identity. He had the same face as me. He was my lifelong separated younger twin brother. He and I were family that was made to have a death match. However, it was already too late to save him. Because he had tied with me countless times, he was judged to be insufficient and there was a plot to strengthen him with the use of a strong drug. Due to the medicine, my younger brother's life couldn't be saved. However, the little brother made me, his brother, inherit his own power and, right there, his breath died out. With this, I'll always be with Nissan. Holding him who muttered that in his death in my arms, I swore I wouldn't forgive the organization that gave birth to such a tragedy. That was the setting. If it were back in those days it would have been better, but for the me right now, they are severely embarrassing memories. Wearing my self-made black coat, in the middle of make-believing being the Darkness Executioner, alone, I was summoned to this other world. I didn't want to remember that. That's right, to me, Darkness Executioner is a synonym to Chuyuni, a legacy of dark history, a trauma of the past, and yet, that damned Baba-chan, for her to perfectly remember the setting I reminisced, on the Darkness Executioner's overcoat, starting with the sleeves, there were red flames drawn on several places. In the setting, it was because I was supposed to use flames, but regretfully, these flames are just another concern that doubles the pitifulness. Even the hood was just an assassin-like garment that I thought was cool and that I liked in those days. Geez, just about everything is coming and mentally killing me. I never thought that I would be tried to be killed by my past self. If you're wondering why I'm wearing this despite that, it's to defend myself from being discovered by the six-blade generals and the guys that would try to utilize the preceding hero. There is a recognition obstruction cast on this robe, so as long nothing considerably big happens, it seems that no one will recognize that it's me. That's why, a pretty interesting guy has appeared. Let me see, would you have a deathmatch with me? The Asen Terakio right in front of me doesn't realize that it's me. To be honest, I don't have any big outer appearance-like characteristics. At most, it would be something like my peculiar hair that is called bed hair, since that is also covered by the hood. I won't get found out, therefore, so long as I don't demonstrate the stupidly strong power from wielding the sacred sword. Strangers shouldn't be able to recognize me, but, Kyra, glance, this girl, this imperial princess Sama that had tears accumulating in her eyes from seeing me and looked like she would start crying at any time now wasn't she? She definitely recognized me, didn't she? Whiteout are you? She did notice after all, to come running when the princess is in a pinch is what heroes do, right? Turning to face Sylvia, I raised my hood a bit and showed her my face. It's a bit embarrassing. When I did, from her beautiful eyes, tears overflowed. She started crying. How should I say this? It's awkward, but still, she sure has become an amazing beauty. No, she was pretty since long ago, but now it's, how should I put it, the seductiveness of an adult. She's become that kind of beauty. With this, my motivation suddenly went up. War General of the Rock Hammer, Terakio. I draw the two magic swords hanging from my waist, since I'd be revealed if I used the sacred sword. The weapons I got to replace the sacred sword were forged by Jisan. The raw materials were the excess raw materials of the basilisks. I'll cut you to pieces. Waving the pitiful overcoat, Darkness Executioner equals me began to run. Hello everyone. This is your Chuyuni Aching, Flame Enchanter, Sword of Sacrifice, Darkness Executioner, Yashiro Uede Gozaimasu. TL note. The kanjis were emotional scar. Red is Chuyuni, Disciple of Flames. Red is Flame Enchanter, Sword Shinigami, God of Death. Red is Sword of Sacrifice, forcibly raising the originally declining tension. I appear, you son of a bitch, for violence. I made a continuous attack of sorrow with twin swords that looked like they were jade green and indigo blue crystals made into long swords. Though Terakio's attack was heavy, overall it was slow, probably because it abandoned its attack and defense status too much. So long as it doesn't hit, it's nothing worth mentioning. Therefore, I won't let him attack. In the moment he makes the motion to attack, I'll commence the attack to his vitals and make him shift from offense to defense. If I could complete the aria while defending against the rock hammer's handle, splendid. You have come to a splendid idea. But, in the end, it is just speed, so he figured it out. Jin. Clang! When the swung down sword struck Terakio, as if I had just tried to cut steel, it was repelled. But, because I, who could cut steel even without the sacred sword, was repelled, it means that he was even harder than steel. Hardening, he truly is like a rock. Now that it's come to this situation, my attack with the plain sword has become useless. Strikes and magic attacks would be more effective than cutting, but, since I don't have any Marioku, I can't use most of the attack type magic, which would mean that I've ended up with striking him, but, as expected, you cannot cut me. The only one to have cut me down while in this state was the sole preceding hero. He probably has a great amount of self-confidence. While Terakio showed off his side chest, he sultrily laughed. Actually, stop posing, the only one to cut him was me, sorry Terakio. The me right now is the Sword of Sacrifice. See a setting that I thought up in the past. I'll cut off anything. From today on, I'll be casting aside that title. In these twin crystal swords, crystal venom, there exists two forms. Kyukiki, just burn already, burn. It's already been foreseen that it would end up like this anyhow. In that case, I'll just become Baba-chan's toy right to the end. damn it, putting emphasis in the attack speed, these twin blades, and then, putting emphasis on a single strike, an extending blade. When the pommels of the two colored twin swords were joined together and twisted, a gachi, click, sound rang, and they meshed together to become a single weapon. As they did, both the different colored left and right swords, as if they were absorbing blood, dyed red. This was the only one that I had decided that I should definitely not use. However, this is relatively urgent. Serpent Link Twin Swords Carbunculus, TL note. I need help with the name of this. Written as, Blade of Deep Crimson, read as, a crystal sword dyed red like a ruby. The two golden jewels embedded in the sword guard looked as if it were glaring at the opponent just like a basilisk would. This serpent sword that united them, sharpens the blade, and bisects all of creation, though I say that, this time. Since this sword was handed to me as a test, I don't know how much power it has. Since this was also the first time that they were linked together, I tried out the swinging sensation of it while it made a bun sound, but, swinging it a few times, I understood. As expected of Ji-san, he's got splendid skill, but man, a double-bladed sword is really cool, isn't it? Hot WH. What did I just say? GUH, something inside of me is starting to rage. I won't hang on much longer. We're commencing the attack. Darkness Fairy-on, TL note, written as, Dark Fairy, read as, Darkness Fairy-on. At this rate, my undesired memories will revive, and I'll become who I once was. Before I become a prisoner of madness, I'll defeat him. And though the speech in my mind had also become Chuyuni, I called out to Lililuri, who I had burdened on my back. It was slow at first, but it will rapidly become faster. Slow starter, Lililuri, who wore the same overcoat as me, held her hand out to the sky. Ironically, the stupidly long aria was saved by the Chuni-like explanation and Tereikyo Asen's posing. But, well, let's leave it at that. Now then, the preparations to bring him down are arranged. Battle commenced. Yuusha lowering of his stance in order to start running, and Tereikyo's materialization and raising of a rock hammer in front of you was almost simultaneous. You was evaluated to be slow-witted, but that speed, in regards to ordinary people, was no different from teleportation. In the instant that Tereikyo vanished from his vision, he was about to be smashed by the rock hammer. In contrast to that, you coped with slow movements that were enough to be a huge level down from Tereikyo's. Catching the large rock hammer's attack and not cutting it by subtly averting it, he daringly countered with a strike. Every time he struck, pain would run through his right arm. That was how it should be. He was receiving with one hand an attack that would easily smash and scatter a single person. Bisect all of creation is what you said, but it would seem that it was just random nonsense. Even as Tereikyo, who did not notice that, laughed. You didn't reply at all. In order to make sure he didn't miss the chance, he simply repeated the swordplay. Feeling the strangeness of that, Tereikyo frowned. The pair of eyes that peeked out from the hood did not overlook Tereikyo's slightest actions, and made one think they were the eyes of a hawk. Several seconds after you continued to receive them with the dual blade sword. He didn't receive them, he began avoiding Tereikyo's attacks. Seeing you avoid most of the unleashed attacks from the gigantic rock hammer by turning his body half a step, Tereikyo was honestly interested. That physical strength to defend against my attacks, and that ability to avoid them with a paper-thin distance. You are a formidable enemy. If he were to take Tereikyo's attacks, he wouldn't be able to endure one. Being shown that attack that possessed such destructive power could be repelled, in the next instant, he began seeing through them. Show me your seriousness. Would you not let me enjoy myself more? Tereikyo began to enjoy the conflict. A fierce attack that was like a windstorm attacked you. Tereikyo's movements that were obviously different, he did not overlook them, smoothly avoiding the attack. It was there that he finally shifted to an attack. Gunu, the black overcoat wearing man, disappeared from Tereikyo's sight. If one thought that it was a light kick to the ground, he disappeared so quickly that it would make one think that was an illusion, and then, in the next moment, Tereikyo was blown away. It wasn't that he shouted from pain, it was from the surprise of the impact that was enough to make him float up and blow him away, and then, that surprise continued. Bam. Making that sound, this time he was blown away towards the sky. He probably received the attack at the back. While Tereikyo received the attack, he embraced the interest in the attack that possessed enough might to launch him up, maybe to respond to his demand. You appeared even higher in the air than the launched up Tereikyo. I see, so it was that. You fired the 3 short spears that he held in his left hand, and those short spears collided with Tereikyo altogether and, without going through his body, slammed Tereikyo into the ground as if they repelled him. TSK, he sure is hard. Thinking that he could give damage to Tereikyo's hardened body if he gave an attack of a certain level, you smacked his lips. There was a total of 11 short spears. Receiving the 11 spears that should have had more force packed into them compared to the ones fired at the basilisks, Terrakio stood up while laughing. Oh, ah, that was splendid, but. It that all you have? Terrakio waited for the naturally landing you, rapid, in the air, pulling a short spear from the tool bag. You started throwing. It is futile. I will not take the same move that many times. While echoing a thunderous roar, the short spear made impact. The spear, without hitting Terrakio, collided with the ground. Oh, ah. Show me that you can endure. Jumping into the air, Terrakio swung the rock hammer downward as if he were trying to knock him down. Maybe because he didn't catch his movements in the air, he was repelled like a ball and was blown away towards the ground. But Terrakio looked at the swung rock hammer. It was probably because he couldn't hear the push in the air and the force had waned, but even so, it should have been an attack that was enough to smash the earth, and yet, there was no sensation of resistance transmitted to the hand that held the rock hammer, and you also, while sliding on the ground, got down and stood, a four-legged standing motion. It was a movement where one goes on 4 legs like a beast. You made use of this 4-legged standing motion. Though, because one hand was occupied, it was actually 3 legs, getting down from the swung down rock hammer on 3 legs, flying as if he repelled himself on his own and controlling his posture in the air, he deck-ended. Getting to the state of being pushed away on the rock hammer, I messed up pretty badly. It's still a distance I can reach, make it in time. Taking a stance with the dual-blade sword, aiming at Terrakio who had gotten down and stood, you dashed like a hurricane. If one listened carefully, within the battlefield, the sound of a rock-cutting blade could probably be heard. Becoming aware of that, Terrakio was bisected. With this, it's once swinging the blade at a speed that it couldn't be seen, you muttered with Terrakio behind him. Genuo, this time, Terrakio groaned from a pain that was beyond imagine, and, while making a gara-gara, crumbling sound, Terrakio's body collapsed. In the next moment, Terrakio appeared from the ground. Terrakio said nothing. It's because he sensed a warrior higher than himself, given a large sword cut on his hardened body. Furthermore, an opponent that killed him once, a reason to make light of him, there was none. Together with a howl, what unfolded was a fierce attack that devoted itself to the limits of tyranny. You avoided that fierce attack altogether, fast. It makes it seem like the movements earlier were a lie. He had movements slower than the slow-witted Terrakio. However, as he was now, Yushiro's movements greatly overtook Terrakio's and, without allowing Terrakio to even counterattack, he killed him one more time. Gunu, his head cut, his heart pierced, and moreover, scattered to pieces. Terrakio once again crumbled down. Splendid. This Terrakio cannot win against you. Once again appearing as if he were protruding out of the ground, Terrakio, without possessing the rock hammer, just crossed his arms and muttered that. That long interval was probably the conflict ion of losing to a human, but even so, fighting such a warrior. The pride as the summit of the Mizoku and the pride as a military man. And then, on top of the conflict ion, in his chest with the pride as a military man, he expressed the greatest compliment, that he could not win. The time since Terrakio and you started fighting was 1 minute. Terrakio, himself, estimated that he couldn't defeat him. Yeah, there was no reason for me to lose. Sorry, but, this time, it's my win. Lowering both swords, at you who showed no intention to attack, Terrakio grinned and smiled showing his teeth. Well then, let us have a deathmatch next time. I wish to endlessly fight against you. Jumping onto the cranium of the earth dragon while saying that, Terrakio went and left towards the underground, and then, no one chased after the escaping Terrakio. I really am sorry, Asen. As I am now, I'm only at this level. Glancing at the maiden he burdened on his back, you made a small bitter smile. Chapter 21, The Glard Wasteland Battle 5, Damn, he's fast. I'm saying that you're stubborn, human. The sickle of wind and the dragon's magic sword cross with each other. The body-strengthening magic casted on him Kaido and the wind-governing Mizoku Wintos competed with each other with speed. Gehu, Moon Ice, Guh, Leo, and Heart. In the midst of that, while falling 1 level behind their speed, the Azure Sky Knight slashed at Wintos, the hit that was tinged with ice. Marioku was fired riding on a rotation that would give one the impression of a round moon, his body receiving the freezing ice fong. Wintos faced his expression of anger towards the Knight of the Azure Sky. Ryusu Dragon Claw. 1. It was a slashing attack of flames that boasted a heat equivalent to the flames released from a fire dragon, his movements slowed by the freezing that was spreading from the opening of the wound. 3 scars that looked like a claw were carved onto Wintos. Guh, receiving attacks that surpassed the lethal amount, as expected. Even one of the top that possess a court rank would raise an anguished howl. Ku, however, in the end, it's just buying time. While gazing at that Spectacle, Leonhardt muttered as if he were spitting it out. Within a moment, taking in the wind, the body was regenerating. Even if a direct hit was made. If they regenerate, there's no meaning to it. In that case, it's fine if we don't give him the leisure of being able to regenerate. Twisting the dragon's magic sword, he took a stance as if it were a cane. I don't understand it, the true words of dragons that ordinary men cannot understand. So this is Drago lore. Once, having assembled the special requirements to cancel the lack of Marioku, it was a great magic that the most prominent magician, Norn, had shown. Damn. He's fast. I'm saying that you're stubborn, human. The sickle of wind and the dragon's magic sword cross with each other. The body-strengthening magic casted on Inkyou and the wind-governing Mizoku Wintos competed with each other with speed. Gehu, Moon Eyes, Guh, Leo, and Heart. In the midst of that, while falling one level behind their speed, the Azure Sky Knight slashed at Wintos. The hit that was tinged with ice Marioku was fired riding on a rotation that would give one the impression of a round moon, his body receiving the freezing ice fong. Wintos faced his expression of anger towards the Knight of the Azure Sky, Ryusu Dragon Claw. 1. It was a slashing attack of flames that boasted a heat equivalent to the flames released from a fire dragon, his movements slowed by the freezing that was spreading from the opening of the wound. 3 scars that looked like a claw were carved onto Wintos. Guh, receiving attacks that surpassed the lethal amount, as expected. Even one of the top that possess a court rank would raise an anguished howl. Cool, however, in the end, it's just buying time. While gazing at that spectacle, Leonhardt muttered as if he were spitting it out. Within a moment, taking in the wind, the body was regenerating. Even if a direct hit was made, if they regenerate, there's no meaning to it. In that case, it's fine if we don't give him the leisure of being able to regenerate. Twisting the dragon's magic sword, he took a stance as if it were a cane. I don't understand it, the true words of dragons that ordinary men cannot understand. So this is Drago lore. Once, having assembled the special requirements to cancel the lack of Marioku, it was a great magic that the most prominent magician, Norn, had shown. Jirori, glare. Kaido's eyes caught Wintos. That body, it had already finished regenerating. Drago lore, is it? What the heck? If you have that, use it earlier. While spreading out Kamaitachi, too, into the surroundings, Wintos raised the sickle of wind over his head. At that stance, Leonhardt shuddered. Having seen a fight from before, this was Wintos' prided technique, gathering wind. It was a secret technique. 3. That was fired together with the slashing attack. The wind would cut through everything like a Kamaitachi, and that Kamaitachi would whirl as if it were a storm. If one were to receive that, without any difficulty at all, it would end. My ancestor, that is the ice spirit Glastein. 4. Glastein, in place of that name, manifest, jumping upon the black Kulkul that had just come running. Leonhardt drew the magic sword Glacelet. 5. Glacelet. And he came dancing in front of Wintos and Kaido. Ice wall. What was fired was a wall of ice. The rampart of ice that spread out with Leonhardt in the center isolated Wintos and Leonhardt. Yuri too slow, Fugger Renzen, wind fong continuous slash. The wind that was collected at the sickle was released at the same time he swung down. The storm of slashes that rolled with the sickle as the starting point cut and shaved the rampart of ice, destroying it in an instant. To have gone through my ice wall so easily, in that case, at the nearing Kamaitachi, Leonhardt sheathed his sword into the scabbard. Ha, have you given up? Seeing the katana that Leonhardt put away, Wintos ridiculed him, and then, he changed to an expression of shock. It couldn't be. It's exactly that, Dasuyo, lowering his waist end. Twisting his body, his hand extended towards the hilt. If it were seen by the modern Japanese person, they should understand it to be the IAI's stance, his secret technique, though it took 3 years. I've also grasped its decisive. Leonhardt showed a refreshing smile that was enough to make any woman nearly swoon if they saw it. In an instant, a sword flash ran. Zetsuai, severing shadow. 6. Aya, I have missed it. Leonhardt. The storm of Kamaitachi that touched the sword flash dispersed, and right at Wintos' feet, there was the traces of the sword tearing the earth. The high-speed slash that was fired from the IAI became a slashing wave, and could be said to have skimmed and flew right beside Wintos. Wintos got angry, and that's how it should have been. The slashing wave just now went right to the limit of not hitting Wintos, thinking that he had gone easy on him. Wintos showed a face of anger in the wind around him whirled. I can't cut you down with the equipment I have now after all. Well, it does seem that he has a move though. If one saw behind Leonhardt, what was there was the figure of Kaido who had finished an aria, Dragon Armament Dragonic Rage. His eyes that hid anger had become redder than blood, and gleamed, with Terakio driven off. The soldiers in the area that saw were excited, even though there were still Mizoku around. They stood restlessly. Tisk, I stood out too much, Sylvia, could you calm them down? Ah, right, Sir Doltani, as Sylvia shouted, an armor-wearing middle-aged giant, 7, appeared riding a warhorse. It was a person that I also knew, Viscount Doltani Mackeltolton. TL note, yes, don't disturb the line of battle, shouting with a volume that could make the ears go strange for a moment. Sir Doltani glanced at the soldiers that looked like they formed a line in a panic, and then he came down from the warhorse. It sure has been a while, Yushiro Danum. My figure was technically supposed to be concealed, but what's with you getting the person inside right as if it were a matter of fact? It sure has, Dolsan. How did you know it was me? It has also been 3 years since I last hear you say that, from the fighting style from earlier. And then from Her Highness' heated looks, I noticed, while the good-natured Asen Knight laughed with a smile, he dropped a bomb. What? I didn't do. Not in that case, guess there's no helping it. There's no not helping it. Seeing the face turning red Sylvia, the corners of my mouth naturally turned upward. Kue, tug, no, it's being pulled. The thin fingers extending from my back pinched my face and lightly pulled it, hevohi, as I looked back at Lilaluri while my face was still being pulled. Lilaluri frightfully made a serious face. Lilaluri. What are you looking at? A really strong person is coming. It looks like you'll lose to her, although she isn't as frightened as she was as the time with the basilisks. She saw the future where I lose and became worried, makes it look like I'll lose. In other words, they're at Terrakio standard, Glaciesta, I took Lilaluri down from my back. Maybe because she understood what I was trying to say, she made a deep nod. Sylvie, I'm sure there are a lot that you want to ask, and there's a lot that I want explained, but we'll leave that for later. That's true then, come to Li Zillion's tent. There, we'll talk to. Oh, then, please, take her and run. Sha, I draw the twin swords. If the current Lilaluri says they'll come, they'll definitely come. Wait, what's going on? In the first place, that elf maiden is she's Masters, Norn's discipled. Sylvia's large emerald eyes opened even wider. She's the Witch of Times. Sylvia glared at Lilaluri with a sharp look, as if she were frightened by that glare. Lilaluri hid behind me. Hey, don't glare. You're a beauty, so there's an intensity to it. That's right. She probably didn't intend to glare. But, when the slightly upturned-eyed Sylvia's appearance is coupled with her eyes narrowing, just by looking at the other person it looks like she's glaring at them. Beauty. Seeming to have gotten excited by my words, Sylvia's face turned red. No, aren't you snapping a bit too much just from me telling you not to glare? Well, putting that aside, Lilaluri, as Baba-chan's disciple, satisfied the minimum requirements, an extraordinary sense towards crisis, in other words, a sixth sense. Baba-chan's story of the sixth sense was that it's a future prediction, and a future prediction was a warning sent from the future self to the past self. In regards to that sixth sense, Lilaluri possessed that enough of that ability that the Witch of Time that was Norn gave her the stamp of approval, for the time with basilisks, since her brain couldn't withstand the bewilderment of her own ability beginning to awaken and the fear of the hopeless situation at the time. She fainted, but, having finished several years of study in only a few days, Lilaluri knew the time of the Witch of Time, in other words, the rudiments of time magic, and for Lilaluri, who became the apprentice magician of time, similar to something being right beside her, the future became a familiar existence to her. Lilaluri saw it. Glaciesta is coming. Digesting the short words I said, Sylvia nodded. Sir Doltani, use the magic core. Turn the whole army around, take a sufficient distance, and take the preparations for the invocation of wide area magic. At your will. And what of Her Highness? At Dolsan's words, Sylvia replied with a high-pitched whistle. Apologies for the delay, Princess. Maybe coming on the dependence of Sylvia's whistle, the white-type Kulkul came up running. If it's an ice user, I also have the advantage. Leo and I are of the Spirit Glassdean's lineage. Though not as much as Leo, even I should be able to be of some help. The minute she said that, Sylvia straddled the white-type Kulkul. Schvaltz, my ancestor is Ifrida, the king of the flame spirits. Chapter 22, The Glard Wasteland Battle 6, you know that's definitely not allowed. As I yelled, Sylvia was surprised, and then, as far as I could see, she became displeased. You have a grasp of my magic, right? If your opponent is Glaciesta, I can fight well enough. It's a problem before that, idiot. You're the current country's top, you know. What is a person of the top running around for? In the first place, your fighting Terrakio was a mistake. At that time, if I didn't do so, the army would have had huge damages. If you died, it would have become an even worse situation. There's Alicia. It's not like my lineage would die out, you know. You dumbass son of a bitch. Though I'm like this, I'm a woman. I'm not talking about you like that. Just as we were about to get into each other's face yelling, a low-toned laughter was heard. As usual, you two are really honest. However, while getting along with each other like a married couple isn't a problem, it's wartime right now. Dolsan laughed as if he were amazed by a number of things. Damn, it certainly is just as he said. Due to my conversation with Sylvia, who I hadn't met in a long time, it looks like even I had become restless. Married couple. Respond to every little thing like you usually do. Getting her face bright red like an apple from a trivial matter. Tisk. Lila Luri, do you know the exact time that Glaciesta is coming? Glaciesta, Yun. That person isn't coming, you know. Ha, Lila Luri tilted her head as if to say I have no idea what you're talking about. No, same to you. What are you saying? No, didn't you just say it? That Glaciesta is coming, Yun. I don't remember saying something like that. Oi, I think I suddenly hallucinated the shape of a single hair standing up like an antenna just now, too. What? An opponent that I would have a close fight with as I am now that's in this battlefield. If they're Duke class average, it's Glaciesta, isn't it? At that time that I had a naked association with the genderless appearing Wintos. Terakio, and one other guy, I confirmed that they were guys, and got depressed, which would mean a Mizoku other than a Duke class. Certainly, there are some that rival them, but that in itself probably isn't it. It's true that at the times when I don't use the sacred sword, I drop in quality and my war potential decreases dramatically, but, even then, I'm strong enough not to lose to a Duke class opponent. So long as they don't attack me in numbers, there's no factor for me to lose to. No, wrong, that's wrong. In the first place, from the first thought, there was a mistake. Who said at the beginning that there was only those three in the battlefield, in the first place? The two who were in the battlefield were Glaciesta and Wintos. Terakio Asen also appeared in the middle of it. No matter who came, it wouldn't be strange. There's one thing I want to ask, Lila Luri, that woman's hair, what color is it? Damn it, this is the worst. Even though I finally sent the Asen back without the sacred sword, the meaning of that is gone. What's wrong? Is there something behind me? Noticing my gaze, Sylvia turned her head behind her. What was there was, coming descending from the sky, a red-haired woman, descending onto the ground on three legs like a cat, holding a burning completely red halberd in one hand. It was a bluish-white skinned, Mizoku, that hair that was red like flames lifted from the impact of her coming down and waved in the wind. Was it, stupidly red hair like that, It's that person, a young lady that you really couldn't say that she noticed just now. What was it the place that young lady pointed to was, as soon as I came here after hearing Terakio was beaten? What is this? Sylvia, it wasn't you, right? So, what? Are you saying that shorty of a figure over there was the bastard that defeated him? A Mizoku whose only feature that was to my liking was her looks and was usually in a ticked-off state, the six-blade general, the war princess that governs flames. Agniera, her original name was Flam. She's Agniera the convicted that is said to possess the strongest ability even among the six-blade generals. As I am now, she's an opponent that I can't win against even if I use the speed from Lila Luri's magic of time, and that's how it should be. In simple offensive ability, when lined up with Terakio Asen, she surpasses him in speed. Furthermore, she makes physical attacks meaningless, since she can't be killed, even if the six-blade generals possess their respective high abilities, and were ganged up on. She's the only one that can't be killed, possessing an immortal nature that was enough to rival me and the Demon Lord. She repeats the reincarnation that is similar to the Phoenix's disposition, and then, in addition to that immortal nature, she has the Mizoku's strongest class's strength, and then she has a muscle brain head that doesn't think of the consequences. Not matter how many times I killed and 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 killed her, she's a lunatic. That would brandish her halberd of flames with pleasure. She's a pervert that loves the smell of her opponent's sweat burning. She's the only one that I can't win against as I am now. I heard something like the sound of something rubber-like being pulled and torn. Bachi. That's not it. Butsu, that's not it either. 3. Bastard, you just called by that name, didn't you? I see. Butchie, snap, is it? I get it. I mean, Agniera's expression has become something pretty amazing after all. Shutut, for an angrier, that's just adding fuel to the fire. Only with Agniera go die, human. Feeling heat around my head, my consciousness was cut off once right there. Chapter 23, The Glard Wasteland Battle 7. Now then, why don't I have you answer me now? Well now, what was it again? He's just the Sacred Swords Adept, was it? There's no such thing. There ain't no hero other than that guy. A deep, dark place, an abyss that people call a demonic cavern. Name of Makai, 2, a purple mist-covered hell where Marioko so dense that it could be visibly confirmed gushed out as a miasma. The demon castle where the former demon lord sat in and where his subordinates knelt in front him was in this place, a woman possessing blue, long hair that was similar to water flowing in a river, and a woman whose red hair extended out similar to a burning fire. While both of them had the shapes of people, they had bluish-white skin and golden pupils. They were Mizoku, it because we know that he is an adept, isn't it? And even if you try to change the subject with that, you can't. Why did you return on your own? Even though there weren't any plans for you to come out from the start, after going because you wanted to, you immediately come back. What happened? I just couldn't get into the mood. It's pointless to lie to me, you know? Ever since you came back, you, who went to the point of calling upon me, have been in a really good mood, haven't you? Though I don't know why you're trying to cover up for someone. There's only one person that would make you show such a reaction. It's him, isn't it? The two who were sitting in black chairs were not in a state that could be called peaceful. Rather, an atmosphere that suggested that they would kill each other at any moment now was being emitted. Lay a hand on him. He's mine, Gatten, clatter. While the crimson-haired woman Agniera stood up making that sound and made her surroundings sway from heat, the blue-haired woman scowled. As I thought. He has been summoned to this world once again, has he? The blue-haired woman who understood from Agniera's attitude laughed with a giggle and readjusted her legs. Guh. Aquadine, Ikewodiani, bitch, you let me into that. It's your fault for getting caught by that, isn't it? In response to the raging Agniera, the woman called Aquadine lightly warded her off similar to how water would. I see, Yuushiro has come. The preceding hero, no, he's still the current hero, wasn't he? Aquadine. If you put a hand on Yuya, I'll burn you, got it? The one that's going to kill that guy is me, though I understand your way of liking him, at least say his name properly. Making a sigh that seemed like she was slightly tired of her, Aquadine quietly left her seat and started walking. You can be at ease. I won't do anything to meddle with him. I have my own plans. So long as he doesn't become an obstacle, I don't particularly care about the hero. Do as you liked it, Aquadine, who had the flame axe thrust right before the base of her head, said that with a cool, face, removed the flame axe with a finger, and went and left the area. As I like. Agniera once again remembered that chance meeting from a few days ago. Agniera's chin faced upward. Agniera bent back as if she had just received an uppercut, receiving a strong shock. While Agniera did have a slight pain, as if it were a time where the world was truly overturned, she took a huge shock. It was only for an instant, but it bought enough time until my revival. The head of the man right in front of Agniera that should have exploded was uninjured. No, that wasn't the only thing. Why, from the interval of the hood being blown away, black hair, and then a recognizable face appeared. While feeling surprise and delight, Agniera raised her voice. This is the greatest. The fact that you came back, brandishing her halberd of flames, Agniera went to slice you while laughing, while dodging that attack that was fired at godlike speed. You once again made an action of flicking his thumb. That won't work a second time, pulling the halberd with quick movements. Agniera easily blocked the invisible bullet with the halberd's grip. For the invisible eraser, that I worked on mastering from my middle school graduation to my high school entry as well as up to the time of my resummoning to have no effect, as if I'd be stopped by such a cheap trick. As Agniera trampled the ground with her long legs, blowing away the ground, flame pillars spouted up in the area. Why you? At you who had taken some distance in order to escape from the randomly appearing flame pillars, the flame-clad Agniera closed in. Element 5. Are you seriously trying to kill me? I assent that only natural, but how many years do you think I, 6, have waited? You, who promptly drew the crystal sword and defended against Agniera's attack, raised his voice in surprise, her skin red, her hair flickering like flames, her naked body clad in flames. Agniera skillfully manipulated the two-ended halberd, and, to not give you the chance to attack, drove in with continuous attacks. So I can't stay selfish, While only defending against Agniera's attacks, you, who couldn't find any means of escape, made a large click of his tongue. These 3 years, I've wanted to kill you, just kill you so badly, I just couldn't stand it. If you don't put in some serious effort, I'll be troubled. The two-ended halberd joined into one and became a huge flame axe. I don't know why you aren't getting serious, but if you aren't going to get serious, I just have to make you. Jumping up high, twisting her body in the air, she showed a throwing stance. Get blown away, entirely Gigahenna flame. That was a flame that made everything into ashes and dust. That one attack that could destroy a country in just one attack. was fired in this wasteland. Good grief, I guess the slow life really was impossible for me, huh? You, who made a wry smile mixed together with a sigh, put his hand up in the sky. As if something were there, as if something was coming there, he spread the palm of his hand wide, sole desire. The vicinity was enveloped in a dazzling aurora. 16. St. Lonvaldia calendar, year 146, the ground of the Amatel, 7, second advent, Glard Wasteland. This year, it was said that the Glard Wasteland would later continue to be the first point of legend for the huge battle that occurred, Glard Wasteland Interception War. The mixed Demon Lord army of 300,000 versus the allied forces of 100,000 that was comprised of the Luxuria Kingdom as the leader, various countries starting with the continent's largest military nation Valenshell and the Great Magic country Lizelian, as well as gathered mercenaries from their respective towns, though they were forced into a hard fight by the enemy who started off at first with court rank possessor. The pair of Hero Kaido and the Azure Sky Knight Leonhardt made a united front and splendidly crushed the Duke-ranked war soldier of the Windsickle, Wintos. It heavily overturned the state of the war. Behind the scenes of the hero and the Holy Knight's efforts, the curtains raised here as well on the legend of the mysterious man who called himself the Darkness Executioner. Knowing no external characteristics other than him using a two-ended sword and him being fully dressed in black clothing, he ran through the battlefield with speed like that of a hurricane, and seeing his figure bury the enemy like a storm, for all of those that were together with him on the battlefield. Stormbringer, 8, is what they called him. It is said that at the same time that the hero and the Holy Knight defeated Wintos, he crushed the war general of the Rock Hammer Terrakio, who was known to have the same rank as Wintos, alone. Also, in this war, the entry of a six-blade general that would be the fourth one was also confirmed. It was the one that the Holy Ulquiorra Faith, 9, gave the nickname Agnera the Convicted. However, immediately following her entry, it became her retreat. Nay, it couldn't be called a retreat. Agnera the Convicted was defeated by the preceding hero, who appeared together with an aurora and was dressed in a white armor, a great man who had once saved the world. The strongest swordsman that repelled the Demon Lord. It was said that with the entry of the preceding hero, Agnera challenged him and retreated without laying a hand or foot on him, though he had come running for the sake of Sylvia Loto Shariato Lizerian, who he had once shared joys and sorrows with. His true reason cannot be said for sure, having lost two pillars of the six-blade generals that were the summit of the Demon Lord army. The court-ranked classes synchronized with each other and retreated, and the Demon Lord army that became only monsters was exterminated by the Allied forces. The Allied forces had casualties that surpassed 30,000, but though they were the main ones who suffered casualties, they obtained a victory that was enough to be considered a brilliant achievement. Chapter 24, the preceding hero's neighborhood salutations. Holy City Angelic. Being the Holy Ulquiorra Faith's headquarters, it is also the sacred ground where the first holy woman Vivian Minato Sora Angelic had made her advent. The appearance of the buildings that were lined in a row and made uniform in white was beautiful, and the chalk tower that was erected in the center engendered them with holiness. It's a sacred town that over tens of thousands of believers visit every year. Even in such a city, a squirming evil exists. If the light gets stronger, so does the darkness. The chalk tower, Ludafel. In the top floor of that tower that the Holy Ulquiorra religious organization owns. With the Pope having departed to Luxuria, in the now vacant Pope's seat, man with a grown fat body and a pointlessly self-important attitude was at the top of the organization. This man, whose oily face was always warped in joy and, without a shred of piety, was like that of a one obsessed in gathering money, was this religious organization's cardinal. Everything mentioned are the details of what happened in the earlier Glard Wasteland Interception War. Also, the figures of the man naming himself the Darkness Executioner and the preceding hero have been designed to be covered up. The black-haired young sister that was dressed in a black vestment uninterestedly reported the several sheets of paper of a bundle in her hand to that man. That man that brazenly sat in the Pope's seat even though he was a cardinal slammed the glass in his hand, making a noise, and stood up. The damned preceding hero, how annoying. That brat is always getting in my way, trampling the throne glass over and over with foot. The man had disturbed his breathing and, while breathing with his shoulders, began to walk, all because of that guy defeating the Demon Lord. I missed out on having 3 women of the highest grade. And then, once again, my chance to have that Sylvia, lost to that guy, unforgivable. I won't forgive you, preceding hero. While taking his anger out on things like the table and the chair, the cardinal screamed like a pig. While being one who served God, the man drowned in sexual desire, waving around his authority. The man that treated the current pope as a puppet and exercised his authority as he liked was a fool that was convinced that he obtained everything that he desired, since long before 3 years ago, though he tried to obtain Lizurian's beautiful and well-known three sisters by indirectly instigating the Mizoku, that failed when Yuusha, who was the preceding hero that was summoned 3 years ago, had appeared, this time as well. If they were to have been defeated, that responsibility wouldn't have been on Valenshell nor on Luxuria, but it should have gathered onto Lizurian. But once again the hero prevented that aim entirely, and then, what decided it was 3 years ago? You had exposed the religious organization's darkness and denounced it, though he had returned to being cardinal even now. 3 years ago, the man had once lost his standing. With cold eyes, the young sister looked at the man whose face was completely red and was giving out a yell. Hot damn it all. I, who had finished breakfast at the puppy's cry, while suffering a slight depression, was arranging my preparations for departure. If you're asking the reason I'd become depressed, it's about the second names that somehow increased, having won the war. Luxuria had a revelry where even the many nations' heads, the really distinguished people, had congregated. At the time when I was eating my breakfast before my departure at the puppy's cry, which was no exception and was overflowing with customers that were celebrating the victory, I heard that, even if I didn't want to. The rumor-loving self-proclaimed well-informed people sat together at a table and told the men about the Glard Wasteland battle. Luxuria's heroes had, Lizurian's Azure. Sky Knight had, as the topics changed from one thing to another, suddenly in the middle of it, the preceding hero had, the man calling himself the Darkness Executioner had. It changed and fixed onto the subject of me. Well, there's no helping that the people that know about the rumors don't know that the Executioner and the preceding hero are the same person, but since both of them are about me, I'm so embarrassed I feel like I could die. Luxuria hero, Pretty Boykuan and the others have probably been thoroughly talked about. Leonhard is also famous after all. I guess you could say that it's obvious that the only information that didn't spread around among all that was the story of Darkness Executioner equals me, and that the preceding hero that saved the world a few years ago equals me. Various speculations flew about, especially regarding the Darkness Executioner. Wielding twin blades dyed in blood, an overwhelming fight like an executioner, just like how he named himself, that was without a doubt a demon. This is what they say, though other various rumors are arbitrarily streaming about. It seems that the theory that a Mizoku had changed to the human side was especially supported. Well, it looks like a big part of the reason for that is because he defeated the Duke-class Terrakio, who couldn't be defeated by a simple human, alone. Though in actuality, he only retreated. At the time he was called the 8th Duke-class, the muscles along my spine shuddered. Way too embarrassing. I thought that I had more or less gotten used to the Chuyuni manner since this was a different world, but hearing the talk those men were having, experiencing awkwardness and embarrassment from that full-blown Chuyuni conversation, I felt like I'd die in agony. I will never return to being a Chinibyu, never. However, as I was stuffing my cheeks with the hardening bread while I tried to ignore their talking voices, I learned the shocking truth. Oh yeah, my son that went out into the war said that he saw the guy. Said that he was a black-clothed swordsman that mowed down enemies like a windstorm. That, a windstorm, That's a perfectly fitting phrase. The Darkness Executioner is being called Stormbringer by the country's distinguished people and by the guys in the guild. What? The Darkness Executioner belongs to the guild, right? So that means that he has two guild second names. It seems that it's informal, but they say that's what the guildmaster said. Well, I guess if you defeat a Duke class, it'll get attached even if you don't want it to. Stormbringer is yes, Stormbringer they say, Stormbringer they say. I was fainting in agony at my own Chuyuni name in the room where I had finished arranging my things, and was rolling around on the bed. Incidentally, right now I have adventurer-style leather equipment. Garments. As if I'd ever wear something like black robes ever again. Oya, you're not together with Lila Lurichan today? As I descended to the first floor of the puppy's cry, the landlady spit out the same exact words that she said this morning. Didn't I tell you that she'd be staying at an acquaintance's place? What the heck, and here I thought you were abandoned. While I looked at the landlady that was making a hearty kahaha laugh with a sidelong glance, I carried my luggage bag on my back and left the puppy's cry behind. The main street of Luxuria that was flourishing in victory was once again in revelry. As I passed through the congestion that was in the middle of the festival's pre-session state and arrived at the guild, I noticed that the reception desk had returned to the usual Busty-chan. As if she had noticed my glance, she smiled sweetly looking at me. I have been entrusted with a letter from the guildmaster, Norn. She had a business smile, from Baba-chan, Norn-sama. As I was about to say Baba-chan, an extreme bloodlust from Busty-chan was poured on me for only an instant. Is Busty-chan a person that has faith in Baba-chan? 1. I have memory of a young Baba-chan's kid elf boy also giving me an extreme glare before, too, when I asked. Since she nodded, I took the stationery and opened the seal. First of all, I would like to apologize for not seeing you off. The managing of the post-war matters have been much too urgent and I am unable to leave my principal residence. And then, since there were too many things that I thought I should write and that I wished to write in the letter, I was troubled. Now then, this is about what you are probably particularly worried about, but be at ease, the Holy Capital has yet to accurately perceive your existence from this time's case, thinking was it a Mazoku? Of the suspicious swordsman that was you, they still have not noticed that it was the preceding hero. In regards to the Darkness Executioner, he will be treated as one under my direct control. This way, they will not be able to easily lay a hand on you, it will hang a topic that will not die out of interest for them. As long as you do not flashily go wild to a certain extent. Not only the preceding hero, they probably will not notice that you are the Darkness Executioner. Be at ease, and go slowly tour the world. Also, since I thought that it would prove useful in your travels, I have enclosed your next guild card. If you use this, you will be able to pull out several millions of cash from the guild. Should you run into any kind of trouble, be sure to use this. Also, at the times I will dispatch you as the Darkness Executioner, this guild card will shine red. I would like you to use that as a signal. Safe travels, to my dear favorite pupil. In Baba-chan's forte of cursive that was to the point of being beautiful, she was probably holding in the laughter as was writing around the part of the Darkness Executioner. I can see her squirming around like an earthworm, even though it's a deeply emotional kind of letter. Various things are disappointing, HN? That reminds me, I thought that the stationery was heavy, but it did say something about a card being enclosed, didn't it? As I immediately thrust my finger inside the stationery to try and pull out the contents, a single sheet of paper together with a black dyed card come out. It is the Guild Master authorized guild card of the guild's highest rank SS. The pocket watch drawn on the card is this Luxuria Guild's mark, and for those guild members that possess the guild mark, they are under the guildmaster of that mark's direct control, a so-called right-hand man treatment of sorts. The pocket watch guild mark that was drawn abstractly was drawn with gold, and not only the mark but the letters were also golden. As I gazed at it thinking that it had a high-class feeling to it in some respects, Bostichan explained it to me. A guild mark, is someone like me really alright? Isn't it just to make me fight with a sign on my back? I probably shouldn't say this, but this is completely for places other than battle. You know, if Guild Master Norn thinks you to be worthy of entrusting it to you, there will be no objections to it. Entrust, that reminds me, what could this one be? After gazing at the black card once again, I look at the single sheet of paper. Having been folded into fourths, when I open it, P.S. Go to the stable that you used before, that, and if you're still thinking of where to go, my recommendation is the Southern Gel Archipelago. You know, you can see your favorite women's swimsuits as much as you like after all, is what was shortly written. Recommendation, is it? Thank you very much. For me who has had bitter experiences with the word recommendation, collecting my sour face that was distorted like it were chewed up, I somehow controlled it down to a wry smile and said my thanks to Bostichan. We'll be awaiting for your next visit. Damn it, when you say that with such a broad smile, it just makes me want to come back again, while feeling sympathy with the mentality of the Asans that frequently visit the cabaret clubs all around the world. I leave the guild. The next place that I headed to was Old Man Gold's workshop. Having headed straight there after returning from the battlefield, I came to recover the 2 crystal swords that I handed to him. Oh, is the shitty Gramps in? You're too noisy, you shitty brat. As I entered the workshop that had weapons lying about and shouted out, I was immediately returned with a large voice. So you've come, you damn shitty brat. Using precious items that other people poured their all into until it's a mess. The geezer that appeared while kicking away the weapons was angry to the point of his face turning red. Could it be that a huge defect appeared on the crystal sword that he handed me? There was no helping that. I fought against both that Terrakio and Flam.no, Agnera, you know? Rather, it's amazing that they didn't break. That's because it's a weapon that I forged. Just as I praised him, his mood lightened up. So, is it fixed up? When I asked that, he replied with his nose with a humph and threw the twin swords in their scabbards at me. Thanks, brat. Is it true that you're leaving this town? As I said my thanks for what I received, he returned with a question. Yeah, though this time, me coming to Luxuria was something like an accident. Well, it's just about the right time, so I was thinking of slowly touring the world. Since he had asked with a serious face, I answered honestly, if I were to be under Baba-chan's patronage, I probably wouldn't have to worry about various things. But, I was thinking that I wanted to see this world that has become peaceful. Though the Demon Lord army is moving, the Demon Lord is sealed. You could say that this is peaceful enough, that so if the condition of your sword gets bad, come see me again. Saying only that, the old man went back inside the workshop. Thank you. The old man probably didn't hear. But I left behind some words of thanks and left the shop. Chapter 25, the preceding hero goes on a journey. Trey-san, oh, so you've come Yuya.no, it was Yuushiro, wasn't it? Why didn't you tell me that I was saying it wrong? As I arrive at the train loan barn, what was in front of the store was Trey-san petting a gray type, plumage. Kulkul, what is Trey-san doing in a place like this? Although she had participated in the Glard Wasteland battle, since I had to run around guided by Lilaluri, without making a united front with Trey-san, I needed to quickly run away once the battle was over. Since we only had a bit of small talk before going to the war, it's been a while since I've met up with Trey-san. As usual, she's in erotic equipment. Fufu, come now, wipe that drool. Excuse me. As I was fascinated by the erotic equipment, I was handed a handkerchief together with a gentle smile. It was a sweet handkerchief that had white as its base color, though that's also good. I think black would match Trey-san. A black lace design. That's none of your business. May I ask the reason? Because it's sexy. You never change, do you? Maybe because my remark was really funny. Trey-san laughed with a giggle. What could it be, this peaceful atmosphere, huh? Are Trey-san's eyes looking somewhat sad? See, could it be? I don't think it could, but, Trey-san, could it be you think of me as? Today, I came to see you off. That was an immediate reply. She replied quickly enough to interrupt my words. Well, I do think that it's great that I met you though. Trey-san, I don't mind embracing you, but that'll be an extra fee. You're retaking my money, of course. Good women are expensive after all. Saying that, Trey-san, who showed a smile, sweetly without joking around, became charmed. At any rate, what's with that Kulkul? This is the first time I've seen a gray type. Fufu. Going by what Master said, it seems to be your Kulkul, having become embarrassed, I changed the subject. But it would seem that Trey-san figured it out. She looked at me with a smile that was like one that which a slightly amazed one-san shows a mischievous child. Guhwh, what is with this embarrassment? It feels like I'm being treated like a child even though I'm already at the age of 16. Wait, it's mine. Maybe responding to my words, the gray-type Kulkul took 2-3 steps closer and rubbed its giant beak on my arm. Are you Weiss, One, and Schwarzschild? As I looked closer, since it somehow resembled the Kulkul I knew, I stroked its beak while asking, and as I did, it cried Kuka with a slow voice. It would seem that though it can't talk human speech, it can understand it. Now I get it, so it's from Sylviad. The awfully attached, about 1.5-year-old Kulkul bent its legs and lowered its posture. You're telling me to get on? Ha, you guys, both parents and child altogether sure are eager to be ridden on. Hoido, here we go. There weren't any reins, but, as I straddled it while gently gripping the base of the Kulkul's neck, the gray-type Kulkul walked around looking delighted. And you really are those guys' child. The feeling riding you was the best. As I stroked its neck, once again, it cried Kuka with a slow voice. Yato, if it's like this, you don't need reins, huh? Normal Kulkul are cowardly and have difficulty getting attached to people. Therefore, there is a need to control them with reins, but, maybe because these parents and child are able to understand human speech, it seems that their fear of people isn't that violent. Though Leo and Sylvia use reins in order to keep their balance on top of those way too fast parents, Yash, then I guess we should get going. When I light hit the base of its head, replying with a kuka, the Kulkul's feet went clip-clop and, no, since it's not a horse, is that the wrong way to say it? Well, the sound doesn't matter. While its stretched-out tail swayed, it began walking to the royal capital's west gate. See you later. I'll be coming back again after all. See ya, I'll be waiting in anticipation. While lightly waving her hand, the brown beauty Trey-san answered so. I wonder if I should have met with pretty Boykuin and the others. The idea that came to mind after leaving a bit from the gate was rejected in the next moment. The reason was because even though I finally left the city as an ordinary person, if I were to meet with those guys that now became celebrities in Luxuria as heroes, that would make Baba-chan's unseen under the table hard work and the feelings of Sylvia and others that kept quiet and gave me a single Kulkul all meaningless. Well, it should be alright to leave it to them to bring the world peace as heroes. The Demon Lord won't be able to revive after all. Now then, where to go? Opening the map, and deciding on a good-looking place to go to. In my ears, I hear footsteps running towards me. There's a festival right now, so if they were heading towards the royal capital I wouldn't have minded it, but running towards the outside is probably a lot less likely. No. They might be in the middle of running to a relative's wedding just like Melos, too. and as I was thinking of such unnecessary things, I heard a young lady's voice. Only a little over a month had passed since I came to this world, but it was a voice that I had surprisingly gotten used to hearing. As I turn around, the young long-eared elf girl with short emerald-like green hair, Lilaluri's breath was ragged. However, trying to put it in order, she inhaled a deep breath and repeated that breathing. Oh. I heard that you wouldn't be able to come and see me off, but, so you came, ha, hadat. Oba-chan told me go on to. Even her clumsy words, when compared to when we first met, it's gotten a lot better. It has been less than a week since Lilaluri became Baba-chan's disciple, but she has already endured several years of studying, and then for this girl that learned all that, while still in a childish body, her mind has already begun to mature, her mental age had increased. I see. Baba-chan sure does make some difficult directions. Even as I showed such a smile, Lilaluri didn't show any reaction of casting her eyes down from me, saying that, having become Baba-chan's disciple, unless something rare happens, Lilaluri is unable to be separated from Baba-chan's side. After all, though she is an apprentice, she can use the same time magic as the Witch of Time. If it were to be abused, she'd be a joker. 3. That would be capable of changing even the world structure. Naturally, an idiot seeking that will come out. Therefore, thinking of that worst case, I decided to entrust Lilaluri to that absolutely safe Baba-chan, though the idea came from Baba-chan herself. You could think of it as her not having much freedom until she becomes a full-fledged Witch of Time, although it was a future that she chose herself. Included in the foundation of that was an atonement to me. That's what Baba-chan told me. In order to become my strength, Lilaluri sacrificed her life. At the very least, I wanted her to live in a safe place. It's not a final farewell or anything. I'm in the same world that you're in. In that case, we'll be able to meet up immediately. After all, it's not like trying to return to a different world. The words of someone who's experienced it are heavy. After all, during the 3-year gap, without returning, even though I wanted to go back to this other world so badly that I couldn't help myself. When I thought that I finally got used to the normal, I once again came to this other world. The 2 years until I gave up were tough. However, if you're in the same world, think about meeting up, you can simply meet up. Since it can restart by chance on the roadside, it can be a funny story how small the wide-looking world is. That's why I wasn't the least bit sad. I'm not trying to look cool or anything, but we don't need a goodbye. You can just say see you later. Although it was from on top of the kulkul, as I lightly patted her, Lilaluri made a deep nod. Well, see you later, See you later, you. While lightly waving my hand at Lilaluri, who showed a smile at the end, I left the royal capital behind me. Gusu, sniffle, ugu, ugh. If you cry that much, you will laugh at you. While dirtying her clothes with tears and a dripping nose, the sobbing little elf girl's head is gently stroked by the brown beauty. Besides, you want to be Yu's partner, right? In that case, I don't really think that you have the time to be crying. At the provoking words, with her face still dirty, Lilaluri faced up and nodded. I want to become Yu's partner. That's so. Well then, let's go. Being influenced by the eyes full of motivation of the young girl that made a deep nod. Trey also again, by herself, became motivated. I guess I'll also try working a bit harder, while thinking at the very least, enough to not drag him down. I want to show him that I can be that strong. She pulled the young girl's hand and walked towards the crowds, as if they were like parent and child, like they were sisters, like they were friends, like they were rivals in love. The two walked side by side. Was that alright, Fuwa? What was Jaya? Norn, who had just finished coaching over several years, had replied to the busty receptionist while getting her to stick a compress on her back where she couldn't reach, being the only Miko that had faith in Norn. She was the person in charge of assisting Norn as well as the receptionist that was the face of the guild. Having been informed of the contents of Norn's letter by Norn herself, this was the first time she had questioned it, parting with an existence such as his, and then sending him to a place such as the Gel Archipelago. One could say that her question can be well understood. There's no good reason to let the war potential called a hero take care of themselves, even if the Demon Lord was sealed. The Demon Lord army itself was still continuing its existence. Kakaka, you are also still only halfway there, Jaya. At that rate, you will not be able to stand above others. I acknowledge that from the beginning. The one to stand above others is not the preceding hero or the Pope, nor is it something like God. The one fit to stand above all others is none other than you. First Hiro-sama. At the Miko-looking receptionist's words, Norn cheerfully laughed. Kaka, I cast aside that name a millennium ago. The current me is the Witch of Time, nothing more and nothing less. My apologies for my rudeness, Norn-sama. At the woman that respectfully bowed her head, Norn showed a bitter smile. About the answer to your question, Jayaga, that fellow will not head south to the Gel Archipelago, ha, having replied in an unadorned fashion to Norn's words. Who could blame the Miko-looking woman? No one should have. The meaning of what you had said, you had recommended the Gel Archipelago, correct, Umu? That certainly is what I wrote. However, a fellow like that will not go. No, he cannot go to. With a smile like that of a child that had successfully made a prank, Norn continued, that fellow that altogether experienced hardships from my recommendation 3 years ago, should have read too much into that postscript of mine, Jaya. He was also trained about that preference joke. After all, reading deeply into it, he will probably think that something will happen in the Gel Archipelago. And then, reading between the lines, he will continue on in the complete opposite direction. And then, while he is headed towards Galari, Magic Academy City Laswadiaha, since there are still a couple of months until the prize-fighting tournament that is said to be held in Galari, Josh, I've decided on this place, the free city located on the northern side of the map, Galari. While keeping an eye on that place, it's been decided that the first destination is Laswadia. It's a bit disappointing about the swimsuits, but this one has uniforms, so I'm looking forward to it. While straddling the still nameless grey Kulkul, without rushing or being in a hurry, I slowly continue little by little. What I'm aiming for is a different world, slow life. Without rushing or wandering, let's go straight forward. Translator notes: 1. Pronounced Weiss. 2. Reference to the story run, Melas. 3. Joker in the sense of cards. Chapter 26. The preceding hero and the rare bird Silber. We continued down the long Yohel highway that extended from Luxuria as if we were married to it for about 2 weeks. Still in the class of being a young bird, Silber didn't have the stamina, and although it took some time with its distance after running a whole day being so little, Silber and I safely caught sight of the Forest of Bewilderment, the forest that spread out near Laswadia. By the way, Silber is the silver-type Kulkul that I'm writing. Being a word that means silver, it's a good and simple name to take pride in, seeing as how going around it is a pain. Why don't we go though it? Since the main road continues through. If we don't stray from it, there's no way we'll get lost. Kuka, having reached here while touring many villages, I became more or less detailed on Laswadia. 3 years ago, since most of the Demon Lord's army progress was headed towards Lizilian, we started at Lizilian's outskirts and, without taking any detours, advanced to where the Demon Lord was. Therefore, starting with Laswadia, we mostly traveled ignoring many of the cities, even Luxuria, since we only visited the Forest of the Fairies. I didn't enter inside the royal capital. For me at the time, I had heard about the Laswadia Academy in one of the villages that I went to, and along the way, I more or less came to know some of the points to make note of when it came to Laswadia. One of those was the Forest of Bewilderment. The Forest of Bewilderment that had magic that throws a person's sense of direction off kilter cast upon it. Like it was also a sector for the sake of the students' fieldwork. It was made so that if you didn't freely use magic, you couldn't escape it. If you continue on as you like without confirming your direction with magic, it seems that you'll be brought back to the entrance after you've taken a terrible amount of steps. Looking at it from the place I'm at now, if you entered the forest from the school that just interposed the forest, you could still be saved. But if one came from Luxuria just like me and kept going north, entered the forest and got lost, it would be a story that you couldn't laugh at. But it seems that if we continue on the Yohel highway that continues on to the academy without straying from it, there should be no problem, or it will be a detour. But if we make a huge circumvention around the forest, it seems we'll be fine, since monsters won't appear, and because it's safe for peddlers, the detour plan is a sure thing. Well, seeing as how I want to quickly get to an inn, let's go just like this. Silber, Kuka. Silber returned my words with a Kuka cry. Recently, with this Kuka cry, I've become able to understand Silber's mood. Right now, he seems to be in a pretty good mood. Yua, this forest is pretty dark. Is this what you call a ceiling of trees? For it to be this dark even though it's midday, as we entered the forest, I was surprised by the gloominess inside the forest. The trees are overgrown, and when you look up, you can only see the sun's light flickering. I had heard that it was really dark, but it was much darker than I had expected. The torch that I bought from the Asen of the inn that took care of me yesterday will be useful. It isn't just magic. This forest itself is an environment that's easy to get bewildered by. I thought it was strange. Even if it was magic, it would only be at the level of derailing one's sense of direction. It shouldn't be getting you bewildered by showing illusions. That's why if you confirm the direction with the sun's rise and fall, you should be able to confirm the direction even without something like magic. But if you try to tell ahead of time, the vicinity is dark, and you can't look up at the sky, this will really get you lost. I fastened the torch to Silber's head with a cord. It became considerably brighter, didn't it? Kuka, crying Kuka in a slow voice, Silber began walking. And after a bit, stopped. Ah? What's wrong, Silver? Did a monster come out or something? Thinking that, I gazed ahead but I couldn't find such a thing. Silver restlessly looked around the area. Getting hooked onto that. I also restlessly looked around. When I did, there was a small red fruit growing on a tree, so it's that. What kind of fruit is it? Is it edible? Moreover, when I looked closer, the same thing was growing on the surrounding trees. Silver got close to a nearby tree and began eating the fruit that had fallen to the ground. Ooh, you sure are eating a lot. Is it really that delicious? Since he began eating with a splendid vigor. When I asked, Silver lowered his posture and let me down, and once again began eating. So you're telling me to check it out myself? It looks like he doesn't want me interrupting his meal. Maybe it was because in these 2 weeks he only had beans. It seemed he was engrossed with the fruit. It seems that even birds get tired of things. Hamo, glomp, yuga, what the heck is this? When I open wide and hold a fruit in my mouth, a sweetness that I can only describe as violence came flooding out. The flavor itself is to my liking, but maybe because the amount of sugar is insanely high, it conversely feels bitter. So you like this kind of stuff, huh? Silver, who was greedily eating the fruit, suddenly raised his head and restlessly surveyed the vicinity. What? Did you find another fruit or something? Ow, don't peck at a person's hair. It looks like he got mad. Then what is it just now? It was faint but... Kuka, when I rubbed hair that Silver pecked it, from somewhere, I heard a sound similar to a tree being broken. Although I say tree, it wasn't the sound of a branch being broken, it was a baki sound that was similar to a large tree being broken. It was too faint for me to catch the direction, but definitely made a sound. Is it a monster? Kuka, Silver stepped away from the fruit, and nuzzled his head on my arm. It was a sign that said to get on Silver's back, certainly. Making it an opponent would be a pain. Why don't we quickly get going? As I ride on Silver's back, we continue on while being vigilant of the surroundings. There it is again. It's closer than before, trees intermittently being broken. The sound that you could already pretty much say was trees being mowed down, came louder than before. Loud enough to where you could specify the direction, and then, Mana, hurry, you, being chased in terror, I hear the voices of 2 young girls, Silver, Kuka. Silver began running several blinks faster than my shout. On that Silver's back, I get on one knee in a half-rising posture, and position my right hand close to my waist. I see them, Untitled 1, cleaned by JC. As I concentrate my senses on my vision, 2 young girls clad in robes, were being chased by a gigantic boar. The intermittent sound of tress breaking I heard was probably because this guy was striking them down while it went straight on ahead. It was endowed with a large build that looked like it could easily break the trees in the area. Kaya, Mana, one of the young girls tripped and fell. Seeing those girls' faces died in terror, I let loose a shot, Invisible Eraser. It was a mid-range specialized technique that I had acquired after returning to this other world, with a technique that could be called a finger bullet. By flicking my finger at ultra-high speed, it's a move that fires off a bullet of compressed air that closes in at ultra-high speed. Originally, this was fired in place of the eraser during the times I would throw eraser scraps at my friends while in class. But this time, since the opponent is a monster, there wasn't a restraint placed on the power. Together with the sound of air exploding, the boar's large build lifted, and on the second shot, that boar was sent flying. Are you alright? Still riding on top of Silver, I got down in front of the girls, and pulled out one of the knives of the 750 a 5-piece set of throwing knives that I bought from a merchant that I got to know on the journey here out from the tool bag on my waist. Hi, Mana, the young girl that fell down some time ago. She wore glasses, and while correcting those slipping glasses, she replied to me with a nervous voice. The ponytailed young girl ran to the spectacled girl. Ho, so you able to withstand that just now? Are you the lord around here? The huge boar that stood up after taking 2 of my finger bullets, even while foaming at the mouth, glared at me and groaned Garuru. Into the crown of the head of that huge boar, the throwing knife that I threw deeply pierced through, making a huge thud sound. The huge boar collapsed. Even if it could withstand my finger bullet, I guess you could expect that it would be finished by getting stabbed in the head with a knife. You're not hurt, are you? As I turn around and ask the 2 young girls, the 2 nodded their heads with a kakukoku. Chapter 27, The preceding hero awakens. That's Liswadia, Kuka. A short time after saving the 2 young girls, cutting through the forest while protecting the girls, what appeared in front of us was a metropolis that had a gigantic clock tower built in the center of it. Why, yes. To be accurate, this is the Magic Academy city Liswadiad. It's a neutral city developed with the Liswadia Magic Academy in the center. The glasses girl that fumbles her words a lot, Manaluri, and the cool, long black-haired girl Eri Tristoria. The 2 young girls that I saved were straddled on Silver, having gotten off from the highway in order to save the girls. I was conversely saved and successfully escaped the forest. Well, if I jumped, I could have checked my current location, but, without doing something that I shouldn't be able to do in front of the girls, I had them use magic whenever we got lost. Having finished our self-introductions along the way, I had the girls teach me that they were pupils at the Magic Academy. It seems that the reason the girls entered the forest was the gathering of raw materials that would become medicine. That sure is a seriously huge clock tower, measuring it with the it's several hundred meters. Is it on par with the Tokyo Tower? The first thing that caught my eye was the gigantic clock tower. There was still a pretty good distance until we get to Liswadia, but nevertheless, the impact of looking up at the clock tower, whose gigantic appearance didn't spoil the surroundings, is probably immeasurable. I want to do commemorative photographing or something. I really want a photo. Tokyo 1. To rival Liswadia's clock tower's prided height. Just what is Tokyo? Getting stimulated by her thirst for knowledge and getting excited. Mana's eyes blazingly lit up while fumbling her words. Shoot, I simply just leaked that out. Mana, calm down. Yushiro-san is troubled. Ha. I'm terribly sorry, Yushiro-san. I'm really sensitive to rare things, so, ha ha ha, it's alright. I've heard that about 7 times already after all. That's right, this exchange has already repeated 7 times along the way, starting with my finger bullet, then going on to things like about silver. Every time she went wild about things, Eri would stop her. That reminds me, I didn't ask, but what kind of medicine do you mean when you say medicine? While she was recovering from grabbing my right hand, when I asked that, Mana raised her glasses with a pull. A mana potion. However, it's not just any mana potion. Eri and I make mana potion too. Mana potion, if it's a person who's ever played an RPG game, more than half of them have heard this vocabulary. That's what I thought. This medicine that possesses the effect of recovering Marioku is typical even in this world of Rienbrook. It's just the problem of being a tad bit expensive. So you study medicinal plant knowledge as well, if I remember correctly. To make mana potion 2, you put a small dose of Marioku on moongrass and curite fruit. Since moongrass reacts to Marioku, you pulverize the flesh of the curite fruit onto the Marioku carrying moongrass, and if you boil it down, it's complete. Was that right? Since I was educated by the former Lizarian 3rd Imperial Princess Dai, in other words, Sylvia's younger sister, even though I didn't have any Marioku or couldn't properly use magic, I was only abundant with knowledge in relation to magic. Now that I think about it, my quick memorization of the Alex Elia language, which is the language of the elves as well as the current magic language, was all thanks to the 3rd Imperial Princess. Even my sole usable original magic-clad type magic was a magic technique, was something I thought up together with the 3rd Imperial Princess, wasn't it? A prodigy endowed with wit and an amount of knowledge that was enough to even overshadow those guys in the famous Lizarian Imperial Court Sorcery Squad that was an assembly of monsters. Thanks to that 3rd Imperial Princess, I was saved a number of times. Even if I were to give her my gratitude, that wouldn't be enough. Seriously, you know it well. Actually, in making mana potion 2 there's something called a golden ratio between the amount of materials and the time to boil it down in order to extract the maximum effect of it. Do you know this? Meeting surprise at how someone who called themselves an adventurer, knew the ingredients and way of making mana potions. Mana's eyes sparkling with a shine was something that I didn't overlook. No, the shine was from her glasses. Looking closely, Eri was close to expressionless, but, with eyes that seemed to be measuring, she looked at me. Yumu, I could answer it, but it sure would be troubling to have curious eyes attached to me. If I'm not mistaken, the ratio was 7 moongrass and 3 curite fruit. For boiling it, you slowly boil it for 40 minutes, was it? Almost, but not quite. For the boiling time, 40 minutes is the standard. The time to bring out more of an effect is another 20 minutes. Mana stuck out her chest and replied as if she were boasting. When she did, her chest was emphasized enough that you could tell even from on top of her baggy robe. What huge breasts! To be boasting a size that my hand wouldn't be able to completely grasp while still being a girl that was around 12 years old. Is this that? What of those big-breasted Lolas? When I experienced shivers from the mysteries of the female body, the cool girl Eri grabbed Mana's chest, with a gouache squishing feeling to it. Hyan, at this short height, she boasts a D.WH. What was that? I don't know whether that was the same method of measuring bust size that I knew or not. But, even so, the pair of hills that Eri rubbed and embraced indicated to not be common whether I liked it or not. Eri, when Mana looked at her with reproach while tearing up, Eri released both hands while making them wiggle. It's a child's bust, but, honestly, I thought that I was jealous of Eri. Not good, not good. A hero that's the ally of children can't do something like this. I thought that Yushiro-san would be delighted, so I unconsciously, that wasn't unconsciously, reflecting, Eri hit her own head with a clunk. It was so monotonous that it was conversely concerning, but see, the bottom of Yushiro-san's nose is stretching. Since the subject was suddenly brought up, and furthermore, since it was about my disgraceful behavior, I unintentionally raised my voice. Yushiro-san, I am of carnage. On the path of carnage, there is no need of women, but your eyes are rooted to the spot. Mana's boobs are sinful boobs. Eri, getting down from Silber with slithery movements like a snake's to get away from Mana's pursuit. Eri went around behind me. Oi, hey, this is a flag where I get a scolding. Kia, help me, stiffly. Is there no thanks to your life's savior? The earlier service scene was supposed to be for Yushiro-san's sake. I see, sorry for having you do it for my sake, and so, going with that, as thanks, please gather up your chest with your arms and make a valley. I beg you to. I abandoned my pride and everything else to my younger companion and did a Jiza, too, and after that, I had plenty of fun with Mana's valley, whose face was blushed red. That's right. About how long will Yushiro-san be staying in Liswadia? Entering the town of Liswadia, we decided that we'd separate in front of the Liswadia guild, but Mana asked that with a red face, as I thought, is she still embarrassed? She did make a pretty glaring look at me after all. I haven't particularly thought about that. Since I don't have that many belongings, I'll do a couple of jobs at the guild and save up money. About 2 weeks, I guess, 2 weeks. Well then, we'll be leaving now. Dona. Mana left running a few times faster than usual and Eri who was dragged along with her. They were a pair with surprisingly different personalities. Well, we probably won't meet again. Since they're probably students, I'm sure they're busy, and I'm an adventurer after all. Well, it would be nice if we could meet again. I'll leave my thoughts at that. Excuse me. Is there anyone from the guild? It was something that I pulled with my right hand, but since the guild door was too narrow that it would get stuck. I opened the door halfway and called out to someone. Yes, what can I do for you? A blonde, spectacled, refreshing type pretty boy appeared from the guild's reception desk and rushed over. Well, you see, on my way to town, this had died, and thinking that it was a waste, I picked it up and brought it with me here. This is the Lord of the Forest of Bewilderment, Wild Boar, the pretty boy that saw it outside from the door. Seeing the large-built boar that was the size of a truck, his mouth froze wide open, as I thought, so it was the type that brought troubles to the town. The boar was probably that forest's lord. The wild boar's tusk in my hand. I clicked my tongue at my own reading of it. Author's note, the awakening in the title was Awakening to Big-Breasted Lolas, is what it meant, lol. 3. Chapter 28, the preceding hero's love at first sight. The In's married woman arc, having earnings of 30,000 F, around 3 million yen, is kind of scary. Having disposed of the raw materials of the Lord of the Forest, the Wild Boar, at the Liswadia Guild, I fell into paranoia from the amount of money that I obtained that I would have never even have been able to touch in my original world. It feels like all of the people walking down the road are all looking at me. Whoops, so. This is it. Kuka, the place I arrived at was an inn in a section of Liswadia, being used as a lunch and dining hall. This place was an inn that the guild recommended, an inn that provides cheap and delicious meals and can lodge me together with Silber. An inn that splendidly fulfills that is what I ordered. Seeing that inn's signboard, I was surprised by that name, Kitten's Purr. Are they sister stores or something? It was extremely similar to the name of Luxuria's Puppy's Cry, or could it be that the inn's names follow some kind of custom or something? If they have a uniformity of having a baby animal a word related to their voice, I'd like to go around the country just to see them. After all, since I only had 2 choices of either camping out or a good room at a lodging institution, this kind of commoner-like inn is something I began using since I was summoned this time around. Excuse me. I was referred here by the guild. While imagining the name of the next town's inn, entering the Kitten's Purr, the kitten for short, I was completely fascinated by the woman that was working hard at being the waitress. Ara, hello there. Welcome to the Kitten's Purr. What was there was a single beauty that had a triangular napkin wrapped around her head and soft, long golden hair. The color of her eyes were as blue as the sky. Her lips did not have any lipstick smeared on, but were originally a light red color. Her skin was as white as untrodden snow and glistened. The pushed-up pair of heels that nearly burst out of the loosely made clothing gathered up the men's gazes entirely. It wasn't just her chest. The streamlined line that went from the narrow part of her hip down to her thighs captivated anyone who saw it and hid a devilishness to it. Not having the legs of a model that were only skin and bones, they were young and lustrous legs that had a good amount of flesh to them, those plump thighs that just made you want to jump into them were already releasing a sinful charm just by being there, stimulating the awakening of their nature towards babies. She would probably be the men's food for thought for tonight. You could say that I was born for the sake of today, this time that I would meet her, with the intention of marriage. Please make children with me. Era, this Oba-san is troubled. Putting her hand on her cheek and smiling, my waifu. Ah, I just want to embrace her already, bastard, doing that to my Melita-san. We got to teach this guy this town style. Wait, what did you say just now, you dumbass? Melita-san is my waifu. The shouts of the surrounding mob characters had nothing to do with me. I will remain married to this goddess. With Melita-san oomph. Just what's so great about those enormous breasts and huge but any buo, now you've made us mad, the beginning of the mass violence that goes by the name of punishment, going wild in front of a grown woman. They're mob characters that are far from gentlemen, but those guts, I don't hate them, allow me to assist you. The ones who made me mad are you guys, you numbskulls. What stopped me from trying to exterminate them using the hero strength was the stupidly loud shout of a big man that came from the kitchen, gay. It's Master, too, Gilly, weary getting out of here, right? Getting scared of the huge man that made loud banging sounds coming here. The well-aged men put several silver coins on the table and left and ran away from the kittens per tisk. They ran away today as well. Melita, same with you, don't go letting those kind of guys into the shop. Oofufu, I'm sorry, honey. Melita-san smiled at the macho man that surpassed 2 meters. Seeing those two, I was stricken with despair, damn it. Why? Why are all macho men popular? Is being a bit macho no good? Is there no God in this world, What with this brat that got on all fours and is making the floor soaked with tears and mucus? It seems he wants to make children with the intention of marriage with me. Oofufu, I wonder if it's alright to be doing that with an Oba-san that passed 30 years old. The problem is way before that. Hey shitty brat, what are you trying to seduce my wife if oi, are you Yushiro, Gofu. On my path of carnage? Women are unneeded. Wait, Lawson, at that moment when I was going to surrender myself to my heart that was died in despair, he called my name. When I raised my head, it was a macho man with pointed ears and overflowing muscles that you could tell even from above the clothing. I knew it, you're you. You rascal, look at you getting so big, Noah. A guy shouldn't go embracing me. I was closely embraced by arms that were like logs, and even while I felt like I'd suffocate from the overwhelming sultriness, I struggled to escape. You read the same as usual. Aura, what are you all looking at? The store is closing up for the day, so hurry up and get out of here. The Asen that possessed a scary face that even members of a gangster organization would run away barefooted from faced the customers that were in the shop and dispersed to shout, ah, how sad. There were even some of them that were still in the middle of their meal. Nice of you to come back, you. That man that possessed a physique and face that wasn't like that of an elf faced me and showed a broad smile. Oh. It looks like I've made you worry, Asen. 3 years ago, I met him in a certain elf community, and a fight unfolded, and even while there is an age difference, he's a man I can proudly call a friend. His name is Gilly, one of my close friends. Rienbrook has 2 moons. Within each month, the first 2 weeks has the blue moon suspended in the night sky. For the remaining 2 weeks, the red moon appears in the night sky. At the end of the first month, the 2 moons cross each other, and it shows the appearance of a violet moon, Yuusha. By the suspended purple moon in the night sky, a frigid voice wrote upon the wind. From Laswadia's clock tower, there was a single silhouette of a woman overlooking the town. The woman whose body was wrapped in black vestments had a holster belt twined around the bare leg that peeked out of the slit of the skirt. In that holster, a weapon that originally should not be in this world was settled there. I bear no grudge against you, but God's enemy is our enemy. Call to the heavens and repent by our God's side. The woman that made a cross on her chest extended her hand to the slit of her skirt and pulled out a folded-up guidebook from the inside of the skirt. But before that, I've come out to a place like this. I've got to go around and sightsee. In the guidebook that she pulled out, the letters for Laswadia were grandly written there. It was a guidebook of Laswadia. I've heard that the enemy of God that is said to be in Luxuria is scum that moves according to his lust. If he does, he should be heading to the southern archipelagos. While I corner him bit by bit, I won't forget to sightsee, foo-foo, as expected of me. Nothing has been overlooked, ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. At the woman that was making a big laughter on top of the clock tower, a strong wind rushed her, Yuwapu. Foo-foo, a stupid, shameful sight such as falling over from a wind of this level, I won't show. Now then, where should I go first? Laswadia is a town with history after all. The sightseeing district is, huh? Where's my guidebook? The thing that should have been in her hand wasn't there, and as she looked around in a panic, the guidebook that was hurled by the wind was dancing in midair, and, no way. I still haven't even seen any delicious stores yet. Please, Wyatt. Even if she extended her hand to the flying away guidebook, her hand wouldn't reach it. Come CK. 3. In the town that the purple moon shone upon, the woman's shouting voice resounded. Chapter 29. The preceding heroes getting out of bed in nightmare morning. That slumber of being on the verge of waking up is an irreplaceable time of supreme bliss. I'm sure that everyone has also had a taste of that. Right now, I am savoring that to the fullest, not needing to have to wake up at 6 in every morning and prepare my own lunch like I did in Japan in my original world. I also don't have to worry about what to do with my spare time in school. In this world, I also don't have a reason to be with an agency. After all, I'm a free and willful adventurer. I also don't have a reason to chase after a job. If I have trouble with money, I just have to do a job at the guild. And so I don't have any particular problems with money. No, I am troubled. I have too much money on hand. The money in the card handed to me by Baba-chan confirmed in money from highly selling the raw materials of the monster called a wild boar yesterday also confirmed. If seen from a stranger's view, they'd probably be jealous. Of course, I think I'd probably also be jealous if it were from an outsider point of view. After all, for the cowardly me, it's to the point where I think that everyone who I meet eyes with is probably after my money. Well, what I'm trying to say is just like this, not having to pester anyone for anything, and being able to go slow and be lazy is happiness. Viva self-indulgence, Ugu. However, though I still had some drowsiness, my slumber time had marked its end together with pain. I got up from the intense pain that suddenly ran through my head. Ugh, my head is throbbing. What is this? A cold? No, that reminds me, yesterday, I was made to drink alcohol by Asen, wasn't I? Damn it, making a minor drink alcohol. Yesterday, having reunited after 3 years, we had a feast thrown by Asen, but of all things, Asen made me drink alcohol. There's no way I would have refused Marita-san's pouring of the alcohol, is there? As I smirked while remembering Marita-san who had poured the alcohol for us. The half-naked Asen that had slept next to me got up. Yo, morning sunshine. The dazzling morning sun that overflowed from the window tenderly enveloped me and the old man. I tumbled down off the bed and crawled away to a corner of the room as if I were trying to escape. No, I had already just escaped. Wait, why? Why were the old man and I having a morning tune? 1. An imagination of what should never happen ran through my mind. Don't screw with me. Who the hell would benefit from me ex-Asen? Because you went to sleep on our bed before us, we reluctantly went to bed with you inserted between us. Good grief, you sure are a noisy guy in the morning. Removing the futon and standing up, Asen said that while stretching his body. Really? Nothing happened. What are you trying to say happened? Well, my drowsiness stopped from you shouting. Thank you. While saying that, Asen smiled. It would seem that my virginity, too, hasn't been lost yet. Phew, I thought I was going to die. Wait, hold on. Wait a sec, Asen. On? Did something happen? If it's about food, I think it should be ready by now. That's also important. But before that, there's one thing that I want to ask you. Did you say we, in other words, beside me, Marita-san was there? What Asen was talking about was with me in the middle, just like the character for River, though it was shocking that Asen was next to me, with him saying that on the other side, the other person was Marita-san, yeah. She said it was kind of like a parent and child, so she was happy. Marita-san, kicking open the room's door, I ran to Marita-san's side, who was probably making breakfast. Era? Good morning, Yukuin. Did you sleep well? Your aproned appearance is also beautiful. Please sleep together with me one more time. Era, Yukuin sure is a spoiled child. While laughing with an afufu, Marita-san patted my head. I'm no longer afraid of anything. Asen. Have a match with me with Marita-san at stake. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and eat. The food that Marita took the time to make is going to get cold, right? At the meal that was spread out on one side of the 4-person table, my hand extended out without delay. Yenifufu, Yukuin sure is eki. Why you? Get your hand away from Marita's chest. Shut up. My hand won't let go of this softness. This warmth, I don't want to lose it. Starting from there was the start of my and Asen's unsightly fight. We were eating bread, shoving ham into the other's mouth, having our throats burned from the soup pour into our mouths, but it was a fun breakfast that I haven't had in a long time. After finishing breakfast, I helped Asen with some things, though I say that because the kitten didn't have many customers as an inn, it seems to function entirely as a restaurant. And so, I was working hard and helping with the preparations for lunch. How far have you gotten? And this is the last one, alright, all of them are peeled. Opening the door that led to the store's backyard, Asen appeared, almost at the same time. I was just finishing peeling the skin off of the last potato in my hand. The dagger I borrowed was a bit hard to use, but, well, it did a fairly good job. Whoa, 3 barrels worth of potatoes won't you work here? You're a potato peeling genius. That you are. That doesn't make me happy, seriously, what an unpleasant way of praising people. The potatoes that filled the barrel that had a height that was around my chest level had their white surfaces shown to the public, so, what's next? Well, nothing really. Rather, this was more than enough. Go past the time until lunch as you liked. That's so. Then, I'll be going to the guild for a bit, helping bring the barrel into the store. I returned the dagger, headed towards my rented room, and prepare my equipment, alright, firmly fixing the leather lightweight equipment with a belt, complete, a cheap one-hand sword at my waist, yup, no matter how you look at it. It's a normal adventurer look. As I thought, normal is best, really, things like full-body pure white equipment and full-body pure black equipment. Maybe because I was made to wear nothing but that flashy equipment, I've excessively come to think that normal is best. Well then, I'll be going, show up at least once at lunch, got it? Well, saying that, I leave behind the kitten. Whoops, that's right, Silver? You awake when I went to go see Silver, who was probably using the spacious stable as if it were reserved. There was a huge bird that stretched out like a human and was snoring. I also, once had a time where I thought that birds had a bit more elegant way of sleeping. Unable to look at Silver, who vulgarly snored with a kuka, any longer, I kicked him to wake up. Kuka, for one nicknamed a rare bird to have this way of sleeping. I think this, 3, Silver, I'm going to the guild, but do you want to come along? Kyuk, Kuka, that was a pretty long conflict, wasn't it? Well, whatever. Let's treat ourselves to some light sightseeing. Taking Silver out of the stable, I wind the collar around him, and then, I also wrap a pelt bangle around my arm. This was a special magic tool that notifies that area if horses, kulkals, or other such pets become missing, because it sounds an alarm if it is forcibly removed without abiding to protocol. It also excels in preventing things like animal theft. Hey Silver, Kuka, when I ride on Silver, Silver slowly and steadily began to walk, with Silver seeming to have grown accustomed to walking with people riding. The feeling of riding him with very little shaking had become even more enjoyable. Liswadia Guild. There is a guild placed in each country, but the scale of this Liswadia's guild is very small when compared to Luxuria's. The reason why is because there are few jobs, most of the quests are for the students to earn some pocket money, and although monsters have settled down in the nearby Forest of Bewilderment, due to the activities of the Academy's pupils, there aren't any large damages. Rather, if there are any excellent mercenaries in this town, it seems that they are recommended to other countries' guilds. Therefore, this guild that only has the minimum size had turned into a huge clamor like a turned-over beehive since yesterday. Has the master not come back yet? I just told someone at the academy, so they ran away. Bring them back. I had already gone, but I had the tables turned on me, damn it, at a time like this. From the quest services, in the guild that mostly functioned as government offices, most of the staff members were staff at the academy. Liswadia's guild master was also a person greatly involved with the academy. Even though the hero will be coming to visit in less than 2 weeks, in the staff member's hand, there was a single letter delivered from the Luxuria royal family. What was written there was, the subject of the hero going to see the studying style of those that carried the country's next era. Chapter 30, the preceding hero and the big eater of an assassin, but still, it's like with so many guys having the same appearance, it looks like you could make mistakes searching for someone. Kuka, we were headed to the guild while strolling down Liswadia's streets, but we lightly shrunk back from the numerous guys that were wearing gray robes, left and right, adult and child, they all wore gray robes, making looking for an ordinary person not wearing one harder. Academy City, I guess that's why they call it that. Being a huge cultivation institution, this Liswadia was developed with the Magic Academy as the core. This place, which wasn't a country but functioned as one, was also the only place in the world to have been arranged to be neutral from the world. Therefore, it seems that many students from various countries around the world come to study abroad. Oh, that brown one Isan over there is SE.XY looking, probably, but the robe is unreasonably in the way. Like I said, there are also brown exotic beauties, but, as I thought, the robes are everlastingly in the way. Damn it, even though I was expecting uniforms, what the hell is up with all of this? All I can see from the robes that go all the way down to the knees are loafers and knee socks. At the very least let me ascertain if they are high or low. as I lowered my posture while riding on silver to try and look at the contents inside the robes. Something covered my field of vision, Yuwapu. What's this? Liswadia's guidebook. As I took the thing that covered my face, on the oblong paper, Liswadia's map and places like its tourist spots were written. No matter how you look at it, it's a guidebook. Why is this thing? You person with ordinary looks over there. As I folded the guidebook up and was about to throw it somewhere, I turned to the sudden thoughtless words. When I looked at the direction where the voice was made, wearing a vestment that had a black skirt with a slit set into it, a black-haired woman pointed their finger at me. The black-haired woman that jumped up together with an enthusiastic shout, while making 3.5 spins in the air, landed in front of me. Please, wait a moment. You. Maybe because the impact of her landing made her legs go numb, the black-haired woman couldn't move from her landing position. It's been a while since I had this unpleasant feeling. What is she? This person that makes me feel like it would be a pain if I had something to do with her. Her huge breasts that swayed with a tie-on wobble the moment she landed were of course not overlooked, but, even with that, for her to be an existence that makes me not want to hold any connection with her, that's the same level as the Six-Blade General's Agniera, you know. Just, what kind of person is she? As I felt shivers for the black-haired woman, maybe because the pain had pulled back, the woman vigorously stood up. I, a sister of the Holy Ulquiorra religious organization, am called Bernadette. Since that guidebook is mine, I would like to have you return it. But, the woman that stood up with an enthusiastic shout, Bernadette looked at the guidebook I held with a troubled face. What the heck? Thank goodness that she seems to unexpectedly be a normal person. She's pretty cute too, so that's what it was. Here to thank you very much, but after all, without this, I wouldn't be able to do any sightseeing. As I hand the guidebook over, she delightedly embraced it in her chest, then suddenly rolled up her skirt and inserted the guidebook into the skirt. Right in front of me, a shocking image unfolded, the picture of a black-haired beauty rolling up her skirt in downtown. Filter, cleaned by JC. Excellent, it's great. That unpleasant feeling is still continuing, but it's still great. A cute girl really is justice. However, if she were to hold up the rolled-up skirt with her mouth, it would be even better. For kindly picking up my guidebook, thank you very much. I certainly would like to show you my thanks, but, you. That's quite all right. You don't have to worry about that kind of thing. Being called out when I was excited, I refreshingly replied while lightly rushing it. I can't allow that. As one serving God, I can't possibly forget to have a heart of thanks. I know, how about we go to the tasty stores mentioned in the guidebook? I'll treat you. Once again pulling out the guidebook from her skirt, Bernadette showed the entries for recommended restaurants and diners to me, and there, she tilted her head to one side. My name. That reminds me, only Bernadette named herself and I didn't. That also reminds me, she said something about serving God and sisters earlier. I'm Yuushiro. I'm an adventurer, gotcha, click. Having a muzzle suddenly thrust at me, my hands moved faster than I could think. Gone, one. So you reacted to my speed, as expected of God's enemy, is all I can say of a hero. Damn, just when I think of the unpleasant feeling, this happens. Gripping it with one hand, I turned the muzzle of the handgun away from me and clicked my tongue at it. Furthermore, it wasn't just any gun. 3 years ago, having given up on its development due to numerous technical adversities and lack of cost-effectiveness, a so-called type of romance weapon, even its name, Magic Gun Karakian, 2. Unfortunately, that is an old name, and a temporary name. This child's name is Magic Gun Misteltein. 3. Bernadette took a pose with a Baba N. I finally understood the identity of the unpleasant feeling. Right now, I fell into an unpleasant mood that was just like look at myself 3 years ago. The me that was going full throttle Chinibu of 3 years about, but still, it really is someone related to the religious organization. Moreover, just when did I become something like God's enemy? I'm surprised that you knew of Misteltein's old name. Nevertheless, you were God's enemy in the end. I had thought that I could get along with you, but disappointingly, Jakura Rororu, what was that? That earthquake-like sound just now. Q, really, it's turned into something really troublesome. But, bada, thud. From the collapsed sister that collapsed in front of me, I heard the voice of her empty stomach a second time. Gatsu, Gokyu, for, Puahuifu, despite you not being a holy man, I feel like I've been revived. That's an amazing way of eating. Eating 20 people's worth in an instant. I've heard of you. Wandering around to many countries, the monster sister that turns the inventories of many stores to nothing and driving them to close up shop, Foodbuster Bernadette, piling a large amount of plates on top of a connected table for 4 people. Bernadette wiped the stains of her mouth with a napkin. At the event that quickly happened right in front of their eyes, the regulars of the kitten that came early made a fuss in the surrounding distance. I took Bernadette back to the kitten and let Bernadette eat a somewhat early lunch. Although she did fire a gun at me, I'd also be worried about a person that collapsed in front of me. The gazes of the surroundings also did hurt after all. So, Bernadette, what do you mean by the preceding hero being God's enemy? Since she was drinking up the wine, when I asked Bernadette, who was in the middle of a short rest, Bernadette pulled back her extended out hand and corrected her posture. I give you my thanks for having treated me to this meal. However, there is no change in that you are God's enemy. So you're not going to tell anything to the enemy, huh? Or rather, did she just nonchalantly say that this was my treat? I'm being charged. No, calm down, Yushiro. Your opponent is an assassin that called you God's enemy and has come to murder you without hesitation, you know? What are you going to do if you get agitated by such an opponent? What are you doing feeding her? In the first place, why did Bernadette start attacking me the moment I said my name? If I'm in the condition of not having drawn the sacred sword, I probably would have been killed if she came from behind me or something. After I named myself, now I get it, certainly, my name is one of the only things known about me after all, so they came to assassinate me relying on my name, only my name. Hey Bernadette, what could it be? God's enemy-san? There's sauce on your mouth, you know. Do you know any traits of the predecessor? Other than the name? Only that he's a black-haired man, as I thought. So if I said an alias, she wouldn't have noticed. Have you ever thought that I might be a complete stranger with the same surname and given name with similar characteristics, though it would be nice if it were a coincidence? If it were someone other than me, they would have certainly died from that. But still, that was terrific speed of the draw. She even pulled the gunlock the instant it was aligned. That was some pretty good skill, perhaps. Could they also have noticed my habit-like characteristic of being in the martial art? I see. In that case, I don't know if my name being a characteristic is still, Kaken, Shatter. Why is your face turning pale while you're sinking and pouring a huge amount of sweat? When I looked at Bernadette, who made a sound, there was a spoon floating on top of the soup, and then, staying in the posture of having dropped the spoon, Bernadette was trembling with a now I've done it kind of feeling. This girl, so the moment she heard my name, she moved something like a conditioned reflex. I'm so sorry. You're not injured, are you? If I got hit by a magic gun, it wouldn't have been at the level of an injury. Damn it, she really is a troublesome opponent. I know. How would you like this sausage? It's really tasty, you know. Don't think that my mood will get any better by giving me food, Baka sister. What, to be calling me a sister that serves God, Baka, that's unforgivable. If you're not going to forgive me, stop eating right now. It's my bill, isn't it? In that case, I won't treat you. Gatsu. Musha, 5, Gatsu. It really is troublesome. Chapter 31, The preceding hero gets scouted. What stretched out before my eyes was the most prominent training institution of mages that was also the most prominent research institution in the other world of Rienbrook, Liswadia Magic Academy's school building, and the gigantic clock tower. I had heard that half of the city was made up of academy-related buildings, but just the school building itself boasted an unbelievable size and vastness. Yushiro-san, it is this way to Right, with a lanky body, a man whose face looked like he would die any minute now beckoned me and headed towards the clock tower. Being beckoned by this man, for some reason, I can't help but think that it's the same as being beckoned by a Shinigami. Now then, if you wonder why I came to the Liswadia Magic Academy, it's not like I've come to gaze at the female students, just so you know, I've come with a proper reason. If you wonder why I've come here, it's because I've become a temporary teacher, having confirmed that Bernadette's nickname of Foodbuster Bernadette wasn't a lie once the amount of her food went over 30 people's worth. A bit of time has passed since I handed Asen the check for 300,000 approximate 2 million yen, and now it was a time where the customers in the store amused themselves with a pool, on how many people's portions could Bernadette eat more so than the food itself. Hey, Asen, what is it? I'm kind of busy right now. Forgetting things like the plate's arrangement of the food, Asen started to simply pursue making it quickly and skillfully. Beside him, putting the finished meals on a tray and lifting it, pretending to be a waiter and helping out was me. But, who's that skinny Asen that's coiled up in the middle of the day at the counter over there? It looks like he's been hit with some really hard luck, that's right, while giving off an atmosphere that looks like he'd commit suicide at any moment right now. Drinking a glass of alcohol in a way to make it last, there was a man that was grumbling as if chanting for a curse and muttering things that sounded like complaints. But because he was giving off way too much of a deep, dark aura of sorrow, it bothered me, not being able to be compared with the macho Asen in the small macho me. Even compared to the guest Asens, he was a skinny man. If anything, I don't think that there's anyone that surpasses you concerning bad luck. Shut up. So, he doesn't look like a traveler, wearing a robe of someone related to the academy. He's probably a teacher or something. But, would a teacher be drinking alcohol in the middle of the day? If I say it like that, probably not. Could he have possibly been fired from being a teacher? No, rather, conversely, he's on the side of being overly expected of. Ah, I see. So the timid personality man shrank back from the academy's expectations and became like that. That reminds me, you could handle the Alexelia language, couldn't you, Nah? What's with that coming out of the blue? I was lightly taught by Alicia and trained with the quarrels with Asen, the Alexelia language that was passed down among the elves. Compared with the ancient Israel language that used spirits to invoke magic, the Alexelia language, like how the elves that befriended the spirits, was something that borrowed the power of the spirits to invoke it. Both of them have advantages and disadvantages as magic languages, but, at the present time, globally, they aren't really used that much. That's because the modern Israel language, which derived from the ancient Israel language, was introduced far and wide in the world as a magic language and as a regular language. The reason why is because the modern Israel language exceeded the Alexelia and ancient Israel languages in regards to aria speed and because it was possible to join it together with other languages. That's why the Alexelia language isn't generally used, and is used almost exclusively by elves. Try saying something with the Alexelia language. Ha, Marita-san is my waifu. You bastard, looks like you want to die once. Asen's the one that told me to do it. Getting caught in Asen's pace, I was angry Degazaru, too, at the Asen that wanted to continue the conversation in the Alexelia language. I reply with the Alexelia language that I learned. Man, this is kind of nostalgic. As I was thinking of things from 3 years ago, my shoulder is grasped from behind. Huh? Since Asen is right in front of me, who is it? Do you mind if we talk for a bit, Gaoa? When I turn around, what was there was a man who made an overshadowed, dreadful expression that not even a R-18 horror film would put it in. Wait, the shadow of Death Asen that was drinking alcohol. I'm terribly sorry, I had overheard the conversation between you two. Ah. I work as part of the teaching staff at the Laswadia Magic Academy. I am called Lizalito Dodorich. The shadow of death man who called himself Lizalito Dodorich pulled out a single piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to me. Ah, a business card. Nice to meet you. I'm called Yushiro. I'm tentatively an adventurer in Gone. I'm terribly sorry, Yashiro-san. I unconsciously fired at you. You don't have any injuries, do you dumbass? My head was nearly blown off just now, fool. The plate I was holding was smashed by Bernadette's magic gun together with the tray, and I, who had promptly crouched down, had Neapolitan-like pasta covering my head. This girl for me, whose motto is treat women kindly, to be irritated only her troublesomeness is at the six-blade general level. As I was thinking about how I would punish Bernadette, the shadow of Death Asen who would be cool if it were only his name had, it's kind of feels like the letters for him and Asen are starting to overlap their characters. Let's go with Dodo-san. Dodo-san approached Bernadette, who had piled up 37 people's worth of plates into a huge tower of white plates. Ho, that magic gun Karakian, it looks like you've done some peculiar customization, haven't you? Dodo-san, who had at some point took out some glasses and put them on, while still being a shadow of death, had an atmosphere that didn't let you feel his gloominess. Ho, you have some pretty good eyes. However, this child's true name is Magic Gun Failnot. Please be sure not to make that mistake again. You said that it was Magic Gun Misteltine earlier. This girl not saying things like true name and former name. The truth is that she said things on the spot. The words in your mind are coming out of your mouth, Yushiro-san. Besides, it wasn't a lie. This Failnot is a model that improved the hitting accuracy and range distance and look, this one here is Misteltine. Misteltine is a model that improved its power. Fafu N. How was that? It wasn't a lie. There is no way that a sister that serves God could tell a lie, though you are a brutal sister that comes shooting without even confirming with the person himself. Yushiro-san. I'm terribly hurt and, well, it certainly is as Bernadette says, the two magic guns that Bernadette pulled out and showed each had subtle differences. No, in the first place, their appearances greatly differed from the stages that I designed. These two are cylinder magazines. What I designed 3 years ago was something like the present-day automatic handguns that, due to the magazine's high-speed reload, stressed high heating power to rapidly fire large amounts of magic. But, these two guns were cylinder magazines, a type of gun called revolvers, so to speak. Yushiro-san, in the first place, magic guns aren't things that fire bullets like the present-day weapons do. They either focus Marioku into a Marioku bullet to be fired or with high speed, apply magic that uses cartridges engraved with magic symbols. One of these two, the advantages of using magic due to magic guns are greatly divided into two. First, is how it's possible to fix the point of the magic's activation in a straight line. For example, take the low-rank magic that everyone knows, Fireball. This is a magic that fires a ball of fire from an arbitrary spot. Beginning with Fireball, the many shooting type magic must have the practitioner accurately hypothesize the magic's point of impact. Yet, Yashiro-san, are you listening? Though you can be able to fire a magic bullet at a specific spot by means of a certain amount of training, to make a magic bullet hit at an even more precise spot, you'd need to have an innate spatial recognition ability. Because it makes that impact point fixated in the line of fire, the magic gun makes magic sniping possible. Also, even in regards to high-speed battle time, being able to fire without having to perform arrangements for the magic's aria or hypothesizing the impact point is huge. Look Yushiro-san, here are some boobs, fufu, I heard it from Marita-san. It seems that Yushiro-san is a pervy demon that loves boobs, right? If you stop ignoring me. Though it's only on top of the clothes. For a bit, only just for a bit, but, it's alright if you touch them, Kia. For a sister of all people to say that it's alright to touch them, how embarrassing. And then, second, just like with the above, since the aria is unneeded, with the so-called two-action of cocking the firing hammer and pulling the trigger that doesn't need even a second to perform, it becomes possible to invoke the magic. Possessing these two, you could say that magic guns should have been called something like a revolutionary technique for mages, who were assumed to function originally as a battery. The mages' weak points were that they needed to take heavy concentration for the aria and that they wouldn't be able to invoke magic at point-blank range due to the self-inflicted damage that would occur. The magic gun overcame these two weaknesses. However, conversely, there are also major flaws with them. Here's the first one. Magic symbol engraved cartridges are normally disposable. The reason why is in the cartridge that the magic symbol is engraved and invoked. A special metal is needed. This is a metal that has high Marioku conductivity. But although it does have high Marioku conductivity, when the magic is invoked, since a radical metal fatigue occurs and makes it deteriorate, it only becomes usable once, then the effect disappears. And then, again for this reason, though obtaining that metal itself is easy, because it takes a lot of time to make, its price is also high. And then, this, because it was made with assumption that it will be shooting type magic, it can't be fitted with wide area type magic. Maybe because the magic can't stabilize, the concern was that although it was invoked, it would only end in a misfire and uselessly expend the cartridge. Furthermore, the shooting type magic also can only be fired on the straight line of fire, with there being even more faults, and the faults overwhelmingly standing out more than the advantages. The me at the time gave up on its development, and yet, why was this made? Why was the design changed to cylinder magazines? Yushiro-san, I'll cry, EN, 3, Yushiro-san is ignoring me. I'm so sad that the tears won't stop. I see. So in exchange for cutting down the loading speed and the general number of bullets, he made the Marioku bullet that was originally used as a restraint the main shaft and aimed for application of it. No, that's not it. This is, while also adding a high offensive ability to the restraint itself, it's the application of the super offensive specialization that is said to aim for magic sniping. If it's this operating procedure, not many cartridges will be expended, and it's also good economically. And all while doing that, the heating power limit was raised as a whole. Now I get it, though it's become something more peaky. If it were designed and revised under the assumption that a mage that possessed high technical skills would be using it, is the guy that thought of this design a genius? Gusu, just what is the difference between my boobs and Marita-san's and no Disu? Though it's certainly true that the size is more or less different, rather, mine have springiness, while Marita-san's are drooping unsidle weight. On? Whose boobs were what? Don't think that your well-shaped boobs on a disappointing sister like you and Marita-san's graceful enormous boobs are on the same level. Putting aside the terrible ignoring of me, please don't suddenly insult a person's boobs. Though, technically, you were praising my boobs, of course. I won't lie about breasts that made me think they were beautiful. By the way, Bernadette, could you show me one of those Misteltein and fail not? Is it, Fufu-en? I won't show it to the bullying Yushiro-san. But, if you don't ignore me anymore, wait. You took it by force. Geez, so noisy. There has never been an opponent that made me not feel guilt for insulting breasts up until now. Rather, this is the first time I've insulted them. I'll keep it secret that it made me feel slightly good. As I thought. This cylinder magazine, abandoning its rapid-fire nature while also raising their respective magic efficiency, it's something meant to put Marioko bullets as the main shaft. The barrel has also become longer than when I first hypothesized it. Was the purpose of this to lengthen the acceleration distance of the Marioko bullet and elevate its power? Ignoring mode again, is it? Hey, give it back. I'm in the middle of investigating right now. As if I'd give it back. Rather, it's mine. I ignored her too much and she became sulky. Well, whatever, I've generally understood the magic gun's composition. Nevertheless, the person that designed this magic gun sure is amazing. As I thought, they designed it focusing on reality more than me, who did it only on knowledge, though there's probably no change in that it's as high-priced as before. Just making it exist as a weapon with possible practical use is something amazing. I certainly would like to meet them. As I thought, it can only be Yuta. Jaya. As I was thinking about my feelings for a great person I still hadn't met, my shoulder was grabbed, and as I turned around to look, there was Doto-san. Please don't startle me every time. I'm not good with the horror type after all. I am terribly sorry. Yuushiro-san, wasn't it? Yes. I'm technically Yuushiro. And, as if I'd let you, at the mouth of Bernadette, who pointed the muzzle with a conditioned reflex at me, who once again named himself, I threw a lump of ham that probably was 1 kilogram. When I did, Bernadette, while being surprised by the ham that suddenly appeared in her mouth, got distracted by that deliciousness and lowered the gun. Damn, even though it hasn't even been half a day since we've met, I've already established a way to deal with her. So, what do you mean by it can only be me? Yes, Yuushiro-san. By all means, could I have you become Laswadia's special lecturer? Excuse me, and then, we return to the beginning, as we enter inside the clock tower. It became a large hall. Underfoot, the stone that looked like marble was beautifully polished and clicking footsteps resounded, and the ceiling had a height that even a dragon would have no problem flying. At the center of that hall, I found a pillar that stretched to the heavens. Close to the base of that pillar, something like a reception desk was established, and the receptionist was running a feather pen on some documents. It sure is amazing. It really doesn't make you think it's an establishment for an education institution. Even when compared to a temple or a castle, its vastness is remarkably different. What did you come along for? I also leaked a voice of admiration at the clock tower's structure. But, all of the words, all of them were taken by Bernadette, who came along for some reason. What are you talking about, Yuushiro-san? I came in order to watch over you so that your devilish hand doesn't reach the students. Although she was able to misunderstand that I was a different Yuushiro from the preceding hero, I totally didn't foresee that this time she would follow after me for a different reason. Incidentally, what's the real reason, Yuushiro-san? I want to eat dessert. You're saying that even after eating all that, it's still not enough. Although Bernadette finally finished feasting on 40 people's worth of food for lunch, even after having eaten all that. It seems she still desired dessert. Only after this case is done, alright? Really? It's a promise, okay? Do you swear to God, da? Shut up. If you don't stay quiet, I won't let you have dessert. Got it? This girl, she's so easy to handle. Please wait for a bit. Yes. As we approached the pillar in the middle of the hall, Doto-san talked with the receptionist, delicately talking with a volume where I couldn't hear the subject. Doto-san nodded and looked this way. As we follow exactly as he said, we stood before the pillar. This is a transferring formation, isn't it? With the pillar at the center. Despite the magic formation being directly engraved into the marble, Bernadette noticed it. So it's just like an elevator. Wait, what are you talking all naturally for? Maybe already having forgotten the words of if she didn't stay quiet, there'd be no dessert. I turned and glared at Bernadette, who had normally called out, but, without any hesitation in her words, she scornfully laughed. I thought about it. A meal going up to dessert is standard, therefore, Yuushiro-san has the obligation to treat me up to dessert. Fufuen, it's my complete win in this argument. In that case, I'll make it an absurdly shabby dessert. Like the dango grains of skewered dango. Yuan, I'm terribly sorry, because she said it with a how's that face. Since annoyance came to me, I lightly teased her. The preparations for the transference formation are done. Yuushiro-san, Bernadette-san. Please get on. As we did as Doto-san said and got onto the transference formation, a light enveloped us. Together with the end of the momentary floating feeling, the light also settled down. How nice of you to come, young ones. Ho. What we saw was an old person whose size was about 50 centimeters sitting in a luxurious desk, and you're the rumored the special lecturer Dotorage-sensei recommended. A beauty with charmingly slanted eyes and wearing glasses. Chapter 32, The Preceding Hero and the Transparent Trap. I am this Liswadia's headmaster, Nanojaya. Ho, let me hear the names of you young ones. The G-sen that sat on top of the desk and looked like a child, looked at us and said that, what is it, is being small the default for the old people in this world? Baba-chan was, the shitty old man was, one, well, let's put his height aside. Wearing the wizard characteristic pointed hat and a vivid green robe that was different from the other robes, this elderly man whose characteristic was his greatly stocked Kaiser mustache, too, called himself Liswadia's headmaster. Certainly, if I were told that this room was the headmaster's room, I'd nod my head in agreement. The chair and the desk, all of the expensive-looking wooden goods like the cupboard, on the wall, various paintings were decorated, even things like the sofa looked like it would feel great to sit in. I have no reluctance in naming myself, however. Have you not been taught this? If you wish to know the other party's name, you must first give your own, is how it goes. That is what I was taught by the sister of the church. Why are you so condescending? Bernadette pointed her finger at the headmaster with a snap. Her chest also shook with a purine wobble. You seem to be somewhat happy, but, since it's important, I'll say it again, but why are you so condescending? Look, the eyes of the charmingly slanted-eyed one-isan that looks like a mirror image of a female teacher have become sharp, you know. At this rate, even the headmaster will probably get mad. Ho ho ho. Very well, I shall have you. Hear my name. The headmaster that cheerfully laughed, then suddenly answering with a DOS voice I heard before, he stood up. 3. My name is Rugerond. 4. Once the king of the Hobbit tribe that ruled Westorgain, the sole Hobbit that became Liswadia's headmaster in this world, supreme ruler and king, Rugerond, 73 years old, Ajaya, Dosa. Bam, vigorously spreading out his mantle. The headmaster that named himself with a fierce threatening attitude, or rather, the supreme ruler and king, Rugerond, when the mantle once again hit his tiny body, he began a low laugh going foo foo foo. Supreme ruler and king Rugerond has informed you, young people, let me hear your names, with a caw. The supreme ruler and king Rugerond showed Bernadette a glare that didn't have any of the cheerfulness that was there up until now. Supreme ruler and king, Rugerond. I see, a spirit not inferior to the name of supreme ruler and king. In that case, let me respond to an agent belonging to the Holy Alquiora religious organization, Bernadette the Gunner. That I'm a spunky 16 years old, spinning her magic guns on her fingers, and while spinning herself, Peta, click, Bernadette struck a pose. The eyes of the 4 people other than me were stuck on me. Bernadette and the headmaster had eyes of anticipation. Dodo-san was surprised, and the charmingly slanted-eyed female teacher had criticizing eyes. A rootless wanderer that goes from journey to journey. I'm Yuushiro the adventurer, 16 years old. Into the mouth of Bernadette, who pointed a muzzle at me, I threw a candy in by flicking it with the invisible eraser trick and prevented her attack while naming myself. While licking the candy, Bernadette was a bit condescending, saying well, while it was a safe answer, in consideration of the candy, I'll give it a passing mark, and looking at me with a satisfied face. While glaring at her with a sidelong glance, I took one step forward. This is a bit prompt, but although it is as a temporary one, is it really alright if I become a lecturer with Dodo-san's recommendation alone? The problem that came up here was whether it was alright for me to become a temporary lecturer or not. If it were Japan's schools, it would probably undeniably unjustified. But however, for Dodo-san, there was a reason that he needed me to be a temporary lecturer. Actually, though he changed my magic gun to a cylinder magazine, the great person that reached a single completed form of it was in fact Dodo-san. Despite his unskillful appearance, he was one of 10 magic researchers in the world requested by the academic conference for a thesis related to magic guns, which for some reason seemed to become an ancient craft that was discovered in the past few years, even though I was the one who should have designed it, and to the innovative magic theory. Magic clad, which had become something that the religious organization had disseminated. The Liswadia Academy had of course tried to assist him, but the students wouldn't allow it, because of his strangely thick popularity. The students had resigned from being taught by anyone but him, no, any teacher that had a lower ability than him. As for the actual circumstances, teacher bullying had begun, though Dodo-san stood in a heavy position, because there were several superior students, like fools, starting from pointing out spell mistakes, they'd stuff frogs in his desk or expose his embarrassing past, and all of that made him have to take a break. How should I say this? How I was amazed from hearing how low the level of bullying was is a secret. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to submit his thesis to the academic conference. However, he couldn't just ignore the students and concentrate on the thesis with his personality as it was. There, speaking fluently in the Alexelia language, which was a magic language, and a deep knowledge of the magic gun that he himself had remade the plans. A man that happened to have both of those appeared. That's right, it was me. It seems that he thought that if it were me, I would be enough to be a teacher while he himself was out. Incidentally, it seems that although Dodo-san had requested Asen, being the elf he was, to do it before, he was refused. As for me, I don't mind. In fact, as a gentleman of the same tastes, it's enough that I want to help out for Dodorange-san's sake. I am by no means doing it for the sake of the schoolgirls, 5, Yushiro-san. Thank you very much. Dodo-san became overcome with emotion at my words and started crying. These feelings of guilt aren't half-assed. Certainly, a notification saying that this time, as an exception, the academic conference has also respected Dodorange-sensei's intentions, but, as I thought, having a person of doubtful origin from who knows where together with an unknown comrade, even as a temporary one, be a lecturer, I oppose it. Headmaster. The charmingly slanted-eyed female teacher took a step forward. While her words were towards the headmaster, only her eyes went deeply through me. Sensei's name is, since charmingly slanted-eyed female teacher is, as you'd expect, too long. When I asked, the charmingly slanted-eyed female teacher turned around towards me. Excuse my impoliteness, I am Liswadia Headmaster Rugaron's exclusive secretary. Concurrently, I am called the Sitan, equaling heaven. 6. Magician Zelga ul Helkroslar Groka Felkajo Klarcher. 7. That was long, amazing. Among the names that I've heard until now, that's the second longest name I've heard. By the way, the number one is the Rakugo and well-known Jugum. 8. Rather, this Zelga sensei, she unexpectedly goes with the flow easily, matching Bernadette and the headmaster. She even introduced herself with her second name. I only stated my occupation. But still, Sitan magician, I wonder what letters you write that with. As I was thinking such things, Bernadette got in front of me. Actually, more like stood in front of Zelga sensei. Why, you are the highest authority of summoners, the one who is said to have obtained the divine protection of the Spirit King and is said to be allowed to call themselves the equaling heaven magician. That Klarcher, yes. While there are others that possess the name Klarcher other than me, there is no one other than me that can name themselves the equaling heaven magician, and so, headmaster, amazing, amazing. Yushiro-san, this is so amazing, it's the equaling heaven magician. The magician said to possess enough ability that there are none in every branch of magic that can rival her. The world's highest point, it's the equaling heaven magician, such a great person, is before my eyes. Be quiet for a bit. I ignored the Bernadette that became timid in the corner of my eye. Headmaster. Zelga sensei turned around to the headmaster and pressed for a vote. Receiving that, the headmaster turned his eyes towards me. Lomo Yushiro, is what you said, right? Yes. Though not as much as the overblown situation from a little while ago, the headmaster released an characteristic of overbearing of one that stood above others, both of his sharply shining eyes focusing on me and blinking several times. The headmaster's mouth opened. You pass, Jaya. After this, it would probably be best if you get the introductions with the students without delay. Jairud. Is it alright? Being settled without any particular test, it was a light anticlimax. Yumu. Rather, by all means, I would like to ask you to do it now then. Dodorange-kun, go take him there. Yes, Dodo-san nodded, and stood on top of the transference formation that was engraved in the floor. Now then, let's go. While being the usual shadow of death, Dodo-san, who gained a few feature of vigor on his face, activated the transference formation, and we once again came to the clock tower's hall. With there being a feeling of a moment of floating, I can't help but be reminded of an elevator. Yupu. I can't get used to this. What the heck? Weren't you fine just a little while ago? As the light of the time of transference settled down, Bernadette, who was holding her mouth, separated from the transference formation while bending over. That time we reached the headmaster's room, she wasn't that sick, but, earlier, to meet with what was technically this country's town's chief, I held it back, but, I'm terribly sorry, since I'm feeling a bit sick, I'm going to waste some time outside. So as that was the tension of a human that was holding back their sickness at the time. But well, it certainly does look like she's feeling sick, that's so if anything happens, return to the kitten. Since I already paid extra, if you ask them, you could probably get them to make you a meal, and they'll also probably get you a room. For Yushiro-san to be so kind to me, for some reason, I feel a conspiracy. Kindly getting close to a woman in a hopeless mental state, then, a complete change, is it? As expected of Yushiro-san, the subject was something that made me want to hit her, but, completely not feeling the drive to do so, for some reason, I became worried about her. Stop saying such stupid stuff. There's no way I'd lay a hand on a disappointing girl whose chest and appearance is the only splendid content. Come back in another 5 years for that. Having those real numbers is conversely scary. Ugh, I'm terribly sorry, I'll be taking Yushiro-san's kind offered. Saying that, Bernadette walked towards the kitten still bending over. Those who aren't used to the transference formation do start to feel bad. After all, is Yushiro-san alright? Yeah, I'm fine. If it's shaking at the level of an elevator, I won't feel sick. Well then, this way. The school building is the east building's second floor. The blackboard eraser trap, it's probably something that everyone's done once, regardless of whether it's a sliding type or an open and shutting type. The sliding type is a bit cliché. You insert the blackboard eraser in the gap of the door, the blackboard eraser will fall on the head of the person that opens the door, and receiving the chalk powder smeared blackboard eraser, their hair becomes white. This trap is mainly aimed for new teachers. I didn't think that it would happen even in another world. Heading towards the school building from the clock tower, it was the time we stood in front of a certain classroom on the second floor, from the walls to the doors. Even though their appearance was greatly different from the ones of the schools of Japan, with just the blackboard eraser being stuck in the gap of the door, I felt nostalgic for my elementary school days. At that time, anything and everything was fun. I'm sorry, it's always like this. Dodo-san laughed with a cracked voice. This is Dodo-san's default laugh, and he extended a hand to remove the blackboard eraser. Don't, Dodorin-sensei. Why not? I grasped Dodo-san's extended hand. This is a challenge. If you fall for a trap of this level, you're that level of a teacher. If you violently get angry from a trap of this level, you're that level of a human. This is a measure of the teacher's character. It's a challenge from the students. At the very least, when I argued for argument's sake like that, I got scolded by the teacher. Is that how it was? Yeah. That is why, please entrust me with the matter of dealing with this blackboard eraser. I understand. Yushiro-san, no, Yushiro-sensei, I leave this to you. Now then, with this, the preparations are in order. With the blackboard eraser trap, which is one of the big three traps in the Japanese school system, right in front of me, my Japanese spirit burned intensely. What this is a challenge from the students. This is already nothing like a challenge. I have received the proclamation of war to me from you punks. While I opened the door with the blackboard eraser inserted in it, my foot walked into the classroom. Bofu, puff. A soft object collided with my head, and a white smoke occurred, and then cheers occurred, laughter, sneering at me. It was the laughter of children delighted at the success. That classroom where all that laughter took place, I calmly swaggered into it, and, no way, a number of the students noticed, and the laughter rapidly vanished. That's right, what the students desired was the figure of a teacher feeling bitter about receiving the blackboard eraser, or even anger and disperse a shout, paying no attention to their prank, not even perceiving into consideration, giving the blackboard eraser a ride on his head as if it were a crown, majestically heading towards the teacher's desk. Such a kingly entrance was something they probably could never have wanted. By no means. While I basked myself in the eyes of the dumbfounded students, I stood in front of the teacher's desk, and I struck it with my palm with all my strength. You're too naive. Don't get satisfied with just one trap. To measure others with just the blackboard eraser trap is sheer stupidity. Next time, prepare a bucket go along with it. Shin. Silence. In the classroom that had fallen silent, my words reverberated. Let's perform the self-introductions. Everyone, take your seats. The students that had been in revelry just a little while ago became gloomy as if they had stayed up all night. Among them, 3 girls had stopped in front of their own desks. No, they probably stood up from them. Gatten, clatter. I heard the sound of 3 chairs falling. That's Manaluri and Erythrastoria. I see, the 2 of them were Laswadia's students. To be getting their class is an amazing coincidence. And then, about the remaining one, who is it? I kind of feel like I've met her somewhere. Lengthily grown out silver hair and emerald eyes. Where have I seen her before? Sylvia, from 3 years ago. No, that's not it. It's because she's let her hair down that I didn't recognize her. She is Sylvia's younger sister and Lizilian's 3rd imperial princess. Alicia Lark Shariato Lizilian, she's my Shirsho in magic knowledge. Chapter 33, The Preceding Hero and the Precocious Princess. This is a bit sudden, but 1 week of this other world of Rienbrook has 7 days. In other words, it's the same as the current Japan, but I, for 3 days of the week, have come to teach magic linguistics. It seems that Dodo-san will do his best for everything else. Having finished my debut with the students, I handed my schedule to Dodo-san. I told him beforehand that I'd be staying for 2 weeks, and since I told him beforehand, it seems that he made a schedule that totaled up to 6 days of lessons. Is only 6 days going to be alright? Is probably what you thought. I also asked that, but Dodo-san replied by silently nodding at my words. Safely finishing the self-introductions, After that I was called to the staff room by Dodo-san, and at a turning corner of the school building, I received a violent attack from behind. Your power is going up. When I turned to look at the sudden impact that attacked my lower back, what was there was a young girl whose silver hair looked like it shined. Nfufu, Naihara, koi smile. While having a smile rise on her face, the one clinging onto my lower back was Alicia Lark Shariato Lizilian, Untitled 2. Alicia, you waited until you came into my blind spot, didn't you? When I look around, there aren't many signs of life. A princess of a whole country clinging to a man who you could say is nameless, publicly. I guess it's probably to not cause such a scandal. What is with that way of talking? Are those the words you say to your wife that you haven't seen in 3 years? While her face somewhat swelled, she fired off such a bombshell announcement without any hesitation. Good grief, she hasn't changed on the inside. Just who is whose wife? It's been a while, hasn't it, Alicia? For a second, I didn't know who you were, since she had a side tail, 3 years ago, and maybe because of her growth, things didn't match up inside my head. Fufu. I've become a charming woman, haven't I? Separating from me, she, Kurori, spin, did a turn and did a high pose. 2. Doing a wink with a pose that made her look like an idol. Alicia certainly did become charming. 3 years have passed after all, so right now she's 12, huh? If it were the me from 3 years ago, that childlike position might have bothered me, but, in the end, she's just a little kid. If you're going to be my wife, you'll need to go and increase your age another 10. Yes, Alicia-chan is a charming girl, isn't she? 3. Fufu N. Even my chest has gotten bigger. Saying that, Alicia opened her robe, and, on top of her turtleneck-style dress, showed a valley she made by bringing together her chest. But, that swelling? Is that the clothes creases? You sisters are just fundamentally small-breasted, aren't you? Moo. I'm different, Mon. They're just well-shaped breasts, a demon, as if. These sisters are extremely alike, other than their personalities, especially their chests. That aside, since you suddenly appeared, I was surprised. Clinging to my arm, Alicia smiled. I was asked to do it by Dodorain-sensei. It will only be for a short time, but please take care of me. Fufu. Leave it to me. Supporting the husband is the wife's duty. A devoted wife for the sake of her husband. How's that? Have you fallen for me again? Those lines just now, in this situation, if you were big-breasted. I would have become your slave of love, if she said, have you fallen for me again? While pressing big breasts against me, there's no mistake that on that day, it would have turned into a bring-her-to-bed-like development, if she were big-breasted. As usual, you as a big-breasted boobs maniac. Alicia pouted. Her mood has gone bad. Well, it's that. Since there seem to be people with unusual tastes that say small is good, don't worry about it. It's unfortunate, but I just can't bring myself to see small breasts as precious. Being big-breasted itself is a status. When then, you won't get aroused with my chest. At my words, Alicia showed an imp-like smile and asked. She's come up with some kind of plan. Before big breasts and small breasts, it's because you're a child and well, no matter the reason, there are exceptions, but it is Alicia's chest, after all. In my mind, imagining Mana's chest, which boasted a size that you could recognize it from above the robe, I immediately erased that and look at Alicia's small boobs, even from above the dress, which was probably made of thin material. For the most part, I can't see her boobs swelling, Fine by me. 'Cause I'm definitely going to get you aroused for me. Saying that, Alicia went around to my back. Come on, sit. Yeah. This isn't the first time I've had to deal with the princess's selfishness. Besides having disappeared involuntarily, I didn't even properly say my farewell to her. It's been a while since we met. If it's something like this, I'll listen to her as much as she funi, squish, wh. What is that? Alicia, from behind me, embraced me. Yeah, I get that. I really get that. I can feel the weight on my back, and above all, Alicia's hands are, from behind me, extending to my chest. This squishy sensation, what is it? It's as if, from my throat, I'm thinking that even if I put my hand out, I'll rub it and want to embrace it. That pair of hills, it can't be. There's no way it should be. I know what Alicia's boobs are at most. A chopping board. A cliff, and yet, just why are they like this? Fufu, how is it? Feels good, right? It's because, even my chest, is perfectly soft. While whispering closely, wriggling her body, Alicia pressed her chest on my back. Damned it shouldn't be like this, with something like a kid's boobs to, glomp, Fufu, that your body is also as honest as ever, isn't it? play biting my ear, I let out a strange voice, and, no wait.it, this rate, but I won't give in to something like small boobs, really, then I'll do it even more intensely. Funa. Squish, 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 squish. Shtup. 4. I couldn't win against her boobs. Damn it, it's no good, I'm going to fall, I'm going to degrade into a lolican, bodo, plop, they dropped. Boobs are things that can drop. When I thought that the sensation from my back had disappeared, the real truth came to light. Quick announcement: women's breasts are detachable. Wait, is slime. When I turn around to look, a slime the size of a child's palm jumped onto Alicia's arm. So that pleasant feeling sensation on my back was the sensation of this slime. Arrera, you found out. Why, you doing that to a man's pure heart, how dare you? Please forgive me for almost degrading into a lolicon. Sherry-san and also Marita-san. I am earnestly in one Isan type, even like this, I am a maiden, you know? Being outside where you never know if someone might come by, there's no way I'd do such indecent behavior. Sticking out her non-existent chest, Alicia smiled with a smirk. Damn it, I'm vexed at how for some reason I thought that it was a disappointment, and then, I looked at that Alicia, and, wait, Alicia, unexpectedly, I thought, something was wrong. What is IT? And IT wasn't something to get that mad about, right? I'm not mad, it's just, there's one thing that I want to ask, and then, that thought getting stronger, then instantly noticing it. Then being ashamed of myself for not noticing it, I got mad at my past self, saying why didn't you notice it? What, Koten, tilt. Alicia tilted her head. Only a bit at the robe. I peek at the dress under the robe. Where's your uniform for school? There isn't anything like a uniform in school, you know? If anything, it would be this robe, I guess. Saying that, Alicia displayed the ashen robe, the brooch fitted with a crimson jewel at the base of her neck, shined with a twinkle. There aren't any uniforms, Zelga-kun. It looked like you were pretty angry about the decision from earlier, Ijaya. Not at all. More than my opinion, being the headmaster, as well as the chief of the Liswadia Guild, the guildmaster, your opinion is the correct one in this Liswadia. Do not mind. I see, in that case, Zelga-kun. If I thought that I wanted you to wear a nurse outfit, would you respect my opinion? She had intended to imply with sarcasm that it was fine in Liswadia but that it would be out in other places, but this headmaster lightly parried Zelga's words and returned it in double. Moreover, about my opinion on how it is also correct for to not do my guild work, Jaya, if you were to do that, I would have you resign from your seat as headmaster. It was a joke, Jaya. The headmaster and Zelga inhaled a deep breath right there, and Zelga broke the ice. Why did you make him the adventurer, you Yushiro, a lecturer? Can I have you tell me that, Umon? At the words of his serious subordinate, Rogaran deeply nodded. Did you feel his Marioka Barien? Crash, all of a sudden, the window of the headmaster's room, which was on the top floor of the clock tower, made a sound and broke to pieces, and from there, something came jumping out. What appeared from the window was, clouded with anger, a black-haired man that looked as if he had been taken by darkness. It was Yushiro, you Jew. Just what in the world are you doing? Moreover, how did you get here, the top floor of the clock tower, without the transference formation? At Yushiro, who was getting closer while stepping on the scattered glass in the room, Zelga pointed her staff. Why don't I have you tell me? About what, Ajaya? At the man that carried madness in his eyes, even Rogaran was embraced in fear. Eyes hiding this much hatred in them, it was something he had never seen. Persuasion is inadvisable. Immediately discerning that, Rogaran, without any opposition, asked for Yashiro's intentions. Those eyes died in despair. Shook. Why? Aren't there any school-appointed uniforms? His roar that came from the soul resounded in the headmaster's room. Chapter 34, the preceding hero is the enemy of women. Uniform, are you not talking about the robe? As if I would be. The thing called a school uniform is not something that monotonous. Seeing you fall to his knees and start sobbing, the headmaster and Zelga understood why he had invaded by smashing through the window pane, vaguely, but, for our school robe, it means we are within the same organization. In other words, in order to make people strongly aware that they are a comrade of Liswadia, it brings forth a feeling of solidarity. Moreover, for the school-provided robe, it also excellently had magical resistance for barrier-piercing type magic. It's no different from paper, isn't it? You had for some reason felt something like his heart dancing for the robe that had become tattered, but now wasn't the time to be facing his awareness for such a thing. Moreover, you said a feeling of solidarity, but I think that is a mistake. What was that? Zelga's slanted eyes became even thinner, and glared at you. And yet, taking that look, Yu's mouth didn't stop. The robe is something that you wear on top of clothes, then? What about the clothes under that robe? At the small movement of facial expression that Zelga had shown, you carried confidence that he had hit the mark. The clothes under the robes should have birthed an extreme difference between the nobles and the commoners. That difference, it should have given birth to a huge ripple. Nobles wore gorgeous and showy clothes that minded things like their prestige or their fashion sense. Commoners didn't have the financial flexibility to worry about such things, and so they had simple clothing, allowing entry with being a noble or commoner having no part in it. Liswadia expressed that they were equals, but, despite this, the students still looked down upon those that were born inferior to themselves, and despised them. Although it had not become a huge problem, it certainly had become a problem, however, if you cast aside the robes and exchanged them for uniforms. The discrimination problem caused from the difference of birth can greatly be cancelled. While raising his fist overhead, having stood up, Yu's eyes glittered with hope and Eros. Fumo, the headmaster, nodded that Yu's words did have reason to them. And then, having seen through the true nature that dwelled within his eyes, Rugaran raised his lips. And what are your real intentions, Jaya? I want to see girls wear cute clothes. It was a motive that blew off the serious conversation that was there just a little while ago, but Rugaran acquired those words and laughed. Ho-oh. Very well, Yushiro-kun. Your said uniform system, let us try to discuss it. But, headmaster, Zelga was astonished by Rugaran's decision. To think, for an idea that tries to break a long withstanding tradition to be approved, in regards to Zelga, who was especially strict even among the teachers of Liswadia Academy, she felt enough of an astonishment that it could be called a bolt out of the blue. Zelga drew close to Rugaran. Please reconsider this, headmaster. Our Liswadia is a magic academy that has lasted for about more than a millennium. And you are saying to abolish the school robes, which have been a tradition ever since it was decided from the beginning. Tradition, Fumu, it sounds nice. However, I think of that as an evil custom. Wah, having tradition be called evil? Zelga was speechless. What he has said certainly turned into a problem and continued. If it really can more or less reduce that, wouldn't there be value in trying it, Jairo? How, however? He has the wicked intention of wanting to see young girls wearing those uniforms. I do also want to see cute schoolgirls. Everything before Zelga's eyes became completely white. So, specifically, what kind of uniform are you going to make it, no Jaya? As you would expect, something like boobs being in plain sight, as a clergyman, is something I cannot permit. You know, what custom is that? The idea was obviously that of a dirty old man. However, it's just as the headmaster said, things not appropriate at the academy. Being the educational institution that it is, it probably can't be permitted, but, in this world, erotic equipment is typical. It is because they understand that it is not for indecent purposes, since the order is for something school-like. On top of that, it needs to be a slightly erotic uniform on a level that doesn't make one think that it's erotic. Well, we should be able to manage something about this part. We should leave this to a pro. Since I have an Arachne acquaintance, we can prepare them while consulting that person if they have a week. I think they can prepare several people's worth of them. Goodness. So you have a personal connection among the Arachne. In that case, can we make them see-through? Because the Arachne once had a disgraceful period of having a slave social class, it seems that there were many of them that terribly hated humans. I heard it from my Arachne acquaintance. By the way, a clergyman shouldn't be saying see-through. It's not like it can't be done, but wouldn't that be out as an educational institution? I see, that is a disappointment, Gianode. I'm not one to be saying this, but the disappointing one is you, and so, the problem is the amount of money, Jaya. The current robes are something that is provided at the time of their enrollment. We can provide new uniforms to students in the whole school and have them wear it, but what you were talking about possesses abilities higher than the current robes, Jaya Aro? Naturally, that part of the uniform's cost will be high. Where will those funds come from? That's right. One of the realistic obstacles that stood right before our eyes was the funding. The first several people's worth of uniforms will of course be from me, but if it's going to be installed, naturally, the school side that is going to be providing them is going to be burdened. To give the students in the whole school something with obviously better quality than the robes that made one thing, it was shabby. That will take up money. It will be completely charged by the academy. Is that something we can't do? It depends. I see, even if they do it, it's only after the actual goods are shown, not as so that's the case. If it's absurdly expensive, as expected, it would be unreasonable. In that case, why don't we go with making its debut in the academy a week from now? Hello, I will be keeping my expectations for it. while touching his handlebar mustache. The headmaster nodded, lightly bowing to that headmaster. I jumped down from the window that I came entering from. Qh. This has gotten really fun. Sue. Around the time the sky turned dark red. Having reached the kitten's purr, I was overlooking Bernadette, who was making gentle sleeping breaths on a certain room's bed. Sue, Bernadette breathed with a constant sensation. Every time she inhaled, her chest moved and shook with a purrin, wobble, with a purrin. It shook with a purrin. I can't get enough. Defenselessly sleeping deeply, without the usual annoyingness. The beautifulness of that appearance was prominent. Even though she's a beauty if she stays quiet, I finally understand those words. It's kind of like, the chattering Bernadette made me not consider her as the opposite sex way too much, but seeing her now lying in bed, I completely see her as someone of the opposite sex. Bernadette was at the boundary of pretty and cute. Such a beauty is sleeping right before my eyes, and no, I can't. This girl is that Bernadette. No matter how big-breasted she is, this girl is the hungry assassin that tried to kill me. Feeling the wolf inside of me start to come up, I thought this is something I shouldn't do and started to wake Bernadette up. As long as Bernadette wakes up, I'll feel although she's cute, she's annoying. Thinking that, I shook Bernadette's shoulder. Bernadette. Are you still feeling BA? And then, I regretted it, shaking her shoulder. In other words, due to shaking her shoulders, the rest of her body also shook. That was something that I really shouldn't have done right now. Purrin. Wobble, lying down, her rocket boobs that forced up her vestment, shook with a yussa, sway. A woman's advances, to not take it as a man's shame, I can't. If I do something ecky here, that will invariably stand the flag of me getting exposed. If you rub them right here and now, you won't be able to keep on living as a human, but as a pervert, you know. But even so, are you fine with that? The palm of my hand that tried to rub Bernadette's chest was raised over my head and, shaking like my swaying heart, didn't move. I want to rub them, but I don't want to be treated like a pervert. I want to be popular with the ladies. I want to be pampered by them. And I want to make a harem where even if I do something a bit ecky, it will end with a aya and ecky one. By no means do I want to be treated as a pervert by the ladies. I remember it. When I was treated like a pervert, that time, 3 years ago, at a time when I was traveling with Sylvia and the others, there was a lucky lecture, 2 developments. However, every time, while getting a gaze from Sylvia as if she were looking at trash, I'd get scolded. I remember that felt a bit good. It felt good. I see, I was already a pervert. Because I'm not popular, just by taking a girl's scolding. I was delighted by the perk. Remember that time. I was a pervert ever since that time, because I was made into something like hero and saved the world. The passion of those days I had forgotten. I felt them, reviving. I won't waver anymore. My true nature is a pervert. In that case, it's fine for me stay as a pervert. The trembling of my hands disappeared. Together with my roar, the hand that dropped down towards Bernadette's chest was, pushy, smack, repelled by Bernadette's hand and danced in the air, because I had turned my senses to her chest way too much, seeming to have not noticed it, when I slowly raised my head. Bernadette, with tears accumulating in her eyes and her face turning completely red, glared at me. I properly understand that why you aren't God's enemy. While her body was trembling all over, Bernadette slowly got up on top of the bed. Is that so? That's GRA. Bernadette pulled out her guns from her skirt with a speed that the eyes couldn't follow. I saw them. That alignment had, without a tiny bit of deviation, turned towards me. You read The Enemy of Women, together with Bernadette's scream, the kitten's single room and I were blown away. Chapter 35, The Enemy of Women and the Persuasion Method. While saying all that stuff about not having interest in me, to think you'd try to lay a hand on me, Yushiro-san really is a pervert. I'm not that much of one. I'm not praising you, right now. I am being scolded by Bernadette while being in a Seiza position on the floor, the despicable boobs rubbing attempt incident. Having tried to touch the sleeping Bernadette's boobs, I was blown away together with In's room by Bernadette, who was actually awake, and after I promised to Asen that I'd hand over the repair costs, I received the scolding that Bernadette had started, once again. Since the talk changes every time, I couldn't stand to listen to it, but it looks like this is also going to finally finish. Bernadette, who was in a state where the sound effect Punsuka 1 would fit her, made a deep sigh while putting her hand on her waist. Geez, if you valued the atmosphere at B-bit more, and here I thought it would fine if it was only for a B-bit to it, Oya? Perhaps, this has a pulse to it. It was hard to catch since she was mumbling, but I definitely heard it. If only for a bit, she said, Because I'll be valuing the atmosphere, please let me rub them. Haven't you already destroyed it? Atmosphere? Huh, this is difficult. Besides. Why did you hear that? I said it in a small voice. It's troubling if you treat me the same as those thick-head type pretty boy protagonists out there. I'm greedy like a hyena after all. Becoming the bearer of the sacred sword and having my body strengthened to something like a monster, my hearing ability also became higher. Is something I can't say, so you're a beast, are you? I understand now. For you to be calling animal with reason a beast is, can you say that those actions from before were actions with reason? No, I cannot. Damn it all, I lost to Bernadette in an argument. Title Enemy of Women has been acquired. Title changed from preceding hero to Enemy of Women, so, Enemy of Women-san, you returned pretty late, didn't you? What were you doing? Were you hitting on women, NN? That was a pretty thorny way of saying it. It looks like her mood has gotten worse. This seems like it would be better to say what really happened rather than strangely avoiding it. No, I went and commenced a raid on the headmaster's room. Jay, just what the heck are you doing? Somehow, I'm being scolded relatively seriously, aren't I? It was a joke. I just went to have a small talk regarding Liswadia's uniform. Uniform? Bernadette tilted her head. When she lined up how I talked in the headmaster's room and the reason why I recommended uniforms, Bernadette made a huge sigh. I'm in admiration at how you have the nerve to match up to someone of such a position. You liar, you're completely amazed by it. 2. It's kind of like, Bernadette didn't want to turn a this guy is no good like glance at me, this damned no good sister, but still, putting your real intentions aside, if it were me, I'd approve the uniform idea. Because everyone in this town is wearing the same ashen robe as everyone else, it's enough to make me consider that they might be a gathering of heretics that revere an evil god. That approval reason is dangerous. No, isn't it more like you want to see them wear cute clothes? At the very least, something like the ashen robes aren't cute. Is the approval reason that I wanted? Cute clothes, in other words, something like the vestments that I'm wearing now, that is wonderful. By all means, let's have them make the Ulquiorra Faith's vestments the Academy's uniform. That aesthetic sense is dangerous. Calm down, dumbass. Because that will absolutely turn into a troublesome talk about things like religion and so on and tribes and whatnot. That's rejected. And also, I have no idea on what part of that is cute. Wah. Is it not cute? As if she had just heard a shocking truth. Bernadette was surprised. Still, something like a vestment being cute, no way. Well, for now, because we talked about such things, this became late. I'm sorry, Bernadette. When I lightly bowed my head, Bernadette made a face that looked like she'd feel bad to punish me at that moment, and corrected her posture. Same here, I'm terribly sorry. Having my mood go bad on my own, and, halfway through, just as if I had an outburst of anger, I said words that had made a low opinion of you. While apologizing, Bernadette went and felt sad enough that it was visible. Thinking about it, I mistook you for God's enemy. Had you treat me to a meal, while receiving Yashiro-san's kindness. I haven't given you anything in return. Even thinking about it now, if you would be satisfied just something like my breasts, wouldn't having you touch them be returning the favor for your kindness? While saying all of that, Bernadette was steadily hanging her head in shame, and a gloomy aura started to float from her. So she was the type whose high tension and low tension was terribly different. It was something that I thought from the beginning, but she really is troublesome. However, in that case, could you show me you wearing the prototype uniforms next time? The thing I thought at the beginning, the feeling of not wanting to get involved with her, was no longer within me. It's because Bernadette has an extremely high level of appearance. Those various things about God's enemy and food and stuff, it would help if you just call them a modeling fee and make it even. I lightly brushed the black hair that was rare in this world, for something like a sad child, just by kindly and gently patting them, it will take them out. It makes them happy in one shot. Fufu, I really feel glad from the bottom of my heart that Yashiro-san isn't the preceding hero. Seeing her sweetly smile just like a child, my feelings of guilt, while being modest, greatly ached. Chapter 36, The Preceding Hero and the Talk from the Day Before Yesterday. 1. The blue sky, white clouds, it's the perfect weather for a walk. Being resummoned to Rienbrook, about 1.5 months have passed, but it sure has been a while since the weather has been this good. Wawa, that's right. It hasn't even been 5 days since I've come to Liswadia. I'm no Bernadette, but doing some sightseeing is nice, isn't it? In Liswadia, which developed cheap delicious food for the students, the menus that the food carts brought out were diverse. Eating and walking while sightseeing is the best, isn't it? Henrietta-sama, kya, you read beautiful today as well as Disowa. Maybe I should invite Bernadette. When she's around, the expenses are tremendous, but, well, let's see a lot today. The weather is this good, it'd be a loss if we didn't enjoy it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for waiting. Today's main event, the magic battle of the second department student Princess Knight Henrietta de Crestolia and the temporary lecturer Yuusha, is about to begin. Guests using the stands, quickly prepare to watch the battle. I also need to go to the stands. Just how long are you going to escape reality, Bakayuda, man? I still can't get used to this. Of course I'll want to escape reality in the first place. Why do I have to do battle in the middle of all of these watching eyes? When I look around, the audience seating that looked like Italy's Colosseum, was it Italy, had become one color with the ashen robes. It's thanks to the full house of seats being sold out. Why did it become like this? The place that I'm in right now was a circle-shaped arena with a structure that had the audience looking down at me. The cheers that could even be considered a roar, in response to the young boy announcer's words, completely covered the arena. Honestly, it's annoying. It's because that's just how famous the Crestolia's Princess Knight-sama is, isn't it? She's that kind of girl, but in regards to popularity, she's really high. As usual, Alicia's voice resounded in my head. I'm sure you've noticed, but my left ear's piercing is the source of it. That's an awfully harsh way of talking. Do you not like her using the same second name as Sylvia that much, without being erased in the middle of what was already a roar of cheers rather than being considering a roar? The words that reached me awfully had some thorns in them. That's not it. Baka, you, don't be shy, don't be shy. You were in Wanichan's girl after all. No, I wasn't. You Baka, together with a butsu, bzzt, sound. Alicia's words stopped. That girl, she cut of the Marioku, didn't she? The emerald gem ear piercing used was actually something called a communication stone. And by transmitting Marioku into the paired communication stone, it's possible to carry out a conversation that was close to telepathic communication, though, naturally, there are limitations such as it having to be within a set distance and being unusable if Marioku isn't transmitted, not possessing Marioku and being unable to neither activate the communication stone nor talk back about being called Baka. With strengthened eyes, I searched for Alicia, who was probably in the audience, for having me as an opponent. You sure are composed, Edisowani. 1. While being in the middle of cheers, awfully clearly, that frigid voice reached my ears. Hoi, being suddenly greeted. My surprised voice betrayed me. If you are thinking that I'm just some student in the end, I believe that it would be best to revise the thought. Golden hair and violet eyes that made you believe they were amethyst. With an Ojusama type hairstyle, it's the famous vertical roll, the vertical roll, too. But still, even if she is 12, she sure is tall. While being in the same grade as Alicia and the others, she had a height difference that was about one fist's worth. Without being an exception, she was wearing an ashen robe. Are you listening to me? Sorry. I heard you. Very well, I shall personally train that body of yours. Saying that, Henrietta drew a small sword from inside her robe, a rapier, Moreover, there are several gems on the holding hand. Magic stones, how troublesome. This really is a magician close to Sylvia, a magic knight type of human. Why did it turn out like this? That question, it vanished in the cheers. It's about the day before yesterday. It was the day after self-introductions were made. In order to immediately perform my lessons, I left the kitten a bit ahead of time and headed towards the academy. Even though it was early in the morning, for me, the town was overflowing with energy, and the robe-wearing, student-looking boys and girls were walking towards the academy. Even in a different world, the way to school looks the same, doesn't it? Is what I was thinking at the time. Noah, an impact that came to my waist from behind. I immediately knew. It was Alicia's assault. Itsutsu. 3. Alicia, do you understand what your own position is? When I turn around, there was the figure of Alicia, who had a hairstyle that gathered her silver hair onto her left side, a so-called side tail. Even while having a few happy thoughts about having seen Alicia's side tail after so long, my tone strengthened. I have recognition obstruction and silent parallel invocations, so there aren't many people that will notice. While saying that, Alicia clung to me with all her might. It was because of that I noticed, but the hustle and bustle around us vanished, and the people, as if we were something like a telephone pole, avoided us as something to avoid. The way she plays around hasn't changed from 3 years ago. By the way, about the vocabulary of parallel invocations that was casually said. It has the meaning of several magics being simultaneously invoked, but this is also difficult to do. That doesn't mean that one can't do it. Depending on the training, it seems that almost anyone can do it, but, originally, magics were not supposed to be used simultaneously. and if the simultaneously used magics increased, the difficulty increased as well. Even for Li Zillion's monster Imperial Court magicians, the limit seems to be 4 of them, even if it was just 2. Alicia did it so easily. Geez, this princess, even though she's 12 years old, she's a genius that possesses a magic sense that surpasses Baba-chan. That's right. I have a present for you. Alicia pulled out a small box from inside her robe. A so-called jewelry box. Was that what it was called? Oh, for when I opened that small box, what was there was 2 emerald gem piercings. They sure are pretty. Phew. I'll put it on you. Come on, squat down. No, I'm on the faction that doesn't put on piercings. You'll become manly and be popular with the girls. Certainly, the Ryajas generally did wear one. Don't. Ow. Since there was no point in arguing about my ear being punctured, it went through with a needle. Ouch. Piercings sure do hurt. Geez, you're a boy so you can't go crying. Well, that kind of you is also cute and I like it though. Don't put out a voluptuous feeling even though you're a kid. Well, thank you. Come on, isn't it about time we go? The feeling of having a piercing being strangely ticklish. I lightly touched the piercing while saying my thanks. Phew. You're welcome. Smiling with a nikori, Alicia fixed her posture in the next moment and changed her facial expression to one that didn't suit a child. Good morning, you sensei. Today is sensei's first lesson. I am looking forward to it. I could hear the vanished hustle and bustle as if it had revived. It looks like she cancelled the recognition obstruction and silent. Yeah. Alicia was the one said to have been the best at feigning innocence among the sisters. If a man that didn't know her true nature were to be deceived, it probably would have been done easily. I don't know why she abruptly undid the magic, but, thinking that it would be strange to deeply pursue it, I decided to agree to it. It was probably to say that from here on out that we should have a student and teacher relationship. However, I just now thought of this, but does that mean I'll be teaching Alicia? If so, then isn't it utterly pointless? The things that I know regarding magic, all of that is known by Alicia, and everything that Alicia knows is stuff that I don't know. It's something like that. There is my ideas being praised, but that stuff is just at the level of breaking down my Chinibu. Well, I'm not only teaching Alicia. I have my worries about someone of my level being able to teach, but I'll do my best with all my era, Crestolia-sama. Good morning. Let's go our best together today as well. Oh, since Alicia was looking behind me, when I turned around, there was a blonde roll girl pointing her finger this way with her face all red. How shameless. It would seem that Alicia's magic didn't work on her, though I have no idea why. This is shameless. Chapter 37, the preceding hero and the talk from the day before yesterday too. Shameless. I don't know what she's misunderstood, but being called shameless was unexpected. I won't do anything shameless to anyone but beautiful one-sans. But I heard that you begged to see Mana's boobs though. That's something different. Wait, being talked to directly in my brain. When I turn around, Alicia lightly touched the piercing attached to her own right ear. It's a communication stone, more importantly, matched together with my story. Since Alicia asked as if to confirm it, for now, I replied with consent. Now then, to make a student your own thing by attaching a piercing that is the same as your own. You're making it known to the surrounding people, aren't you, Adiso-wen, saying you are mine to the unwilling Alicia-san and etching the proof of subordination, Yuhi how envio, outrageous, shameless Diso-wa. 1. Aren't various things in this blonde Rolchan's internal brain structure strange? To think this far with just some piercings, isn't it as if she's a pervert? Or rather, this girl, for a moment, she replaced me with herself, didn't she? Oi, could it be that this girl is that type of person? That's right. It could tell that Alicia's piercing voice was real. That's right, she, at the very least, is fond of Alicia. And not, as a friend, now that it's come to this, Yushiro-sensei, you will have a match with me with Alicia at stake. Diso-wa. Yuri rolled through a long glove that she was wearing on her hand. This fool, does she not understand that there are students going to school in the surroundings? The Henrietta-sama that fights for the sake of love. What a beautiful way of life. By Henrietta, you mean Class 2's Henrietta de Crestolia-san? That blonde over there? So she was that much of a beauty yet, boy. Don't go extending the bottom of your noses from seeing Henrietta-sama. This is why boys are so. What was that? What about it? Somehow, it seems that the boys and girls gender dispute has been ignited. Man, I had heard that boys and girls around the middle school age were conscious of each other and became quick to quarrel with each other, but it looks like that doesn't change in another world either. NN? My middle school days, you ask? Taking the girls' animosity upon myself, I took it so that it wouldn't be towards the other boys. I'm seriously a cool guy, too, Pan. Clap, clap. At the sudden sound of hands clapping, the student boy and girl look in one direction all at once. Stop it right now, a dispute like this on the road, it's just unsightly, you know. It was Yuri Roll. Yuri Roll powerfully clapped her hands, and turned the boys' and girls' senses to her. Stopping a boys' and girls' dispute is something that could be called a model of a good deed for students, but, being the one who challenged me to a duel on a public road, you're the only one I don't want telling them that. We're terribly sorry, Henrietta-sama. Sorry. Fufu, haven't you gotten the person to apologize to wrong? The boy and girl students apologized to Yuri Roll, but Yuri Roll smiled and returned it. My bad, and, not really, it's not like it bothered me. When they did, they reconciled while being shy towards each other, and with a kind of good atmosphere, they began walking towards the school. When I gazed at that scene, I experienced an impulse that made me want to throw a spider or a cockroach or something to destroy that atmosphere, but I, as a good adult, am a person that supports children's love. I need to endure this. If only they were a couple of years older. Wait, I didn't have the time to be worrying about such a thing. Deshido wa. So? Yoshiro-sensei, can I hear your answer? Immediate answer. An immediate answer. Adisu no. Ah, so that's how it was. Adisu no ni. Fu. You're scared. Adisu wa ni? Of being destroyed by me, and having Alicia-san be stolen away. With a how's that face, Yuri Roll pointed her finger at me. How should I say this? She's a disappointing girl in various ways. About that, this piercing was something given by me. Receiving Alicia's words, Yuri Roll's movement stopped in an amusing way. It was as if time had stopped, as a symbol of welcome. It's a present to Yoshiro-sensei from me. Adiso wa, that's why. It's not as Cristolia-sama says. And you Yoshiro, interrupting Alicia's words, Yuri Roll glared at me with teary eyes, removed her glove, and threw it at me. Remember this. Not having any time to decline that, Yuri Roll headed towards to the academy as if she were dashing. In the first place, the thing about a magic language. After that, having headed towards the staff room and receiving an ashen robe, I crushed the students' childish trap and carried out the lesson. The students hit me, who avoided the trap they set up with all their might with inhuman-like movements, with a fighting spirit that was similar to an intent to kill. You guys, could you point that enthusiasm in a different direction? While taking enough fighting spirit that it hurt, I continued the lesson. It originates from the ancient Salmikia 3 language. Is there anyone that can answer? What is the ancient Salmikia language? Oh, half of the students in the class raised their hand. Among them, there are those that are silent, but I caught on to a young boy that raised his hand with a tension that pretty much said Iri. Me? I know, let's see, the boy in that seat was. I moved my eye through the student registry that I borrowed from Dodorange-sensei and confirmed it. It's great that you have so much energy. Keith-kun, go ahead. Yes, sensei. Does sensei have a lover? Ibua? I made Keith-kun, who energetically stood up, sit down with invisible eraser. The next kid is, I'm getting some kind of bad premonitions. For now, I'll choose a boy one more time, then, Max-kun. Your answer is Sensei Mary Age. That reminds me, there wasn't any question pressing at the time of the self-introductions. Were there? So the flaming and glittering of the student's eyes must be because of that. I caught sight of Alicia giggling with a smile. You rascal, the one that suggested the question pressing was you, wasn't it? Then, Henrietta de Cristolia-kun. When I was avoiding the ones that looked like they'd press me with questions, I arrived at Yuri Roll. How her correctly postured hand was extended, it had a good feeling to it, yes. The Salmikia language is the oldest language that existed more than thousands of years earlier, she smoothly answered. Fumu, so something like this is easy. Continuing, could you tell me what its characteristics are if you know them? Yes, the Salmikia language, when compared to the Israel language, is famous for its long text. For example, the fruit, apple, when applied to the language, is shuranrul. This has the meaning of a very red, round fruit. Even like this, in comparison to the Israel language that can express apple in 3 characters, it requires 7 characters, 4, because the words separately were long. There were developments such as using it together with sign language or using letters. Correct. As expected of the country's knights Crestolia's Princess Knight. As expected of Alicia's honors student classmate. An exemplary answer, it really fits that phrase. Sensei, may I ask one question? What is it? Was there something she didn't know? But that answer just now was splendid. Is it that? That thing about why the current Israel language doesn't use the Salmikia language as magic, fufufu. I was also surprised when I asked about it. But, if you look ahead, you can understand. Actually, it's that, because the Selmikia language is too old. Please let me hear about Yushiro-sensei's relationship with Alicia-san. This girl, just when I thought that she gave a good answer, she went and thought of a since I answered. You also have to answer kind of idea. Moreover, she went and shouted something like relationship with Alicia in a loud voice. Relationship with Alicia-sama, what's that all about? Oi, on Yushiro-sensei's ear, there's the same piercing as Alicia-san's. Moreover, they're on the respective opposite places. Could it be that Yushiro-sensei is Alicia-san's fiancé, Kaya? To have matching piercings in the academy, how shameless a disowa, damn, it turned into an uproar just as I thought, rather, that last one. Don't be so happy while saying shameless, Yushiro-sensei. Can I have your answer, Bishi? Pointing her finger at me, Yuri Roll shouted. Why you little, getting all carried away, Gata, chair moving, when I was thinking of Yuri Roll's punishment. The sound of a chair moving back resounded in the classroom. Ali CIA, getting up from her seat, with graceful conduct, Alicia headed to the teacher's desk. No, headed towards me. We are getting engaged next spring. And then, entwining her own arm around mine, she did a coming out. Oi, you little rascal. That feels like something that you shouldn't say so seriously. Kaya, cheers welled up to the point that it made one think did an explosion happen or something. It was mostly from the girls. Alicia, you and now you've done it to Nfufu. With this, even if I cling on to you inside the academy, strange rumors won't stream about. Right, when I was amazed by Alicia's words, a glove came flying at my face. To think that it would be thrown at me 3 times in just one day, Yushiro. I challenge you to a duel, Yuri Roll shouted with a face that became sloppy with tears and mucus. Losing to that threatening attitude, I nodded, and then, 2 days later, here I am, being held up for 2 days, because of the rumor being spread inside the academy student council moved and it became something that looked like an exhibition. Damn it, it's all Alicia's fault. In the first place, on today's closed school day, I was going to request the order of the before-mentioned uniforms from my Arachne acquaintance. But, with today's duel uproar, my plans have gone to waste. Damn it, are your preparations in order? In front of me, the ashen robe-wearing Yuri Roll raised the short sword above her head. You can start whenever. At her words, I drew my sword and responded. Chapter 38, the preceding hero is lowlife scum. Although I stylishly drew my sword, I looked up at the sky and stiffened. Rain incessantly, thunderstorm. Blitzregen, a rain of thunder came raining incessantly at me. Magic-clad sword, I immediately invoked the magic engraved in the sword. Sucking up the Marioku in the surroundings, the magic-clad sword developed a Marioku edge. You little, cutting apart the lightning with the sword that developed a Marioku edge, I retreated. Thunder-type intermediate level spell Blitzregen. It's said to be one of the most threatening types of magic in the ancient Israel language, although the necessary amount of Marioku is huge. Because the aria to invoke it is short and due to its lightning itself-like speed until impact, it's almost unavoidable. And moreover, since causes damage paralysis if it hits, it's said to be an extraordinary magic that makes pursuit possible, even for me, as I am now. If I don't do this properly, it'll be bad. I had accurately grasped the endlessly, incessantly raining thunderstorm, Zira. Taking a firm step, I cut away the thunderstorm entirely. It can't be, for you to defend against my Blitzregen. Yuri Roll's eyes became sharp. It seems that she planned to decide things with that magic just now. Of course it would be decided, because if I got hit even once, I'd become paralyzed. She probably thought that beating up an opponent in the middle of being paralyzed would be easy. It seems that it was unforeseen that I'd defend against it. Certainly, it doesn't seem like even a superior magician would have been able to defend against that just now with only a barrier. Even Alicia should have had a hard time with it. Yuri Roll went and fired a barrage of that kind of magic. Yuri Roll, no. Henrietta de Crestolia. It looks like that name of Princess Knight isn't just for show. However, with this, next, Thunder Sphere began appearing around Henrietta, and before long, it became an amount that was enough to block my vision. It's the modern Israel language's elementary level magic lightning bolt. Even though it's elementary level, for her to make this amount less, shoot. Together with her command, the thunder arrows that boasted being the fastest among the elementary level shooting type magic was shot at me, as if I'd let something like this squarely hit me. The thunder spheres in Henrietta's surroundings increase in proportion to the number shot. Is she trying to constrain me into places not being fired at? While avoiding the thunder arrows by a paper-thin margin, I considered that, for now, since the thunder arrows are easier to grasp than Blitzregen, right now I'll run around without stopping my legs. Blitzregen, Gunu. Shoot, while being only one shot, since I grasped sight of the thunder, I reflexively defended against it with my sword, making my legs stop, as if aiming for that to finish. There was a downpour of thunder arrows. Being unable to put up even a barrier, I could do nothing but cut the thunder arrows back with the sword that developed into a magic-clad sword, flash of purple lightning worthy of thunder's impulse. What? As I was having a close fight with the thunder arrows. Although being in the middle of the excited cheers, that dignified voice resounded, "That is no good. That is seriously dangerous, this feeling where the words in this world penetrate you. It's high-level magic, roar in the sky, single hit of a flash. Ye shall become God's wrath, I won't make it, because the number of thunder arrows are huge, I'm busily occupied. Crap, she's perfectly confined me, thunderbolt, a gigantic flash of lightning that fell in the arena. The single hit that was appropriate as God's wrath, silenced even the arena's audience, and silence enveloped the vicinity. Ha, ha, although Henrietta tried to calm her heart, which was throbbing so fast that it hurt, by grasping her chest with her hand, it wouldn't stop. She had fired elementary level and, although it was intermediate level, a tremendous amount of magic that was enough to be called a barrage. With just that, it was probably already allowable to say that it was a huge magic spell. But, Henrietta went further and even used a high-level magic and struck with a finishing blow. Though it was called the finishing blow, she held back so that there wouldn't be any casualties. There was no mistake that it would be at the most 1 or 2 weeks of paralysis throughout the body and would have to have a hospital lifestyle. Henrietta experienced the greatest payoff. While being a noble, she only made a disgraceful appearance. While grasping her throbbing chest, Henrietta was immersed in the reverberation of victory, if it's herself right now, continuing to always pass herself in regards to magic. She bragged that she was one that stood in line with even her admired Alicia. It's settled. Thunder's great magic thunderbolt. There's no way anyone could endure taking that. In order to pierce the silence, the MC male student used the microphone and shouted. In response to that, a large cheer that was enough to shake the grounds enveloped the arena. Being surprised by the great magic battle right before their eyes, those that had forgotten words shouted as if they had gone mad. Commentator Alicia-san, what are your thoughts on Henrietta-san's magic just now? Sitting next to the MC in the arena, Alicia, after nodding, grabbed the microphone. That just now was a wonderful flow. If I were to take that just now, I'm not even sure what I would do. It was splendid. With the voice of her admired Alicia being transmitted even in the arena, Henrietta was on the verge of fainting from happiness. However, something of this degree won't defeat him. The automatically invoked simple barrier was broken, immediately developing a multiplex barrier of an anti-object barrier and a magic barrier that was cut to pieces with a single sword stroke. What? Reflected in Henrietta's field of vision was a pair of swords that looked like green and blue gems that were made into swords. At the time that she understood that the one using those gems was you. Henrietta drew her magic sword swinging. Whoa, nice response. He defended against the thrust made with all her might with the green treasured sword that was changed to his opposite hand. Right away, Henrietta fired lightning bolt magic. It was shooting magic at point blank range. The lightning bolt invoked at a distance that couldn't be avoided, had its target disappear and couldn't hit. Quick move magic whining. Yup. Something like that. The man that suddenly disappeared in front of her thrust his blue treasured sword at Henrietta's nape from behind. It was a half-hearted reply, but to Henrietta, that didn't matter. This man. He's better at fencing than me. At the overwhelming difference of ability, Henrietta felt shivers, but still, Henrietta de Crestolia. As expected of one called Princess Knight. I didn't think that you'd put me in check in this situation. You wryly smiled at the arrows of thunder that aimed at him from his back and both of his sides. In a situation where they had put each other in a checkmate, neither of them could move. No, well, if I wanted to, I could have slipped out of it. However, from that series of such huge magic, I was driven to a situation where I had no choice but to use the crystal swords that I decided to not use, and yet, now we're in this situation. Even if you say it's because I didn't draw the sacred sword, to be honest, being driven this far into a corner, isn't it my loss? Besides, even though this is a magic academy, one side, me, can't use magic. Sorry for the ones that were expecting a magic battle, but the only magic that I can use in the middle of battle is only the magic-clad type magic. Even if I have the knowledge, I can't use it, after all. Forcibly winning right here would be kind of childish too after all. Just as I was thinking that, my sword was repelled. Oh, though I say repelled, since it's not like it was not separated from my hand. My arm faced upward. It was a bonsai stake with only one hand. Take this, Kage. Taking a distance the moment she repelled it, Henrietta fired the thunder arrows that were on standby at me. Squatting down to let those run into each other and offset each other, I then closed in on Henrietta. Cool, how reckless. 1. Henrietta defended with the short sword. With a Jin, cling, the two swords collided, and we became locked, pushing at each other's sword. Same to you, for being that age, you're plenty reckless. It isn't just the magic sword, is it? Henrietta let a disturbance surface to the point that it was amusing. It's way too inexplicable. Having continuously fired grade magic class magic, I don't see your Marioku being exhausted. And before that, the power estranged, though the number of them was huge, keeping me busy with only elementary magic and not letting me move around. Such a thing is impossible. MP recovery and offensive magic ability boost. Moreover, if an automatic barrier came, Henrietta de Crestolia. You're wearing that, aren't you? What, GUH, how do you know about that? Henrietta's face dyed red with shyness. Seeing that, I became unable to hold down my smile. I don't know what kind of rot you went through to obtain that, but I'm sure that it must have been very troubling, even though it has a stupidly high performance, while being an excellent adult article for the Asans. The number of times it's been circulated itself shouldn't be small. I've often heard that they had their wives wear that and then that night they'd violently flare up like they hadn't done in a long time and stuff like that. I can't. It's just so amusing that the laughing just won't stop. Right here, right now, warding off our sword lock, Henrietta casted acceleration magic Aria Leslie and took a great distance away from me, wind violently blowing before my eyes, clad the thunder worthy of my pulsation, raced through the sky. Again, it was an aria that seemed to resound in the world, high magic. That, and it was a synthesized magic of wind and thunder. I see, you, a magic knight, also had a reason to consent to the hard-to-move-in robe. If you didn't want to be seen in that, right? Because that has a connection to a magic-like function, you can't hide it with something like armor. But, if you hide it, its meaning is lost. If my guess is correct, the thing that Henrietta is wearing, it's probably something that I only outlined in the magic formula I handed to my Arachne acquaintance 3 years ago. All of the clothes of my world that I sought ever since I was resummoned here, even that nurse uniform that I caught a glimpse of, is the fault of the Arachne fabricating the stuff I left behind. Well, putting that aside, right now. Even though she's the daughter of a country's nobleman, she should be wearing some shameless clothes. Is your equipment right now, other than the robe, only that and knee socks? Ooh hee hee, you little exhibitionist. I'll expose to you the public, generally, the me right now is a hero. But I'm probably making a villainous face with a laugh that isn't anything like a protagonist before that. But however, the laughing won't stop. I can't, my sides are starting to hurt. Why, you fiend. Know some shame. The one who should know some shame from now on is you, Miss Princess Nightsan. At this point, it's been decided as my win. What's left is how should I strip her of the robe, but... Fumu, I've come up with a good idea. Blow fiercely, whirlwind of thunder. Thunderstorm, Kachin. I put the sword into the scabbard, lowered my waist, and made a stance. It was the IAI stance. The thunder clad with a windstorm, was fired and aimed for me. It's synthesized type magic that unified two magics to invoke it. Even among that, it was the greatest class of magic that crossed high-level magic, thunderstorm. There was already no room for doubt. I don't know if it's because she's equipped that, but, as she is now, she's a tactics class magician. But, UV still got a long way to go even without that. Alicia and Sylvia are hazard classed. Kachin. Once again, the sound of the stored katana resounded. No way, that can't be possible. The windstorm was torn to pieces, and the thunder was pierced and vanishing. The sword attacks polar region, the strongest, even the fastest, single attack erased the greatest class magic. If I remember correctly, I should have taught this to Leo as well. If it's Leo, he's probably already used this. Well, whatever. With this, it's checkmate. Digging my hand into my waist pouch, I threw a throwing knife, Kaya, making a shrill catsun sound. The knife that stuck into the automatic barrier caused a small explosion in the next moment. It was the magic clad type's application style's piercing bomb style. With the knife's tip sticking into the barrier, it's something where the mere tip that shows on the inside of the barrier causes a small explosion. How it doesn't have much power and how, due to the explosion being focused Marioku, it gets defended against by protectors that possess an anti-magic ability are its weaknesses, but, this time, it was thanks to those that I should have been able to skillfully give damage only to the robe endowed with an anti-magic ability. The additional improvements that I made to it after killing the wild boar became of use, and, after the momentary flash, trying to hide her body by hugging herself with both hands. Henrietta crouched down. From the gaps of those arms, a white cloth bib on deep blue that was called a standard equipment old-style school swimsuit. 2. A kyusuku was seen. 3. Henrietta de Crestolia was wearing over knee-high socks on a kyusuku, which were garments an asen would be delighted over. Chapter 39. The preceding hero obtains a school swimsuit shibibibibi. That was something fierce. Gianadat, Liswadia Academy's headmaster Rugaron looked at the projected image before his eyes and muttered words of admiration. The place he was at was the Academy conference room that existed inside of Liswadia Academy's clock tower. The teachers that numbered over 100 sat at many office tables that were lined up into a square, and they held their breath at the image that was projected at the center of that square. That reflected image was the duel that had been held just a few moments ago, defending against all of that fierce amount of lightning bolt and blitzregen, and receiving a great magic to be uninjured. And then, he made a high-class synthesized magic ineffective, and bestowed damage to a barrier from the inside, making it powerless. That's a record that almost makes you unable to think that he's human. A youthful male magician that was a teacher of the 4th department students as well as a member of the postgraduate course muttered while looking again and again at the documents that he was handed, and then, starting with that, the teachers opened their mouths. Even the 2nd department student Henrietta, who equipped the school swimsuit that had become quite the topic 2 years ago, has already approached the limits of a student. Hasn't she? In the end, it's a blessing due to the equipment. Even the pretense of the name of Princess Knight has come off. That school swimsuit's ability is nothing more than support. With the power probably being more or less lower, it's certain that she possesses abilities that isolate her from the typical magician. Right now, rather than about her, it's about the young man that is employed as a temporary lecturer. His quick move and his destroying of the automatic barrier was probably the low-rank wind-type magic, Wind Arrow. From the fact that he also used a new system of the magic-clad sword, I believe that he's a high-ranking magic knight-type magician whose forte is in wind-type magic but for him to defend against the high-class magic thunderbolt with a magic-clad sword, that's just suicidal. Having it all finish with just a degree of the sword giving in would have to mean there was a special magic formula, or that it was a magic sword. I see. If it's a magic sword, that's probably an understandable result. Then what about that attack that made the synthesized magic powerless? According to theory, without defensive magic starting with a barrier, it should have been an attack that can't be defended against. If one were to hit it with an attack that had more damage than what the synthesized magic possessed, they would offset each other. He, at that time, didn't do anything, not even an aria. Are you trying to say that he fired a high-class magic aria Leslie, damage that surpasses a high-class synthesized magic aria Leslie? You say, isn't something like that already a monster? The heated discussion wasn't the same thing that Rugaron himself was thinking about in his mind. In the first place, it was different right from the source. How could this be while possessing that much power? For me to not feel one bit of Marioku from him, the Hobbit tribe, although not to the extent that elves could, was a race that had sharp senses in regards to Marioku, having noticed that Yu's body was one that had no Marioku from the time that he first had a meeting with you. Rugaron was even more surprised with this battle, at Yu who had shown power that Yu could only think was magic even though he had no Marioku, than the teaching staff in this area. Headmaster, Rugaron, who had been immersed in his thoughts, raised his head at the voice of the teaching staff that had called him. It seems to be something from the Luxuria Guild. A letter? Fumu, when he was handed an envelope from the teaching staff, Rugaron opened the envelope that was sealed with wax and pulled out the letter. What was that? The teachers that were heated in discussion over Yushiroyu had fallen silent at Rugaron's voice. Headmaster? As the youthful male teacher asked, Rugaron had ignored him. Now I see. So he had possessed that sort of connection. Rugaron, having now exactly remembered the face of the young man that had been raised up to the topic of the conversation, raised the corners of his mouth into a smile. For some reason, he certainly is a young man that doesn't run out of interest. While looking at the written-down crest that imitated a pocket watch in the letter, Rugaron gently stroked that prominent white mustache of his. In Rienbrook, the school swimsuit is one of the types of magic tools, along with the auto-repair function where it will regenerate even if it's minced up. It has magic power-up, 1, which raises magic offensive ability, and MP recovery which sucks in the surrounding Marioku and makes it the user's Marioku. And then, in regards to attacks, it has an automatic barrier function that is endowed with an anti-object and anti-magic ability, a superb equipment that, while possessing a total of 4 special effects, arouses men's lust, that is the school swimsuit, while making it on the supposition of underwater battle, that shape, since it had excelled in a magic-like way, had improvement work done to progress it to the point that no longer became underwater equipment, but was said to be a top-rated equipment for female magicians. As for why it isn't used despite all of this, first of all, it's due to its staggeringly high value, and the existence of gentlemen that have their hearts stolen by the school swimsuit. They are existences that already arrive at the level of having passion not for the women that wear the school swimsuit, but for the school swimsuit. They scramble for the limited number of school swimsuits, and it is said that at times, it develops into even wars. It seems that Henrietta was given it by the Crestolia country's nobles in replacement for taxes. It's said that those nobles, while shedding tears of blood, handed it over in a box where the school swimsuit was carefully folded and enclosed in. It looks like, as a precaution, she brought out something that she was handed from Crestolia's king for her battle with me. Hewn, no wonder she was a bit stronger than usual. That Alicia sighed as if she were amazed. Was it just my mishearing of that sigh sounding disappointed, though I say that, fundamentally, the school swimsuit's abilities are nothing more than support. Although there was some strangeness in the power itself, she did use elementary level and intermediate level magic and send them like rain, as well as use synthesized magic. Moreover, her skill with the sword was pretty good. That was great, on par with Sylviad. After the duel with Uriroll, aka Henrietta de Crestolia, it was decided before I knew it, but, as a prize for the duel, I got the fresh school swimsuit that a 12-year-old beautiful girl was wearing. I held it in one hand in my room at the Kitten, and talked with Alicia, who had come to see how I was doing. After taking it off without washing it, Henrietta, who had to hand it to me, with her face completely red while glaring at me, handed to me this fresh school swimsuit that was worn by a 12-year-old maiden, and that is how I received it. But what was she thinking I should do with it? Wear it, Fufin. Should I wear it? Who'd benefit from it? At the very least, it wouldn't make me happy, moo. What the heck, even though you're you, DH, you're suffocating me, don't get close to me, while stopping Alicia, who was trying to embrace me as she liked, with one hand. I was thinking about what I should do with this school swimsuit. It seems to be a great item that would give me a lot of money if I were to hand it to a dilettante, but, to be completely honest, I don't need that kind of large amount of money. While it's a bit odd for me to be saying this, but I brought something amazing into this other world, though the one that made it is a person of this world, too, Yushiro-san. Are you here? I heard from Marita-san that you came back, you know, Don. Together with that kind of knock, I heard Bernadette's voice. Bernadette, damn. Right now, in my room, there's the Lizilian's imperial princess, Alicia. If it gets exposed that a whole country's princess is in a place like this. Yes, it's Bernadette. While Yushiro-san was doing the duel or something, I went around trying food from various restaurants, but since I found some pretty delicious sweets, I came by to share. Even though you're a prominent glutton, sharing you say. Even though you don't do this normally, at a time like this, you act like a good kid. How strange. For some reason, I feel like I've been really looked down on right now. That certainly is strange, isn't it? I'll have it later, so could you leave it there? While erecting my index finger and making a be quiet sign at Alicia, who wanted to say something, I said that to Bernadette, who was probably on the opposite side of the room's door. Something is suspicious. Gotcha, click. Gone. Bam, just when I thought that the doorknob was turned, the door was vigorously opened, and Bernadette entered the room. I had thought there might be a possibility, but to lay your hands as far as immature girls, that's to be expected of Yushiro-san, isn't it? Alternately looking at me, who was sitting on the bed, and at Alicia, who was at my back with her arms around me and embracing me, Bernadette made a sigh. I'm not so sure, but I've been treated like a lullicon, haven't I? Oi, I haven't laid a hand on her, you know. All criminals say that. Bernadette smiled and showed how about that face? It's been a while since she was a pain like this. This woman is? In front of such a Bernadette, the Alicia that had clung onto me stood up, and asked me such. I am an agent, Bernadette the gunner. Are you an acquaintance of Yushiro-san's? It was Bernadette who went up and named herself faster than I could answer, but, seeming as if she had doubts at Alicia's words, she tilted her head and looked down on Alicia. At approximately the height of Bernadette's collarbone, Alicia's head lined up with it. Having been questioned, Alicia, while smiling like an angel, turned around to Bernadette and nodded, I'm his wife. And then, Alicia expressly displayed the piercing on her right ear. That was just like a wife that displayed her engagement ring together with overwhelming confidence in response to a thieving cat. 3. That suddenly appeared one day. Yushiro-san, wait, you'll understand if we talk. at Bernadette, who had tried to put her hand into the slit of her skirt. I relatively frantically turned words to stop her. After all, her eyes are kind of scary. 3 years ago, I went around the world for the sake of suppressing the demon lord. There was a time where I did something eccentric in the middle of that journey, where one day, I, having a way too insufficient amount of girls around, lost my sanity, and went to crush some rank-holding Mazoka while I had crowned my head with the underwear of the members that I had traveled with, the females only, and was laughing loudly. After that, I did recover my sanity, but I was embarrassed at myself for having been delighted about the flat chest's underwear, and there was also the part about how I was lynched by the female members who had lost their sanity like me and had gone crazy, for some reason or another. This is similar to the Sylvia of that time, Yuri assuming a misunderstanding. So, certainly, that girl is, arg. Alicia is my acquaintance. But I won't lay a hand on such a lowly flat-chest girl. She should come to me after 10 years, I see. Certainly, Yushiro-san has a taste for older women with big boobs. Putting her hand on her chin as if she were in thought, Alicia nodded many times. Pho, looks like it was somehow able to finish without me wearing the stigma of being called a lolicon. Now I just have to talk a bit more about my love for older women here and put the finishing. No way, that's so cruel, you. Even though we were so in love with each other yesterday, this girl, she's totally up for the pretense acting of having an affair and then being cast aside. Trash goes in the trash, ashes go into ashes, a long barrel appears from her skirt. That is, a long gun, for that boasts a size that nears a person's height. Having pulled out a sniper rifle, Bernadette pressed that muzzle on my forehead. Wouldn't that be relatively bad if she were to seriously do this? Rather. There was even something like a sniper rifle. I want to disassemble it. 5. Don't worry. Even if I were to mistakenly shoot from right in front of you, to be safe, on all of my magic gun, it is charged paralyzed magic bullets. Then first of all, don't mistakenly shoot. Gone. Shiva. Once that numbness wears off, the first thing will be a scolding. Got that, Yushiro-san, while the paralysis went through my whole body all at once, making my body go bikuin, twitch, and convulse. I waited for the numbness to dissolve while thinking about the severe punishment that I would give to the Bernadette that went and inflicted punishment on me on a misunderstanding, and the Alicia who I saw make an impish smile on her face and was giggling. Chapter 40, The Agent in the Hero Express. Hello everyone, I am the Holy Ulquiorra Religious Organization Agent Bernadette. I, who was dispatched for the sake of completing a certain mission in secrecy, have met a single male in this land of Laswadia. His name is Yushiro-san. At the beginning, since he had the same first and last name as the assassination target, and moreover, possessing the same characteristics, I was about to key him, but, having immediately felt that he was a different person, I averted the muzzle of my magic gun up, and it ended with me shooting with a Bakuan at a hair's breadth away from him. He, even though I shot at him with a Dokuan, stayed silent and gave me some food. That's right, he is a very kind, big-hearted male, but in being a bit unbelievably eki is a flaw though. However, this encounter is probably what is known as God's favor. I give thanks for this wonderful encounter. That is what I thought, that Yushiro-san, right now, is killing me. Yuiya, getting on all fours, I am in the middle of returning to the earth the large amount of foodstuff that I ate for breakfast. Never again, as if I'd ride on a person's shoulders ever again. Don't talk in a way that sounds like it's my fault. It's because you were being annoying about coming along that I brought you with me, isn't it? I assent, making a maiden spew out vomit, something one would never consider. Getting offended by Yushiro-san's facial expression that looked like he was amazed by me, I stood up while my legs were staggering. The one who still hasn't been hit yet should be the one to put up with it. Besides, just what the heck were those movements? Just when I was looking forward to having Yushiro-san give me a piggyback, a sudden sharp acceleration attacked me, and then various movements of left, right, up, down, and rotations were received with this body, and several hours had passed. I was astonished. When I looked at the angle of the sun, it still hadn't passed a few tens of minutes. Woya, when I tried to see the angle of the sun, having raised my head to look up, in my field of vision, a large shadow had come into it. When I tried to stare at what it could possibly be, I understood that it was an unbelievably colossal large tree. It couldn't be the Spirit Tree East. 1. So in short, this place is Altiera. 2. Is it, in the southwestern part of the continent, there exists an enormous tree that reaches even up to the clouds, that large tree that is said have the possibility of being seen from the center of the continent if the weather is fine, is called the Spirit Tree East, since East is a word in ancient Israel that possesses the meaning of source. origin, and beginning. In myth, it is treated as the first existence to form in this world. The vast sea of trees that spread with that spirit tree as the center was Octvart. 3. And then, at the base of the spirit tree, as if surrounded by Octvart, there exists a settlement of various subhumans, starting with the elves, the subhumans' kingdom Altiera. It seems to mean the Heart's country in a language from somewhere, where we were was, the spirit tree's base, the subhuman settlement. Though I say settlement, from that vastness, it boasted a size enough for a single town. In the vicinity, starting with the elves, there were various relatively popular subhumans such as centaurs and harpies that were coming and going. It was busy. It would seem that the place we were at was something like the main street, not being buildings made of brick like the ones we lived in. It was full of relatively simple buildings using things like wood and straw. Could it be that because there aren't any earthquakes nor typhoons in the vicinity of the spirit tree that the buildings are like this? Bernadette. Do you hate subhumans? Yushiro-san had a somewhat cool, yet somewhat bitter facial expression. I see, Yushiro-san is a pro-subhuman race person. No. The subhuman races should be suppressed idea is the hardline faction's fabrication, originally, in the scriptures, although there is differentiation. There is not a single sentence written in it that says that subhumans are an evil existence. In the first place, I believe that the way of saying differentiation is already just discrimination. Though it said that people are superior, from the start, that's just something done by our human ancestors whose job was to maintain the world's equilibrium. Though I say this, nowadays, there are many believers that think that subhumans are existences lower than themselves and despise them. We, who maintain equilibrium, can only think of the idea of destroying the equilibrium and becoming the top as mere cynicism. Oh, that's right, this is also something pretty recent but… it's fine already, it's fine. Since I understand that Bernadette is alright with subhumans, it's fine already, thank you. How rude. Even though I answered while taking the trouble to mingle it together with the religious organization's behind-the-scenes circumstances, for him to treat it so lightly. Move by the way, Yushiro-san, why go to Altiera? Rather, please wait a moment. This Altiera takes 1 week by carriage from Laswadia, doesn't it? Even though we should have departed just before noon, it's still just before noon, isn't it? From Laswadia, which is close to the center on the map, to this southwestern location would take about 1 week to reach it. That's because, from this large forest containing the spirit tree to Laswadia, the plains doesn't have anything to block the continuing path. Monsters don't come out and thieves don't come separately to such a place. It's because they can't do a surprise attack without hiding themselves. Therefore, if you go with a certain amount of speed, one can arrive here from Laswadia with about 1 week. Despite that, having departed from Laswadia just a little while ago, it doesn't even look like the sun has gone down. By going to the extreme, it becomes possible for the quick move magic to make high-speed movement that is close to transferring. As a defect, it seems that if you ride on the shoulders, you get enough discomfort to make you vomit. What was that? It's amazing. To take the wind elementary level magic, which is referred to as high-speed movement, to the extreme and become able to possess enough movement power to be able to call it a transference. Rather, if you knew about it, tell me about it beforehand. Well, let's put that aside. If they haven't changed residence since the last time I came here, an acquaintance should be here. An acquaintance, is it a woman? NN, yeah, it is. What about it? Who N? So it's gonna be another erotic talk, is that so? While having a charming woman like me nearby, to go meet with a woman in such a distant location? I think that is already plenty rude, but what do you think, Lady Killer-san? You're probably making another weird misunderstanding, but it's probably not something like what you're thinking of. If I had to say it, it's a kindred soul. At that bird of prey-like smile, even my eyes were held tight by it. Even though he'd be considerably cool if he were serious like this, just why is he always going full throttle with such a deplorable aura? Come on, let's go to… my hand. Being pulled, we crossed the crowd of people. Not being painful, yet being powerful, it's kind of like, Yushiro-san really is a disappointing male in various ways. Chapter 41, The Pervert Hero and the Agent That Will Wear It. Arriving at Altiera and walking a bit, having come as far as the outskirts, Yushiro-san and I stood still in front of the house for this case. You damn nitwits. What's with de Sukumizu Jai? Can't Cha sometimes come a skin fair something different, idiots, we can hear shouting. No, it's already to the point where you could say that it's roaring. That's a peculiar way of speaking, isn't it? Is this female's voice your acquaintance's? Yeah? There's no mistake that it's this pseudo-Kansai dialect. Nodding at the words I said, Yushiro-san nodded and, absolute territory, 1. muttered some words that were like some kind of spell. When he did, the house fell silent the moment he did. And then, in the next moment, the door went wide open, and Yushiro-san was captured by some thread-like thing and dragged inside of the house. Yeah, Yushiro-san, since it was something way too sudden, I was befuddled for a moment, but I drew Mistletoe and fail not and will charge into the house. Yushiro-san, I'm coming to save you. When I entered inside the house while in a magic gun stance, what was there was, it's been a while, ain't it, you? So you came back, huh? It's been a while. Ariadne-san put me down. A being bound by the hands and feet by spider's thread and hanging in midair. Yushiro-san, and a female arachne that was clinging onto that. Yushiro-san. An arachne is a species that has a figure that has the upper half of a human and the lower half of a spider. Would you understand if I said it was the spider version of a centaur? That's a face I ain't seen. Yayu's acquaintance, seeming to have noticed me, the female arachne looked at me while clinging onto Yushiro-san, the Holy Ulquiorra religious organization agent, as well as Yushiro-san's friend. I am called Bernadette. Well, that certainly is polite of ya. My name is Ariadne. 2. When I bowed and finished my self-introduction, the female arachne, Ariadne-san, held out her hand and sought for a handshake. Now then, seeing how self-introductions re-over. Why don't ya hurry up and spill the details? It'd be easier if you could offer to put me down first. Yushiro-san was smoothly taken down. He didn't have the spider's thread taken off, so? The details. How does a Fury 3 made outfit sound? Fury you say? Let's hear it in detailed. I'm not exactly sure, but whatever Yushiro-san said, Ariadne-san bit onto it as if it were interesting. Well, the maid outfit is for a bit later. I have a request for Ariadne-san. Bocce. Just when I thought there was a popping-like sound, Yushiro-san stood up while lightly rolling his shoulders. Why, you can cut up an arachne's thread. I do like binding people up, but I don't like being bound. Please stop it with the returns that don't make any sense. As usual, that's some amazing gentleman power you got, you. As expected of ya, so? What's dat request you got fair me? Showing an awfully refined smile. When Ariadne-san asked, Yushiro-san also showed an awfully refined smile and, Kosho, got close to Ariadne-san's ear and whispered in a very small voice, what was dat? And then, Kosho, is dat true? That's some hardcore stuff, Kosho, ho, and that's why you came and relied on me, Kosho. Is that so, Kosho, ho, that certainly is, UIN. Please don't leave me out of this. Seeing the two of them being enthusiastic in their secret talk, I started to want to participate in the conversation. After all, the two of them are talking while smiling so merrily. Even if you say that, I think it's impossible for Bernadette. Yushiro-san said that while aiming tepid eyes like that of an adult looking at an immature girl that couldn't keep a pet at me. At that attitude, I became offended. I've snapped. I'm angry. It isn't impossible. If you don't have enough knowledge, add the knowledge. If you don't have enough skill, then it'll be fine if you add the skill to the body. That's what I learned from the church's sisters. Even though I haven't done anything yet, please don't go deciding that it's impossible. I see. Sorry. In that case, first, could you wear this? Having been deeply moved by my words, Yushiro-san apologized to me and handed a deep blue cloth. It's a magic item that makes women amazingly charming. By all means, I want it to be worn by Bernadette. Ahead of Yushiro-san's glance, there was a hanging screen for changing clothes. I understand. I'll wear it, Ariadne-san. May I borrow this? Oh, use it as much as you like. Ariadne-san smiled with a nika and acknowledged it. Thank you very much. Well then, I'll go changed. I bowed and entered inside the hanging screen carrying the deep blue garments. How the two settled it with a high five behind such a me was something I completely didn't notice. Just what the heck is this? Oh, it suits you, don't it? Appearing together with a scream, Bernadette, while having her face completely red, had an appearance of wearing the sukumizu in over knee-high socks. Even though I only handed over the sukumizu for her to go all the way to wearing knee socks. This girl, she understands it perfectly. It really is my bad. Bernadette. It looks like I've underrated you. Sorry, please don't apologize right now. That just makes it harder to be mad. While becoming slouched, Bernadette hid her body with both arms. Fumu, as expected of a glamorous beauty. This pose has a pretty good feel to it. That's right, I've thought of something good. Seeing the gravure model-like pose, I remembered a certain outfit. Ariadne-san, it's a work commission, but can I count on you? You as a direct commission fair me. What is it? it has some deep emotions, don't it? It wasn't just the sukumizu. The Japanese garments such as the nurse outfit that were beginning to become a craze in this world for some reason. Were all probably made by this Ariadne-san. It's because she finished the blueprints that I only drew up, so? What is it, dat commission you got Fermita? At the boldly smiling Ariadne-san, I pulled out a bundle of papers from the different dimensional pouch attached to my waist and projected. It's the uniforms that will be officially adopted by the Laswadia Academy. A blazer and a gym uniform, and then, a white sukumizu. The bundle of papers was the plans that I personally drew with all my might. Chapter 42, The Preceding Hero's Hot-Blooded Guidance, 1. After that, although a dispute had unfolded with Ariadne-san, the white swimsuits and uniforms were safely made and bought, and, with 2 days passing after returning from Altiera with Bernadette on my shoulders, I conducted my third lesson in Laswadia Academy. Dimayalj tol elementia, this is probably the most used phrase in the Alexelia. After all, it is the activation key in order to invoke magic, the activation key. It's one of the components that doesn't exist in the Israel language. The difference in the presence or absence of the activation key is their structure, and could be said to be the difference of how they should be. Keith, why do you think they are different? I don't know, saying that loudly and honestly is a good thing. The difference between the many magic languages that originated from the Israel language and the Alexelia language, well, simply put, because languages like the Israel language forcibly draw the spirit's power into the world and interfere with it, it causes a phenomenon, but the Alexelia language praises the spirits to the heavens that they get motivated and bring their intervention to the world, something like that. I explained while writing the meaning of the previous words on the blackboard with chalk, Dimayalj tol elementia. When translated, it is "won't you please listen Spirit Sama," or something to that effect. A person that uses the Alexelia language probably wouldn't do this, but what I want you to be cautious of is the yalj. When this is made to be yalgu, it turns it into a demeanor where you talk to the other party as an equivalent or that you are above them. I surround a portion of the sentence with a circle. Yes, this will appear on the test, Garan. Garan, oh, the bell that was in Laswadia's clock tower marks the lesson's end. Just as it happens, the students start to clamor within it's finished. It's kind of like, even in another world, this kind of thing doesn't change. Everyone, the class still hasn't finished, you know. With a bit severe way of speaking, Henrietta said such to the students, from the students that not good appearance and were correcting themselves. This time, Henrietta looked at me. She had a look that said, by all means, please continue to. Well then, today's lesson is over. If you would stand, bow. When Henrietta, who had the position of the class representative, stood up, all of the students followed that and stood up, and thanked me. Thank you very much. Oh, good job. But when the salutations for the end of class finish, the students start to clamor. As for why? It was because it was finally the lunch break. Laswadia's lessons are a bit strange in that it's been settled that the lesson for one day is only a single subject. Although breaks are taken midway, repeating the same thing throughout a straight few hours is probably tiring. Well, since there is a proper reason for making the same lesson in the time of a single day, there aren't any complaints, but this is also pretty hard work for the teacher as well, although it becomes elective courses. Starting from the afternoon, lessons have been going all morning. You've also got to take these small breaks like this, Yushiro-sensei, as I was collecting various teaching materials. Since I heard a call out to me, when I looked that way, about 5 male and female students were coming closer to the teacher's desk. Is your time after school open? W. Why are you asking that while your eyes are shining? Yup, it's open. Is that true? It's true, but what about it? If I had to say there was anything, I was invited by a hungry sister-san to Laswadia's dessert conquest, but, well, it probably isn't bad if I make the students a priority. Please teach us magic combat. Hey, magic combat. We want to become strong and cool magicians just like Yushiro-sensei. Me too. Not only Keith, the surrounding boys and girls come in front of me. Strong and cool, yes, the boys and girls vigorously nodded. Foo. There's no helping it if you go that far in saying it. I can't go flat out refusing the students' request either, after all. Even if I am temporary, right now, I am a lecturer. In other words, I am their teacher. After school, assemble at the second practice grounds. First of all, I'll have you all show me your strength. Folding my arms, with a more pretty boy, face than usual, in proportion to me, I informed them in a cool way. When I said that like a soldier of a long military service, Keith and the 5 male and female students, yes, answered like that in a loud response. It's kind of good, this feeling of being relied on, as I was glowing with self-satisfaction, I was suddenly called out to from behind. When I turn around, What was there was the glasses girl Manaluri and the cool, long black-haired girl Eri Trastoria. Please, teach me, as well, Buren. Wobble, vigorously lowering her head, the twin mounds that were hidden in Mana's robe made a sound and swayed, auditory hallucination. Amazing. As expected of the second department student's ultimate weapon. I want to be inserted in there. The boys and girls behind me raised voices of admiration at that intensity. Phew fun. There's a way for me to look at those big breasts up close. Very well, Yushiro-san, the bottom of your nose is stretching to, whoopsted, the calm, or rather, cool Eri had, while staying expressionless, shown a sneer that was an amazing facial expression in a plain way. Being the dependable man overflowing with dandyism that I am, I return my facial expression to the pretty boy, in proportion to me, with a kiri, snap. So, by teacher you mean magic combat? Yes, I have bad grades in magic battles, so, yeah. I get it. I totally get it. I think that it's those boobs getting in the way. Therefore, shall we go in from work to diminish those boobs? If I massage and diminish them, the chest will become smaller and Mana will be happy and I, having massaged boobs, will be happy. I think that it'll be a win-win situation for the both of us, so how about it, Gosu? Bam, Gufu, what are you doing all of a sudden, you little? Together with a dull sound, pain ran on my forehead. Along with my response to the pain being late, knowing the source of that pain, I look at Eri. I won't let Mana's boobs be touched by anyone but me. The arm that was stretched out at my forehead was standing in front of Eri, the big arm of a muscular, brawny, semi-transparent spirit-like man that was like a log, being hazy from the lower half and unable to be seen. And only being an upper half, having been taught by Alicia, I knew what it was. That was a summon element, an existence that was constantly nearby and was constantly not nearby, an element. 2. A summon element is when the summon target is employed and is something like a derivative of the summoner that placed it under their control, a summon element and a general summon. Both of them require a target to employ and an agreement to be made, but the general summon makes the positions in hierarchy distinct. Of course, the summoner is the master. Compared to that, the element summoner seems to have an agreement where there's an equal standing with the spirit, a friend, or a companion. That kind of awareness is important is what Alicia also said if I remember correctly. Eri's spirit, which was made up of a hazy red light, returned its fist that was swung out at me, and folded its arms and stood behind Eri. To think that I'd get a forehead flick by a spirit, Yushiro-sensei, is probably a long-serving warrior. If it's just a recklessly swung fist, it won't hit. And that's why it required a clever scheme. There won't be a second time, you know. I know that. If the message has gotten through, even the forehead flick wasn't needed to. Eri and I face each other. And then, behind Eri, the stand, 3, folded its arms and waited for the decisive moment. At the time that the tension born between us reached its climax, that moved, Yushiro-sensei, sorry. I forgot, Mana had become teary-eyed. What could it be, this mysterious feeling? That's right, this is from that time, like that time when I cross-examined that Luxuria receptionist that wasn't Bustachan, Gosu. Bam, Ada, the only one allowed to make Mana cry, is me. To think that I'd get hit a second time. If Mana hadn't shown a tear-stained face, the one to lose would have been me. That's admirable, there won't be a third time, you know. A head-on match. I accept the challenge to PL, please properly listen to me, sensei. I got told off, so, what was it again? Mana also wants to receive it as well. Yes, Mana vigorously nodded. It's great that you have the motivation, but you won't quickly improve so simply, you know? I can't use basic magic, after all, but you don't have any physical strength. Yeah, that's right, Mana does immediately rest after all. The boys and girls said that mixed with bitter smiles. Certainly, she doesn't look like the magic swordswoman type. Rather, she looks more like the researcher type, but I will do my best. Mana's eyes looked at me while accumulating tears. Fumu. Looks like she's self-aware of her own lack of physical strength. In that case, I got it. It's fine for Mana as well, really, with a paw. Mana raised her head and showed a smile. Next to her, Eri's spirit had raised its hand. Raise your hand with the spirit. If you have a question, raise your own hand. Naturally, I'll also participate. It wasn't even a question. 7 people, and then, this sure has gotten troublesome. Well, whatever, do what you want. After school, got it. Yes, why, yes. The feeling of being relied on making me happy. While enduring the smile that wanted to come up, gallantly, I walked towards the staff room. So, I certainly did give the okay, but why did the two of you come? When I arrived at the practicing grounds, What was there was the boys and girls, Mana and Eri, and then, Alicia and Henrietta, and Fufu. Because I'm your wife boy, fool, stop it. My suspicions of being a lolicon are gaga gaga, Alicia, you little rascal, ever since that coming out the other day, you've been gradually coming without the pretending. I just couldn't approve of leaving a shameless teacher like you alone, Clint. Henrietta turned her sharp eyes at me. Even Henrietta, ever since the case from the other day with Henrietta, she's been completely seeing me as a pervert. No, well, it's not like I have problems with being a pervert, Kay? It's kind of like, I'm being thought of as I knew it. He's a lolicon. Well, though I say this, seeing as how she does a follow-up for me during lessons like she did earlier, I do think that I've gotten her approval, but, well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Since I'm not going to teach you anything that amazing, taking my words at face value, the boys and girls became dejected. Mana also looked a bit disappointed. What I'm first going to teach you all is a technique that anyone who has the potential to use magic can do if they are human. Specifically, it's a walking technique. Going to another place from the disappointed feeling students, I then go around behind them in an instant. All of the students except for Alicia were surprised by me, who had suddenly vanished from their field of vision, and appeared in an instant behind them. I perceived that only Henrietta had something like a small bit of happiness in the middle of her surprise. She discerned that they'd get taught this. This is something I nimbly showed at the time of my fight with Henrietta. Right, this walking step, Shitai, assault step, is what I'll teach you. Chapter 43, The Preceding Hero's Hot-Blooded Guidance, 2, Shitai, Assault Step. If anyone has ever once taken a step into Chuyuni, they have probably heard of this. Shikuchihu, Active Reduced Earth, 1, developed from that Shikuchihu. It's a walking technique meant for use in ultra-high-speed battle. That was the setting for it, but after coming to this world, it's also one of the techniques can be made possible. Let's first of all, you guys, try taking 10 steps forward. From there just do it. All students present tilted their heads at my words. Due to Alicia beginning to walk, everyone finally started to walk. Good. So everyone has walked 10 steps. With the step length and the way they walk being scattered, even with 10 steps, there's a slight difference in the gaps between the students. Now then, next, try walking as if you're trying to kick the ground in front of your foot behind you. Don't worry about your step length, got it? Try putting strength only in your legs. And then, the students walked back to the spot they were at before. There were students that made exaggerated movements, but, after walking 10 steps, everyone seemed to have noticed it. There was a reasonable change in walking speed, right? Putting it simply, Shitai just immensely does this. It just produces a speed that looks like teleportation with an absurd walking ability. See? It's awfully simple, right? There's no way anyone can do that, Henrietta shouted like she was angry. Well, that's true. Well, normally, it's impossible. But naturally, there is a way to do it. Fufun. A designation. Looking at Alicia with a glance, she smiled because she got the gist of it, and asked via the piercing, yeah, it's your turn, princess. There's no helping it. Well, this is also a wife's duty, I supposed. While saying that, taking one step forward, Alicia came next to me in an instant. I'm sure that it looked like teleportation for everyone except me and Alicia. The movements from the stepping out all the way to the landing were so clean that it could only be seen as such. Accumulating Marioku at the bottom of the foot, you release it as momentum by making it lightly explode while to step out. And then, at the time you stop, you just have to do the opposite of that. Putting a brake on the Marioku's release, you catch hold of the ground with the bottom of the foot. That's all to it. It isn't as simple of a technique as you say it is. So you noticed. Eri looked at me with an extremely displeased face. No, sorry, I can't see as anything but expressionless. However, seeing as how I somehow heard her as displeased, she probably is displeased. Well, you'll understand if you try it around there, but this is surprisingly difficult. It does demand accurate Marioku control after all. Well, it's faster if you just try it out. Go on. As I said that, Henrietta started to accumulate Marioku at her feet and, Foo. I did it. In an instant, she moved about 10 odd meters away, still not having perfected the way to stop. There was something like the traces from sliding on the ground left over, but even so, she did it in one shot, though I thought that there were some various disappointing things about her, but she's surprisingly amazing, that Henrietta. To think that she'd do something that took you 3 days to do. OGW, well, sorry about that. I'm not like Sylvia Wanichan, who is a magician that seems to specialize only in fighting. When I say that through the piercing, Alicia looked at me from beside my field of vision and puffed up her face. When done by me, a technique of this level can be done simply so long as I know how to do it. Oh ho ho ho. Henrietta displayed the loud laughter that was the characteristic of an Ojusama. Fufufu, well, certainly, I'll praise you for being amazing. However, you still don't know the real Shutu. Well then, Henrietta, try doing a change of course. Change of course, no? That's right. When I first used it on you, I would have crashed into you if I did a straight on course, right? And so, how I was standing at your back was because I used shoulda twice to go around you. You were surprisingly able to do it once, but doing it twice is fairly difficult, you know. The sources Alicia and Sylvia. At a time I didn't know about, they were able to do it. They probably did special training that we didn't know about. Humph. Very well then, something of this level, Zuko. Henrietta-san, are you alright? That went forehead first, didn't it? Seeing Henrietta slide from failing the change of course, the boys and girls started to make a fuss. Shoulda. She's dead. I haven't died. Eri rushed to the collapsed Henrietta using Shutu and checked her pulse. And then Henrietta stood up while pressing down on her forehead. She's teary-eyed. You mastered it in this short amount of time. How's that? Her black hair fluttering on the wind, Eri struck a how's that face with a strange pose. At her back, the stand also took the pose. Yushiro-sensei, what you're looking at isn't me. At your back, this truth will occur. What? When I turned to place Eri pointed at, in other words, behind me, I caught a glimpse of the truth. Wakya. It's difficult. What was there was the figure of a young lady that had fallen with her face on the ground. If it were just this one sentence, you probably wouldn't see anything wrong with it. With just the point that she's fallen, the situation is already abnormal. However, how about if you change the two words of young lady to mana, using her own boobs, as a cushion? How unexpected. That was the shameless bust that didn't match the short height characteristic of a little girl. As if to protect its master, the shameless bust stuck itself in between the ground and mana, and limited the damage done to mana to the minimum. I see. In other words, big breasts are invincible. Is that what this means? That's right. And then, mana equals invincible. I, right here, have attained a new sworn friend. Yashiro-sensei. Please properly look at us too. I have no interest in guys. The difference in treatment with girls is mean, though I say that, honestly speaking, I can't teach anything but the outline of it. I don't have any Marioku after all. In the first place, the Shudu was my hard work that Sylvia went off on her own to reproduce and is just something that she spread around among her friends. Remember the feeling of tumbling down. If you don't, you won't get any stronger, you know. Well, I'll ignore the boys. The problem is, are you alright? Mana, the young lady that possesses a voluptuous bust that women who possess the same thing can only see as a bother. Haven't you heard these before? Very a bother in doing exercise stiff shoulders. There aren't many of this size bra sexy. That's right, those were the words of females that possess huge breast. By the way, that last one was my word. Even the big breasts, which are a symbol of happiness from the men's point of view, are nothing but two enormous weights from the women's point of view. She's moving around while carrying such things. You could say that she bears an overwhelming handicap. Mana, you don't have to do the Shutu. It's hard with that chest, isn't it? And no, I'll do my best. At my words, Mana stood up in a fluster and gathered Marioku at her feet to try to use Shutu. Wait. I'm not trying to have you give up anything. From the start, I was going to teach Mana a method other than Shutada. Is that true? Not good. This use of an upward glance with teary eyes is seriously not good. I don't care if I'm a Lullicon anymore. Bloodlust, a third time won't work. Hunut, promptly turning around to the spirit's fist rush that Eri had fired, I block it with one arm, and we've hit a derailment in the conversation. And, no way, knocking down Eri's spirit with a single attack, I turn around to Mana, and then, I plunge my hand into my fourth-dimensional tool bag. I had heard from Dodo-sensei that Mana's forte is using your head more than moving your body. For such a Mana, this is a tool that allows you to move without moving your legs. Or rather, I present to you a tool that flies through the skies. Fly, through the sky, Eri shouted at my words. Well, of course she would. In this world, to fly through the sky, it would require a gigantic motive power like a magic airship. However, I had an item, which had a size that was able to fit inside my fourth-dimensional tool bag, that could make flying through the sky possible, as expected. A witch's necessary item is this, isn't it? I handed that over to Mana. This is a broom. That's right, a witch's necessary item. It's a sky-flying broom. Chapter 44, The Preceding Hero's Hot-Blooded Guidance? 3. Scurrying all about, this is, fun. Henrietta and Eri, who had made a certain degree of Shitai their own, were doing a mock battle. While evading the downpouring thunderstorm with Shitai, Eri aimed for the momentary gaps, and then, Henrietta tried to settle the match by closing in on Eri, who was slipping through the thunderstorm, in one stroke with Shitai and landing a single hit, Yumu. For the way of using it to differ this much depending on the user. It's pretty interesting. Would Tristorius-san's Shitai be the ideal form of use? Well, making use of both evasion and offense would probably be the ideal form. Eri is placing emphasis on evasion. Let's see, thinking it out, if we look at it from Sylvia's point of view, I think that Yuri Roll's way is closer to the ideal form. Sylvia One-chan is, for better or for worse, an offense specialist after all. Your own attack should hit faster than the enemy's attack can hit. It's because that was her pet theory. In the conversation that passed through the piercings, Alicia and I wryly smile at each other. Keith, you're amazing. You flew 3 meters up just now. You read just like a big hopper. The boys, being boys, were in the middle of enjoyably studying. Incidentally, the thing called a big hopper is, just as the name implies, is a gigantic grasshopper, with a physique that is about the size of a human baby. How it attacks while hopping about surprisingly gets to you mentally. Now I've got you, feudal, whoops, it looks like it's reaching the conclusion. Henrietta pointed the tip of her sword that had its blade smashed in Eri met that with the spirit's countless punches. The match is finished. Disuwa inning, it's mine, loss. Henrietta's assault was a bluff, having gone around to Eri's back, who had stopped her legs in order to hit. By doing an increasing number of changes of steps, Henrietta perfectly placed her sword at the nape of Eri's neck. The one that controlled the instantaneous offense and defense was Henrietta. Eri, who had obediently accepted her defeat, showed a give-up pose, and the mock battle had come to a close. Now then, next is Hifu, the broom that was floating to about my head level and the one straddling that broom, mana 000022. Every time that she becomes upside down from not keeping her balance, I put her back to the original position by rotating the broom. Mana, that looks fun. It isn't fun at all. Akaya Eri, who was probably breathing with her shoulders due to the battle with Henrietta, looked at the spinning Mana and said that, and at those words, Mana denied them and also lost her balance, once again becoming upside down. I was surprised from hearing about a flying magic tool, but to think that it required that kind of training method. Compared to the worn-out Eri, Henrietta finished it with a degree of sweating a little bit. The two of them had a pretty good battle, but I guess their own strengths really are different. Come on, one more time. With a Kuru spin, when I turn the broom, Mana returns from being upside down with it. That's right, this magic broom isn't all that almighty. The greatest barrier is that, unless they have a good sense of balance, they'll lose to gravity and become upside down just like Mana. Naturally, even if I didn't assist her, there are ways of returning to the position. But, as I thought, for her, who has a low sense of balance, this training comes first, returning her to the original position. When I let go, Mana's whole body was shaking as she tried to resist becoming upside down. Once you're able to do this to a certain degree, next time, it's going to be flight. Keep on going, got it. Yes, even while becoming upside down, Mana replied with a loud voice, what are you doing? Aquadyne, Era, Flam. Same to you, what are you doing here? I had thought that you would have gone to where the hero is at this point, at the bottom of the earth that was called Makai. Two women asked about the other as if they were surprised. The women both had bluish-white skin, and had contrasting hair colors of blue and red, the Six-Blade General's strongest pillar Agniera. And then, another pillar, Aquadyne, possessing an overwhelming power that was enough to be called natural disasters. They were two pillars of the Demon Lord army. I was thinking that I'd go and kill him just now. It must be nice for you. Being able to freely come and go from here. While leaking out a sigh, Aquadyne looked up at a certain object. So it's already been 3 years, Looking up as if lured by it, what was reflected in Flam's eyes was a black silhouette confined in a giant block of ice. It was the Demon Lord, 3 years ago, defeated by the troop spearheaded by Yashiroyu. The appearance of the Demon Lord, who was captured alive by the powerful sealing technique, was in there. Yeah, it's already 3 years. Aquadyne replied as if she chewed on something that made her make a sour face to the words that Flam had replied with, that's right. Have you seen that guy around, that guy? You mean Umbra. It was sudden, truly sudden. As if her mood had suddenly become terrible, Flam scowled. While bitterly smiling, Aquadyne asked once again, yeah. Have you seen that bastard? I was thinking I'd pierce him with a spear to tell him not to lay a hand on Yuya. While asking, she was probably thinking about that Umbra, as she was looking around. Her facial expression was becoming dyed with anger, and she started to become irritated. He went towards the selection. As I thought, there's nothing better than leaving humans to the human specialists. KEH, to be using those failures, you've also fallen. Here, I'd like to make one correction. You is always making Agniara, in other words, flam, snap, which would make you think that she snaps easily, but you sure do know how to talk. Despite all your insulting big mouth, without even laying a hand or foot on the hero, you came running back home, you little chick. Actually. Most of the guys of the Six-Blade Generals snap easily, It looks like you want to get evaporated. Flam, whose anger had just now broken through the critical point, produced a flame halberd in her hand. Good grief, it's because Miss Cinders, too, can only think of burning everything to the ground that she's hard to use. Even the failures are more useful as pieces. 3. Having insulted Flam, with a bewitching gesture, water congregated in Aquadine's hand and a constructed bow appeared. Just how I like it, bitch, it's been a while since I've been this enraged, damn it. Flames gushed out from Flam's body, and she turned into a spirit, the incarnation of the phoenix that governed flame. Flam, while being a Mizoku, was a spirit of the highest rank. Unleashing her strength as a spirit, Flam was about to fire her greatest attack, a thunderbolt attack that body, you bastard, Tonitles, being interrupted. The intensely angry Flam, who had unintentionally cancelled her spiritification, scowled with a fierce look at the perpetrator that had fired the thunderbolt. Affirmative. My name is Tonitles, we're in his lordship's presence. What are you doing? The deep purple-haired, bluish-white-skinned man carried a spear of lightning in one hand, and, with a slowed pace, he entered the gap between the two people, looking closely, since it seems that a thunderbolt was also fired at Aquadine. Aquadine, who had a low resistance to lightning, had taken cover in the ground. I was just thinking I'd scorch this bitch. Understood, it would seem to be having another one of your usual fits. Why, you want me to slaughter you? Having had a thunderbolt dropped on the crown of her head and momentarily losing consciousness, Flam, while on one knee, snapped at the one she called and who then named himself as Tonitles, acknowledged. I shall be your opponent as much as you like, however, this place is in his lordship's presence. Restrain yourself. Having manifested a spear of lightning in his right hand, Tonitles clad his entire body in lightning and warned the two. KEH. You sure do have it nice, Tonitles. In these 3 years, since you've often been fighting with opponents that are of your own personal use, you probably don't have any resentment, do you? Taking a stance with 2 flame halberds, while leaking out bloodlust, Flam said such while anger had clung to her face. That's right. Repeatedly having a rendezvous so often, you must be in high spirits. As a countless number of spears of water floated at her back, she chuckled. But her eyes weren't laughing. Accepted, I shall be your opponent, have it you. Preparing the thunder spear, Tonitles' mouth raised up into a grin. Maybe it really was due to the Mizoku's fate, but despite having told them not to fight, the heart of the Tonitles right now was quivering in excitement at the fight with 2 opponents that were at the same rank as his own. You aren't exactly a substitute for Yuya, but I'll put everything in order and be your opponent, you damn small fried. You've been saying kill and small fry for a while now. You'll learn that you're no big deal, a momentary pause, and then in the next second, the 3 Mizoku of the highest tier of the fire, water, and lightning attributes simultaneously commenced their attacks. Chapter 45, Moonlit Night, Parade of Corpses 1. It was a night where the red moon had become a dark red that was similar to the color of blood. Geez, it sure is creepy. Holding a sake bottle in his right hand, the walking man that had an unsteady step looked at the red moon that looked like it would remain suspended in the night sky, and, in the middle of his drunkenness, felt a discomfort that was like a stab to his spine. Today was an unlucky day. At work, a subordinate of his screwed up and responsibility was placed on him, and then, some time ago when he decided to go drinking, because of a black-haired woman that was a complete glutton, he couldn't even properly drink his alcohol. Though there were several other things other than that, for the man, today was an unlucky day. As the moon was concealed by the clouds, the man continued down the street that didn't have a shadow of a person while unsteadily walking. You're in the way. Damn it, maybe because he was irritated, the man, even though he bumped into the figure that had suddenly appeared, only shouted that and unsteadily continued on. The man stopped moving due to the sudden sound that was made. Kata, what is that? This sound is kata. The man became creeped out by the continually resounding sound. Oi, is it you? When he asked the figure that he had just bumped into. The figure replied with a kata sound. Stop it, it's annoying, the man was drunk, but if he were sober, he should have noticed that figure, while having a human's appearance, was not human. Why, Pumpka, at the same time that the clouds cleared up, the man came to the end of his life in an instant as he felt a pain run in his chest. That figure that had the red moon shining on it was a monster that was born from human bones, a skull warrior, maybe because it lost interest in the man that fell to the ground with a dosa thud. The skull warrior turned the blood-smeared sword that was in one hand over and walked while making a kata-kata sound. Kata, kata-kata, kata-kata-kata. As it did, it joined up with other corpse soldiers in the middle of the street, and then once again joined up with different corpse soldiers. As it repeated this several times, the number that the corpse soldiers in the main street had reached, kata 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 kata, had surpassed 100. Mana, wake up, NN. Eri? What's wrong? At the dead of night like this, the Liswadia Academy's student dormitory. Manaluri, who was sleeping in a room of the second department's dormitory, was shaken by Eri Trestoria, who was both her classmate and close friend, and woke up. Getting her glasses from the shelf that was close to the bed in a practiced way, with the vicinity being dark, she understood that it was night. Something is happening. Quickly prepare yourself, The usually expressionless Eri Trestoria had shown impatience on her face. Although she was more or less surprised by her close friend's appearance, which was greatly different from usual, Mana rose up out of bed and changed her clothes from her sleepwear to civilian clothes, and then, by the time she was wearing the academy's robe, finally, the inside of her head began to wake up. A scream? If one strained their ears, one could hear screams and the sounds of swords clashing in the distance. Mana, hurry! What replied to her muttering to herself was the words of Eri, who was hurrying Mana on, with the broom that she received from you in her hand. Mana and Eri departed the dormitory room, to the academy's interior. Please hurry, that upperclassmen are to guide the lowerclassmen. They'll be coming here soon, bellows and shrieks, and then a wave of people. What the two that had come out of the dormitory saw was a crowd of people that were evacuating to the academy's interior. Coming, it looks like monsters have come and invaded. Furthermore, they've come in a really large number, I think. Monsters. B, but the academy has a barrier. Liswadia had an anti-monster barrier developed that had the Magic Academy at the center of it. This was because it was built on top of the stream of Marioku, the Ryumyaku, Dragon Pulse, 1, that flowed from Luxuria. Using that flowing Marioku, a strong barrier that kept monsters away was applied, but it was broken. That's the only thing that I can think of that could have happened. Mana's head became completely white, and, as if she had lost her energy, she stopped putting strength into her steps. Liswadia Magic Academy. The barrier that protected the town that consisted of that academy didn't even allow the invasion of the monsters of the forest that had undergone a ferocious change 3 years ago. The barrier, which continued for about a millennium at this Magic Academy and had not been broken once during all that time, was broken. She understood the significance of that, and therefore was about to faint. For right now, let's take refuge. Even we might be able to be of some use to Eri on. Let's go. Being thankful in her mind for those words of Eri's, who was worried about her own safety even in a state of emergency like this, Mana took Eri's hand and started running. I wonder if Yushiro-sensei is safe. He probably is. If it's that person, he seems like he'd advance while kicking away those monsters. That certainly might happen. From the words that Eri said, for some reason, a scene of you firing off a Yakuza kick and kicking away a monster had flowed into her head. Mana, who though that it was kind of like, rather than saying that it was natural, it was more like it was a well-suited role for him, endured letting a laugh out. That is why Sensei is fine. What comes first is our own lives. I've got it, Eri. The two young ladies that ran while strongly gripping each other's hand, nodded in the middle of the crowd of people. They re here. The upperclassmen are Guh. The male student that was urging caution, had received a skull warrior's long sword and had died. You bastard. The corpse soldier that cut down the male student was exposed to an explosion and was blown away, but the corpse soldier army advanced on while kicking about the smashed up bones. There are too many of them. Use wide area magic. I'll do it. Flame wall. The female student went in front and invoked her magic. The flames burned the ground, and at the spot where it hit the corpse soldiers, a pillar of fire rose up, although more than half of them were turned to ash. Passing through that wall of flames, the corpse soldiers dryly made a kata-kata sound and drew near. What the heck, these guys, they aren't just simple skull warriors, they're strong. And their movements are fast. The usual skull warrior was said to be a weak monster that was equal to a goblin. the ghost that clung onto a deceased corpse was a low-grade monster that simply held a weapon and only wandered about and could even be dealt with by underclassmen if they were students of this academy. Damn, quickly, the teachers are Yolda. You, damn skeletons, wait, Toru. These guys aren't just simple skull warriors. If you don't calmly deal with them, this is for Yolda, Toru. The upperclassmen of the Laswadia Magic Academy were having a close fight with the corpse soldiers that should have been low-grade monsters. And casualties were appearing for everyone. Just what is the criminal this time? Who in the world could they be? Laswadia Magic Academy, the head of all of the students enrolled in that academy, the student general president. Koni's Luri inquired this while being protected by the surrounding armed students. Having her brown hair in braids, the spectacled girl fixed her glasses and continued thinking while putting a hand to her chin, destroying the protective barrier that was unbroken for a millennium and preparing skull warriors that could fight more than equally with the upperclassmen that could be called elites. This isn't the work of man. Koni's turned her head to behind her and continued to inquire about this to the silver-haired maiden that was sitting on her knees and had hit her hands to the ground. Could it be the magician that played a forbidden hand and was said to have been defeated by the preceding Hiro-sama? That possibility is probably pretty high. The silver-haired maiden stood up while sweeping off the dust that had gotten on her knees, and nodded. The magician of evil that my elder sisters had once subjugated before, then, the silver-haired maiden. Alicia looked up at the dark red moon as if she were glaring at it, and, the one that was once a human, the 7th Duke class. Necromancer Umbra, there's no mistake that this is his hand, said Such. Chapter 46, Moonlit Night, Parade of Corpses 2, Dragon Tusk Warrior, is it? Yes. Dragon Tusk Warrior, as the name implies, it's a puppet created from a dragon's tusk. Though they've been cleverly made to look like skull warriors, their true form is a powerful, immortal army. Since they don't even belong to the undead, it's probably pointless to wait for morning to come. Laswadia Magic Academy's teacher, Lizalito Dodorange, picked up a fragment of a dragon tusk warrior that was defeated and turned into pieces, and explained to the other teachers. Hearing Dodorange's story, a male teacher shut his mouth, and his face went ghastly pale. Against such an opponent, there is a chance of winning. We were taught that by the Princess of Liziliand. Dodorange, who had a more horrific face than those zombies out there, swung the cane in his hand at the frightened teachers and replied, Such, Liziliand's princess, you mean, that prodigy? Yes. According to her, the dragon tusk warriors are strong against physical strength, but what we use is magic. They are especially weak against barrier-type magic, so they will be weakened by restoring the Academy's barrier, and then by doing so, it is possible to remove their revival ability. The hero party also escaped this dilemma with this method. The group of 10-odd teachers led by Dodorange headed towards their destination while defeating the dragon tusk warriors that were disguised as skull warriors. If we restore the barrier, this will all end. From Dodorange's words, smiles returned to the disheartened teachers. Nonetheless, I don't see the caster's figure. Moreover, to destroy this academy's barrier, even if they are a Duke class, it should be impossible. Just how did they do it? While suppressing the incoming dragon tusk warriors, the group of teachers led by Dodorange rushed towards the location that was the origin of the barrier in order to repair it. Don't go out too far. Take enough distance, and annihilate them, the main street. It was here, where most of the dragon tusk warriors were advancing in, that more than half of the Academy's teachers as well as the upperclassmen of the 4th Department to the 6th Department had spread out their built-up line of defense against the dragon tusk warriors that rose up at a fixed interval. No matter how many of them were defeated, the Academy's teachers and students were, without taking one step back, protecting the Academy that was at their backs. However, the question is, until how long will this keep up? The Laswadia Magic Academy headmaster, Rugaron, muttered while prospecting the battlefield that was maintaining a balance. No matter how many prided superior magicians the Academy gathers, in the end, they are people. They have limits. And then, even if we are somehow able to deal with the dragon tusk warriors, what about the caster that is controlling them, the 7th Duke class? I do not believe that things will end with only this. Rugaron continued thinking while stroking his prided beard. Though I think this, I do not really understand anything more than this. I do not know the opponent's objective either, Rugaron concluded as such, and stood up. We have finished evacuating the ordinary citizens of the Main Street District. I am heading out there. The supreme ruler and king that had once taken possession of half of the world stood up. Yes, sir. Groups 1 through 17, move back and open up the street. The headmaster is departing to the front. The teacher that received Rugaron's words shouted as loud as his voice possibly could, Ho ho. Well then, shall we head out, my soldiers? Saying that, raising his hands to the sky, behind Rugaran, several tens, several hundreds of magic formations appeared. Dmayalj Tolstoran Elementia, respond to my wish, spirits of the earth. What appeared from there were several 100,000 soldiers clad in steel armor. If it is about troops, it is my field of expertise. The steel-armored soldiers charged with swords, lances, and hammers in their hands. Without a war cry to be heard, only the simple sound of steel rubbing on steel had resounded. Now, it is a match to see whose alchemy can surpass the others, necromancered it, a greatly widened line of defense. It was there, where the steel army had run through, that they had clashed with the corpse army, trampled them down. My golems, the warfront's balance, was greatly tipped, thank goodness, so Henrietta-sama was also able to evacuate, to you as well, thank goodness you were safe inside the arena that was liberated to be used for the evacuation. Mana and Eri reunited with Henrietta. To think that right after our practice had finished, something like this would occur. I had not considered this at all. Mana and Eri nodded at the sighing Henrietta, and replied with a bitter smile, since you're a princess knight, I thought you'd be fighting outside. I did attempt to fight. Despite that, only Alicia-san was recruited. And I was reluctantly appointed to be on standby. Cool. Even though it was chance to show Alicia how good I am, at Eri's words, Henrietta reproachfully talked while flames were seething in her eyes. If she were to watch my efforts, Alicia-san's heart would surely start heading towards me. Henrietta-sama, recently, you certainly have been pretty open about that sort of thing. It's proof that, with the appearance of the rival called Yushiro-sensei, she is panicking. I am not panicking in the least. By the way, have you seen the aforementioned Yushiro-sensei anywhere, Yun? Mana and I haven't seen him, right? He hasn't come here? Mana looked around at the vicinity, and although one could tell the deep character that was you apart from everyone else even from a distance, she couldn't find him. He isn't in the arena. The places to liberate that are left are the clock tower and each of the practice grounds. He is probably in one of those areas, but I have not confirmed that he is in this arena. Is that so? But, if it's Yushiro-sensei, I think that he will be completely fine, don't you? Why do you say that? It's because I can't imagine him losing. At Mana's words, Henrietta, who was thinking something similar, giggled. By the way, Mana-san, I would like to borrow your strength. Is that alright, Fui? Mana was surprised by the sudden change in topic, but Henrietta continued without paying much attention to that. I am pleased with having the second name of Princess Knight, and so, I do not wish to make that name a falsehood. Therefore, would you be able to bring me to the battlefield, while looking at the broom that allowed one to be able to fly in the sky that Mana was preciously carrying? Just like that, Henrietta gave an order dressed up like a request. Fumu, we've received a surprising amount of resistance. The modern-day magicians really can't be made light of. While looking down upon the streets of Laswadia, which had now turned into a battlefield. That something that had its body wrapped up in a tattered robe pleasantly muttered, well, the dragon tusk warriors are nothing more than disposable pieces. Now then, it's about time for me to take the next measure. That thing that wore the robe looked up to the red moon while greatly raising up its mouth that was concealed by the hood. Come, eat the living, and make them your provisions, greatly spreading out both arms. From behind that thing, passing several tens, several hundreds, a large army of dragons descended from the sky upon Laswadia. Shall I have you show them to me, the mysteries of people? Chapter 47, Moonlit Night, Parade of Corpses 3, those are wyverns. The male teacher that looked up at the sky shouted with a voice that had a hint of a scream in it. Did you say a wyvern? At a time like this, the ones that looked up from being lured in by that call saw them shrouding the sky, a flock of dragons that were coming and flying with great speed. What an amazing number. This is no longer just a flock of them. 1. Shoot them down. Bring the ordinary citizens into the academy interior as well. The magicians all raised their staves simultaneously, and fired off their released magic at the skies: fire, ice, wind, lightning, water, rock. Shells of various attributes struck the wyverns, and, in defiance of that, the wyverns headed towards them. These guys are zombies, they're dragon zombies. In the middle of the darkness, those figures that were finally able to be perceived accurately by a person's eye were in the form of pterosaurs whose bodies were decaying in various places. Don't come here. Don't come here, you dumbass, behind you, eh? One of the teaching staff that had gone half-crazed, had his body greedily devoured by a decaying dragon that had swooped down from above him and gotten down behind him, and he was given the agony of death. However, that agony of death did not resound as an angry roar had interrupted it. Damn it all, they just keep on coming. What happened to the holy magicians? Are there any holy magicians around? They re at the back healing the injured, you dumbass. If you don't want to get annihilated, bring them over here right now. While firing off magic, the magician, who was running out of patience and retreating, shouted, but, with half-hearted magic, it wouldn't even be able to break through the dragon's scales that protected the tainted meat the dragon was made of. Dragons are just as the fairy tales say, where they possess overwhelming strength and trample down humans. With their bodies decaying, and them being manipulated in addition to that, their existence has become a huge wall that ordinary people could never overcome, licked Gafangness. 2. Suddenly, the decaying dragons that were descending down to try and eat up people were engulfed in light, and had their movements stopped by the light that had turned into a powerful cage of Marioku. This is a holy art, so they've come, possessing an overwhelmingly effective power against the undead and the kin of darkness. It's a system of magic that is different from the norm, magic that utilizes sacred power, holy arts. Like Gafangness is, even among the holy arts, considered as superior and is a quasi-sealing magic. Cheers of excitement were made from the appearance of the holy magician that used the holy art that was effective against the dragon zombies. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. The Holy Ulquiorra religious organization's agent Bernadette arrives on the scene, coming down from the sky as if she were responding to those cheers. Bernadette magnificently announced her name and readied her twin guns. Gone, gone. The magic bullets that were fired off together with the thunderous roar blew away the several decaying dragons that were captured in jails of light, and in an instant, the dragons were driven to being unable to take action. Agent-style strengthening spell, Ernst. 3. Pulling the percussion hammer of the magic gun Misteltein that was held in her right hand, Bernadette pulled the trigger of the gun whose muzzle was thrust at her own temple. Gachi, click, the swung-down percussion hammer and the magic that was invoked from receiving the percussion hammer. Bernadette's body shined for an instant, and in the next second, Bernadette was in the sky, and, in addition to that, right in front of a decaying dragon. Hold on for a say, together with a yell that at some point lost its energy. One leg that was raised over her head smashed the decaying dragon's jaw, and, with one attack, the decaying dragon was brought down. There's still more to come. Changing the decaying dragon that was starting to fall into a lump of meat, and using it as a foothold, Bernadette jumped up even higher, and sprung out to in front of the several hundred decaying dragons that were circling around in the distant skies. The decaying dragons, in order to bite at the prey, Bernadette, that had appeared on her own, flapped their wings and swarmed at Bernadette. In the middle of swarming decaying dragons that came from all directions, Bernadette continuously pulled the triggers of the two magic guns she held in both of her hands with a dreadful speed while her body was spinning. Toya, firing the Marioko bullets, which slaughtered a decaying dragon in one hit. Like a barrage, the decaying dragons that had swarmed at her had their heads smashed, their scales pierced, their wings shot through, and just like that, 10-odd bodies of the decaying dragons were changed into who knows how many hundreds of pieces of meat. Surpassing the flight time, Bernadette, who had noticed that she was starting to fall, faced the spot that she was probably going to fall to, pointed Failnot's muzzle at it, and pulled the percussion hammer. Gachi, click, the percussion hammer swinging down. When the magic was invoked, the light that was fired from the muzzle struck the ground. Though they have died, because of that, they feel no fear. That is another one of their weak points, falling from being pulled by gravity. Bernadette thought of the criminal that was probably gazing at this event from somewhere close by, and giggled. Just as Bernadette said, even though 10-odd dragons had been instantly killed right in front of them, the decaying dragons once again swarmed at the falling prey, Bernadette. Even though that prey was in existence that was able to turn them into lumps of meat. Gachi, 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 lowering the percussion hammers of the twin guns and pulling the trigger and repeatedly doing that 4 times. While the light was shot at various directions and spots, Bernadette was falling. A decaying dragon's jaw had tried to seize Bernadette, but a Marioko bullet was directly driven into the inside of the mouth, and the head was blown off, but there were too many of them. A number of decaying dragons that easily surpassed the number that were instantly killed just a moment ago chased after the falling Bernadette. I am God's disciple, the agent of divine punishment. Understand the meaning of that. The moment that Bernadette had finished speaking, from Bernadette's back, a number of lines of light that would be too bothersome to count extended out and went through the decaying dragons. They weren't strong enough as a single hit. Although it went through the dragon's head, it didn't smash it. However, as if they were pressured by countless spears, the movements of the decaying dragons that the lines of light had gone through were sewn to a stop, step. The falling Bernadette did a half-turn in the air, and landed on the ground, brushing her disheveled hair, while expelling the cartridges that performed their duty in the magic gun cylinder magazines from the cylinder. Bernadette looked up at the decaying dragons that the lines of light had gone through, Innocence Lance. Going through the limbs, the brain, the wings, everything entirely, the decayed dragons died out without leaving a single piece of meat. Innocence Lance. It's the highest grade wide area purification magic among the holy arts. It is a great magic that originally had no less than 3 magicians saying the aria for several minutes in order to invoke it. Doing that all by herself, Bernadette invoked it using the magic guns. If the mechanism were to be revealed, a total of the 9 lights were fired, and the first light that made an impact was the center. And then, the rest shot into the ground as if making an octagon with that place as the axis. If it were to be seen from the sky, it would be as if it were an enormous magic formation, and, in actuality, it was a magic formation, utilizing the magic guns that don't need an aria. The great magic that can be invoked if there's large quantity of Marioku in a certain amount of space, although it was originally supposed to come pouring down, stretched to the skies from the ground like a growing flower, went through the ghosts, submerged their souls, and turned their rotten bodies into ash. No way. I can't believe that even after having done all that, I haven't gone through half of them. While charging the cartridges one by one, Bernadette breathed a huge sigh. Bernadette was lightly surprised by the state of affairs that didn't change for the better even after she had used a single attack that possessed an absolute exterminating strength against the undead and the kin of darkness. What's left are some magic of various attributes, an Ernst, and 2 paladin. Thank goodness I wasn't stingy and replenished the Innocence Lance. Wait, While I was saying all of that, Ernst went and wore off. Oh, my expensive bullets are steadily being consumed. I'll need to cut down on my food expenses. Bernadette, who was crying from that decision, saw something, a far off something that was flying in the air in the place that she was just at a while ago, that is a people, a row of 3 women straddling a long and narrow something. Because they were wearing robes, she understood that they were people related to this Liswadia. And then, Bernadette once again saw something. Sitting in between the other 2 women, in the middle, that girl's, boasting a size that was to the point of being overwhelming in regards to the size of her body, that girl's chest, no mistaking it. That girl is the one that Yushiro-san mentioned, the chosen maiden. Not good. At this rate, I won't be able to make it. Strengthening her eyes with Marioku and attaining eyesight that reached the level of a telescope, Bernadette's eyes caught sight of a bespectacled young girl, and the moment she caught sight of her, Bernadette ran off. Chapter 48, Moonlit Night, Parade of Corpses 4, Sections AN, 1, all the way to Sex, 2, have been open to reconnection, spell circulating. There was a bizarre spectacle there. Connection of the barrier confirmed, simultaneous repair is commencing. Immediately outside, even now, blood was streaming, angry roars were flying, and screams were resounding. However, it was only there that it seemed like the world was different, the stench of blood that turned one's stomach sour. And the echoing in the ears of severed demons could not leave. However, it was only there that it seemed like it was a sacred place. Draw the Christ, 3, and mold the formation. A silver-haired young lady stood at a point where the faint light that ran on the ground had collected, then went on her knees as if she were praying. Where I stand is the Merkmal, 4, of the hexagram, the lay tongue, 5, connected by my fingertip runs, and carves out the formation, with a process that was like an aria for magic but was entirely different from one. That young lady connected the magic formation of the clock tower, which was the main and center point of Liswadia Academy's barrier. Bernadette had seen the clock tower's transference formation, but Bernadette had not noticed the true meaning of this formation's existence. This magic formation, just like the others that had their production done by the Witch of Time, looked like just a transference formation at a glance, but if a specialist were to look at it, they would probably notice that there were a lot of useless things in it. But there aren't any useless parts in this magic formation. There shouldn't be. Things like the magic formation's characters that were thought to be pointless, the lines, the points, and the patterns, every single thing intervened together with each other, and produced powerful protective barrier that was so huge that it could envelope a single town and also not allow a monster invasion in these several thousand years. The Witch of Time Norn was also a genius in formation molding, but, consequently, because she was a genius, this magic formation had a grave fault to it. It was the fact that, when it is broken just once, it can only be repaired by either her or a magician equal to her in ability and wit. Naturally, she had also thought of that possibility, because the magic formation had a premise of using the enormous amount of Marioku that flowed from the dragon's pulse. Magic that could be infused into it was infused into it, due to an anti-deterioration check in the circuit that connects the 6 main points, something like the dispersal of the accumulation of Marioku. Every possibility should have been cleared. However, it was broken. The reason is still unknown. But the protective barrier that the Witch of Time had set up was definitely destroyed. The running Leitung is to connect to section EIN by my word, and be spun to sections Vi, 6, and section Dre, 7. The running Leitung is to connect to sex by my word, and be spun to section Vir, 8, and section Funf, 9. The silver-haired young lady continued while still on her knee. Just, what in the world is happening? One of the ones that were gazing at that scene, a student of the academy, muttered such, atop the magic formation that was emitting a faint light. A young girl was kneeling on her knees as if she were praying to God and, with another something that wasn't a magic's aria, was repairing this Liswadia's protective barrier's magic formation. Contrary to the fairy tale-like shape, the elaborately drawn magic formation gradually began to change. She was rewriting the magic formation. Don't take your eyes off of her. For this prodigy to be repairing the Witch of Time's protective barrier, such a historic event won't be able to be seen a second time, you know? Liswadia Academy's Student Council President Konis replied with those words without looking at who she was talking to. It wasn't just the Student Council President. The teachers, other than the ones that were repairing the barrier's main points and the ones that were sent out into battle, were all watching her repair work of the protective barrier as if they were hooked onto it. Outside, the fighting was still going on. However, the magicians that were pursuers of the magic arts were excited by this situation that may or may not have happened once before in these several thousand years. After all, the Witch of Time Norn was said to have been a genius, and the prodigy Alicia Lark Shariato Lizilian was revising the protective barrier that the Witch of Time had performed. Altering a magic formation that another person had laid out is a very difficult thing to do. It's because it cannot be done unless they deeply know about the caster that laid out the magic formation, what the caster was thinking, for what reason they spread it out, the type of magic that magic formation was invoked with, the scope, those various other things. On top of grasping all of that, if it doesn't amend the worn-out parts and the imperfections, the magic will become unable to be invoked, and then, above all else, it had to be revised so that the caster can't revise it. This really is a dirty trick, isn't it, Norn-sama? It's fine because it's me, but if someone else were to try to do the solution spell, they'd have their brain fried and it'd be certain that they'd become crippled, wouldn't they? Alicia was reading the enormous amount of information that was flowing inside of her head, and while she was sorting it out, she involuntarily bitterly smiled. Overflowing like hot water, that which tormented Alicia like it were boiling water, was the information of the protective barrier. That information volume and quality, both of them were of the highest authority. Although she had bitterly smiled, she took a sigh of admiration. I hear a new diagram. I spread out a new formation here. 10. The moment Alicia muttered that, the magic formation under her feet shined intensely and enveloped her. New, this light, could it be the head of the Magic Academy Liswadia? Rugaran turned around and saw the light that ran in all directions with the clock tower as the center, and shouted, Your Excellency! The defeated Skull Warriors have turned to ash. You fool! You should be calling me headmaster, Rugaran shouted back at the teacher that called him. When Rugaran returned his gaze back from the light to in front of him, the golem that was accompanying him was bisecting a dragon tusk warrior with its steel sword. The bisected dragon tusk warrior made a kara clacking noise, turned to pieces, and then became ash. Oh, the teachers and the academy's upperclassmen that were desperately defending the main street reflexively shouted. That is how it should have been. No matter how many times they defeated them, the dragon tusk warriors would rise back up and attack. That was why, in order to not show their backs to the enemy, the counterattack was halted. Ho ho! The time has come. Stepping over the corpse that had turned to ash and flew in the wind, the steel golems commenced their march. Follow after me. All of you young people, together with Rugaran's command, the teachers and Liswadia's students unleashed their magic, and a fight that was even more intense than just a few seconds ago had unfolded. Fireballs flew, sword flashes ran, and they slaughtered the dragon tusk warriors that had boasted of immortality. The humanity that had been driven into a corner until just now had finally commenced its counterattack right now, with the protective barrier starting up. When Alicia, who had finished her duty, tried to walk, on her first step, she was collapsing, with repair work that required processing an enormous amount of information that could probably cripple an ordinary person as well as high concentration ability. No matter how much of a prodigy she was said to be, she was just a 12-year-old girl. She had lost the supporting strength and energy in her legs. Your Highness! Konis, who was about to rush over to her side, shouted, and then her feet stopped right there. That you. The collapsing Alicia was carried by a black something that had appeared with a speed that was like the wind, and had ended with her not collapsing. Understanding that she herself was about to collapse, she was also surprised by the instant event. but, recognizing the black eyes that looked at her as if they were peering into her, she involuntarily muttered his name. Yeah. Thanks for the hard work, Alicia. Chapter 49, Moonlit Night, Parade of Corpses 5. Why are you here, separating from me? Alicia asked me as if it were a problem. It's because you are here, right now. While I don't know what Umbra's objective is, the first thing that I need to protect is you. While deeply fixing the hood, I looked around. Maybe because the teachers and students that were on standby outside of the magic formation couldn't understand the current situation, they were all unable to move. Well, of course they'd be like that. If a guy whose whole body was covered in black had suddenly appeared, anyone would become like that. I'd also become like that, out of habit. I wrapped my body in those black clothes of the darkness executioner that I had sworn that I would never wear again. Moreover, remodeling it as she likes as usual, the flame embroidery that was at the sleeves and the coat's hems were gone, and in exchange, various places on the overcoat were attached with belts, and it had become a Ver. 2.0 overcoat, that damned Baba-chan, for her to set up even more hits on top of gouging out a person's old wounds. True, I did hand it over since she said she'd have the hood repaired, but I didn't know that she had it remodeled, damn it, and with that, though I am in black from head to toe, just as I said just now, I stayed close by in order to protect Alicia. I understood even less about the objective of the nearby Umbra who did not come to stop the barrier's repair, but well, it's a good thing that Alicia didn't come under attack. Thank you, Boy, where are you going, Alicia? Taking off her coat and dropping it right there, Alicia started walking with her dress appearance. It was because those eyes of hers were awfully serious that I asked, but I pretty much knew the words that would come back at me. I assented obvious. If it were my Wani-samas, they wouldn't just stop here, there are still other monsters around. In that case, even if it's just a second faster, isn't it the royalty that is supposed to bestow peace of mind to the people? Giggling, Alicia looked like she overlapped with Sylvia, and then, Olivia Wani-sama would definitely say the same. She looked like she overlapped with the one that was their eldest sister. Can you lend me your strength? I can't refuse a request from you guys. From Alicia's words, I drew out the 2 crystal swords that were stored in the scabbard. I've brought him along, so you're here, Asen. From around the entrance of the clock tower, a man's rough voice could be heard. It was the macho elf, Asen Gilly. That introduction sure was sloppy. Wait, for a Ryaju that has a beautiful wife, something like that is enough. Yeah, is that so? Wait, it's the Kulkul that you had asked me for. Since he was soundly sleeping, I kicked him to wake up. Kuka, to be able to sleep in even this situation, in a certain sense, you're amazing. Asen presented the giant bird that he held in one hand in front of me, a silver feathered type bird. It was silver, is it Schwartz and Weiss's child? Noticing with the feather type, Alicia looked at the silver Kulkul and asked. By the way, Alicia also knew about Schwartz and Weiss. Oh. I'm borrowing him from Sylvia. What is your name, Kyuk? Kukiki, Ufufu. I see, so you're called Silver? What a good name. Asking that while stroking Silver's beak, Alicia seems to have gotten Silver's name from Silver himself. Now then. Seeing as how his debut is over. Silver, let Alicia ride you. Kuka, moving his wing like an arm and saluting, Silver squatted in front of Alicia in order to let her ride. Show. What will you do? While Alicia was riding Silver, she asked me that, even though I may look like this, I was once named as the hero. I have no choice but to rescue everyone from this crisis, right? With the blue and green magic swords in my hands, I started to run. The things known as humans are pretty serious beings, even if they are girls that are only about 12 years old, that fact doesn't change. Can't you speed up any more than this? They are going to catch up to us. It's impossible for me to go any faster than this. If one person were to get off, Mana and I would become the only 2 riding and it would become lighter. You, just now, implicitly told me to get down, didn't you? Please don't move around so much. Mana was operating the broom, Eri was riding at Mana's back, and in front of Mana was Henrietta who was heading the line that was straddling the broom. Though they were young ladies, the broom that was flying with all its might. With 3 humans riding on it, just as Mana had said in her reply to Henrietta's words, could not accelerate any more than this, and, unable to shake off the decaying dragons that were drawing near from behind. The distance was gradually getting smaller. Kuamana-san, please fly straight ahead just like that, alright? Funya, feeling irritated by this situation, Henrietta turned around, changing to a position where she was facing Mana. She pointed her staff towards the closing and decaying dragon, Blitzregen. Lightning was fired from the tip of the staff, and it captured a single dragon, but, it was, just as I feared. although the decaying dragon that had received the flash of lightning had its wings blown away and had staggered, it headed towards Henrietta and the others as it did before. Even though it lost its wings, it's flying. Is it magic? That would seem to be the case. Most likely, this incident is the work of the Duke class that had once harassed the preceding Hirosama and his group by manipulating the dead. Hayu, whoosh, the swung staff cut through the wind. When it did, thunderballs appeared with Henrietta at the center, and all of them were then fired at the decaying dragons. Although each separate attack was weak, the decaying dragon's firm scales that were like armor crumbled from the magic that had rapid fire capabilities just like the magic guns, and the decaying dragons were shot down. Is that so? Wait, why do you know that? Eri asked that of Henrietta, who was speaking as if she had been present at that scene. I just read it in a book. In the 8th volume of Hero Biographies, the scoundrel that had turned a single town into a ghost's paradise, the ghost user Umbra had made his appearance. At that time, due to the cooperation of Saint Sama and a high elf warrior, what they had hit down was, how mean of you to give spoilers, Henrietta-sama. I was looking forward to reading too. I see. Are you the empathetic type? This is not the time to be talking about unrelated matters right now, is it? Even while she was blushing, Henrietta shot down the decaying dragon that was flying in with a thunderball, at the time when the number of dragons she had shot down risen in the 2 digits. Henrietta, together with a click of the tongue, swept her hand as if she were knocking something down. They certainly are troublesome. Blitzregen. An amount of thunderous rain that was too bothersome to count poured down from the skies onto the decaying dragons, the night turning into midday, after an enormous amount of light that was enough to cover one's field of vision had flooded. Thunder rang, and the flashes of lightning burned many decaying dragons into nothing, as expected of the Princess Knight. From the overwhelming battle that had just occurred in front of her eyes, the face of the Eri that doesn't show very many facial expressions was flushed as if she were excited. However, the face of the Henrietta in question looked pale. To have only taken out this much, as expected, though they are of a low rank, they are still of the dragon species. Henrietta clicked her tongue at the armor of scales that were more solid than she had expected. Normally, one wouldn't be able to defeat that many. If I were to be normal, I would not be called a princess knight. While replying like that, Henrietta continued to consecutively fire lightning and thunder balls. However, maybe because the last attack had made the enemy strongly aware of Henrietta and the others' existence, a number of decaying dragons that was enough that Henrietta's magic couldn't overtake them. Started to gather. They just keep on gathering, skillfully operating the broom, though she passed through the gaps of the buildings to shake them off. The decaying dragons also quickened their circling speed and couldn't be shaken off. There are too many of them. While bashing the jaw of the decaying dragon that had opened its mouth and tried to eat them with the stand, Eri clicked her tongue. My limit for parallel invocations is only up to 2. Although she boldly laughed, Henrietta continued to fire magic while feeling something cold along her spine. The 3 of them were attacked by a windstorm. Kaya. What was that? Something passed us. Although the broom had spun 2 or 3 times, without dropping any of the 3 young girls riding it, it stopped in the air. Just what in the world did? The young girls saw it. The decaying dragons that had been coming closer and trying to eat them were smashed up from touching after effects of something that soared through the sky with an overwhelming speed. The scene of those dragons being turned to pieces of meat is what those girls saw. There is someone there. Eri turned her eyes to the direction where that something had been fired from and perceived it. The figure that had its body wrapped up in black clothes that made it as if they had slipped into the darkness. It couldn't be. That's the one that appeared at the Glard Wastelands, the one said to have everything other than his name covered up in mystery, the mysterious swordsman, the princess of the country of knights, Crestolia, who had dispatched her army to the previous war, saw that figure, and her eyes opened wide. Stormbringer, also known as Darkness Executioner. Why is he here? That existence that had seemed to have accompanied the knight looked up at the sky with the pair of eyes that were inside that hood. Chapter 50, Moonlit Night, Parade of Corpses 6. I won't mind how I suddenly wanted to die for some reason. I totally didn't do something like hear Yuri Roll's words after all. I was about to reflexively go and escape from reality from the ambush from an unexpected place, but this is where I should endure and be in serious mode. But just what should I do? I can jump, but it's not like I can fly in the sky for now. I guess I'll get it back. Open, door of the empty space dimension gate. When I muttered that in the modern Israel language, a faint light ran in a line across the black fingerless glove on my right hand. When it did, after the momentary luminescence, the treasured sword that had linked to my right hand, the intertwined twin sword carbunculus, had appeared. That's right. The thing that had taken out the dragon zombies that were chasing Mana and the others just a while ago was this. connecting the pommels and turning both of them into a single sword. I threw it as a substitute for a spear, and then, in order to recover it after throwing it, I sucked in the surrounding Marioku and invoked the magic formation that was knitted into the glove. Now then, for now, I guess I'll go kill them. Recognizing me as the enemy, a number of dragon zombies came swooping down. While jumping off from the roof of the building, I eventually chopped one down. And, using that as a foothold, I jumped up. While jumping into the sky with a speed like that of a rocket, I proceeded to bisect the dragon zombies with carbunculus while looking like I was passing by them. Chopping down the heads and the bodies, pieces of meat were scattered in the sky. Around the time I killed about 20 of them, after a floating sensation, I was pulled in by gravity. Several seconds after jumping, the fall began. At this rate, who knows how long this will take. In that case, kicking one of the dragon zombies' wings that were scattered around me and were starting to fall at about the same speed as me, I jumped not up, but in front of me. And then, turning the linked sword into a pair of swords, I jumped on the back of an attacking dragon zombie, and then, on top of the back of the dragon zombie, I simultaneously swung the pair of blue and green swords, the crystal swords that should have been lightly swung, sliced the wind, and accelerated. What the accelerated slash had created was a shock wave. The impact that sliced the wind became a blade of a hurricane. Rather than calling it a shockwave that was fired from the cutting of the pair of swords, would it be easier to understand if I called it a slashing wave? It's cooler too. That slashing wave had, starting with the dragon zombie under me, bisected the dragon zombies that had decided to aim for me and that came attacking. Starting off, that's about 20 of them. After that, it was at that time. Cutting down the dragon zombies, using the corpses as a stepping stone to soar through the sky like wind, and wielding those shining twin blades, that figure was truly appropriate of the name Stormbringer. It was as if it were a windstorm that possessed a will of its own, soaring through the sky. The twin blades were swung about, the sword flashes caught the dragon zombies, and the entangled enemies were torn to pieces in an instant. As if drawn in by the wind, the dragon zombies gathered around the black-clothed warrior, simply cutting them with a sword, with just that simple act of violence. The dead flesh of the dragon zombies fluttered about in the sky. That fight that had once been overwhelming had, in just a few minutes, become one-sided. It was the Darkness Executioners, the Stormbringers' victory, that is, the fighting of the Darkness Executioner who was said to have driven away one of the pillars of the Six-Blade Generals. The sight of the dragon zombies' bodies being torn to pieces and disappearing from being turned to ash in her eyes, Henrietta felt herself. Trembling, Henrietta felt an emotion similar to fear of the existence that, without even using magic, was overwhelming the existence that, although they were changed into ghosts, originally hunted humans and was known as a dragon. The Darkness Executioner, she knew that he was not an enemy. However, Henrietta realized that that power could only be called monstrous. He was an existence that could exterminate mankind's enemy, that calamitous race's summit. She knew that he was truly a monster. It would seem that things have ended. Alicia-san. When Henrietta turned around from noticing that voice, the silver-haired beautiful young lady, Alicia, was there, straddling a silver culkle. Everyone, are you alright? Mana had bit her tongue just now, but, generally, we are fine. When Alicia, who was wearing a dress that had a light pink color as the basis, asked that, Mana had the broom descend to beside Alicia, and both Henrietta and Eri got off from the broom. Alicia-san, to you as well, are you alright? I was worried about you. Yup, I'm alright. While lightly backing away from Henrietta's excited, rough, and ghastly appearance, Alicia replied, and then her gaze went from the tall building to surveying the vicinity to facing the Darkness Executioner that wore a black-clothed overcoat. We were saved by that person. I'm sure you were. Mana had explained the situation, but, when it was accepted, Alicia didn't turn her eyes away. The warrior that received that gaze turned his gaze to behind him as if he had noticed something, and then, how are things over there? Being asked that, he immediately got down and stood next to the girls. There doesn't seem to be a problem. If things stay like this, by dawn, it looks like return to the reconstruction work. Mana was surprised by the large-built elfman that suddenly appeared. It was because the elfman had stood at Mana's back. I didn't notice him at all. Well, it's because I'm not so weak that I get exposed by you little ladies. Promptly, Eri stood in front of Mana and the elfman. He is Gilly, a light elf whose origin is the elf village called Wales. He's currently running an inn in this town. Though he looks like this, he formerly had a scouting position. Erasing his presence is his specialty. From Alicia's introduction, the large-built elfman, Gilly crossed his arms and smiled with a grin. In another place from where the three were speechless from the former class of the Asen whose body didn't match it, I surveyed the vicinity from a slightly raised building. as for why I'm looking around, it's because since Umbra's movements were incomprehensible, I couldn't help but have an unpleasant feeling. 3 years ago, we, the so-called hero troop, had visited a certain town in the middle of our journey. Maybe because of the welcoming mood. Once we had a peace of mind, in actuality, that place was a town of the deceased that was controlled by that guy. Other than how we were invited into a trap before, the case this time and the above mentioned last time had complied with each other. The existence of the dragon tusk warriors and the large-scale advance due to the zombie-type monsters. These 2 points were in compliance with each other, and then, it seems that last time, a monster called a ghost knight was thrown in at the end. A ghost knight was a knight that lived several hundred years before, and it was said that when it was alive, it was a hero that had guided its native country to victory in war many times. It was a monster whose physical strength was able to suppress that Leonhard and Sylvia, and had outdone a delinquent priest that we had traveled with in terms of resourcefulness. So it would seem, if you wonder why I've been saying seems and talking in a vague way, well, it's because I didn't fight at all. It's because I had eaten too much food at the welcome party, and after that, I was having my sleeping soundly time in the bed. I think it was about 4 months until now. I've said this before, but I have confidence that I'd be able to be sound asleep no matter the location, though that illusion was destroyed at the guild's quasi-rented house. I can pleasantly sleep no matter the place. In other words, no matter what the circumstances are, I can be sound asleep, even if that place is in the middle of a battlefield. I have confidence that I would be able to continue to sleep, though, as expected, when I'm about to be killed is a different story. Waking up after everything was finished, and getting beat up by Sylvia was a good memory. Now then, getting back on topic, the chain of events of last time and this time strangely coincide with each other. It probably goes without saying that Umbra's forte strategy is a material war by means of ghost-type monsters. He is a magician that became a scoundrel after all. By the way, we've said a couple of things like Majutsushi, Mahutsukai, and Madushi 1, but there isn't much of a difference between these names. Magic is pretty typical and doesn't have a framework like being able to reproduce miracles if time is spent on it. Even though Mahutsukai is translated into magician in English, it has a feeling of being read as Tegenashi, too, and so, since things are consistent at the present, I'm being vigilant of what that Umbra guy is going to do next. What happens once can happen twice, and what happens twice will happen thrice, just like there are guys that say I won't fall for that same trick. On the second time, there are surprisingly guys that will play the same hand over and over again. By the way, what about me? No matter how many times I receive it, it won't work. I guess? I am technically immortal after all. Just when I was thinking that, a voice resounded in the communication stone that was on my ear. It's Alicia's voice. From that impatient voice, I immediately sharpened all of my nerves and, choya, right there, all of my nerves relaxed. They all completely went slack. The atmosphere was gone just like a ball that went flat. In this battlefield that had gone full throttle serious just a little while ago, a couple of foolish shouts resounded. This voice and this tension, it's obviously Bernadette. Geez, just what is she? The head, when I was about to turn around, in the next moment where I thought that an impact had run through the back of my head, I was flying in the sky. Yeah. I didn't see what had happened behind me, but I pretty much understand how I was blown away. This damned defected sister. Falling headlong down from the building, without doing an yukami, I hit my head, and then, when I tried to do a forward somersault in accordance with the unpleasant premonition that functioned after an awfully long time, the spot I was going to land at burst open. My name is Bernadette. For the sake of my duty as an agent, I will subjugate you, looking down on me from atop a building. Bernadette readied her pair of guns and pointed them at me. Those eyes were the same as the ones shown when we first met. They were serious eyes. Oi, subjugation isn't all that gentle. Actually, since she was awfully insistent on coming along with me, I should have half-heartedly told her that a Duke-class Mizoku was coming to attack and made Mana and the others a scapegoat, or rather, people to protect from that was it, right? Since I thought that Ari and Henrietta would be near Mana, didn't I teach her the characteristics of Mana, who was the easiest to recognize, and make some random speech? I'm sure that I remember saying something like she was being targeted by Mizoku or something. Keeping quiet, is it? That doesn't matter. Since all I have to do is subjugate you, Mizokuda. No sooner had she said that than Bernadette came shooting out Marioko bullets without hesitation. Mizoku? Wait, that's dangerous. Although I promptly defended against them with my sword, Bernadette continually fired without hesitation. Wait. He is, Alicia's restrained voice resounded, but Bernadette came falling while spinning with the dual guns in her hands. 8th Duke class, prepare yourself. by 8th Duke class, so it was that rumor. It would seem that in this defective sister's head, things have become, wire puller this time equals me, just because I was in a hurry. Doesn't mean that I should have said anything that works.